Chapter 1. The year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar. At this moment, a pirate invasion is unfolding in the town of Rog in the East Sea. The pirates rampage through the streets of Rog, mercilessly slaughtering innocent civilians. Neither the elderly, children, nor women can escape the brutal killings, with the women suffering particularly horrifically, subjected to torment before their demise. The captain of the Tsanglong pirate crew, known as Tsanglong, watches the scene before him, laughing maniacally, shouting, "Kill them, my men. Do not let a single one escape." Tsanglong is not the protagonist. The crew of the Tsanglong pirate crew, upon hearing their captain's words, are filled with exhilaration, their eyes gleaming with malice as they transform into executioners or violate the women of Rog. For pirates, every day is akin to walking on the edge of a blade, fearing death around the corner. Thus, they choose to indulge in life's pleasures. Observing his subordinates unleash their primal instincts, Tsanglong himself becomes intoxicated with excitement, yet a flicker of anger and fear crosses his gaze. The Tsanglong pirate crew reigns supreme in the East Sea. Tsanglong himself is a notorious great pirate with a bounty of 40 million in the East Sea. He is a man who commands both wind and rain, yet he could not have anticipated what was to come. Rewind to 2 weeks prior, the Tsanglong pirate crew was sailing the seas when they encountered the Navy, led by the renowned Marine Major, White Hunter Smoker. Tsanglong had long heard of Smoker's illustrious reputation, yet he dismissed it, believing Smoker to be a mere inept marine, his fame exaggerated by others. Thus, he provocatively challenged Smoker from aboard his ship. Tsanglong coldly remarked, "Isn't this the famous Smoker? Where are you headed?" Smoker furrowed his brow, recognizing Kanglang's identity upon his arrival. This recognition soured Smoker's already foul mood, as he had just been reprimanded by Admiral Sengoku for defying orders from the Marine headquarters. Now, confronted by a mere pirate's provocation, Smoker's displeasure deepened. Determined to teach this pirate a lesson, Smoker resolved to beat him thoroughly and subsequently escort him to impel down for a taste of prison life. With these thoughts, Smoker's frustrations began to dissipate. He looked at Tsanglong with disdain and said, "You insignificant pirate, what are you so arrogant about?" Seeing Smoker's blatant disregard, Kanglang's expression turned icy. Without further ado, Tsanglong commanded his men to fire upon the Navy's ship. His subordinates, upon hearing their captain's orders, swiftly prepared the cannons aimed at the naval vessel. Boom, boom, boom. Black cannonballs soared through the air towards the Navy ship. Suddenly, the Navy personnel were met with a dark barrage. This sight caused some among them to panic, unsure of how to respond. Observing the cowardice of his fellow Marines, Smoker's expression darkened. Just as he was about to reprimand them, a melodious female voice resonated across the battlefield. She was a slender young girl, wielding a dagger and adorned with a pair of glasses. With a voice that rang clear amidst the chaos, she proclaimed, "Everyone, stay calm. Trust in Major Smoker, he will ensure our safety." This young lady, known as Tashiji, stood out remarkably on the battlefield, her composure almost unimaginable for a woman in such tumultuous surroundings. Though merely a petty officer, she had garnered considerable renown within the naval base of Roadtown. Upon hearing Tashiji's words, the Navy personnel ceased their panic, swiftly preparing to counter the incoming cannon fire. Observing Tashiji's commendable poise, Smoker felt a swell of pride in his heart. The child has groaned that moment. Smoker had no time to commend Tashiji, he could only instruct the helmsman to maneuver away from the cannonballs. Transforming into a plume of white smoke, he surged towards the barrage of projectiles. As a user of the smoke fruit, he was impervious to cannon fire. In the midst of the cannonballs, Smoker harnessed his devil fruit ability, uttering the words, "White blow." His hands morphed into swirling white smoke, plunging into the cluster of shells. The cannonballs engulfed by Smoker's smoke rendered themselves harmless, failing to detonate. However, some projectiles still eluded his grasp, hurtling towards the Navy vessels. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of the pirate world or the exceptional skill of the helmsman, the warship deftly evaded the cannon fire, emerging unscathed. Seeing the helmsman perform so admirably, Smoker smiled broadly. He leaped aboard the ship of the Howling Wolf pirates and unleashed a white blow upon them. The crew of the Howling Wolf pirates, caught off guard, scrambled in disarray to evade the assault. Yet within the confines of the ship, there was little refuge. More than half of the pirates fell victim to Smoker's devastating strike. Witnessing his subordinates being dispatched by Smoker, the captain, Howling Wolf, could no longer contain his fury. With a roar, he launched himself at Smoker. Smoker, noticing Howling Wolf's ambush, remained unfazed. As a user of the smoke fruit, he was invulnerable unless confronted with Hakai in this relatively weak East Blue. His devil fruit power rendered him nearly invincible. Indeed, Although Howling Wolf struck him, Smoker's form dissipated into a flowing mass of liquid smoke. Howling Wolf, taken aback by this surreal spectacle, exclaimed, "You are a user of a Logia-type devil fruit?" He had not anticipated that Smoker was also a devil fruit user previously. He had dismissed information regarding Smoker as mere exaggeration in the 4Cs. While devil fruit users were scarce, Howling Wolf was aware of their existence and the three classifications they fell into: Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia. During a treasure hunt on a certain island, Howling Wolf's crew had stumbled upon a bizarre fruit, which indeed was a devil fruit. Recognizing its potential to alter his fate, Howling Wolf consumed the mysterious fruit without hesitation. After consuming the devil fruit, the Azure Wolf underwent a transformation, becoming a formidable wolf. It was evident that the Azure Wolf had obtained a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the canine variant, which granted him his wolf-like form. With the powers bestowed by the Zoan-type devil fruit, the Azure Wolf navigated the East Sea with remarkable prowess, systematically eliminating numerous pirates and establishing himself as the sovereign of the region. In past confrontations, the Azure Wolf had encountered Zoan and Paramecia users, but he had yet to face a Logia user. Witnessing Smoker's transformation prompted him to consider that only a Logia-type devil fruit could yield such extraordinary abilities. Observing the questioning look on the Azure Wolf's face, a smug expression appeared on Smoker's visage as he calmly declared, "I am Smoker, a marine captain, and also a user of the Logia-type smoke fruit." Upon hearing Smoker's admission, the Azure Wolf felt a wave of unease. However, he reminded himself that as a devil fruit user, the outcome of their encounter remained uncertain. With these thoughts in mind, the Azure Wolf harnessed his powers, rapidly morphing into a colossal beast. Thus, a fearsome and gigantic Azure Wolf materialized before the marine ranks, eliciting a resurgence of panic among the soldiers. They had not anticipated that this pirate was also a devil fruit user, and they worried whether Smoker could prevail. Before Smoker could react, the massive Azure Wolf charged at him with incredible speed. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Smoker had no choice but to evade. Although a Zoan user could not inflict harm upon him, a direct hit could still deplete his stamina, making it an unwise exchange. While dodging, Smoker attempted to counterattack with his own abilities, yet the results were far from satisfactory. The effort felt akin to a mere scratch, as the resilience of a Zoan user made it difficult to secure a swift victory without overwhelming power. As the colossal Azure Wolf unleashed its relentless assault, Smoker found himself retreating while searching for an opportune moment to strike back. The clash between Smoker and the Azure Wolf devolved into a grueling stalemate, both combatants drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, unable to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, Smoker seized an opportunity, landing a strike on a massive wolf's head. In that instant, the Azure Wolf was struck, reeling from a debilitating headache and collapsing to the ground in agony. Seeing the fallen Azure Wolf, Smoker felt a sense of relief wash over him. He prepared to eliminate the creature while it was incapacitated, but the Azure Wolf proved to be cunning. Just as it lay on the ground, it sprang back to its feet and, with astonishing speed, dashed toward the marine vessel. This sudden reversal left the Marines stunned. The Azure Wolf's cunning had caught them off guard, allowing him to launch a surprise attack. The sight of the Azure Wolf on their ship instilled deep fear among the Marines, who feared he would strike at any moment. Some panicked, shouting in confusion, "What is happening? How did this giant wolf suddenly appear on our ship?" The formidable wolf observed the timid Navy personnel with a flicker of disdain in its eyes. However, it refrained from attacking them, fully aware of its precarious situation. Its strength had been significantly depleted by Smoker, and it bore a head injury. At this moment, it could be considered at the end of its tether. The wolf unleashed its fury upon the Navy's vessel, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. What had once been a formidable warship was now riddled with gaping holes, as seawater began to seep into the ship. After completing its destructive endeavor, the wolf mocked Smoker, declaring that the Navy's ship was now in ruins. "If you dare to continue your assault, your subordinates shall find themselves feeding the fish." With these words, the wolf swiftly returned to its own ship and transformed back into human form. The IT had successfully damaged the Navy's vessel and was confident that Smoker would not pursue any further. Indeed, Smoker chose not to follow. In truth, upon witnessing the wolf's approach to the warship, he had been gripped by fear that the wolf would ruthlessly slaughter the Navy soldiers. Such a horror would haunt Smoker for a long time. To his surprise, the wolf spared the sailors, a fact that filled him with relief, though the ship had sustained severe damage. Contemplating these matters, Smoker abandoned the pursuit of the wolf, opting instead to address the situation aboard the ship. He could always seek revenge on the pirate. Later, the lives of his men were far more precious than that of a mere pirate. The wolf, watching Smoker depart, exhaled a sigh of relief. It had narrowly escaped demise today. Fortunately, its quick thinking had led to the destruction of the Navy vessel. It had gambled on Smoker's character, believing he was not the type to abandon his men. Clearly, the gamble had paid off. It was time to retreat for now, with thoughts of future vengeance against Smoker igniting a flicker of madness and hatred in its eyes. Thus, animosity was forged between the two parties. Fast forward to the present. The wolf learned of Smoker's departure from Lowtown and seized the opportunity to wreak havoc there. Unbeknownst to the wolf, a young boy, one of its subordinates' victims, was gradually regaining consciousness. The protagonist finally makes an appearance. Minos, still in a daze, was oblivious to the happenings around him. The surrounding commotion severely disrupted his slumber. He opened his eyes, ready to unleash a tirade. He was taken aback by the scene before him. Was he still dreaming? How could he witness a group engaged in such rampant destruction? Minos, whose mind had been clouded, suddenly found himself overwhelmed by a flood of memories. Originally named Ross, he had been a faceless individual living on Blue Star, lacking a car, a home, or savings. This existence had rendered Ross exceedingly bored, confined to listening to music, watching anime, and occasionally browsing the internet. One day, Ross was casually browsing the internet as usual when, unexpectedly, a thunderclap echoed, and his phone exploded. In that moment of impending consciousness loss, Ross sighed in relief, thinking that with his phone's explosion, no one would be able to scrutinize his browsing history. Minos, henceforth referred to as Minos, gradually regained his composure and realized that he had traversed into the world of pirates. This revelation filled him with immense joy, particularly as his new form was undeniably handsome. Standing 3 meters tall, with striking red hair, he seemed the perfect candidate for a general. However, the unfortunate reality was that his original self was utterly powerless, which was precisely why he had met his demise at the hands of pirates. This thought troubled Minos greatly. The original body had foolishly charged at the pirates upon witnessing their invasion of Lowtown, only to be swiftly dealt with by them. Panic surged within Minos. Was he destined to perish once more just after his arrival? In a moment of desperation, Minos internally called out, "System! Oh, great system! Please, reveal yourself!" For he felt that his host was on the verge of vanishing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for uttering the activation phrase. The slaughter system has officially arrived. Minos felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Surely, the activation phrase was not simply calling it great system that summoned it. Ding! Ahem! The host is mistaken. This system only appeared upon hearing your plea, not due to the invocation of great system. Minos, filled with indignation at the system's evasive response, longed to argue. Yet, knowing that he would need the system to survive, he reminded himself not to dwell on its absurdity. Rolling his eyes, Minos asked, "So, what functions do you possess?" Ding! Inquiry received. The system will provide the information via email for the host's convenience. Ding! The information has been sent. Please check it at your leisure. Minos stared at the system's method of communication in astonishment, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity with the scene. Shaking off the odd sensation, he silently commanded the system panel to display itself. Before him appeared a game-like interface, displaying only a shop and a slaughter value, with nothing else in sight. Minos couldn't help but feel that this system was exceedingly simplistic. He could comprehend the concept of a shop, but what was this slaughter value? Was it to signify a path through killing? The conundrum bewildered him, for this was not a fantasy realm. Confounded, Minos turned to the system for clarification. What does this slaughter value signify? Ding! The slaughter value is acquired by defeating formidable opponents. This value can be utilized in the system shop to purchase virtually anything you desire, such as devil fruits, wood-release techniques, swordsmanship legacies, everyday necessities, submarines, and ships equipped with navigation systems. Almost anything you wish can be procured. The system's voice coaxed Minos enticingly. By the heavens! Minos exclaimed, utterly astounded by the system's introduction, unable to suppress his exclamation. The significance of the kill value appeared immensely substantial. Indeed, to survive in this world of pirates, possessing a kill value was essential. In a state of anxiety, Minos inquired of the system, "Dear system, is it truly possible to purchase anything? For instance, can one acquire a devil fruit that has already been consumed, or even the wood release technique from the world of Naruto?" Ding! Certainly, with sufficient kill value, nearly anything can be obtained. However, items associated with the Yi-Tianyi template cannot be acquired, nor can artifacts from the fantasy realm, such as the human emperor banner or celestial weapons. Ding! I am merely a system of the anime world, not one of the fantasy realm. Upon hearing the system's response, Minos felt a profound sense of relief and elation. He resolved to set aside thoughts of the fantasy realm for the time being and focus on surviving in the pirate world. The ability to purchase powers from other anime worlds was already a remarkable advantage. There was no need to become entangled in the complexities of the fantasy realm. Contemplating this, Minos calmed his mind and inquired once more of the system. "Oh, esteemed system, how much slaughter value do I possess at present?" A chime resonated. And the system responded, "The host may freely examine the character panel, which contains an introduction to the host's persona." Minos pondered, what an intriguing feature. This system is indeed quite commendable. In the next moment, he summoned the character panel with his consciousness. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, none items, none kill value, none evaluation. At present, aside from your good looks, you possess nothing of value. A wave of disappointment washed over Minos as he beheld the simplicity of the system. However, the system's assessment left him utterly exasperated. "System, this evaluation renders me utterly useless." Minos questioned vehemently. "Beep. This system has not erred. Currently, you are indeed quite ineffectual. In this pirate realm, it is not merely that you cannot defeat a chicken, but even a common minion would prove too formidable a foe for you." As Minos heard the system's words, his heart felt utterly shattered, leaving him at a loss for a retort. The system had indeed spoken a profound truth. How unnecessary for it to be so blunt. Minos forced an awkward smile. Ding. This is an undeniable truth. I kindly urge the host to strengthen promptly. At this point, the system's tone turned serious. This sudden shift made Minos somewhat uncomfortable. Well, he could only hastily comply with the system's request. Suddenly, a thought struck Minos. "Oh, esteemed system, have you perhaps forgotten to provide me with something?" Ding, what is it? Clearly, the system was also a bit puzzled about what it had failed to deliver. Minos directly stated, "System Lord, you have yet to provide me with the novice gift package." Upon hearing Minos's request for the novice gift package, the system immediately feigned ignorance. It had no intention of responding to Minos, opting instead to evade the matter altogether. Upon witnessing the system's apparent malfunction, Minos was instantly filled with dismay. Was the system attempting to embezzle his novice gift package? Such an affront was utterly intolerable. Minos directly threatened the system, exclaiming, "Look at the current situation. The pirates are wreaking havoc in Logtown. If I am discovered by them, I shall meet my demise once more. Should I perish, you, dear system, would be out of a job. How would other systems perceive you then? They would deem you ineffective, suggesting a complete redesign would be preferable. Therefore, you surely do not wish for your host to perish." At this juncture, it seemed as though Minos had awakened some hidden resolve, unable to suppress a sinister chuckle. Clearly, yet another member had been added to our soul hall. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. The system was taken aback by Minos's audacity, never expecting to be threatened by him. After all, it was an exalted system. How could it allow itself to be intimidated by Minos? Yet, it found itself powerless against him. Since the moment it bound itself to Minos, their fates had become intricately entwined. Ahem, and regarding that novice gift package, it had indeed intended to abscond with it. Now that the host had discovered its intentions, it was prudent to return it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for uttering the secret phrase. The slaughter system now bestows the novice gift package. Damn it. Just as Minos was on the cusp of awakening some peculiar attributes, he was once again incensed by the system's proclamation. Had he not inquired about the system, would that novice gift package have been pilfered? As for the so-called secret phrase, Minos was entirely skeptical. Minos pondered, this system is truly capable of causing trouble. It nearly embezzled the novice gift pack. Fortunately, he recalled the matter of the novice gift pack. Otherwise, he would have had nowhere to express his grievances. Very well, I shall overlook your transgressions this time, dear system. Upon witnessing the system replenish the novice gift pack, Minos found it in his heart to forgive. The system was left speechless by Minos's swift change of heart. Ding. Minos gazed at the system in disbelief, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, addressing the system, he commanded, "Open the novice gift pack." Ding. The novice gift pack has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an extraordinary physique, an unparalleled greatsword, intermediate 3-color domineering, and a devil fruit of the phantom beast variety. Additionally, a black cloak has been bestowed upon you. Minos was utterly astonished by the contents of the novice gift pack. He could scarcely believe that this was indeed a beginner's reward. One might ascribe it to a supreme version of the gift pack. Can you imagine such an abundance of treasures in a novice package? The extraordinary physique, evidently, serves to enhance his physical abilities. Arriving in the world of pirates, Minos had been concerned about his initial frailty, but now, with this newfound strength, he need not fear the exhaustion of combat against pirates. After all, in this pirate world, one would feel remiss to claim robust health without enduring battles for 3 days and nights. Having examined the extraordinary physique, Minos turned his attention to the other items, particularly the unparalleled great sword nestled within the system's inventory. This sword, a 2-meter-long Tang Dao, exuded a dark crimson hue, resembling an ominous demonic blade. Those of wavering resolve would surely be enchanted by its sinister allure. However, Minos remained unperturbed, for his will was resolutely firm. Consider this, even in the face of death. His thoughts lingered on whether his browser history had been erased, a testament to his unwavering determination. Beyond that, this demonic blade was indeed an unparalleled greatsword. It is noteworthy that only 12 such swords exist in the pirate world, and those who possess an unparalleled greatsword are invariably formidable warriors. For instance, there is Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, wielding the unparalleled greatsword Yoru, and Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, who bears the unparalleled greatsword Tsunami. Both are titans among titans. One a warlord of the sea, and the other one of the 4 emperors of the New World. This illustrates the rarity of the unparalleled greatsword. Aside from those not appearing in the original narrative, all others have been claimed by the mightiest of warriors. Minos beheld the system presenting him with a supreme blade, a weapon intended for him to slay foes, and thus acquire a measure of slaughter value. It seemed a commendable choice, he mused silently. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the 3 types of Haki. What a remarkable sight indeed. Each form of Haki had attained an intermediate level, propelling him forward with great momentum. In the world of pirates, myriad paths exist for gaining strength. Some individuals ascend through the mastery of swordsmanship, while others cultivate Haki. And yet others draw upon the powers of devil fruits. However, those who attain strength invariably possess some degree of Haki. Both observation and armament Haki are essential. It can be asserted that Haki is a requisite for every formidable warrior. Note, at this juncture, dear readers may wonder why, during the Marineford War, figures such as Whitebeard and the admirals did not employ Haki. Initially, I too found this perplexing, until I discovered that the author had not fully developed this concept in the early stages. It was only post-Marineford that Haki emerged in its entirety within the public consciousness. The original 3 admirals possessed Haki, both armament and observation. It was merely that the author had not fleshed it out in the earlier narrative. Otherwise, how could they attain the status of admirals and emperors of the sea without any Haki whatsoever? Ahem, returning to the main subject. Much like Carp and Zephyr within the Navy, both of whom are masters of Haki and martial arts, lacking the abilities of a devil fruit, they nonetheless carved out their renown through Haki, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates. Additionally, figures such as Roger and Shanks among the pirates are also adept in Haki. The former ascended to the title of Pirate King, while the latter became one of the emperors of the New World. Often lauded by countless netizens as a user of the face fruit, both have honed their Haki to extraordinary levels, elevating them to the ranks of the most powerful in the pirate realm. Now, Minos, upon opening a novice gift package, has acquired the 3 types of Haki, and at an intermediate level no less, a circumstance that would bring joy to anyone. Although his Haki is but intermediate, it does not match the heights of Roger and Shanks. Minos was not disheartened by this, for Roger and his companions had devoted considerable time to attain their advanced or peak levels. Had it not been for his fortuitous luck in acquiring the mid-tier 3-colored Haki, he pondered how much longer he would have needed to train. Amidst these intricate emotions, Minos turned his gaze once more to the peculiar devil fruit before him. It bore an uncanny resemblance to an apple, yet its hue was a deep black, adorned with an unusual creature. Minos could not fathom what it might be, but the system identified it as a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, undoubtedly a legendary creature as fruit. Minos turned his gaze towards the final item in the novice gift pack, a black cloak. However, while the black cloak was unremarkable, the presence of the word justice emblazoned in white upon it raised questions. Minos was filled with confusion. Could it be that the commander wanted him to become a general in the Navy? Ding. This is a cloak bestowed upon you by the system, possessing the remarkable ability to remain undamaged in battle, and it also cleans itself. Ding. Moreover, do you not find it rather impressive to don a cloak during combat? At this moment, Minos felt an urge to express a fervent sentiment that he was unsure whether to voice. Goodness, system, you are truly shameless. You want me to wear the cloak of justice in front of the Navy? Is that not tantamount to courting death? Furthermore, it is a black cloak of justice. How can the Navy maintain its dignity in such a scenario? Ding. Fear not, host. As long as you accumulate sufficient kill points, you shall become immensely powerful. At that point, what navy, for emperors, or world government could stand against you? Ding. And host, do you not wish to behold the legendary M? Ding. Do you not yearn to meet the goddess of the moon from the Naruto world? I have heard that not only are they exceptionally beautiful, but they also possess ample bosoms. Do you not wish to encounter them? Minos was instantly captivated by the system's barrage of questions. Every traveler who finds themselves in the pirate world or the Naruto realm wishes to witness the fabled goddesses. Yet, Minos was known for his obstinate demeanor. Although tempted by the system's allure, he retorted, "Commander, do not accuse me unjustly. How could I be swayed by mere beauty? I am a person who aspires to become a great benevolent immortal." Ding. Ding. The system was utterly astonished by the host's blatant denial. Ding. It is said that someone was struck by lightning while browsing the internet on a rainy day. Ding. Thus, it is evident that your so-called aspirations are nothing but a grand jest. The system, witnessing Minos's shameless display, did not hesitate to expose him. Curse be it. Minos silently cursed the system. He was rendered speechless by this uncomprehending entity. What kind of system would continually undermine its host? This one certainly would. And it had done so not once, but twice. Ahem, well, system, I was merely trying to lighten the mood, Minos said sheepishly. Ding. The system has grown weary of addressing its host. You should swiftly integrate your superhuman physique in the three-color haki. Otherwise, the people of Rog Town will fall victim to these pirates. Upon noticing the system's prompt, Minos found his previously playful mood abruptly extinguished. He nearly forgot that the original owner of this body had been slain by those pirates. Now that he had traversed into this realm, it was only fitting that he seek vengeance for his predecessor. As for the inhabitants of Rogue Town, he would save whom he could. After all, he owed them nothing. Naturally, he had no intention of intervening with those who preferred to meet their own demise. Note, the protagonist is not a benevolent savior. Anyone who obstructs his path shall face annihilation. With these thoughts in mind, Minos resolved to free himself from all constraints, yearning for a life unencumbered by moral obligations. With clarity in his heart, Minos commanded the system to merge his formidable physique with the three types of haki. Ding. The system acknowledged his request. Ding. It reported. The formidable physique and the three types of haki are currently merging with the host. Please hold on. A few minutes elapsed, and the fusion was complete. At that moment, Minos' body underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously slender frame had morphed into one of considerable strength. Yet, this was not a mere transition into a muscle-bound figure. Rather, his physique retained its original shape, with all excess flesh converted into muscle, presenting an appearance that was both robust and athletic, without any semblance of bulkiness. Minos attentively sensed the changes within his body, filled with an overwhelming joy that made him yearn to shout aloud and release his exuberance. Minos felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him, as if he could obliterate anything with a single blow. Yet, this sensation was merely the fleeting euphoria of newfound strength. It resembled a mortal who had suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities, floating in a state of fearless abandon. Just as Minos was lost in this intoxicating reverie, the voice of the system abruptly pierced his thoughts. Ding. Warning. Warning. Ding. The host is in a state of disorientation. Please regain consciousness promptly. Under the system's prompt, Minos was suddenly jolted into awareness. He had nearly succumbed to the allure of power, a perilous predicament indeed. The thought sent beads of sweat cascading down his brow, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. Minos couldn't help but smile wryly at this realization. Indeed, when one acquires what they desire, they often lose sight of themselves. Fortunately, with the system's guidance, he was spared from such a fate. Had he believed himself formidable enough to challenge the 4 emperors or admirals, he could have met with dire consequences. Minos promptly addressed the system. Thank you ever so much. Esteemed system. Ding. The system detected that the host had regained consciousness and expressed its delight. I kindly request that the host remains vigilant in the future to avoid any further disorientation. Minos felt a deep sense of gratification at the system's reminder. It was heartening to know that the system had finally begun to show concern for him, its host. Minos assured the system with gratitude. Thank you for your reminder. Esteemed system, I shall be more vigilant henceforth. Ding. Now, please, host, swiftly eliminate your enemies to accumulate slaughter points. Very well, system. Allow me to showcase my prowess. Minos abruptly rose from the chaotic ruins of Rog Town, yet his eyes remained firmly shut, refusing to open. The peculiar behavior of Minos undoubtedly captivated the attention of the Songlong pirate crew. They were astonished to discover a fish that had slipped through their net, daring to feign death in their presence. At that moment, Songlong witnessed the bizarre scene. He had distinctly seen Minos dispatched by one of his subordinates. Yet, now Minos appeared completely unscathed, his aura having undergone a remarkable transformation, which left Songlong perplexed. Unable to comprehend the situation, Songlong signaled his subordinate with a glance to deliver a strike to Minos. Upon receiving the captain's cue, the pirate approached Minos with his weapon drawn, mocking. "Where did this young fool come from, daring to play dead before us? It seems you are weary of life." As the pirate stood before Minos, he swung his blade downwards. To his astonishment, Minos, who had seemingly been with eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A flash of crimson illuminated his gaze, clearly indicating that Minos had unleashed his conqueror's haki. An invisible force emanated from Minos, enveloping the entire Rog town in its grasp, rendering the battlefield utterly silent. Not a single sound was uttered, for all of Songlong's crew had been rendered unconscious by Minos's overwhelming haki, leaving only the transformed Songlong, now a colossal wolf, sprawled on the ground, struggling to remain conscious. Before he could fully grasp what had transpired, he was struck by an immense pressure. Fortunately, in this moment of peril, he activated his animal form, preventing him from succumbing like his subordinates. Yet, this transformation left him immobilized on the ground, filled with trepidation. Songlong pondered the events that had unfolded, utterly baffled by the circumstances. He had merely witnessed his subordinate attempt to strike Minos, only to see him instantly incapacitated by the awakened Minos. However, no one could provide him with answers, for the only individuals remaining on the scene were himself and Minos. The citizens of Rog Town, as well as his crew, had all fallen victim to Minos's conqueror's haki. Minos's intermediate conqueror's haki was originally controllable. However, for his own convenience, he indiscriminately incapacitated both the people and the pirates. Indeed, Minos acted out of convenience and to experience the essence of conqueror's haki. Clearly, the effects of this formidable power left him exceedingly satisfied. Minos mused to himself, this conqueror's haki truly serves as an excellent technique for purging insignificant foes. Just then, he caught sight of a colossal wolf struggling in vain, which sparked a flicker of intrigue within him. In this seemingly weaker East Sea, it was surprising to encounter a mere fish that could withstand the onslaught of his haki. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the creature appeared to be a Zoan-type devil fruit user, which rendered the situation less perplexing. Zoan-type users possess physical attributes far superior to those of the other two categories, particularly after awakening. They are akin to unyielding cockroaches. During the Egghead Island incident, the awakened Lucci, a Zoan user, was brought to the brink of death, yet he swiftly recovered from his injuries after his devil fruit awakened. Indeed, the awakening of Zoan types is akin to possessing an extraordinary advantage. Yet, as Minos gazed upon the giant wolf, he realized it did not exist in the original narrative. It appeared to be nothing more than a mere footnote, an inconsequential character absent from the storyline. Contemplating this, Minos swiftly lost interest in the colossal wolf, reasoning that it would be far more advantageous to eliminate it for the sake of accruing slaughter points. Minos extracted a dark red saber from the system, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the colossal wolf. Upon witnessing this scene, the giant wolf was filled with trepidation, desperately imploring for mercy, exclaiming that it was willing to become Minos's subordinate. Noticing Minos's utter indifference, the wolf, in a state of panic, introduced itself as the Azure Wolf, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 40 million. It expressed a willingness to do anything, pleading only for its life to be spared. Upon hearing the words of the Grey Wolf, Minos's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, filled with an overwhelming desire to strike him down instantly. It is worth noting that this was a pirate worth a staggering 40 million. The potential accumulation of slaughter points from such a kill was tantalizing. Seeing that Minos showed no inclination to spare him, the Grey Wolf's heart sank into despair. He had come to Rog Town seeking vengeance against Smoker, only to encounter a formidable adversary like Minos. Thus, in his despondency, the Grey Wolf was swiftly vanquished by Minos. Following the defeat of the Grey Wolf, Minos received a notification from the system. Ding. Slaughter points acquired. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 400 slaughter points. Minos was perplexed as to why the value of his kills was merely 400. Ding. This is determined by the bounty. For instance, if the bounty is 10 million, the host will receive 100 points of kill value upon eliminating the target. Should the bounty exceed 100 million, the host would acquire 1,000 points of kill value. A bounty of 1 billion would yield 10,000 points, while 20 billion would grant 20,000 points. But what of those without a bounty? How should one account for the soldiers of the Navy or the minions of the pirate crew? Moreover, Figures like the Navy admirals or fleet admirals possess no bounty. Minos inquired of the system. Ding. Upon the host's inquiry, the system has rectified the oversight. Ding. Regarding this matter, the system presents two options. The first option allows for the valuation of an individual's kill value based on their strength in the Navy ranks. If one attains the strength of a major to the level of a rear admiral, the host will receive 500 points of kill value upon their demise. Achieving the status of a vice admiral would result in 5,000 points, while a quasi-admiral would yield 10,000 points. Conversely, eliminating a full admiral would garner 30,000 points. Furthermore, for each minion of the Navy or a pirate crew that is vanquished, the host shall earn 10 points of kill value. Ding. The second option permits the host to place a bounty on notable figures within the Navy. Provided they are recognized by the majority, the bounty will be established, and upon their elimination, the host will receive the corresponding kill value. Ding. Please choose wisely. As the selection cannot be altered once made, Minos gazed at the two options presented by the system, feeling that both were quite reasonable and desirable. Oh, esteemed system. Might I select both options? He chuckled awkwardly. Beep. Beep. Please refrain from employing tricks within this system. There is strictly a choice of one. Do not prolong this unnecessary banter. Oh dear, esteemed system. You have misunderstood. I merely wish for an additional option, Minos flattered. Beep. Please make your selection promptly. It was evident that the system was once again rendered speechless by Minos's audacity, merely wishing for him to make a swift decision and no longer engage with him. Minos observed the system's impatience, his mind incessantly pondering whether to choose the first option or the second. Minos is in a state of profound indecision, if it were possible. He would desire both options. However, the rigidity of the system causes him considerable distress. Minos pondered for a brief moment, as if an idea had sparked within him, his eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance. Minos recalled that after the war on the top, the Navy had abolished the title of the 7 warlords of the sea, rendering them no longer legitimate pirates. Consequently, the Navy began to target the 7 warlords, dispatching admirals or vice-admirals to apprehend them. For instance, Dracul Mihawk was treated with particular regard, as Admiral Fujitora was sent to capture him. However, Mihawk's formidable strength rendered him impervious to capture. Just as he pondered his next move, an unexpected individual contacted him via a Den Mushi. This person was none other than Crocodile, a former member of the 7 warlords, affectionately dubbed Old Sand by various traversers. Following the war on the top, Old Sand sought to re-establish a formidable force but struggled to find capable individuals to anchor it. The abolition of the warlord system presented him with a golden opportunity to recruit Mihawk. Thus, he placed a call to the swordsman and, through his persuasive eloquence, successfully drew Mihawk into his fold, who was at a loss for direction. With the combined might of Mihawk and Old Sand, the Cross Guild was successfully established. Moreover, a rather humorous incident transpired. The outside world remained oblivious to the true leadership of the Cross Guild, mistakenly believing it to be Buggy. Under the promotion of Buggy's subordinates, it was claimed that Buggy had conquered both Mihawk and Crocodile. Thus, the Cross Guild gained notoriety, evolving into a formidable faction, with Buggy ascending as its leader. Naturally, Mihawk and Old Sand were displeased that their creation was being usurped, leading them to confront Buggy and deliver an unceremonious beating. In a desperate bid for survival, Buggy, leveraging his luck and charisma, persuaded Old Sand and Mihawk, promising to serve as a mere puppet in the public eye. This proposition intrigued both leaders, prompting them to spare Buggy. In this manner, Buggy truly became the leader of the Cross Guild. Subsequently, the Cross Guild undertook a profoundly shocking endeavor, further stirring the already tumultuous seas. They issued bounties on high-ranking Navy officials, targeting any notable figures within the Navy. It is worth noting that previously, no one had dared to place bounties on the Navy, yet now, someone had the audacity to do so, thereby elevating the Cross Guild's fame once more. This audacity also attracted numerous powerful individuals to their ranks. Thus, Minos resolved to exploit this vulnerability, recognizing that the strength of admirals was indeed formidable. However, should he reach the era of the Cross Guild, his own power might escalate, making the elimination of admirals no longer a mere dream. For now, he opted for the safer route. Contemplating these thoughts, Minos confidently addressed the system. That system master, I choose the first option. Ding. The host's choice has been received. From now on, when the host eliminates enemies from the Navy faction, the rewards will be calculated according to the standards set by the system, granting the corresponding kill value. Observing the system's prompt, Minos realized that even if he regretted his decision, it was too late. Thus, Minos cast his gaze upon the pirates rendered unconscious by his formidable conquerors.He. These individuals represent a wealth of slaughter points. They must not be overlooked. Minos grinned widely, brandishing the supreme great blade as he commenced his finishing blows, muttering to himself, "This is not merely a tally of slaughter. It is also a source of wealth." Upon vanquishing a pirate, the system's notification chimed in response. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points of slaughter value. Although Minos was well aware that the meager foes yielded only 10 points of slaughter value, the reality of actually securing the kill and receiving those points still left him with a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Minos gazed upon the hundreds of pirates sprawled upon the ground, and in that moment, his disappointment vanished entirely. As the saying goes, with sufficient numbers, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, is it not? Thus, with each step Minos took, a pirate met their demise. With a chime, he received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired killing points. After a protracted period of this relentless cycle, all the pirates lay vanquished by his hand. Minos felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, he experienced an exhilarating thrill. All these points of slaughter were accumulating, after all. At this moment, his body was completely drenched in blood, yet he paid it no mind. Instead, he focused his consciousness to examine the system panel, eager to discover the extent of his accumulated slaughter points. He was acutely aware that each minor foe he vanquished netted him 10 points, though he had lost count of how many he had defeated. The system panel displayed significant changes. Host, Minos age, 19 years skills, intermediate armament.He, intermediate observation.He, intermediate conquerors.He physique, robust bodily constitution. Possessing the strength of a giant items, supreme great blade, black justice cloak, mythical Zoan devil fruit slaughter points. 3. For 100 strength, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters evaluation. As long as you refrain from reckless actions, you may continue to live joyfully in the world of pirates. Minos gazed contemplatively at the system panel, initially intent on discerning the extent of his slaughter value. The figure revealed itself to be a staggering 3,400 points, of which 400 were contributed by the Tsangwang, while the remaining 3,000 were accrued from vanquishing 300 pirates. However, Minos was taken aback by the alterations in the system panel, which now displayed enhancements in both physique and strength. The fusion of an extraordinary physique had inexplicably endowed him with power rivaling that of the giant race. Truly remarkable. Yet, Minos was perplexed. Despite having merged with such a formidable physique and possessing intermediate mastery of the three-colored.He, why did he still only attain the rank of a rear admiral? One would expect at least the prowess of an elite rear admiral, if not that of a vice admiral, in the realm of pirates. The question of whether the emperors are indeed on par with the admirals remains a significant debate. If that is the case, perhaps it would be prudent to categorize the admirals, and by extension, the emperors, into 4 distinct tiers: junior, intermediate, senior, and top tier. This would effectively clarify the matter. The original 3 admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, exhibited varying levels of strength, with Akainu significantly surpassing the others. Following the Marineford War, Akainu attained top-tier admiral strength, while Aokiji also reached this pinnacle, whereas Kizaru seemed to only embody senior admiral capabilities. The reason admirals struggle against the emperors may lie in the original 3 admirals not having refined their powers to their utmost potential, thereby giving the impression of inferiority. During Sengoku's tenure as admiral, 3 formidable figures emerged within the Navy: Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Garp. Both Sengoku and Zephyr held the rank of admiral, while Garp did not due to a lack of strength, but rather his preference for freedom, eschewing the commands of the celestial dragons. In that era, admirals were exceptionally powerful, and the pirate world was rife with chaos, marked by the presence of peak figures such as Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Garp and his contemporaries were not outmatched when contending with these titans, further underscoring their status as top-tier admirals. After the Marineford War, the Navy underwent a recruitment drive, welcoming 2 new admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, alongside Kizaru, thus forming a new triumvirate of admirals. Kizaru's capabilities are well known, while Fujitora and Green Bull, despite being monstrous in strength, appear to embody only intermediate admiral power. Their performances throughout the Dressrosa arc, the Film Z, the Onigashima arc, and the battles at Mariewa have been notably underwhelming, suggesting that Fujitora and Green Bull are at best of senior admiral caliber, incapable of reaching the pinnacle of admiral strength. Minos felt a profound sense of bewilderment upon observing that the system panel displayed only the prowess of a rear admiral, without even an elite admiral to be found. Possessing extraordinary physical capabilities alongside intermediate mastery of the three-color hockey, one would expect him to at least exhibit the potential of a vice admiral, if not an admiral outright. Ding. The system has registered the host's inquiry. Ding. The host is currently akin to a mere shell, possessing great potential, yet unable to manifest the requisite strength. Minos found himself at a loss for words in response to the system's explanation. Indeed, he was brimming with latent power, yet utterly ignorant of how to wield it. Relying solely on brute force. Ding. The host currently lacks even a signature technique, demonstrating a rather rudimentary application of his strength. Minos once again felt speechless upon reading the system's notification. Not only did he lack a signature move, but he was also devoid of even a simple technique, which explained why his abilities were confined to the level of a rear admiral. Minos, with a sheepish demeanor, addressed the system, esteemed system. How might I acquire a formidable skill? Should I procure it from the system's marketplace, or endeavor to cultivate it myself? Ding. The host may indeed purchase skills from the system's marketplace, and rest assured, those acquired will be fully comprehended without any sense of unfamiliarity. Ding. Of course. The host may also choose to train independently. However, this system currently does not recommend self-cultivation, as mastering a powerful skill requires a considerable investment of time. Minos was taken aback by the system's response. Initially, he had intended to diligently hone a unique skill, but upon hearing the system's prompt, he found himself compelled to relinquish that aspiration. Oh, that system. What formidable techniques might be concealed within the system's marketplace? He urged the system with impatience. Minos was fervently eager to enhance his prowess, for only then could he soar freely in this world of pirates. Upon arriving in this realm, he realized that without strength, all aspirations were but empty dreams. Only with power could he attain what he desired. Ding. The system's marketplace has been opened. Please peruse at your leisure, host. Upon hearing the system's words, Minos hastily directed his consciousness towards the system's marketplace. At this moment, the marketplace was no longer a blank expanse. It was filled with numerous extraordinary skills. From the world of pirates, the 6 styles of the Navy, 600 points of kill value. Shunpa, 100,000 points of kill value. Ragens, 8 trigrams, 90,000 points of kill value. Dominance of Nations, 50,000 points of kill value. From the world of Naruto, Rasengan, 50,000 points of kill value. Spiraling Shuriken, 90,000 points of kill value. Chidori, 50,000 points of kill value. No Sharingan required. Raikiri, 90,000 points of kill value. No Sharingan required. Firestyle, Storm Dance, 3,000 points of kill value. From the world of Bleach, Black Coffin, 200,000 points of kill value. No incantation required. The final scene. White Emperor Sword, 150,000 points of kill value. No Zanpakuto required. Moon Cutter, lower version 100,000 points of kill value. No Zanpakuto required. Heavenly Lock, Moon Cutter, 500,000 points of kill value. No Zanpakuto required. Minos gazed upon the myriad skills from various anime realms, yearning for each and every one. However, the daunting requirement of slaughter points looming behind them left him salivating in silence, igniting a fervent desire to embark on another bloodbath to amass the coveted points. With a mere 4,000 slaughter points at his disposal, he pondered how on earth he could procure anything. Was he to settle for merely acquiring the Navy 6 styles? This thought filled Minos with profound dissatisfaction. Who could comprehend the agony of witnessing extraordinary techniques within reach yet being devoid of the necessary slaughter points? Minos' eyes were ablaze with urgency as he implored the system. Oh, esteemed system, could you possibly provide me with a few skills that are within my financial reach? Aside from a single Navy 6 style and 1 fire release, I am unable to afford any of the others. Ding. The system acknowledged the host's request and is diligently searching. Minos gazed anxiously at the system as it conducted its search. He fervently hoped that it would present him with a technique he could afford. Otherwise, he would be compelled to unleash a rampage. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes at the thought. While Minos was still lost in contemplation, the system responded. Ding. The ultimate techniques available for the host to purchase have been located. Ding. The Marine 6 styles, max level, only 1 style, should it be the spear technique, upon purchase. The user will acquire formidable moves such as the Ape King's Spear 4,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Flowing Rock Crushing Fist, low version 4,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Ordinary Fist, low version 4,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Wolf Fong Wind Fist, low version 4,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Pegasus Meteor Fist, low version 4,000 points of slaughter value. Minos surveyed these techniques, feeling a surge of desire for each one. Particularly the Flowing Rock Crushing Fist and the Ordinary Fist, both of which were exceptionally suited to his current predicament. Although the Flowing Rock Crushing Fist was merely a low version, acquiring it would significantly enhance his strength and bolster his attacking power, potentially elevating him to the level of a quasi-commander. In the world of One Punch Man, the Flowing Rock Crushing Fist was a remarkably powerful martial art, embodying both offense and defense. As for the Ordinary Fist, it was the ultimate technique of the formidable Saitama. Despite its unassuming name, it was anything but ordinary, capable of instigating profound existential doubts with a single blow. Though both techniques were low versions, they were exceptionally fitting for Minos at this moment. After a brief period of deliberation, he resolved to purchase the Flowing Rock Crushing Fist, recognizing it as a powerful technique that integrated both offense and defense, perfectly suited for the world of pirates. While the other techniques were undeniably formidable, the Flowing Rock Crushing Fist was the only one that aligned with his current needs. With these thoughts in mind, Minos addressed the system. Please assist me in purchasing the Flowing Rock Crushing Fist. Ding. Purchase request received from the host. Please hold on. Ding. You have successfully purchased the Flowing Rock Crushing Fist. It is now ready for use. Ding. As the host has expended 4,000 points of slaughter value, you now have 400 points of slaughter value remaining. Minos gazed at the mere 400 points of his kill value, feeling a profound sense of desolation. The hard-earned points had vanished, and who could possibly comprehend such anguish? It was akin to receiving a freshly minted paycheck, still warm from the hands of the employer, only to find it swiftly spent on necessities, leaving one to lament the rapid loss. Minos felt a fleeting pang of sorrow, for the purchase of the flowing Shattered Rock Fist would indeed augment his prowess, enabling him to survive within the treacherous realm of piracy. With these thoughts in mind, Minos sought solace in the notion that money could be earned anew, and that the value of slaughter could similarly be regained. However, once life is lost, it is irrevocably gone. Taking a deep breath, Minos chose to avert his gaze from the metrics of slaughter, opting instead to quietly cultivate the integration of the flowing Shattered Rock Fist within himself. In the moment this technique melded with Minos' being, he sensed a profound shift in his constitution and strength. Upon complete integration, Minos' consciousness emerged from the system interface. He meticulously attuned himself to his newfound power, undeniably feeling a significant augmentation, devoid of the previous sensation of disorientation. Minos could sense his growing proficiency in the use of power, particularly in the finesse of his fists. Minos chuckled inwardly, realizing he had truly grown stronger this time. Once he departed from Rogue Town, he would embark on a hunt for pirates in the East Sea. With his near-admiral strength, he envisioned a spree of chaos and annihilation. He cackled, "Pirates of the East Sea, are you prepared to meet your demise?" As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt an exhilarating thrill. After indulging in his fantasies for a while, Minos turned his gaze to the surroundings of Rogue Town. He was met with the sight of either the corpses of pirates or the unconscious townspeople. This prompted a moment of reflection. He felt fortunate for his magnanimity, for otherwise, these individuals would have certainly perished. However, a flicker of regret crossed Minos' eyes. He wished that when these unconscious citizens awoke, they would chastise him for his delayed intervention, perhaps even employing a moral argument, questioning why he had not acted sooner to save them from ruin. Contemplating this scenario sent a surge of adrenaline through Minos. If the townspeople were to voice such accusations, it would indeed be a source of great amusement for him. Then the value of my slaughter would be justified. Each pirate slain would yield 10 points, so what of 10, 100, or even 1,000? Rogue Town must house at least several thousand inhabitants. A glimmer of cold brilliance illuminated his thoughts. What harm would there be in purging the pirate-infested world? Coughing slightly, he realized he had digressed. Yet, as he observed the still unconscious citizens of Rogue Town, the flicker of excitement within him began to fade. After all, he had no time to wait for them to awaken. His immediate desire was to find a suitable place to rest and cleanse himself of the blood staining his body. Initially, he felt no discomfort, but now an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. This prompted Minos to recall the black cloak of justice nestled within his system's inventory. Could it be that the system had anticipated such a scenario, providing him with a battle-ready cloak that possessed self-cleaning properties. If the system were aware of Minos' musings, it would undoubtedly respond, "Host, you are overthinking. This system merely intended for you to don the black cloak of justice before the Navy, thus ensuring a greater accumulation of slaughter value, propelling its performance to new heights." Minos found himself disenchanted with the town of Rock, and with a swift turn, he prepared to leave, fearing he might succumb to temptation. After all, those were points of slaughter. However, to his astonishment, just as he was about to depart, an enraged roar echoed from a distance. "What have you done, you demon?" Upon hearing the furious voice, Minos was utterly bewildered. Was that individual referring to him as a demon? Yet, he had committed no wrongdoing. In a state of confusion, Minos directed his gaze toward the source of the furious outburst, only to see a swirling mass of white smoke hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Minos was perplexed, astonished that smoke could speak. However, once he discerned the source, it became clear it was Smoker. This revelation made perfect sense, in stark contrast to Minos' nonchalant demeanor. Smoker was in a state of acute anxiety, fearing that the townsfolk of Lobetown had already fallen victim to pirates. Not long before, Smoker had ventured out with the Marines to apprehend pirates. This was a routine operation, yet during the pursuit, he received alarming news that Lobetown was under siege by pirates, specifically the notorious Wolf Pack, with whom he had previously clashed. Smoker was baffled. Why would the Wolf Pack choose to invade only after his departure from Lobetown? This clearly indicated a breach of confidentiality regarding his movements, although he typically dismissed concerns about his whereabouts being exposed after all. He relished the pursuit of wicked pirates. This instance felt too coincidental. It was evident that someone had divulged his plans to the Wolf Pack, implying betrayal from within the Navy. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Smoker erupted in a furious outburst. "Damn traitors. I swear, if I find out who you are." His wrathful declaration did not go unnoticed by the other Marines, who exchanged puzzled glances, questioning who had provoked the usually stoic Captain Smoker. In their minds, Smoker was a diligent and unyielding individual, lacking in emotional nuance. Those who crossed him rarely fared well. The Marines silently mourned for the unfortunate soul who had incurred Smoker's wrath. At that moment, Tashigi approached Smoker, inquiring about the source of his distress. Hearing her question, Smoker had no choice but to suppress his fury. Although he was incensed by the news of the pirate invasion, he would not unleash his anger upon his subordinates. After regaining his composure, he solemnly announced, "Lobetown is under attack by pirates." Upon hearing this, the Marines fell into a stunned silence, unable to fathom that Lobetown could be under siege. Ever since Smoker had taken command, he had systematically dismantled the local criminal syndicates, and the surrounding pirates had refrained from causing disturbances, let alone launching an invasion. The revelation of Lobetown's plight was simply beyond their belief. In the ensuing moments, the previously silent Marines erupted into a frenzy of panic. Many had families residing in Lobetown. The thought of them being in danger was unbearable. Some Marines cried out in desperation, pleading with Smoker, "Captain Smoker, please save Lobetown. Save our loved ones." Listening to the anguished cries of his men, Smoker felt a pang of distress. Although he was often strict with his subordinates, his intention was merely to instill diligence, ensuring they would not fall easily to pirate attacks. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a firm stance, declaring, "You are soldiers of steel. How can you weep like this? Wipe away your tears at once." Upon hearing Smoker's words, some relatives in Lobetown ceased their cries, yet tears continued to cascade from their eyes. The poignant scene stirred deep compassion within the hearts of the other Marines and Tashigi, who were taken aback by Smoker's lack of consolation for his comrades. Instead, he admonished them in a stern tone to refrain from weeping. This perplexed them greatly. Could it be that they had truly allied themselves with the wrong person? Tashigi murmured to herself, "Smoker is not the kind of man to act this way." Smoker observed the expressions of the Marines, but chose to remain silent. He simply turned away, addressing the navigator and helmsman, set sail immediately towards Lobetown. "This pirate capture operation is hereby concluded." Upon hearing his words, the crew momentarily paused in surprise before erupting into cheers. Their faces, once marred by sorrow, transformed into smiles as they thought, indeed, Smoker was still the hard-nosed yet soft-hearted man they knew. With his back turned, Smoker felt a faint smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he heard the jubilant cheers of his subordinates. Soon, under Smoker's command, the ship was directed towards Lobetown. The pirates, who had been bracing themselves for a fierce battle with the white hunter Smoker, were utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated that he would let them go, which left them in a state of shock. Smoker's reputation in the East Blue was formidable. He was known for capturing every pirate he encountered. Although the pirates were unaware of the circumstances, they deemed their escape a semblance of fortune. As they sailed across the sea, time felt both tedious and impatient, especially for Smoker and the Marines, who were anxious and could only silently pray that they would arrive in time. Despite their relatively brief journey across the waters, it felt to them as though an eternity had passed. Upon returning to Logtown, Smoker was met with the sight of homes ravaged by pirates, which ignited a fury within him that could no longer be contained. He instructed his subordinates to follow closely as he transformed into his devil fruit form, a fluid smoke, and swiftly made his way into the town. While navigating through the streets, he keenly observed his surroundings. A perplexing sight caught his attention. Some townspeople appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, yet bore no visible injuries. This enigma puzzled Smoker, but overwhelmed by rage, he dismissed it from his mind. At this moment, he yearned to shatter the invading pirate that sung long into fragments to quell the raging fury within him. As he approached the edge of Rogue Town, nearing its center, Smoker beheld an astonishing scene that left him incredulous. The heart of Rogue Town was strewn with bodies, a chilling sight that evoked a sense of dread. What astounded Smoker even more was the sight of a solitary figure standing tall amidst the crowd. This was a youth with crimson hair, a striking visage, and a lithe frame, wielding a long sword, his garments stained a deep red with blood. Smoker was taken aback by the boy's composure, remaining remarkably unfazed in such a hellish tableau. Yet, it swiftly dawned on Smoker that this massacre could very well be the handiwork of the young man before him. It was evident that Smoker believed the people of Rogue Town had fallen victim to Minos. Lost in these thoughts, Smoker happened to see Minos turning to leave. In a fit of fury, Smoker bellowed, "You demon, what have you done?" Time now circles back to the present. Minos was on the verge of departure when he caught sight of the speaking smoke. Initially filled with bewilderment, he soon recalled that this was none other than the infamous blabbermouth from the original work. Speaking of Smoker, Minos held a vivid impression of him, not as a figure of justice within the Navy, but rather as a quintessential fool, constantly boasting of his prowess while being utterly incapable of defeating anyone. Had it not been for the Navy's protection, Smoker would have met his demise during the events of the Old Sand incident. To Minos, Smoker epitomized a typical individual who was oblivious to the vastness of the world and the limits of his own abilities. Minos held a deep disdain for such a pathetic character, who incessantly prattled on while being nothing more than a waste of space. Contemplating these thoughts, Minos's expression darkened, and he felt compelled to teach this blabbermouth a lesson. As for why he refrained from killing Smoker, it was simply that doing so would lead to considerable trouble. Smoker had yet to truly come into his own. Minos believed it prudent to avoid an outright confrontation with the Navy, for otherwise, his future days would be fraught with difficulty, and he might even find himself summoned for a chat by a Marine Admiral Akiji. At that juncture, he would truly be at a loss, for while he could escape, it would be a most humiliating affair. Furthermore, it was worth noting that following the war at Marineford, Smoker had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, which only served to increase Minos's potential for bloodshed. To kill him now would be a regrettable loss. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Minos beheld the rapidly approaching Smoker, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. He unleashed a punch, imbued with the power of armament-He, aimed squarely at Smoker. Initially consumed by rage and intent on eliminating the youth before him, Smoker was taken aback as he stepped forward, only to be met with a black fist hurtling towards him. Unprepared for Minos's unexpected display of He, Smoker found himself unable to evade, and in a swift motion, was sent crashing against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust as he fell to the ground. Minos gazed down at the fallen Smog, a blissful smile gracing his face. He murmured to himself, "At last, I have landed a punch on this boastful fellow," his heart brimming with joy. Do not inquire why Minos refrained from wielding a sword. The answer lies in his lack of swordsmanship. Minos was delighted for a while, but upon seeing Smog still lying on the ground, he felt a profound sense of boredom. After all, he had merely delivered a light punch. Why was Smog still sprawled on the ground? Was it truly a testament to Smog's weakness, or was he perhaps concocting a surprise attack? Minos, indifferent to whether Smoker was merely feigning weakness or genuinely incapable, addressed the fallen Smoker with a tone of cold disdain. "Surely, a mere minnow like you should not succumb so easily. That would indeed be quite dull. If you do not rise to your feet, I shall gladly accept your subordinates." At this juncture, Minos's tone grew animated, for Smoker-S soldiers were indeed a source of potential slaughter. Minos's remarks were not solely intended to provoke Smoker. They were also inspired by the sight of the soldiers approaching from a distance, unmistakably Smoker's own. Had Smoker been privy to Minos' thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence. He had no intention of launching a surprise attack, for he had genuinely been knocked down by Minos' powerful blow. Minos possesses considerable strength, comparable to that of a vice-admiral. Is it not entirely reasonable for him to effortlessly defeat the Captain Smoker with a single blow? Upon hearing Minos' menacing words, Smoker trembled as he struggled to rise to his feet, the act of standing proving to be an arduous task. Minos gazed at Smoker, who had just risen, a mocking glint intensifying in his eyes. At that moment, Smoker appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and his complexion ashen, blood trickling from his mouth, presenting a woeful sight. Yet, this did nothing to diminish the derisive gleam in Minos' gaze. It was due to the resilience of the natives in this pirate-infested world. Their physical prowess was truly remarkable. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, they seemed to recover with astonishing swiftness. Of course, this did not apply to natural ailments or the complete severance of a limb. But other injuries healed rapidly. After struggling to his feet, Smoker looked at Minos in fear and exclaimed, "Is there truly a pirate of such formidable strength in the East Blue?" Minos pondered, had Smoker mistaken him for a pirate? Although arriving in the world of pirates, not aligning himself with either the pirates or the navy would seem rather out of place. Yet, Minos relished in defying conventions. Thus, he calmly addressed Smoker, declaring, "I am not a pirate, I am a slayer." Smoker, with a face full of confusion, inquired, "What does slayer mean?" Minos, noticing Smog's perplexed expression, calmly remarked, thus, "Any obstacle that stands in my path shall be annihilated. Regardless of whether you are navy or pirate, you are all mere souls at my mercy." The calm demeanor of Minos, imbued with an undercurrent of relentless aggression, left Smoker utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that the youth before him possessed such a formidable bloodlust. Smoker found himself at a loss, torn between labeling Minos as arrogant or foolish. In this world of pirates, the audacity of Minos to confront both the navy and pirates simultaneously was indeed worthy of admiration, albeit bordering on folly. These thoughts echoed in Smoker's mind. Yet he refrained from voicing them. It was evident to him that Minos was a person of resolute determination, and there was little purpose in persuading him to abandon such a reckless notion. Moreover, they were adversaries in this moment. To counsel Minos would appear exceedingly naive under the circumstances. Minos observed the astonishment etched upon Smoker's face, and a profound sense of satisfaction welled within him. It seemed that his prestige had indeed reached its zenith. Was Smoker not utterly captivated by his profoundly impactful words? Nevertheless, Minos remained unfazed by such sentiments. He was determined to deliver a lesson to Smoker, for the latter's insolence warranted it, regardless of any other considerations. Minos raised his fist, preparing to strike Smoker. At that moment, Smoker's subordinates had arrived at his side, encircling Minos. Upon witnessing Smoker's injuries, they roared at Minos in fury. "You fiend! Is it not enough that you have slain so many in Logtown? Now you dare to gravely injure Captain Smoker? Do you not fear the relentless pursuit of the Navy headquarters?" Minos gazed at the encircling Navy personnel, underlings of Smoker, his mood already soured. The threats uttered by the Navy only served to deepen the furrow in his brow, amplifying his discontent. Observing the increasingly audacious behavior of the Navy, a flash of crimson ignited in his eyes as he unleashed his conqueror's hockey. In an instant, all the surrounding Navy personnel, including Smoker, collapsed to the ground. With a long exhale, Minos muttered to himself, "At last, tranquility has returned, free from the nuisance of these insignificant pests." As he surveyed the unconscious sailors, a glimmer of bloodlust flickered in his gaze. He yearned to extinguish their lives. However, the thought of the Marine Headquarters Admiral extinguished his ire in a heartbeat. At that moment, Minos craved immense power. Had he possessed the strength of an admiral, he would have eradicated everyone save for Smoker, believing that only such an act could alleviate his discontent. Yet, he etched this experience into his memory, vowing that should a similar situation arise again, he would harbor no reservations and would strike without hesitation. With this realization, much of Minos's frustration dissipated. He could only lament his own lack of formidable strength. Minos departed without a backward glance. Had there been any insignificant obstacles in his path, he would have unleashed his full power to eliminate them without hesitation. Thus, Minos exited the heart of Rog Town and arrived at the harbor, only to discover a matter of grave concern. "Damn it," he cursed. Moments ago, in his desire to appear formidable, he had neglected to gather supplies in Rog Town. And now, upon reaching the harbor, he realized he possessed not a single provision, nor even a vessel to aid his journey. Minos now finds himself in a state of utter bewilderment. The matter of the vessel is relatively straightforward, after all. There are quite a number of ships docked around this harbor. He could simply procure one at his convenience. However, the real conundrum lies in the procurement of supplies. It is evident that the ships at the port of Rog Town are devoid of cargo and require replenishment. This predicament greatly troubles Minos. Must he truly return to Rog Town to gather a fresh stock of provisions? Such an act would be undeniably beneath his dignity. As Minos contemplated this, a sense of dissatisfaction enveloped him. With a sigh, he resolved to search among the vessels, hoping that fortune might grant him the discovery of some supplies. Thus, Minos began to scour the ships, yet his efforts yielded no results, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Just as he pondered whether to return to Rogue Town for a thorough scavenging, he suddenly spotted a vessel adorned with a seagull flag in the harbor. This revelation instantly ignited a spark of excitement in Minos's eyes. It was evident that this was a small naval ship belonging to the sailors of Rogue Town. Minos gazed at the naval warships, a whimsical idea flickering through his mind. The notion of claiming them as his own emerged, and considering that he had just spared the lives of the Navy from Rogue Town, seizing their vessels seemed quite justifiable. Did it not? Indeed, it was a rational thought, Minos mused. People often seek a fitting rationale to soothe their own conscience. Thus, Minos boarded the naval ship, or rather, it should now be referred to as a ship. Upon boarding his vessel, Minos discovered that the various amenities and equipment aboard were vastly superior to those found on other ships, evoking an impression of utter unfamiliarity. As Minos surveyed the warship, he also sought to ascertain the presence of supplies. In his estimation, there ought to be ample provisions aboard, considering Smog had recently returned from the outside. However, uncertainty crept into Minos's thoughts. Soon, he arrived at a storage room and stepped inside to examine his surroundings. In one corner, he discovered a considerable amount of supplies, sufficient to sustain him for several days at sea. With the acquisition of these provisions, Minos felt an immediate sense of relief and relaxation wash over him. Minos gazed at the shape of his blood-stained attire, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He resolved to take a bath first. While sailing upon the sea, he had no qualms about the prospect of bathing. Upon returning to the harbor, he beheld the vast expanse of the ocean, shed his crimson garments, and plunged directly into the water. Minos is utterly unconcerned about the prospect of drowning. If someone of his caliber were to succumb to such a fate, then he would have no reason to continue living. Minos cleansed the grime and blood from his body in the sea, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the battles of yore. Minos never anticipated that he was merely browsing the internet on a rainy day, only to find himself inexplicably transported to the world of pirates, leaving him with a myriad of emotions. Fortunately, he had acquired this system of slaughter. Otherwise, his existence in the pirate realm would have been utterly futile. Contemplating the system, Minos directed his consciousness towards the interface. Host, Minos age, 19 years skills, intermediate Busashoka Haki, intermediate Kinbunshiku Haki, intermediate Haushiku Haki, water fragmentation fist, standard version, physical condition, robust physique endowed with the strength of the giants. Items: 1 supreme great blade, 1 black justice cloak, 1 mythical Zoan devil fruit. Slaughter value: for 100 points realm, Vice Admiral candidate evaluation, you are already quite formidable. As long as you do not encounter overwhelmingly powerful foes, your life is assured. Minos gazed at the now fairly lavish system panel, his heart brimming with joy. To possess the strength of a quasi-general on the very first day of his traversal, was this not the beginning of a grand ascent? Furthermore, within the confines of his system backpack lay an unconsumed devil fruit of the phantom beast variety. Should he partake of it, his power would undoubtedly escalate even further. As these thoughts coursed through Minos' mind, a surge of excitement and urgency washed over him. He yearned to consume this phantom beast devil fruit to amplify his own prowess. Minos addressed the system. Oh, dear system, to which formidable being does this mythical beast fruit belong? Ding. Host, you have finally remembered me. Ding. This is a Zoan-type dragon fruit, mythical beast variety. Specifically the form of Acnologia, the Black Dragon King. Huh, what? I must be mistaken. Minos exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment. Minos gazed in astonishment at the system's introduction of the mythical beast, the demon fruit, completely taken aback. Minos still found it hard to believe and hastily inquired of the system. Is this truly the creature I envisioned? Ding. Indeed it is. This system does not deceive. It is truly the being you imagined. However, this system has entirely replicated its capabilities, transforming them into a demon fruit of the illusory beast, an existence that is wholly identical to the original. Upon witnessing the system's response, Minos was overwhelmed with excitement, hardly believing that it was inspired by that particular being. The system had crafted a devil fruit, which, upon consumption, would bestow upon him all its formidable powers. The reason for Minos's exhilaration lay in the fact that this mythical beast-type devil fruit was modeled after the Black Dragon King, Acnologia. Indeed, he is the most formidable and significant antagonist in fairy tale. In my personal view, Zirf does not quite measure up. Upon encountering Natsu, he falters, failing to demonstrate his true might. The Black Dragon King possesses a far more dignified presence. Speaking of the Black Dragon King, Minos had a profound impression of him from his previous life. In the world of fairy tale, magic reigns supreme, teeming with powerful spells, including dark magic, annihilation magic, and dragon-slaying magic, among others. However, Minos believed that dragon-slaying magic was the most potent. For centuries prior, the fairy tale realm was primarily dominated by humans and dragons. At that time, humans lacked formidable strength, wielding only rudimentary magic, rendering them quite feeble. It was during this period that someone conceived a plan to become a dragon slayer mage, which, as the name suggests, meant fighting alongside dragons. Coincidentally, the dragon race was embroiled in chaos, divided into two factions, one that favored humans and another that preyed upon them. The dragons that allied with humans were no match for their predatory counterparts. Perhaps we should refer to them as evil dragons. Ultimately, the benevolent dragons chose to share their power with humans to collectively confront the malevolent dragons. Thus, a consensus was reached between the human faction and the dragons allied with them, allowing for the selection of suitable individuals or dragons, those who found each other agreeable. In this mutual satisfaction, the Dragon Slayer Mage was born. Consequently, with the power of dragons at their disposal, humans joined forces with the benevolent dragons to combat the evil dragons, leading to even more intense battles. Minos found himself in profound agreement regarding the conflict among factions. When two powerful races or those with differing ideologies coexist, it is only natural for discord and battles to arise. Thus, humans who wielded the power of dragons began their slaughter of the malevolent dragons. In the throes of battle, the evil dragons gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet this only fueled their wrath, inciting a frenzied retaliation against humanity. As a result of this vengeance, humanity suffered immense casualties. Amidst this turmoil emerged a figure, a human physician of remarkable skill, capable of healing the wounds of dragons. However, he remained exceedingly humble, merely claiming to possess the ability to stop bleeding. He resided in a hidden realm known as Montes Sacred, where humans and dragons coexisted in harmony. This sanctuary was guarded by a dragon named Acnologia, with whom the physician shared a deep bond of friendship. One day, as was his custom, the physician visited Acnologia, only to be informed that the dragon intended to journey to the western continent. Acnologia had heard whispers of the existence of dragon-slaying magic during its travels and feared that such sorcery could bring war to their tranquil realm, resulting in carnage and devastation. Unwilling to allow their sanctuary to be ravaged, Acnologia resolved to investigate the situation. The physician, perplexed by the ongoing conflict between humans and dragons, found it hard to reconcile with the peaceful existence he had experienced in Montes Sacred, where both races had always supported one another. Acnologia, upon hearing the physician's words, deemed them somewhat absurd but chose not to respond. Nevertheless, it expressed its intent to ascertain the truth. Recognizing that the dangers posed by dragon-slaying magic were not to be underestimated. Thus, Acnologia set forth on its journey, accompanied by the physician's hopes for a safe return. During the dragon's absence, the physician awaited its return, yearning for good news and the assurance of safety. At long last, a day arrived when the physician beheld the severely wounded Acnologia. However, in that moment, the dragons of the hidden realm had turned against humanity. In the ensuing assault, the sanctuary was utterly decimated by the dragons. The human inhabitants were annihilated, leaving only the physician alive. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of his fellow humans, a tempest of rage and hatred surged within him, hatred directed towards the dragons and towards Acnologia. Yet, confronted with the futility of resisting the dragons and the impotence of Acnologia's situation, the physician buried his animosity deep within his heart. From that moment forth, the doctor vowed to reclaim his dignity from the clutches of fear, impotence, and hatred. Thus, he succumbed to darkness, no longer seeking the ability to staunch wounds, but rather the power to inflict death upon the dragonkin. Ultimately, the doctor embarked on a quest for strength, seeking the fabled dragon-slaying magic. after enduring countless trials. He finally acquired the coveted spell. Armed with this newfound power, the doctor roamed in search of dragons, mercilessly slaying them. He showed no mercy to the humans who coexisted with the dragon race, believing them to be hypocrites unworthy of life at his hands. In the relentless pursuit of exterminating dragonkind, he gradually forgot his own name. Yet, he retained the memory of the name he loathed above all, Acnologia. Thus, he adopted the name Acnologia as his own. Henceforth, Acnologia emerged, wielding this name as he continued his slaughter of dragons, instilling terror in their hearts. Ultimately, Acnologia eradicated nearly all of the dragon race, save for a few, including the Fire Dragon King. Transformed by the very magic he wielded, he became a colossal dragon himself. Ascending to the title of Dragon King, the Black Dragon King, Minos reflected on the life of Acnologia, who had transformed from a benevolent physician into a malevolent dragon. Thus, the adage that the dragon-slaying youth ultimately becomes the dragon was validated. As Minos emerged from the system interface, he observed himself still afloat in the ocean. After cleansing himself, he returned to the ship. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system, requesting it to don the black cloak. Ding! The black cloak has been equipped, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Minos hastily assessed his own condition. Standing at a height of 3 meters, adorned in an elegant black suit complemented by a black justice cloak, he appeared to be nothing short of a dashing young gentleman. However, the crux of the matter lay not in his appearance, but in the fact that this ensemble rendered him an entirely unconventional admiral of the Navy. Minos contemplated that if he were to join the Navy, he might perhaps earn the title of the Dark Admiral. He chuckled to himself, then cleared his throat and returned to the matter at hand. Minos then retrieved the peculiar demon fruit from his system backpack, gazing at the strange fruit in a daze. Noticing Minos's hesitation to consume it, the system inquired, "Ding. What seems to be the matter, host? Why do you not eat?" Awkwardly chuckling in response to the system's question, Minos remarked, dear system, I find myself reflecting that by consuming this demon fruit, I might potentially elevate my strength to the royal level, which leaves me feeling somewhat apprehensive." The system, rendered speechless by Minos's sentimentality, replied, "Ding. Host, you are overthinking. I neglected to inform you that this Dragon King demon fruit is exceedingly potent, and thus, it has been sealed into 3 phases: juvenile, mature, and peak. Therefore, rest assured, consuming it will not elevate you to the royal level." The system's words snapped Minos back to reality, leading to his flustered exclamation, "Wait, dear system. The notion of having maximum strength is quite appealing. There is no need for such a seal." Minos was taken aback by the system's words. "Oh, come on. I was merely expressing a sentiment. There was no need to take it so seriously." Ding. This system has already been sealed. Alterations are impossible. It was evident that the system had outright rejected Minos's petty complaints. Damn it, he muttered under his breath upon witnessing the system's refusal. Minos was overwhelmed with a profound sense of despair, feeling as though he might weep without tears. He had merely been reflecting on his circumstances when the system unexpectedly presented him with a significant revelation. Life truly is a series of dramatic ups and downs. At this juncture, Minos found himself powerless to alter the course of events. He then inquired of the system whether the Dragon King beast-type devil fruit possessed any drawbacks. Ding. This devil fruit perfectly replicates Acnologia, so there is no need for concern regarding any deficiencies. Even if there were shortcomings, they would be entirely compensated for, rendering the user even more formidable. Of course, take note that the host may experience a slight urge to slay dragons when encountering draconic beings. However, do not fret. This flaw will eventually dissipate. Upon reading this, Minos felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared that acquiring such immense power came with its own set of consequences. As for the impulse to hunt dragons after consuming the Dragon King devil fruit, Minos understood that it stemmed from Acnologia's deep-seated hatred for dragons. Alas, he resigned himself to the fact that this minor drawback was not truly a drawback at all. He would simply overlook it. Next, Minos recalled the weaknesses associated with devil fruits in the pirate world, specifically their aversion to seawater and sea prism stone. He once again consulted the system. "Oh, esteemed system, does the Dragon King beast-type devil fruit fear seawater or sea prism stone?" Ding. No, it does not. In fact, the power of this Dragon King fruit derives from the magic of the fairy world, thus it is unaffected by the rules of the pirate realm. With such a definitive assurance from the system, Minos felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The journey had begun. Although the Dragon King devil fruit consisted of 3 stages, Minos remained unperturbed. as he still had 3 years until the main storyline unfolded. With the aid of the slaughter system during this time, he could undoubtedly grow stronger. Perhaps the Dragon King Devil Fruit could even reach maturity. When that time came, with the system at his disposal and the Dragon King Devil Fruit as his ally, he would be invincible. With this thought in mind, Minos promptly placed the Dragon King Devil Fruit into his mouth, ready to refine it. In the pirate world, there exists a saying that devil fruits are notoriously unpalatable. Is it truly akin to that? Minos consumed the substance, yet he did not experience the anticipated sensation. Instead, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, which left him perplexed. In the world of pirates, those who consumed devil fruits typically found them distasteful, yet he felt none of that. As Minos pondered this mystery, a remarkable transformation began to unfold within him. Sensing the changes in his physique, he leaped from the ship into the sky, enveloped in a shroud of dark, malevolent energy. His hands swiftly morphed into powerful dragon claws, his legs transformed into formidable dragon limbs, and his body expanded into that of a colossal dragon. Enormous black wings sprouted from his sides, while a massive dragon tail emerged from his rear. Ultimately, his head contorted into a fearsome dragon visage, complete with a menacing black snout and fiery red eyes. Thus, Minos became a towering black dragon, resembling Acnologia in every aspect. As the black dragon, Minos soared through the skies with exhilaration, laughing triumphantly, realizing that this was the sensation of flight and that this newfound power was indeed formidable. After consuming the Dragon King's Devil Fruit, Minos underwent a profound transformation, elevating his strength from that of a vice admiral to the exalted tier of an admiral. Furthermore, his physical constitution experienced an astonishing metamorphosis. Without the advanced application of haki, he would be impervious to harm. Presently, Minos's physical prowess can be said to rival that of Kaido in this world of pirates. Remarkably, he is still in his juvenile phase, having just transformed into a dragon, yet possesses such formidable abilities. If he were to reach his mature or peak stage, it would be nearly impossible for anyone in this pirate realm to defeat him. As Minos soared through the skies, he remained blissfully unaware of a reporter in Rogue Town, quietly capturing images with his camera. The subject of his focus was none other than Minos himself. The reporter exclaimed with palpable excitement, "This is a monumental scoop. Thanks to the president. I have captured such a colossal entity. This will surely lead to my promotion." This individual was Yamashita Moya, an employee of the illustrious news mogul Morgan's. Though he had toiled at the newspaper for many years, he had remained in obscurity, a fact that weighed heavily on his spirit, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Morgan's was well aware of Yamashita Moya's plight and recognized him as a diligent employee. Yet the content of his photography was regrettably uninspired and lacked public appeal. Compassionate towards Moya's stagnation, Morgan suggested he venture to the East Blue. Perhaps there he might discover more compelling material, for it was the birthplace of the pirate king, Roger, yet also the site of his tragic demise. Elated by Morgan's guidance, Yamashita set forth to the East Blue, hopeful of uncovering rich stories amidst the legacy of the pirate king. Upon his arrival, however, his initial optimism waned as he realized that both pirates and the navy in this region were rather feeble, rendering his search for worthy material futile. Disheartened, Yamashita eventually made his way to Rogue Town, eager to witness the locale of the pirate king's downfall. As he explored Rogue Town, he was struck by the absence of pirate skirmishes, which he found somewhat perplexing yet refreshing. After spending a few days in Rogue Town, he resolved to venture out in search of inspiration, only to be greeted by an unexpected scene, a band of pirates invading the town. Initially bewildered, he soon overheard the pirates discussing their plan to invade while Smoker was away, seeking retribution against him. Fully aware of the unfolding chaos, Yamashita sought refuge in a secure location, documenting the events with his transponder snail. Observing the invading pirates, he felt a pang of empathy, though he yearned to intervene. His own capabilities were regrettably limited. All he could do was silently hope for Smoker's swift return. In the midst of his distress, Yamashita noticed a red-haired youth rising to his feet. What transpired next was nothing short of astounding. He witnessed the young man unleash a powerful conqueror's haki that rendered both the pirates and townsfolk of Rogue Town momentarily incapacitated. This spectacle left Yamashita utterly astonished and exhilarated. The reason for his immunity to the conqueror's haki, it must be noted, was simply a quirk of fate, as Morgan's employees were indeed a peculiar lot. He had never anticipated encountering such formidable haki in the East Blue. Following the initial shock, excitement surged within him. Here was the material he had long sought, the awakening of a genius. The boy with Conqueror's Haki stuns all. A new supernova emerges. As Yamashita Mo reveled in excitement, he witnessed the red-haired youth ruthlessly slaughtering pirates. Initially, this scene struck him as entirely justifiable. After all, eliminating pirates is a noble endeavor, is it not? Yet, as he observed further, an unsettling fear began to creep in. He had not anticipated the chilling calmness with which the red-haired boy executed his grim task. What did the glint of unquenched ambition in his eyes signify? Yamashita Mo was drenched in sweat, pondering the emergence of a formidable powerhouse. With such composure and decisive brutality, coupled with the gift of Conqueror's Haki, if he were to survive, his ascendance was inevitable. In that moment, Yamashita Mo used a din mushi to document every detail of Minos. As he saw the red-haired boy prepare to depart, he stifled his elation, hoping fervently that the youth would leave quickly, allowing him to send the footage to his editor. This material was bound to go viral, and he would surely earn a promotion as a result. His status would rise, catapulting him to new heights. However, just as Yamashita Mo indulged in his daydreams, events took a sudden turn. Smoker returned, confronting the scene of fallen townsfolk and pools of blood, clashing with the red-haired boy. The clash, if one could call it that, was merely a one-sided thrashing, with Smoker being decisively overpowered by a single punch from the youth, imbued with armament Haki. Witnessing this, Yamashita Mo felt an exhilarating rush. He had captured yet another remarkable piece of footage. The content was astonishing. A red-haired boy topples a Navy rookie with a single blow. At that moment, he heard the boy proclaim himself as the Slayer, vowing to annihilate all enemies, including both the Navy and pirates. This declaration indicated that the red-haired youth intended to oppose both major factions of the seas. Yamashita Mo was once again astounded by the audacity of the Slayer. Such a reckless youth indeed. He recorded the scene where the Slayer utilized his Conqueror's Haki to render the Navy personnel unconscious. Upon concluding this remarkable documentation, Yamashita Mo exhaled deeply. The footage he had captured was truly astonishing. Once revealed, it would send ripples across the entire ocean. Simultaneously, he anticipated the enormous profits that would accompany this monumental news. Indeed, persistence and hard work yield rewards, he mused. Thus, Yamashita Mo observed as the Slayer departed from Logue Town toward the port. He prepared to seek out the newspaper office to relay his findings. But a wave of trepidation washed over him upon realizing he would need to reach the port to find a ship to the office. After all, the Slayer had likely gone to the port as well. What if they crossed paths? It would spell his doom. After much contemplation, Yamashita Mo resolved to proceed to the port. After all, what he captured was of immense significance. Yamashita Mo was eagerly anticipating a promotion and a reward, for he had grown weary of his arduous days. Thus, he slowly made his way towards the harbor, hoping that the killer had already departed. Encountering such a formidable figure would spell disaster for him. As Yamashita Mo ambled near the harbor, he glanced around but saw no sign of the killer, which alleviated his fears. He truly did not wish to confront the notorious red-haired fiend. Just as he relished the fact that he had evaded the killer, he suddenly beheld a figure leap from a ship into the air. Indeed, this was the very killer that had occupied his thoughts. The sight of the killer soaring through the air startled Yamashita Mo, and he bitterly pondered, why hasn't this ruthless individual left yet? Despite his trepidation, as the killer ascended, Yamashita Mo opened his phone worm to capture the moment. It could only be said that he was a true worker, embodying the spirit of diligence, even when his life was at stake. Initially perplexed by the killer's airborne leap, he found himself grappling with confusion. Was this some sort of technique? However, the unfolding scene soon dispelled his doubts. Before him, the killer, once human, transformed into a colossal black dragon, soaring freely in the sky. Yamashita Mo, awestruck by the magnificent creature, murmured to himself, "This is a monster." He had not anticipated that the killer possessed not only formidable strength, but also the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Given the overwhelming presence of the dragon, it was clear that this was no ordinary Zoan. It was likely a mythical Zoan. Thus, Yamashita Mo recorded the transformation of the enormous black dragon with his phone worm. Holding this precious footage, he felt exhilarated. This would truly elevate him. The sea itself would roar with the significance of his material. Once he confirmed that the black dragon had not detected him, Yamashita Mo transformed into a newsbird and hastened to the nearest newspaper office, where other employees would relay the information to Morgans. As Minos soared freely through the skies, he remained oblivious to the presence of an observer capturing his image. Even had he noticed, he would have been entirely unconcerned. His strength had ascended to the pinnacle of a high-ranking general, instilling within him a fearless demeanor towards both generals and the four emperors. Should he find himself outmatched, he possessed the ability to retreat effortlessly. After a lengthy period of gliding through the air, Minos, feeling a waning interest, began his descent towards the ship. If one were to pay attention, a colossal shadow would loom over Rog Town, enveloping the entire area and imparting a sense of oppressive foreboding. Regrettably, the inhabitants of Rog Town had long since succumbed to Minos's overwhelming conqueror's haki, rendering them unconscious. As Minos ascended above the ship, a remarkable transformation overtook him. He metamorphosed from an enormous black dragon into a strikingly handsome youth, adorned with grayish-purple hair, a stern visage, clad in a black suit, and draped in a cloak of justice. Indeed, Minos underwent a profound change, his once crimson locks now flowing in elegant grayish-purple. After consuming the form of the phantom beast, the Black Dragon King, Minos not only acquired its formidable powers but also experienced a transformation in his hair. Now resembling the cool and captivating style of the Black Dragon King, Acnologia, Minos beheld the transformation within himself, a joyful smile gracing his countenance. Minos sighed, reflecting on the unexpected transformation he had undergone, evolving into a figure as cold and striking as Acnologia. This metamorphosis was not merely superficial. It was a profound change from within. His once clear visage, reminiscent of a scholarly youth, had now hardened into an aura of icy detachment, complemented by long, grayish-purple hair. Furthermore, his physique had become increasingly robust and muscular. As Minos attentively sensed the alterations within his body, he discovered the emergence of a dark energy coursing through him. Minos pondered that it must be the dragon-slaying magic. Minos extended his hand, and a mass of black energy materialized within his grasp. This was the dragon-slaying magic. It appeared both sinister and enigmatic, yet Minos felt no trace of fear. Rather, he was filled with immense joy, for this power was undeniably formidable. Minos contemplated that this dragon-slaying spell should indeed be capable of inflicting harm upon nature-based entities, and perhaps even surpass the prowess of Luiying. Minos is particularly eager to engage in a contest with a practitioner of nature-based abilities, as this would allow him to ascertain whether this dragon-slaying magic can indeed inflict harm upon the forces of nature. Minos pondered whether to engage Smoker once more. However, upon reflecting on Smoker's lackluster prowess, he swiftly abandoned the notion. If Smoker were privy to Minos's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude. After this bout, Minos felt a tinge of fatigue and resolved to take a well-deserved rest. He intended to sail the seas aboard his vessel, seeking solace amidst the waves. Yet, to his chagrin, he discovered his inability to operate the ship, which left him in a rather awkward predicament. This predicament reminded Minos of the system's mention of a yacht equipped with an integrated navigation system, a prospect that greatly intrigued him. With this thought in mind, Minos hastily inquired of the system, "Oh, esteemed system, how much slaughter value is required for that yacht with the bill-in navigation?" Ding. It requires 10,000 slaughter points. Upon hearing the system's response, Minos could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. The requirement of 10,000 kill points seemed akin to entrusting oneself to the whims of a maritime king. It appeared deceptively simple, yet in reality it was indeed straightforward. Although Minos currently possessed only 400 kill points, he could easily amass more by confronting a few pirates. If it was said that the East Sea was lacking in pirates, why not venture to Nami's village, Kokoyasi? Furthermore, Usopp's village, Syrup, was also known to harbor pirates. If all else failed, one could always set sail towards the Grand Line in the New World, where pirates thrived in abundance, far exceeding what could be dispatched in a short span of time. With these thoughts in mind, Minos resolved to first visit Usopp's village. After all, it was reputed to host hundreds of pirates, providing ample opportunity to accumulate kill points. Subsequently, he planned to raid Nami's village and confront Captain Mouse, which could potentially yield tens of thousands of kill points. Minos currently cannot use a ship and can only inquire whether the system possesses any regulations regarding helmsmen and navigators. Ding. It requires 200 points of kill value. Each book costs 100 points of kill value. Ding. The system reiterates that as long as the host possesses kill value, everything is possible except for the fantastical. Minos awkwardly addressed the system, stating, "I've taken note of that identifier. Next time, I shall procure directly without inquiring." Thus, Minos proceeded to acquire 2 copies of the beginner's manuals, one detailing the operation of the helmsman and the other elucidating the techniques of the navigator. Upon acquiring Minos, he seamlessly integrated the knowledge of navigators and helmsmen into his mind. Proficient in the art of sailing, Minos deftly steered the vessel toward Usopp's village. Once he confirmed the ship's course was secure, he reclined upon the deck and succumbed to slumber, entirely unconcerned for his safety. Meanwhile, as Minos drifted into dreams, the ocean began to tremble. The first to receive word was the naval headquarters, for during Minos's voyage to Usopp's village, Smoker and the naval personnel, who lay unconscious in Logtown, began to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, Smoker was beset by excruciating pain throughout his body, and his mind was clouded with confusion. He was still alive. He had presumed that the boy who called himself Slaughter would have annihilated them all. To their astonishment, they had miraculously survived. Not only was Smoker bewildered, but the other sailors who gradually regained their senses were equally incredulous, unable to believe they had lived to tell the tale. Some were so overwhelmed by emotion that they wept. This experience had been their most desperate moment. A mere glare had rendered them unconscious, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Noticing the rising cacophony around him, Smoker furrowed his brow and spoke, urging silence, for they should count themselves fortunate to have survived. Heeding Smoker's words, the weeping sailors ceased their tears, and the clamor subsided. Smoker then instructed his comrades to survey the townsfolk for any injured or in need of assistance. Under the guidance of Tashigi, the naval crew began to scour Logtown for its residents. They soon discovered that aside from a small number of fatalities, the rest were unscathed, merely unconscious. A naval officer, upon regaining his faculties, exclaimed that this state of unconsciousness mirrored their own. His words sent a shiver through those present, as a dreadful realization dawned upon them. Indeed, it was the terror induced by Minos, the fear of being vanquished by overwhelming power. Smoker, having overheard the officer's comment, recalled the moment when Minos had cast a gaze upon them, causing them all to faint. Surely, only the conqueror's haki could render so many unconscious simultaneously. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Smoker utilized a Din Mushi to report back to naval headquarters. At that moment, within the office of Admiral Sengoku at the naval headquarters, he was engrossed in paperwork, his brow frequently furrowed, indicating he faced a particularly vexing dilemma. Suddenly, a loud snore pierced the silence of the expansive office, jarring Sengoku further. His mood darkened as he bellowed, "Kong, can you keep it down?" Indeed. The only person audacious enough to slumber in Admiral Sengoku's office was none other than Carp. Awakened by Sengoku's furious reprimand, Carp sprang to his feet, inquiring, "What is happening? Sengoku, are we facing some trouble?" In the midst of the Warring States period, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing Carp's carefree demeanor. Concerning this old friend, he truly struggled to articulate his thoughts. With a resigned tone, Sengoku calmly remarked, "It's nothing significant, merely that your snoring has disrupted my paperwork." Carp, upon hearing Sengoku's words, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Sengoku, does the taste of being Fleet Admiral not sit well with you?" Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness at Carp's comment. After ascending to the rank of Fleet Admiral, he had eagerly anticipated enacting meaningful changes within the Navy. Yet, he soon realized that many matters remained unchanged, and numerous situations were beyond his control. Contemplating these thoughts, Sengoku sighed and confessed to Carp, "I truly envy your carefree existence." Noticing Sengoku's sigh, Carp subdued his playful nature and responded, "Do not be so pessimistic, Sengoku." Sengoku shook his head at what he deemed to be Carp's inadequate consolation. There were countless things he could not articulate, and Carp would never comprehend his struggles. Just as Carp pondered what to say next, the urgent voice of a communications officer pierced through the air outside. The officer called out hastily, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there is critically important intelligence to report." Upon hearing the officer's anxious tone, Sengoku ceased his conversation with Carp and addressed the officer, saying, "Come in and share the significant news." Upon entering the office, the communications officer noticed Carp, a vice admiral, present as well, yet he exhibited no surprise, clearly accustomed to such circumstances. The officer saluted both Sengoku and Carp respectfully. Sengoku gestured for the officer to proceed with the report, while Carp chuckled, "Is there truly something of great importance?" Observing Carp's frivolous attitude, Sengoku erupted in anger, "Carp, please take this seriously. We are about to receive crucial intelligence. Any delay could bear significant consequences." In truth, both Sengoku and Carp held a certain skepticism regarding the officer's proclamation of great importance. After all, what could possibly rival the trivial matters of the celestial dragons in the vastness of the sea? The communications officer, witnessing the bickering between Sengoku and Carp, felt a profound sense of disbelief. It was well known that the camaraderie between Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp was strong, and it was abundantly clear in this moment. Noticing the officer's dazed expression, Sengoku furrowed his brow and, with a hint of irritation, urged, "What is this significant intelligence? Speak swiftly." Startled by Sengoku's mildly irate tone, the communications officer shivered slightly and hurriedly reported, "According to the intelligence from Major Smoker, Log Town in the East Blue has been invaded by pirates. Yet a young boy possessing both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki defeated them. Furthermore, the boy annihilated the entire Wolf Pack pirate crew." Both Sengoku and Karp, who had initially dismissed the matter, instantly became alert. Sengoku, in particular, exclaimed with urgency, "Could you repeat that? A youth with both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki has appeared in the East Blue? As for the so-called Songlong pirate crew, I must confess my ignorance of its existence. After all, my Buddhist beliefs only extend to those with destiny, not to the impoverished." Sengoku could hardly fathom that such a remarkably gifted youth could emerge from the seemingly insignificant East Blue. The reporter, upon hearing Sengoku's urgent remarks, found no reason to dismiss them as mere hyperbole. When he first received this intelligence, he was even more incredulous than Sengoku himself. With a sense of gravity, the reporter reiterated to Sengoku, "After multiple confirmations with Major Smoker, we can assert that this is indeed the truth." Upon hearing this, Sengoku was reminded of the initiator of the Great Pirate Era, whispering to himself, "So this was your design, Roger." Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates has surged, with some driven by desperation and others in pursuit of lofty dreams, even abandoning family for the allure of piracy, regardless of their motivations. Exceptional talents have surfaced, such as Shanks and Mihawk. In contrast, the Navy has begun to falter in its ranks, with the newer generation lacking formidable leaders. While Smoker represents the Navy's new blood, his inflexible nature and overly straightforward approach leave much to be desired. Moreover, aside from possessing the Logia-type smoke fruit, his combat abilities are woefully inadequate. Sengoku shook his head, pondering why so many prodigies choose the path of piracy rather than enlisting in the military. Turning to the reporter, he inquired, "Who is this youth? Is he a pirate?" The reporter replied, "According to Major Smoker's intelligence, the boy claims to be a slayer, not a pirate." Hearing this, Sengoku exhaled in relief, murmuring, "As long as he is not a pirate, that is a comfort." But what, he pondered, does slayer truly mean? Sengoku cast a questioning glance at the reporter, urging him to elucidate. Just as the reporter prepared to respond, Karp interjected, "Isn't it akin to a murderous pirate who merely calls himself a slayer?" Sengoku shot Karp a sidelong glance, thinking, "What do you know?" Karp, sensing Sengoku's disdain, felt disheartened, wondering if he truly was so misguided. The reporter, feeling the tension, awkwardly stated, "Well, Vice Admiral Karp is partially correct." This statement left both Sengoku and Karp bewildered, questioning what it meant to be partially correct. Observing their confusion, the reporter clarified, what Major Smoker originally conveyed was that the youth proclaimed himself a slayer, declaring that he would eliminate anyone who obstructs his path, be they pirate or navy. This revelation left Sengoku and Karp in stunned silence, astonished by the audacity of the boy's claim. Sengoku muttered to himself, "You intend to slay anyone in your way, regardless of whether they are pirate or navy. Truly, what audacity you possess." From this moment forth, Sengoku came to the realization that he and this remarkably talented youth were destined to become adversaries. Within the Navy, several factions existed: the Doves, led by Sengoku himself, advocating for peace; the Hawks, spearheaded by Admiral Akainu, who favored a policy of better to kill one wrongly than to let one escape; and the Slacker faction, represented by Kizaru, who believed in the merit of taking it easy whenever possible. Sengoku pondered that if Akainu were to discover the audacious nature of the Slayer, he would undoubtedly seek to confront him, thus placing the Navy in direct opposition to the Slayer. Akainu remarked, "Sengoku, you are far too conservative." Sengoku retorted, "Silence, Akainu. I am the Fleet Admiral." Akainu replied, "You will come to regret this, Sengoku." With a sigh, Sengoku shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. He found himself at a loss for words regarding Akainu, who harbored an intense animosity towards pirates, ruthlessly eliminating any he encountered during missions. While this could be seen as a positive trait, Akainu's military achievements and formidable strength made him a strong contender for Fleet Admiral upon retirement. However, Sengoku held reservations. Akainu's extreme views rendered him unsuitable for leading the Navy. If Akainu were to assume the role of Fleet Admiral, an offensive against the New World would be inevitable. Reflecting on this, Sengoku sighed once more. His mind raced with thoughts regarding Akainu's potential as fleet admiral, but for now, he needed to address the urgent matter of the pirate invasion at Rogue Town and the so-called Slayer. Should the Slayer indeed become an enemy of the Navy, Sengoku resolved not to hold back. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. The threat must be extinguished in its infancy. Sengoku took a deep breath and instructed the communications officer, summon the other communications officers and notify all vice admirals and above to convene in the conference room. Upon hearing Sengoku's command, the communications officer hurried off to relay the message. Thus, Sengoku called a meeting for all vice admirals and higher ranks within the Navy. When the others received the summons for a meeting, they were filled with curiosity, pondering what could have prompted such a gathering among those of vice admiral rank and above. Though perplexed, they swiftly made their way to the conference room, eager to ascertain the nature of the situation. In contrast to the others' promptness, one individual lagged behind. A look of distress upon his face, grumbling, "Why must there be a meeting? I haven't even had a proper rest yet." Indeed, at this moment, our illustrious Admiral Kizaru, affectionately dubbed Monkey D, Kizaru by netizens, finds himself in a rather languid state. The messenger tasked with summoning him to a meeting wears an expression of dismay, having not anticipated that the Admiral would still be resting. This unexpected predicament leaves the messenger momentarily at a loss, yet the formidable visage of Fleet Admiral Sengoku sends a shiver down his spine, compelling him to muster the courage to rouse Kizaru from his slumber. In the midst of his peaceful repose, Kizaru dreams of a bounteous increase in salary, shorter working hours, and a delightful abundance of leisure time. However, this blissful dream is abruptly shattered by an intrusive voice, which irritates him greatly. The sound grows increasingly insistent, proclaiming the necessity of attending a meeting in the conference room, as if to admonish him that slumber must yield to duty. Awakened with a scowl, Kizaru opens his eyes to find the flustered messenger beside him, further aggravating his mood. So, it is this fellow who has disturbed his rest? How utterly vexing. Observing the now-awake admiral, the messenger feels a mix of relief and trepidation, hesitantly stating, "Admiral Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has instructed you to attend an important meeting in the conference room." Upon hearing this, Kizaru's expression shifts to one of profound discontent, exclaiming, "Why must we convene at this very moment? I have yet to fully recuperate." The messenger, witnessing Kizaru's furrowed brow and evident confusion, replies, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku did not elaborate. Just urged you to hurry." In that instant, Kizaru resolves in his mind, "Might I first enjoy a cup of tea and perhaps attend to my nails before proceeding?" He responds nonchalantly. The messenger internally curses, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. After all, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's directive was for haste, not for leisurely tea and grooming. With a pained expression, the messenger implores, "Admiral Kizaru, shall we not proceed to the conference room first? We can indulge in tea afterwards." Observing the messenger's despondent demeanor, Kizaru pouts and mutters, "How utterly vexing." The messenger, now seething inwardly, thinks, "I cannot endure this any longer. After this encounter, I shall resign." Being a messenger feels akin to being a mere dog. Kizaru, catching the messenger's pained expression, chuckles lightly, "I was merely jesting." He then rises and makes his way towards the conference room. The messenger, grappling with a whirlwind of thoughts, muses, "Admiral Kizaru, this is hardly amusing." Thus, the duo proceeds towards the conference room, while elsewhere, other messengers experience a far smoother journey. For instance, regarding Akiji and Akainu, from now on, I shall refer to them as Akiji and Akainu, not Kazan and Sakazuki. Upon receiving the messenger's words, Akiji merely inquired briefly. Upon realizing that the messenger was uninformed, he proceeded towards the conference room. In contrast, Akainu's response was even more straightforward. After the messenger relayed that Admiral Sengoku summoned him for a meeting, he did not even bother to seek the messenger's opinion. Instead, he adjusted his justice cloak and made his way to the conference room, dismissing the messenger entirely. This prompted a sigh of relief from the messenger, for such disregard was precisely what he preferred. It was evident how immense Akainu's prestige was within the Navy, likening him to a harbinger of doom. Thus, all officers of the Navy, including those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above, gathered for the meeting. Once Sengoku noted that all attendees had arrived, he commenced discussions on the invasion of Rogue Town and the matter concerning the Slayer, the kill count being Minos. The discussions surrounding Rogue Town were not limited to the Navy. Morgans had also learned of the events transpiring there. Morgans, who had been at the newspaper headquarters, was grappling with how to enhance the sales of his publication. Recently, the seas had been devoid of significant occurrences, and the lack of fresh content had led to a steady decline in newspaper sales, causing considerable financial strain. However, in the midst of his frustration, urgent shouts suddenly echoed from outside. The newspaper employees called out, "President! President! We have breaking news." Upon hearing that there was significant news, Morgan's interest was piqued, albeit only slightly. He had already encountered numerous important stories lately, which had initially thrilled him for quite some time. Yet, when he eagerly went to investigate, he was met with disappointment as the reports were all trivial. For instance, there were accounts of a great battle in a certain country and scandals involving a king's infidelity. Seeing such inconsequential news, Morgan scolded the employees vehemently, questioning the usefulness of such reports. After reprimanding the staff, he specifically instructed them not to disturb him unless the news was of utmost importance. With these thoughts in mind, Morgan's allowed the newspaper employees to enter his office with renewed enthusiasm. As soon as they stepped inside, he directly inquired about the source of the news. He had grown weary of hearing trivialities. The employees, eager to respond, informed him, "President, this news was captured by Yamashita-mo. We have just reviewed it, and it is indeed of great significance." Instantly, Morgan's interest surged, for he held great promise for Yamashita-mo. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched him to the East Blue. Morgan's mused that Yamashita-mo must have uncovered something noteworthy in the East Blue, and thus, he decided to take a closer look. He hoped to receive a delightful surprise. Morgan's instructed the newspaper staff to show him the footage captured by Yamashita-moya. Upon initially viewing the material, Morgan's was taken aback to see footage of the East Sea town of Rogu being invaded by the Tsanglong pirate crew, which brought him a hint of astonishment. He mused to himself, "Yamashita-moya has indeed impressed me. He managed to capture such significant events. It seems he has truly progressed." As he continued to watch, he witnessed a young boy using Conqueror's Haki to swiftly annihilate the Tsanglong pirate crew, effectively decimating the entire gang. Morgan's was left in sheer disbelief. Could it be that a boy possessing Conqueror's Haki had emerged in the East Sea? As he delved deeper into the footage, each revelation left him more astounded. The subsequent scenes depicted the instantaneous defeat of a Logia-type smoke fruit user, along with the boy's self-proclaimed title of the Slayer. At this point, Morgan's erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent," 3 times in succession, utterly astonished that Yamashita-moya had indeed captured such critical footage. He envisioned the headline for this news story, "Astonishing. Pirates invade the town of the Pirate King's fall. What role did the Navy play?" And the emergence of the Conqueror's boy. He reveled in the thought of astonishing. The Navy's so-called new stars are utterly useless. And astonishing. The Conqueror's boy claims to be the Slayer, proclaiming his intent to exterminate pirates and the Navy. As he contemplated these sensational headlines, Morgan's chuckled heartily, envisioning the news going viral across the seas. With such a captivating story, newspaper sales would soar, and he would reap a handsome reward in berries. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, a voice interrupted him. A staff member called out, "Chief, you haven't finished yet. There is more about that Slayer." Morgan's, still caught up in his exhilaration, felt a twinge of annoyance at the interruption, prepared to admonish the staff member. However, hearing that there was more regarding the boy piqued his interest, causing him to swiftly resume his examination of the footage captured by Yamashita-moya. Upon reaching the end of the material, Morgan's was greeted by 2 photographs. The first depicted a young boy clad in a black suit and cape, leaping into the air. The second captured the boy enveloped in a sphere of dark energy, as he underwent a transformation into a colossal black dragon. Overcome with excitement, Morgan's exclaimed, "This is a devil fruit, and a mythical zoan type at that." His certainty regarding the classification of the fruit stemmed from his knowledge of mythical zoan devil fruits. The immense aura emanating from the dragon depicted in the photograph instilled within him an overwhelming sense of power, something ordinary devil fruits lacked. After all, he was Morgan's. The king of news, mistakes were not in his repertoire. With this realization, Morgan's promptly instructed the staff to contact Yamashita-moya using a den mushi. At that moment, Yamashita-moya was at the newspaper's branch office, filled with joy and excitement over the news he had just sent to the headquarters. He firmly believed in the footage he had captured, and the president was thrilled by the prospect of remote work. It turned out that Yamashita-mo had hurried towards the newspaper branch office after confirming that the black dragon had not detected him. At long last, through his perseverance, he located the branch office. Exhausted yet resolute, he bypassed any moment of respite and approached the head of the branch, succinctly explaining the situation. He urged the head to immediately transmit the intelligence he had gathered to headquarters for the president's review. Upon understanding the urgency, the branch had promptly collaborated with Yamashita-mo, facilitating the dispatch of the information to headquarters. With thoughts of a promotion and salary increase swirling in his mind, Yamashita-mo was elated to hear the phone bug buzzing. Could it be that the president was preparing to reward him for the intelligence he had submitted? He quickly answered the call, which soon transformed into the likeness of Morgan's. A crane, and a jubilant voice resonated from the other end. Yamashita-mo, you have performed admirably this time. I am awarding you a promotion and a salary increase, along with priority for your future footage. Upon hearing this, Yamashita-mo expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, President, for the reward. It is your guidance that enabled me to capture this footage." Morgans felt a wave of satisfaction upon hearing Yamashita-mo's humble acknowledgement of his reward. Perhaps he had not let down his expectations after all. Morgans continued, "Yamashita-mo, my purpose in contacting you via the phone bug is not solely to commend you. I also wish to inquire about the matter of the Slayer transforming into a black dragon. Surely, it is a phantom beast, is it not? The sense of oppression must be immense." As Yamashita-mo contemplated Morgans' words, he recalled the Slayer's transformation into a black dragon. A memory that instilled both physical and psychological dread within him, causing him to tremble. With a quivering voice, he replied, "President, that is undoubtedly a phantom beast, exerting a formidable sense of oppression, and it is a 100-meter-long dragon." Morgans was taken aback by Yamashita-mo's revelation. He had not anticipated the existence of such a colossal creature. Struggling to suppress his astonishment, Morgans pondered whether this might herald the emergence of another of the four emperors. The thought exhilarated him. If such a figure were to arise, the sales of his newspaper would undoubtedly flourish. With these thoughts in mind, Morgans addressed Yamashita-mo through the phone bug. "Yamashita-mo, I now entrust you with a significant task. This endeavor will be perilous, yet the rewards will be substantial. Should you succeed, the position of vice president shall be yours. Do you dare to accept?" Upon hearing Morgans' words, Yamashita-mo's heart quivered. Yet the thought of the vice president's position spurred him on, and he replied softly, "What do you need me to do, President? High risk, high reward, a gamble. A venture that could transform a luxury into a necessity." Upon hearing the news from the mountain below, Morgans felt a surge of excitement, his lips curling into a subtle smile. He spoke to the communicator, addressing Yamashita. "Do not return to headquarters just yet. Continue gathering intelligence on the Slayer in the East Sea." Yamashita was momentarily taken aback. What? The president was asking him to remain in the East Sea to document the Slayer's actions? This was an exceedingly daunting task. He recalled the fearsome figure transformed into a dragon, and trepidation gripped him at the thought of being discovered by the Slayer, which could lead to his swift demise. Noticing Yamashita's silence on the communicator, Morgans understood his hesitation. After all, the Slayer was indeed a formidable adversary. Morgans, with earnest persuasion, continued, "Yamashita, among our newsroom staff, I have the utmost faith in you. If you accomplish this task, you will truly ascend to the position of vice president. Consider the opportunity before you. If you let it slip away, you may regret it for a lifetime." Morgans pressed on, "The choice is yours, Yamashita. If you prefer to decline, that's perfectly acceptable. I can assign this task to someone else." Upon hearing Morgans' enticing words, Yamashita felt a newfound motivation ignite within him, shifting from reluctance to determination. He assured Morgans, "Rest assured, President, I shall fulfill this challenging endeavor." Seeing Yamashita's commitment, Morgans allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, thinking, "At last, this young man has been swayed." Clearing his throat, Morgans spoke with gravity. "Now, it is up to you, Yamashita. Upon your success, you shall be the vice president." Yamashita, sensing the seriousness in Morgans' tone, replied with fervor, "You can count on me, President." Morgans, pleased with Yamashita's enthusiasm, said, "Then I shall leave you to it. I must hasten to replicate the newspapers so that the entire ocean is informed of this crucial intelligence." With that, Morgans terminated the call and turned to the newsroom staff, exclaiming, "Immediately notify everyone. Cease all other tasks and focus solely on replicating Yamashita's report. I want the entire ocean to be stirred once more." Upon hearing Morgans' directive, the staff nodded eagerly and promptly set about notifying their colleagues. Thus, under Morgans' command, the newsroom staff worked tirelessly to reproduce the newspapers. After a significant period, the papers were successfully printed. Morgans, brimming with excitement, declared, "Let the newsbirds carry the newspapers at the fastest speed, delivering them across the ocean." As the newsbirds scattered newspapers across the vast ocean, the sea itself boiled with turmoil, stirred by a harbinger of destruction. In a certain expanse of the New World, The Moby Dick sailed gracefully, serving as the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. A grand feast was underway aboard the Moby Dick, with Whitebeard contentedly observing his sons revel in merriment. For him, witnessing their joy was a source of profound satisfaction. However, amidst the jubilant clinking of cups, a frantic voice broke through the air. "Father, we are in grave danger." It was Marco, the gatekeeper of the four emperors, who spoke with urgency. A significant event has transpired in the East Blue, involving a young boy possessing Conqueror's.He and the mythical Zoan devil fruit. Marco's alarm stemmed from his daily ritual of purchasing a newspaper whenever a news bird passed by, to stay abreast of current events. Yet today, upon acquiring the paper, he discovered something alarming from the East Blue. After reading the news, he hurried to report to Whitebeard. Upon hearing Marco's distressing account, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, particularly the commanding officers, snapped to attention. Sachi, incredulous, exclaimed, "Captain Marco, could you be mistaken? How could there possibly be a boy with Conqueror's.He and a mythical Zoan devil fruit in the four seas? He even calls himself the Slayer, a butcher of pirates and marines." "Indeed, Captain Marco, are you sure of what you're saying? How could such a figure arise from the weak East Blue? And that title, Slayer, seems excessively audacious." Marco's words ignited murmurs of disbelief among the crew, as they grappled with the notion of such a formidable presence emerging from the notoriously feeble East Blue. Sensing their skepticism, Marco promptly handed over the newspaper for them to peruse. "This is today's newspaper. It meticulously details the events," he insisted. Sachi and the others, hearing the urgency in Marco's voice, quickly turned their attention to the paper. The first image that met their gaze was that of Minos, using Conqueror's.He to incapacitate pirates. Accompanying the image were words describing an incident of pirate invasion in Town, East Blue, where a red-haired boy first stunned the pirates with his haki before dispatching them all. Next, another image emerged, depicting the Slayer, his form drenched in blood. Amidst the gruesome carnage, Sachi and his companions gazed upon images depicting the assailant mercilessly overpowering Smoker, followed by a dialogue between them. The self-proclaimed harbinger of death was seen alongside photographs capturing the Navy and Smoker rendered unconscious by his formidable Conqueror's.He. Surrounding these images were words of astonishment. How could a rookie in the Navy be so ineffective? It turned out that Smoker, witnessing the bloodied figure of the killer, assumed he was responsible for the massacre in Town and prepared to confront him, only to be thoroughly defeated. At the conclusion of the newspaper, an image of a youth leaping into the air, transforming into a colossal black dragon, captured their attention. The revelation that this boy, possessing Conqueror's.He, also wielded the mythical Zoan devil fruit, left them in disbelief. Could this be yet another emperor of the sea? After reading the paper, Sachi and his companions could hardly fathom that such a figure had emerged from the East Blue. Regarding the self-styled harbinger of death, they remained indifferent, pondering who among them had not slain Navy or pirates. Marco, noticing the expressions of Sachi and the others, smirked mockingly. "See, I wasn't lying to you." Sachi and the others, confronted with Marco's ridicule, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I just can't believe such formidable individuals could arise from the East Blue," Sachi chuckled awkwardly. Others chimed in, "Indeed. We never expected such talent to emerge from the East Blue." Marco rolled his eyes at their comments. At that moment, Whitebeard spoke up. "My sons, what has transpired to leave you so astonished?" Hearing their father's voice, Marco and the others exclaimed, "Dad." Sachi then presented the newspaper to Whitebeard, explaining the emergence of a powerful figure in the East Blue. Upon reading the paper, Whitebeard mused internally. Once again, the East Blue has produced a formidable character. As for the boy calling himself the harbinger of death, Whitebeard dismissed the notion, thinking, "Surely, I have slain more pirates and Navy than he ever could." Observing the worried expressions of his sons, Whitebeard boomed, "Ha ha, silly boys, there's no need for concern. He's just a mere child. After all, I am Whitebeard." Following his resounding declaration, his sons cheered, "Truly, you are our father. As long as you are here, we fear nothing." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the ship, a stout figure dressed in black, who seemed out of place, bore a serious expression. Indeed, this incongruous presence was none other than our infamous Blackbeard. Not only did the Whitebeard pirates receive this news, but the other emperors of the sea were also informed. On Cake Island, a colossal woman devoured cake after cake. Her mouth full as she exclaimed, "Hurry up with the cake, I want to eat." This woman was none other than one of the emperors, Big Mom. Upon witnessing their mother's frenzied consumption of food, her children were instantly reminded of her recurring bout of anorexia. They feared the wrath that would ensue if food were insufficient. and the mere thought of her furious demeanor filled them with dread. Even the formidable Katakuri was not exempt from this anxiety. At that moment, a figure entered, the eldest son. Snack. Approaching Katakuri, who stood with arms crossed, he quietly inquired, "Has mother succumbed to her anorexia again?" Katakuri nodded in response. Recognizing Katakuri's demeanor, Snack refrained from further comment, acknowledging that it was simply how Katakuri was. Then, Snack slowly declared, "Katakuri, a significant event has transpired in the East Blue." After uttering this, he handed a newspaper to Katakuri. Upon hearing Snack's words, Katakuri's attention sharpened as he accepted the paper and glanced at it. In an instant, his expression turned grave. Clearly, the news regarding Minos had left him astounded. After perusing the article, Katakuri broke his silence, astonished that such a figure had emerged from the East Blue. Snack, equally solemn, responded, "Indeed. Ever since Roger, the East Blue has not seen anyone of remarkable prowess." Katakuri then queried Snack, "What should we do now? Should we inform Mom about the news in the paper?" Snack shook his head, suggesting, "Let us wait until Mom regains her composure before showing it to her. Otherwise, we risk incurring her wrath by disturbing her now." With Snack's words, Katakuri crossed his arms once more and fell silent. Thus, the members of the Big Mom Pirates observed their captain indulging in cake. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, another gathering was taking place. Red-haired Shanks was boasting to his crew about his past as a member of the Roger Pirates. Hearing this audacious claim, the crew members exchanged incredulous glances. Noticing their disbelief, Shanks quickly insisted, "I swear, it's true." All right, Captain, we believe you," they replied, though their tone suggested a lack of conviction. The crew erupted into laughter at the scene. Frustrated, Shanks wondered why his earnest words were met with such skepticism in this day and age. Amidst the playful banter, a figure approached, wearing an expression of disbelief. "What do you do when you have an unreliable captain?" he mused. "Is it too late for me to disembark?" This person was none other than Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Renowned for his formidable hockey and esteemed as one of the most intelligent minds of the seas. Shaking his head, Beckman remarked gravely, "A significant event has occurred in the East Blue." The members of the red-haired pirates fell silent upon hearing Beckman's grave tone, attentively awaiting his forthcoming words. However, Shanks remained unfazed, laughing heartily. "Beckman, there's no need to be so serious. Nothing is more significant than our celebration." Beckman, at a loss for words, found himself exasperated by Shanks' carefree demeanor. He turned to Shanks with a serious expression and proclaimed, "Captain, we truly have a significant matter at hand. A young individual possessing Conqueror's hockey and a mythical Zoan devil fruit has emerged in the East Blue." Upon hearing this, the crew of the red-haired pirates was left in shock. Could it be possible? A formidable figure has emerged in the East Blue? Such a revelation was utterly unbelievable. Beckman surveyed the boisterous crowd around him, choosing to remain silent. He then cast a meaningful glance at Shanks, who, at that moment, had ceased his frivolity and wore a serious expression. After handing the newspaper to the crew, Beckman approached Shanks. "It seems that the East Blue has indeed given rise to an extraordinary individual," he remarked. Shanks, however, burst into laughter once more. "Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us continue to indulge in our drink." He took Beckman by the arm and led him into the crowd, where the crew resumed their revelry, disregarding the newspaper entirely. Thus, even the perplexed Beckman was swayed by Shanks' exuberance. In the New World, on Onigashima, Kaido was in his lair, drowning his sorrows in drink as he lamented, "I long for death. Who will bring an end to my life?" The Calamities, King and Queen, observed Kaido's drunken antics with an air of indifference. It was evident that Kaido's inebriation often led to such behavior, a phenomenon they had grown accustomed to over time. As they exchanged knowing glances, King remarked, "Has the captain begun again?" Queen replied, "Indeed, Kaido has lost his wits once more." Just then, a pirate rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Kaido, we have a grave situation." The urgency in the pirate's voice drew the attention of both King and Queen, while Kaido continued to wallow in his despair, leaving the messenger visibly unnerved and unsure of how to proceed. However, it was King who broke the tension, inquiring, "What is happening? Why the panic?" The messenger, upon hearing King's question, hastily replied, "Lord King, a significant event has transpired in the East Blue. Here's today's newspaper." Taking the newspaper, King dismissed the messenger with a wave. The messenger, relieved, hurriedly exited, eager to escape the tense atmosphere. As King examined the newspaper, his demeanor shifted from casual indifference to grave seriousness. Meanwhile, Queen, noticing King's focused gaze on the paper, fell silent, Curiosity piqued about what could have occurred. He inquired directly. Jean, what is this newspaper about? Why has it rendered you speechless? Jean remained silent, merely handing the newspaper to Quinn. Upon receiving it, Quinn muttered, "What is this? So mysterious." As he scanned the page, he gasped, "How is this possible? A boy possessing Conqueror's.He has appeared in the East Sea. And he is also a user of a mythical Zoan devil fruit?" Quinn's exclamation caught the attention of Kaido, who was indulging in drink. He questioned Jean and Quinn. "What is all this fuss about?" Seeing Kaido's sobriety, Quinn hastily replied, "Lord Kaido, a boy with Conqueror's.He has emerged in the East Sea. And he is a mythical Zoan devil fruit user." Kaido, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Quinn, quickly show me the newspaper." His beast pirates crew was comprised of various Zoan fruit users. So the revelation of a boy with Conqueror's.He and a mythical Zoan ability was indeed a remarkable gift from nature. Upon viewing the newspaper, Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This lad is truly talented. I must recruit him into the beast pirates." Jean and Quinn exchanged glances but chose to remain silent, well aware of Kaido's nature. Kaido then instructed them, "You two keep a close watch over the beast pirates base. I will journey to the East Sea to seek out this young boy. He might just become our companion." With a resigned tone, Jean and Quinn responded, "Then we wish you a successful journey, Admiral Kaido." Kaido nodded at them. And before their eyes, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, his form reminiscent of a creature with a camel's head, deer's antlers, rabbit's eyes, cow's ears, serpent's neck, clam-like abdomen, carp-like scales, eagle's claws, and tiger's paws. The azure dragon soared above Onigashima, riding clouds amidst thunder and lightning, and then departed toward the four seas. Jean and Quinn silently observed this spectacle, when Quinn suddenly remarked, "Do you think Admiral Kaido will successfully bring that boy back?" Jean did not answer directly, instead stating, "I believe Admiral Kaido is Joy Boy." After uttering this, Jean turned and left, leaving Quinn bewildered in the wind. After a long while, Quinn finally regained his composure, muttering, "What a fool." Simultaneously, in the office where the 5 elders of the world government convened, the 5 elders were discussing matters concerning Minos, the scientific defense warlord. Jagger Garcia Satan spoke up. "I trust you have all seen the news regarding that red-haired youth?" The judicial warlord, Topman Wokely, responded, "Indeed, we have." The financial deity Zambalin V. Nejiru, with a disdainful snort, remarked, "Ultimately, it is the incompetence of the Navy that has led to the invasion of Rog Town and the emergence of that boy." The environmental deity Makas Mas, however, interjected, "While the Navy has erred, they remain our subordinates and should not be spoken of in such a manner." The agricultural deity Shipod-ji Bide sought to mediate, saying, "Let us refrain from discussing the Navy. Our focus should now be on how to address the matter concerning that boy." Saint Satan proposed, "Why not attempt to win him over? We could offer him a position within CP0. After all, as a mythical Zoan user, his strength should be considerable." To the 5 elders, Minos was merely someone who had recently acquired the mythical Zoan devil fruit, and they did not regard him with much significance. It is essential to note that all 5 of them were also users of the human fruit, mythical Zoan category, having cultivated their powers over many years. As for possessing Conqueror's.He, it was not an unusual trait. Many pirates in the New World wielded it, yet they remained subjugated by the 4 emperors. Without the cultivation of advanced Haki, Conqueror's.He was merely a tool for eliminating weaker foes of little consequence. However, what Saint Satan did not anticipate was that Minos was merely a Faade, his formidable strength derived solely from a killing system. Saint Satan's words left the other elders momentarily stunned. "Indeed, we could recruit him as our subordinate," exclaimed Saint Vajali in admiration of Satan's suggestion. Seeing Vajali's approval, the other elders quickly voiced their agreed. Thus, Saint Satan casually summoned a CP agent to the East Blue to recruit Minos, as if they had already envisioned him as one of their own. Meanwhile, other powerful beings across the seas were also taking note of Minos. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo chuckled to himself as he perused the newspaper. "What an intriguing little brat. I wonder how far he can go." In Alabasta, Crocodile tossed aside the newspaper in his office and remarked to his subordinates, "Pay no heed to this trivial news. Our primary objective is to locate the Pluton. Once we possess the Pluton, I would not hesitate to challenge the world government. A mere child like him is of no consequence." In the ominous triangle of terror, Moria glared at the newspaper in his hands, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Another detestable dragon." Clearly, this brought back memories of the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Kaido. With a cruel smile, Moria vowed, "Should you dare enter my territory, I will ensure your demise and seize your shadow." On Krajagana Island, Zaro, known as Hawkeye, sat quietly within his palace. With one hand holding a glass of red wine and the other grasping a newspaper, he leisurely indulged in both, delighting in the moment. As he savored the wine, he perused the newspaper, feeling quite content. Hawkeye, having drained his glass, remarked, "A formidable individual has emerged in the East Sea." He then added, almost wistfully, "Alas, he is not a swordsman." His words reflected a certain disappointment that the person mentioned in the newspaper was not a master of the blade. Although merely a warlord of the sea, Hawkeye possessed extraordinary swordsmanship, rivaling the likes of the red-haired Shanks without experiencing defeat. After Shanks lost an arm, Hawkeye lost interest in their swordplay duels. Thus, he yearned for a true swordsman to challenge him. Defeating such an opponent would be the pinnacle of achievement. Clearing his throat, he shifted his focus. On Nine Snake Island, the territory of the warlord Empress, she received the newspaper without a second thought, exclaiming, "I am truly exquisite. No matter my faults, I shall be forgiven." With the activation of her sweet fruit powers, the women of Nine Snake Island were instantly enchanted, their eyes forming heart shapes. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, Jinbei, the warlord and sea knight, also received the news regarding Minos, exclaiming, "Humans are indeed blessed, yet another formidable being has appeared." At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, upon glimpsing the newspaper in his hands, was filled with profound thoughts, reflecting, "A hero has indeed emerged from the youth." Beside him stood a young boy with yellow hair, who inquired, "Mr. Dragon, what momentous event has transpired?" This boy was none other than the future Flame Emperor, Sabo. Though still youthful, he possessed remarkable strength. Noticing Sabo's inquiry, Dragon directed his gaze towards him and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Years ago, while passing through his homeland, he witnessed the devastation wrought by the celestial dragons. In that moment, he saw Sabo, a survivor lost in despair. Dragon persuaded Sabo to join the Revolutionary Army, initially believing him to be an ordinary boy. However, he soon discovered Sabo's extraordinary talent during training. Consequently, Dragon arranged for Haku and Kuma to serve as his mentors, occasionally offering guidance himself. Sabo, living up to expectations, worked diligently and developed formidable strength. Yet, he remained somewhat inexperienced. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a powerful commander. After contemplating many things, Dragon turned to Sabo and remarked, "It is merely an intriguing individual that has surfaced in the East Sea." Upon hearing Dragon speak of an interesting person in the East Sea, Sabo's spirits lifted considerably, as Dragon rarely praised anyone. Sabo inquired, "Surely, someone worthy of Mr. Dragon's attention must be remarkable." Dragon, curious about Sabo's eagerness, handed him the newspaper with a soft chuckle, "Do not be shocked upon reading." Upon hearing Dragon's words, Sabo's interest was piqued, and he immediately turned his gaze to the newspaper in his hand. With just a glance, shock washed over his face. The mere mention of the Conqueror's Haki was enough to captivate attention. Noticing Sabo's astonishment, Dragon chuckled and shook his head. After perusing the entire newspaper, Sabo's expression of disbelief lingered. He could hardly fathom that a new formidable figure had emerged in the East Blue. Sabo remarked with a hint of bitterness, "Mr. Dragon, this intriguing individual is far from ordinary. Not only does he possess Conqueror's Haki, but he also wields the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. How could he be simple?" Dragon, observing Sabo's pained expression, softly replied, "Indeed, that person is exceptional, but Sabo, you are no less formidable than he. Your talent is among the strongest I have ever witnessed. One day you shall become a true powerhouse." With Dragon's comforting words, a bright smile returned to Sabo's face. He then affirmed to Dragon, "I will not disappoint you or anyone else's expectations." With that, Sabo dashed off into the distance, seemingly preparing for training. Seeing Sabo's resolute words and his readiness to train, a look of satisfaction spread across Dragon's face. Thus, nearly all the powerful individuals across the vast seas had heard of Minos, some praising him while others derided him. There were even those who lamented that at such a young age, he was oblivious to the world's vastness, wishing for a strong contender to quell Minos's burgeoning reputation. Unbeknownst to Minos, even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart, who would quibble over the value of slaughter. A day later, Minos awoke from his slumber. Instinctively surveying his surroundings, he realized he was aboard a ship, comprehending that his journey into the world of pirates was indeed real, not merely a dream. Stretching his body, Minos stood up, muttering to himself, "What a delightful sleep." He then inquired, "System, where are we headed?" Ding. According to the system's observations, we are nearing Robussy village. Upon hearing the system's response, Minos mused, so we are almost at Robussy village. Should I eliminate Usopp right now? After all, he will only be a companion of Luffy, filled with dreams yet lacking understanding. Minos was eager to eliminate Usopp right then and there. However, contemplating Usopp's future bounty of 500 million berries, he realized that Usopp equated to a staggering 5,000 points of slaughter value. This thought filled Minos with excitement. But as he reflected on the considerable distance between Usopp and that coveted 5,000 points, his enthusiasm swiftly transformed into disappointment. Consequently, Minos resolved to teach Usopp a lesson. Perhaps by breaking his limbs or by threatening Usopp's cherished one, Miss Kaya, right before his eyes. Miss Kaya, I trust you wouldn't wish for Usopp to come to harm. Would you? Ahem. This is merely Minos's perspective, not that of the beleaguered author. The author is but a simple soul, entirely oblivious to such matters. Only aware of crouching down, rising up, and sitting down. Yet, upon realizing that Usopp's beloved Kaya was still a mere child, Minos lost interest entirely. After all, he had no inclination towards the allure of youthful beauty. He aspired to become a great pirate with a benevolent spirit. Thus could he truly be swayed by such trivial temptations? With this thought, Minos fervently chastised himself internally. A while later, Minos's ship gradually approached the harbor of Robussy village. Upon arrival, he was immediately struck by a sense of being watched, which caused him to furrow his brow in concern. The source of this scrutiny was none other than the lackeys of the Black Pirate crew. Their captain, Kuro, had feigned death to deceive the navy, plotting to seize the wealth of a sickly heiress. Members of the Black Pirate crew were stationed on the outskirts of Robussy village, poised to receive Captain Kuro. The sight of a naval ship arriving in Robussy village was decidedly ominous for them. Upon realizing it was a naval vessel, the scout hastily retreated to report to the first mate. Minos gazed into the void where the feeling of being watched had once lingered, recalling that in the original tale, it was the crew of the Black Pirates who had roamed this area. That unsettling sensation must have been caused by one of their members. In Robussy village, there exists a pirate known as Kuro, whose bounty is said to be around 16 million berries. Additionally, there is another pirate with a bounty that appears to be a mere 900 berries. This implies that several thousand points of slaughter value have been credited today. A cold smile crept across Minos's face at the thought, as he leaped from the ship onto the sandy beach, feeling the warmth of the sand and the sun. He mused, it seems that all that is missing is a beautiful lady to complete this scene. After indulging in the sunlight and the beach, Minos made his way toward Robussy village. Meanwhile, as Minos approached the village, the Black Pirates on the other side received alarming news. They had not anticipated a naval warship arriving at Robussy village. This could jeopardize their captain's plans. Observing the flustered crew, Zhang Yao spoke in a low, authoritative tone. Keep your voices down. Do you want to attract the navy? Upon hearing Zhang Yao's commanding words, the crew fell silent. Zhang Yao, relieved by the sudden quiet, sighed inwardly, fearing that their foolishness might summon the navy, which would spell trouble for them. Pondering the situation, Zhang Yao turned to the scout with a serious expression. How many navy personnel have arrived? Is it merely a few hundred? Before the scout could respond, Zhang Yao continued to muse aloud. If it's only a few hundred, then as long as we proceed cautiously, victory is not out of reach. The scout, witnessing Zhang Yao deep in thought, wore a bitter expression, contemplating whether to interrupt him to disclose that there was only one person aboard the naval ship. However, fearing the severe repercussions of interrupting Zhang Yao, the scout remained silent. Eventually, Zhang Yao realized the scout had not answered him. Had he miscalculated? And were there indeed more navy personnel than he assumed? Noticing the scout's continued silence, Zhang Yao pressed. How many navy personnel are there? Report immediately. The scout thought to himself. Finally, the vice captain is catching on. He replied, report, vice captain. There is currently only one person on the naval ship. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao's mind raced with disbelief. One person? So, I have been engaging in a battle of wits with thin air all this time, and now you tell me there is only one? Does that not make me a fool? He glared at the scout, gritting his teeth. You useless waste, why didn't you say something sooner? The scout reflected. When would I have had the chance to respond? Yet, he still replied honestly, Vice Captain, did you not previously state that no one should interrupt you while you speak? Zhang Yao, rendered speechless by the words of the scout, chose to bypass the topic. Clearing his throat, he slowly began, since they only require a navy, what is there for us to fear? If the situation were to be exposed, we could simply eliminate the navy and abscond with the captain's funds. It is nothing of great consequence. Evidently, Zhang Yao mistook Minos for a member of the navy, perceiving him as a lamb ready for slaughter. However, he was unaware that Minos was neither a navy officer nor a helpless sheep, but rather a voracious dragon. At that moment, Minos sauntered towards the village and, as he neared, encountered a youth with naturally curly hair and an elongated nose. It was none other than Usopp. Despite feeling a surge of trepidation upon seeing the imposing figure of Minos, clad in a sleek black suit and a matching cape, Usopp mustered the courage to approach and inquired, "Pardon me, have you come from afar?" Minos couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the timid Usopp. Indeed, he truly embodied one of the cowardly trio of the Straw Hat Pirates. Minos replied, "I hail from beyond, and I seek you along with a band of pirates." "Seek me?" Usopp responded, bewildered. "I have never encountered you before. Why would you be looking for me?" He then hurriedly inquired, "And what do you mean by that group of pirates? Are there pirates in our village?" Observing Usopp's perplexed and anxious demeanor, Minos burst into laughter. "I seek you because I find you rather displeasing, and I intend to teach you a lesson. As for the pirates, they indeed exist. And one of them happens to be the butler of your childhood companion, Kaya. He is a pirate." At that moment, Usopp was too overwhelmed to question how Minos was aware of him, of Miss Kaya, or even that her butler was a pirate. Hearing Minos's words only intensified Usopp's fear. He could not fathom why this maniac would wish to discipline him, especially when he had never met him before. Additionally, the thought that Kaya's butler was indeed a pirate filled him with dread for her safety. Minos did not allow Usopp a moment to utter a word. With a single, decisive blow, he struck Usopp squarely in the face. In that instant, Usopp was rendered unconscious. The Minos had prudently moderated his strength. Otherwise, a single punch would have been fatal. Observing Usopp sprawled on the ground, Minos shook his head and remarked, 5,000 points of slaughter value. And you ought not to perish so easily. Otherwise, you would truly be of no worth. Ignoring the incapacitated Usopp, Minos proceeded directly to a splendid little villa. Indeed, this was the residence of Usopp's beloved, the elegant Kaya. Minos, utilizing his observation haki, swiftly discerned the entirety of the villa's interior. At that moment, only two individuals occupied the premises. One was Koya, and the other was Chloe, who had assumed the guise of a butler. Koya reclined in a room on the second floor, her pallid countenance gazing vacantly out the window, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chloe toiled in the kitchen on the ground floor, seemingly concocting a remedy, likely intended to alleviate Koya's ailment. Minos, witnessing this heart-wrenching yet touching scene, could hardly bear to intrude. Thus, he pondered, perhaps a roar from the Black Dragon would serve as an appropriate greeting. Ahem, returning to the main topic. Minos pushed the door open and beheld Crota, who was laboriously concocting potions. "What a pity," he remarked, "a pirate can disguise himself to such an extent, even reducing his status to that of a mere steward." Meanwhile, Crota was preoccupied with thoughts of why this annoying individual had not yet perished. Suddenly, a voice from behind him declared that his identity had been compromised, causing Crota to freeze in place. He was profoundly shocked. When had this person arrived without his notice? And who had revealed his identity? Suppressing his astonishment, Crota slowly turned around to face a youth with long, grayish-purple hair, a cold demeanor, clad in a black suit and draped in a dark justice cloak. In that moment, Crota's heart sank. He feared that his identity as a pirate had been irrevocably exposed. How could the Navy have discovered him and traced him to this location? Evidently, Crota had mistaken Minos for a naval officer. In a desperate attempt to extricate himself from the situation, Crota stammered, "Sir, you must be mistaken. I am merely a humble steward, not the pirate you seek." Minos found himself amused when he realized that Cleo mistook him for a naval officer. It was rather amusing that he had inadvertently been mistaken for one. If someone were to discover Minos's thoughts, they would undoubtedly remark, "Brother, have you taken a moment to observe yourself? Clad in a black suit and draped in a cape of justice, though dark in hue, you bear a striking resemblance to a naval officer." Minos, perceiving that Kuro was still feigning ignorance, directly elucidated Kuro, former captain of the Black Sea pirate crew, who, weary of the pirate's life, orchestrated his own death to evade the Navy's pursuit. After injuring Colonel Monka of the Navy, he allowed Zango to hypnotize him into believing that Kuro had perished. "Indeed, your ploy is quite impressive," Minos commended Kuro. He continued, "Subsequently, Kuro transformed into a butler to assist Miss Kaya with her domestic affairs. During their time together, Kuro discovered that Miss Kaya possessed considerable wealth. Thus, he plotted to seize her fortune upon her demise. Tell me, am I mistaken, Kuro?" At this moment, Kuro's heart was tumultuous. He had not anticipated that the person before him would possess such profound knowledge of his past. Even the recent event involving Zango's hypnosis of Colonel Monka and his recent guise as a butler were known to this individual. This revelation left Kuro in a state of bewilderment, pondering where the misstep had occurred. Could it be that Zango had betrayed him? Unable to comprehend, Kuro's expression darkened as he demanded, "Who are you, and how do you know me so intimately?" Minos gazed at the sullen-faced Klo, refraining from answering his inquiry. Instead, he uttered a phrase that Klo could not comprehend. Should the lesser beings possess the awareness befitting their status, and ought the value of slaughter to carry its own comprehension? Klo found Minos's words profoundly perplexing, yet sensed a hint of condescension that ignited a simmering indignation within him. However, lacking insight into his opponent's true capabilities, Klo hesitated to take action. Minos, unwilling to indulge in idle chatter, swiftly approached Kuro. With a single, powerful punch, Kuro was vanquished. Indeed, he was no more. And this was not akin to Usopp's ordinary strikes. Minos exerted genuine force in this encounter. Thus, the individual, reputed for possessing an intellect akin to Beckman's, was decisively overcome by Minos's might. Following Kuro's demise, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 160 points of slaughter value. Minos, upon hearing the long-lost sound of acquiring kill points, felt a surge of excitement wash over him. This familiar system notification seemed to be a harbinger, urging Minos to prepare for the impending carnage. Just as he was reveling in the auditory affirmation of his recent triumph over Crow, a figure staggered down the stairs from above. It was none other than Miss Kaya, the owner of the villa. Kaya, who had been contemplating the intricacies of life in her room upstairs, was perplexed by the sudden clamor emanating from below. After all, it appeared that only she and the butler were present in the house. Who, then, was the butler conversing with? With this confusion in mind, Miss Kaya descended the staircase. However, as she approached the landing, the noise below abruptly ceased, followed by the unsettling sound of an object crashing to the ground, deepening her bewilderment. As Kaya directed her gaze downward, she beheld a strikingly handsome youth with long, grayish-purple hair, clad in a dark cloak, standing in her home, while her butler lay sprawled on the floor. In an instant, Kaya's imagination conjured a grim narrative. An intruder had breached her sanctuary, and in a valiant struggle, her butler had met his untimely demise. Fueled by indignation, Kaya confronted the intruder, demanding, "Why have you trespassed into another's home and taken the life of my butler? Are you not aware that such actions are against the law?" As Minos reveled in the delight of the system's notifications of slaughter, a voice, tinged with both inquiry and ire, reached his ears, compelling him to direct his gaze toward its source. There, in the stairwell, stood a girl, her complexion pale and her form frail, exuding an air of melancholy. This scene resembled a narrative plucked straight from a fairy tale, an anguished maiden encountering her aloof prince. Ahem. Perhaps I have strayed from the intended script. Minos was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Kaya in the stairwell, who immediately confronted him. After a moment of contemplation, Minos replied nonchalantly, "I will concede that I intruded upon your residence, but I stand by my actions. Furthermore, I acknowledge that I took the life of your steward. However, I must clarify that your steward was not a commendable servant, but rather a pirate. Thus, do I owe you an explanation for slaying a pirate?" Kaya, witnessing Minos's blatant audacity, was instantly incensed. He had intruded upon her home and murdered her steward, only to audaciously claim that her steward was a pirate. This was utterly incomprehensible. It was essential to note that her steward had always treated her with kindness. How could he possibly be a pirate? Consumed by her fury, Kaya shouted at Minos, "You trespassed into someone else's home, murdered the steward, and slandered him as a pirate. I believe you are the true pirate here." She was utterly speechless, truly at a loss for words. Minos was genuinely taken aback by Kaya's utter irrationality, and he could hardly be bothered to engage in further conversation with her. After all, one would expect any reasonable person to react similarly. To intrude upon another's home and take a life is bound to provoke outrage in anyone. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Kaya collapsed in the stairwell. Clearly, Minos, disinclined to offer explanations, unleashed his conqueror's haki without hesitation. Minos does not show mercy to the delicate. What use is that? Unless it is for the goddess of the dawn. Upon witnessing Kaya faint, Minos exited the villa, for he sought to acquire more kill points. For instance, at another beach in the village of Robzi, there were indeed members of the Black Pirate crew gathered there. Minos, with his observation haki activated once more, discerned another location occupied by the Black Pirate crew. This revelation filled Minos with exhilaration, as he anticipated the arrival of his coveted kill count. Thus, he proceeded steadily towards the Black Pirate crew's stronghold. Unbeknownst to them, the crew was already under the watchful gaze of a hunter. Zhang Yao was still engaged in discussions with his comrades regarding strategies to confront the Navy, succinctly asserting that their adversary consisted of merely one naval officer. Once discovered, there was no need for fear. They should simply engage and eliminate him. While Zhang Yao and his associates were fervently preparing for the impending confrontation, Minos had already approached the vicinity of their stronghold. Minos gazed at the pirate ship in the distance, his heart racing with exhilaration. This was a chance for slaughter. After all, without hesitation, Minos made his way towards the vessel of the Black Pirate crew. The members of the Black Pirate crew soon noticed the unexpected guest, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had not anticipated that this navy would truly discover their presence. Seeing the eagerness in the eyes of the pirates aboard, Zhang Yao calmly remarked, "In that case, let us extend a warm welcome to this Navy officer." Upon Zhang Yao's words, the pirates of the Black crew eagerly seized their weapons, responding, "Aye, Captain. We shall ensure he receives a most hospitable reception." Minos is now nearing the vicinity of the Black Pirate's ship and has naturally overheard the pirates boasting about their intention to treat him well. This left Minos momentarily taken aback, before he softly chuckled and remarked, "How utterly absurd." Minos smiled faintly, then with a surge of strength in his legs, leaped gracefully from the ground into the air, landing firmly upon the vessel of the Black Pirate crew. Minos leapt forth, astonishing the crew of the Black Pirate gang. They had not anticipated that this navy could exhibit such prowess, vaulting into the air from such a distance and landing deftly upon their vessel. As the realization dawned, Zanga and the other pirates cursed vehemently, "Damn the navy. Do you court death by daring to set foot on our ship alone?" HM? Minos gazed at the pirates who hurled insults at him, pondering if they had mistaken him for a member of the navy. How amusing. The pirates of the Black Pirate crew, observing the silence of the naval officer before them, grew increasingly irate, believing that Minos was looking down upon them. At the behest of Zango's commanding gaze, two pirates stepped forward, flanking Minos as they approached with the intent of delivering a thorough reprimand to this insolent naval figure. Minos silently observed the two ragtag pirates approaching him, allowing them to draw near without making a move. Minos's haughty demeanor further incited the ire of the other pirates and the two insignificant ones before him. Subsequently, the two minor pirates swung their blades directly at Minos. A sharp clang reverberated through the air as the blades shattered upon contact, leaving Minos utterly unscathed. The onlookers from the Black Pirate crew were left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom that Minos's physique surpassed even that of steel. Zango, in disbelief, exclaimed, "This is impossible. How can the navy be so formidable?" Clearly, both Zango and this band of pirates were lacking in worldly experience. Yet, in this feeble East Blue, how much wisdom could one expect from such lowly brigands? Minos observed the shattered blade of the miscellaneous fish, marveling at the remarkable strength his body had attained. It was astonishing that he could sustain no harm even without the use of haki, in stark contrast to the pitiful carp, who had been grievously wounded by the inept Colonel Monka with a mere axe strike, truly a source of embarrassment. Henceforth, Monka earned the mockingly bestowed title of Axe Emperor from countless online commentators. The members of the Black Pirate crew, witnessing the shattering of their comrade's weapon, were at a loss, unfamiliar with such a predicament. As they stood dumbfounded, Minos smirked at their bewilderment. He then shook his head. Clearly disinterested in squandering time on such trivial foes, the acquisition of kill points was his foremost priority. With this thought in mind, Minos leaped into the air. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the Black Pirates, he raised his hands, unleashing the water-flowing rock-shattering fist in an instant. The crew beheld a multitude of fists descending upon them with astonishing speed. At that moment, despair enveloped the hearts of the Black Pirates. They could not fathom the terrifying prowess of this marine, realizing that they were utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike. Thus, as countless shadows of fist rained down, the Black Pirate crew, along with their ship, was obliterated into a mist of blood and fragments. Just as Minos's fists descended upon the remnants of the Black Pirates, the system's voice echoed forth, "Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 kill points. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 90 kill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 kill points." Minos once again heard the system notification indicating the acquisition of kill points, and a sense of delight swelled within him. After all, in his eyes, kill points held the utmost significance. Minos listened as the system's notification sound ceased. He promptly directed his consciousness towards the system panel. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate conquerors hockey, flowing rock-shattering fist, standard version, navigator techniques, helmsman techniques. Physique, peak of the 4 emperors items, 1 supreme great blade kill value, 1950 points realm, admiral level, black dragon form, peak of the 4 emperors, evaluation, you have grown immensely powerful. As long as you do not encounter an enemy of the king level pinnacle, your life remains secure. Minos gazed at the system panel, which had undergone yet another transformation, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Notably, the attributes of his physique and realm had shifted significantly. His physique, once indicative of the strength of the giant race, was now designated as the pinnacle of the 4 emperors. Furthermore, his realm had escalated from a quasi-admiral to a high-ranking admiral, a change he could comprehend, given that he had consumed the Dragon King fruit, resulting in a remarkable surge in his prowess. However, what confounded Minos was the presence of an additional Dragon King form, still classified at the pinnacle of the 4 emperors. Did this imply that the Dragon King form possessed even greater strength? Unable to fathom this, Minos promptly inquired of the system, "Oh, dear system, what is the meaning of these alterations to my physique and realm? It appears that quite a few changes have transpired." After Minos consulted the system, its voice resonated in response. Ding. This is displayed based on the evaluation of your physical attributes and strength. Ding. Your physique has undergone 2 transformations. One is the enhancement of your extraordinary constitution, and the other is the augmentation from consuming the demon fruit of the Dragon King from the beast species. Ding. Initially, your physique was already formidable, and after consuming the Dragon King's demon fruit, it has grown even more powerful, now reaching the pinnacle of the 4 emperors. Ding. Regarding your realm of power, this too has been assessed by the system. Your human form is indeed somewhat weaker, however, with diligent cultivation, your human strength will eventually rival that of your Dragon King form. Ding. Additionally, host, your Dragon King form corresponds to that of Acnologia. Naturally, it is immensely powerful. Is that not to be expected? Minos listened intently to the system's exposition and, at last, felt he had grasped the situation. He had indeed grown stronger, but had not lost his hair. Having reached this conclusion, Minos turned his attention to the section detailing his kill points, which had surged from a mere 200 to an impressive 1950. Upon reviewing the system panel, Minos calculated that he had eliminated 150 pirates, yielding 1,500 kill points. Adding to this were the 160 kill points from Klo and the 90 from Zango, culminating in a total of 1,700 kill points. When combined with his original 200 points, he now possessed a grand total of 1,950 kill points. After surveying the kill points, Minos's consciousness withdrew from the system panel. Minos lamented, acquiring this kill value is indeed a formidable challenge. The system, upon witnessing this brazen display from Minos, was rendered speechless. Ding, ding. It would be quite simple for the host to amass such value by vanquishing a few waves of pirates. Minos, upon seeing the system's suggestion, couldn't help but find it quite reasonable. He began to ponder whether, in the wake of his burgeoning strength, he had gradually succumbed to complacency, losing the desire to engage in the slaying of foes, be they pirates or naval forces, to accumulate kill value. As Minos contemplated this, he suddenly let out a roar. How is this possible? He aspired to become the pirate version of the great immortal, destined for eternal life and traversing the heavens. How could he possibly pause midway? After exclaiming, Minos felt invigorated, almost eager to engage in a grand battle, proclaiming his desire to take on 10,000 foes. In high spirits, he glanced around, only to be reminded of the devastation he had wrought, prompting a light chuckle of self-reflection. Ah, the advantages of possessing formidable strength. Even combat flows with such grace. Had the black pirates overheard Minos's declaration, they might have been incensed to the point of resurrection. Ultimately, Minos pondered. It seemed his business in the village of Robushi was complete, whether it was administering a lesson to Usopp or vanquishing the black pirate crew. He had seemingly achieved his objectives. Moreover, he had inadvertently knocked out a beautiful maiden with his conqueror's haki. With a sigh, Minos turned and made his way to the seaside, where his ship awaited him. Before long, Minos boarded his vessel and began to deliberate on his next destination. Should he head to Nami's village, Kokoyashi, or set sail directly for the Grand Line? When it comes to places abundant with pirates, the Grand Line in the New World undoubtedly reigns supreme, teeming with adversaries for him to dispatch. However, Minos's inclination was to meander through the East Blue before venturing into the Grand Line. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to explore the East Blue first. He would visit Kokoyasi village, slay a few pirates and marines, and then make his gradual journey to the Grand Line, amassing some kill points to procure a yacht for a more comfortable voyage. Thus, Minos skillfully navigated the ship towards Kokoyasi village. As he reclined in a random spot aboard the vessel, he realized he had yet to partake in any sustenance since arriving in this pirate world. However, the thought of preparing a meal himself seemed daunting. Coughing lightly, he clarified, it wasn't that he couldn't cook, but rather that he was simply too lazy to do so. Consequently, Minos addressed the system. Hey system, is there any way to purchase some food from your marketplace? The system responded in a calm manner. Ding. I shall reiterate. Aside from items from fantastical worlds, this system is equipped with everything you may need. Minos, slightly embarrassed by the system's unwavering confidence, mused, could this system be too absolute? Nevertheless, he proceeded to request, all right, system, please provide me with an enormous roasted chicken and a bottle of beer from 1982. Ding. The system has acknowledged the host's request, and food items have now appeared in the system's marketplace. Please proceed to make your purchase using kill points. Oh. Upon hearing such a formal statement from the system, Minos felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. Subsequently, he directed his consciousness towards the system's interface, revealing a marketplace brimming with an array of culinary delights. Among the offerings were the most familiar dishes, such as hot pot, grilled fish, roasted chicken, and fried rice. Notably, a section for beverages had also emerged, featuring options like cola, vintage 82 wine, and beer. Minos beheld the array of delectable foods displayed on the system panel, and he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscent of days gone by. Back on Blue Star, these items were not only commonplace but also delightfully scrumptious. After a moment of wistful reflection, Minos resolved to indulge in a grand roasted chicken and a bottle of beer from the vintage of 82 to satiate his appetite. However, when he glanced at the prices of the roasted chicken and beer on the system panel, he could hardly contain his astonishment. Minos questioned the system with a hint of incredulity. Oh, esteemed system, is there not a slight discrepancy in your pricing? Responding to Minos's inquiry, the system's voice emerged, calm and unperturbed. Ding, there is none. With a derisive chuckle, Minos pressed on, then pray tell, why does a roasted chicken require 50 points of slaughter value, while a beer demands 20 points? The system, maintaining its indifferent tone, replied once more, Ding, esteemed host. This pricing is entirely reasonable. Is there a problem? Minos was fuming. This was undoubtedly problematic, and indeed, a significant issue. In other words, the moment he purchased a roast chicken and a bottle of beer, he would forfeit 70 points of his kill value. This essentially equated to being a pirate with a bounty of 7 million, did it not? Contemplating this, Minos let out a cold laugh and remarked, Oh, you are quite unreasonable. Is it not a tad excessive to charge 100 million for this? Upon hearing Minos's words, the system remained unfazed. Ding, host, my pricing is already quite reasonable. Ding, consider this. You desire a generous portion of roast chicken, and given your appetite, a slightly higher price is justifiable, don't you think? The system continued with a tone of earnestness. Ding, dear host, sometimes you ought to reflect on your own circumstances. Is it not the case that your inability to earn kill points is why you cannot afford better food? Ding, you must strive harder. Minos gazed at the words conveyed by the system, utterly astonished. Did this seem somewhat familiar? It felt as though he had encountered it before. Ahem, wrong stage. Especially the final point, where the system earnestly urged him to strive for the acquisition of kill points, left him utterly speechless. So, not only could he not afford to eat, but it also blamed him for not diligently obtaining kill points. Sighing deeply, Minos clenched his teeth and ultimately purchased a generous portion of roasted chicken along with a bottle of beer from 1982. In an instant, a magnificent roasted chicken and a large bottle of beer appeared aboard Minos's vessel. Minos exited the system panel and, upon seeing the food before him, inexplicably experienced a sensation of remarkable value. How curious. He savored the roasted chicken and sipped the beer, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Yet, a twinge of discontent lingered in his heart as he recalled that the system had deducted 70 points from his kill value. Minos pondered that the acquisition of a yacht had become an urgent necessity. Otherwise, he would inevitably face financial ruin at the hands of the system. While Minos reveled in the pleasures of life aboard the vessel, Usopp, who had collapsed in Robsy village, regained consciousness. As Usopp sat up, he was engulfed in confusion, unable to fathom why he found himself sprawled on the ground. Then, like a familiar script unfolding, a sharp pain surged through his head, prompting fragmented recollections. He recalled encountering a certain individual before succumbing to defeat. Suddenly, he remembered the ominous revelation that the butler, clad in black, was indeed a pirate. This realization filled Usopp with great trepidation, and he hurriedly dashed towards Kaya's residence, fervently uttering, "Kaya, please be safe." Upon arriving at Kaya's doorstep, he noticed the door ajar. Yet the house was enveloped in an unsettling silence, sending a chill of alarm through him. Despair washed over him as he thought. Could it be that Kaya has fallen into peril? With a heart heavy with dread, Usopp cautiously stepped inside Kaya's home. As he crossed the threshold, he stumbled upon the butler, Kuro, lying lifeless on the floor. Confusion washed over him. Was this not the very butler who was said to be a pirate? Why was he now sprawled on the ground? In a moment of clarity, Usopp recalled the figure in black, cloaked in a cape, who seemed to have come seeking him and the pirate. Could it be that the pirate lying before him was a victim of that very individual? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became, and a flicker of hope emerged within him. He thought, if that person spared Kuro, perhaps he would also spare Kaya. Clinging to this fragile optimism, he resolved to ascend the stairs. However, as he cast his gaze upward, he was met with the sight of Kaya collapsed in the stairwell. Usopp rushed to her side, anxiously checking for any signs of life. Relief flooded over him when he detected her faint breathing. His worries began to dissipate, and he gently carried Kaya upstairs, urging her to rest. Once Usopp had settled Kaya comfortably, he returned downstairs to confront the nearly lifeless body of Kuro. With a heavy heart, he resigned himself to the grim task of disposing of Kuro's remains outside. After some time, when he re-entered Kaya's home, he discovered that Kaya had awakened. Observing her pallid complexion and vacant gaze, Usopp expressed his concern, saying, "Kaya, the ordeal has passed. Please do not dwell in sorrow any longer." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Kaya was instantly moved to tears, prompting Usopp to rush to comfort her. With his persistent reassurances, Kaya's sobs gradually subsided, and Usopp remained by her side during this poignant moment. Meanwhile, as the Minos sailed leisurely across the sea, an unexpected visitor arrived in the town of Rogue. A tall man with slightly curly hair and an unremarkable face, riding a bicycle, made his entrance. Indeed, he was none other than Admiral Aokiji. At that moment, Aokiji arrived at the Navy base in Rogue Town, taking a seat in the position formerly occupied by Smoker. Aokiji, appearing somewhat drowsy, gazed at Smoker and Tashigi, who bore their bandages. Observing Aokiji's demeanor, Smoker was taken aback. He had not anticipated the arrival of this particular individual from headquarters. Aokiji, with a teasing glint in his eye, remarked, "Ah, I ascend this our Navy's rising star, Smoker. It has been long, yet you seem to have lost your luster." Smoker, upon hearing Aokiji's jest, felt utterly helpless. It was evident that the light had faded from his expression. The entire ocean was aware of his one-sided defeat at the hands of the slaughterer, which had also tarnished the Navy's reputation. The most frustrating part was that he had no control over the situation. Who could have anticipated that the young boy would be so formidable? In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Noticing Smoker's increasing dismay, Aokiji ceased his teasing and adopted a serious tone. Regarding the invasion of Rogue Town and the damage to the Navy's reputation, the higher-ups are quite furious. Initially, I had no intention of coming, but seeing Akainu's murderous intent, I felt compelled to appear. Smoker, upon hearing Aokiji's words, was struck with shock and disbelief. He had not realized that even Admiral Akainu had been roused. The thought of Akainu's ruthless nature filled Smoker with concern. Sensing Smoker's apprehension, Aokiji continued in a reassuring manner, "There is no need to worry. He will not be returning for the time being." With Aokiji's words, Smoker's anxiety gradually began to ease. Yet, he still inquired, "How do you intend to address this situation?" Aokiji, upon hearing Smoker's question, found his thoughts drifting back to the recent meeting held among the Navy's high command. Time rewound to the moment when Sengoku convened the Navy officials. As Sengoku surveyed the gathered personnel, he spoke with gravity. "Today, a significant event has transpired in Rogue Town in the East Blue." The Navy officials, upon hearing the mention of a major incident in the East Blue, were filled with curiosity, wondering what could possibly constitute a significant event in such a desolate region. As Sengoku surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the incredulous expressions on the faces of the naval officers, mirroring his own sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the gravity of the situation, he would scarcely have believed that anything of significance could transpire in the East Sea. He began to speak slowly, revealing that Rogue Town had been invaded by pirates. Yet amidst the chaos, a young boy possessing Conqueror's haki and a mythical Zoan devil fruit had emerged. annihilating the entire pirate crew. Upon hearing this, the naval officers were left in utter shock. The invasion of Log Town, coupled with the emergence of a boy with such formidable powers, was astonishing. Since the Navy had grown in strength, their influence across the seas had become substantial. Even minor skirmishes had not emboldened pirates to invade. Thus, the news of an incursion into Log Town was indeed shocking. Moreover, should this information reach the New World, it would undoubtedly be a source of derision among other pirates, tarnishing the Navy's reputation. The existence of a boy wielding conqueror's haki and a mythical Zoan devil fruit was equally breathtaking. However, it was crucial to note that this boy had yet to reach the level of the four emperors. What the naval officers were unaware of was that Minos had already attained extraordinary power. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither an admiral nor Sengoku would prevail against him. Meanwhile, Akainu, seated nearby, furrowed his brow upon hearing Sengoku's remarks regarding Log Town and the boy. Clearly, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on his mind. As the atmosphere in the office grew tense, Akainu finally spoke. In a low, grave tone, he remarked, "I believe the naval base stationed in Log Town was under the command of a certain Major Smoker. Is that correct?" This insinuated that both the pirate invasion and the appearance of the boy were directly related to Smoker's oversight. Where had he been during the invasion? And what of his whereabouts while the boy was vanquishing the pirates? Could this be construed as dereliction of duty? With Akainu's words, the atmosphere in the office became even more strained. Smoker was known to be aligned with the more moderate faction, and this incident would undoubtedly provoke Akainu's ire. The other vice admirals exchanged glances, contemplating how best to navigate the unfolding situation. The affair concerning Log Town had the potential to ignite fierce factional disputes, making it imperative to determine their allegiances. Akainu's declaration caused significant ripples within the office, leaving the moderate faction visibly unsettled. In particular, Akiji, who had always been at odds with Akainu due to their fundamentally contrasting ideologies, found himself in a precarious position. He vividly recalled the O'Hara incident, when Akainu had ordered the use of the Buster Call, resulting in the massacre of all scholars on the island, including the destruction of escape vessels. The scene had incited a fierce argument between them, and to this day, their relationship could only be described as that of estranged colleagues. At this moment, Akainu unexpectedly aimed to take action against Smoker, which provoked his ire. Akiji retorted sharply, "Admiral Akainu, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion. Smoker may very well be out apprehending pirates. How can that be deemed a dereliction of duty? Furthermore, the matter of that young lad slaying pirates is arguably a commendable act. At the very least, it has spared Log Town from further casualties. Moreover, this incident is not primarily Smoker's responsibility." Following Akiji's pointed remarks, the atmosphere in the office grew palpably uncomfortable for the other vice admirals. However, there were two exceptions, Carp and Kazuru. Carp paid no heed to the escalating tension between the two, busily consuming a packet of senbei he had procured from somewhere. Meanwhile, Kazuru nonchalantly pulled out a nail clipper, tending to his nails, while pouting his lips in a peculiar manner and muttering, "Kawa and I, how terrifying." Their actions notably diffused the atmosphere within the conference room. Sengoku observed the interplay between Akainu and Akiji throughout, but refrained from interjecting, recognizing that his words might stir greater turmoil. Moreover, he was the leader of the Dove faction among the Navy's various factions. Upon hearing Akiji's rebuttal, Akainu's expression soured. He calmly reiterated, "Even if Smoker was out capturing pirates, the fact remains that something has gone awry, and he bears responsibility, which could be construed as neglecting his post." Akiji, visibly perturbed by Akainu's relentless pursuit of Smoker, erupted, "Are you suggesting we should treat him as you did with the O'Hara refugee ship, leaving no survivors?" As Akiji spoke, an icy aura began to emanate from him. Noticing Akiji's apparent intent to confront him, Akainu sneered coldly, "I am merely following orders, unlike you, who seems to have let someone slip away." As he spoke, the temperature around him started to rise. The tension between Akiji and Akainu left those seated nearby feeling exasperated. Silently cursing, this is truly a clash of ice and fire. Just as Akiji and Akainu seemed poised for a confrontation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice thundered, "Are you two prepared to brawl in this serious conference room? Do you not fear becoming a laughingstock?" With Sengoku's furious outburst, the intense heat and chill surrounding Akainu and Akiji dissipated instantly. In this moment, they chose not to defy Sengoku. Observing the now subdued Akainu and Akiji, Sengoku shook his head in resignation, genuinely at a loss for how to proceed. Both Akainu and Aokiji were regarded as the pinnacle of strength within the headquarters. As admirals of the Navy, it was inconceivable to mete out punishment over such a trivial matter. Reflecting on this, Sengoku sighed inwardly, thinking, this position of fleet admiral is becoming increasingly arduous. Perhaps it is time to consider retirement in the near future. As the admirals in the conference room pondered their thoughts, an urgent voice from outside interrupted the atmosphere. Report to Admiral Sengoku, there is a significant event. Upon hearing the sudden arrival of the communicator, Sengoku felt a surge of joy. The current mood in the room was rather tense. He was at a loss for how to continue the meeting, and the arrival of the communicator might just alleviate the tension and allow the discussions to resume. Sengoku calmly responded, "Come in," though he couldn't help but wonder what pressing matter had arisen. As the communicator entered the meeting room, he was met with the intense gazes of the high-ranking officers, which filled him with considerable pressure. Fortunately, Sengoku broke the silence. "If there is something urgent, please speak now. We can address any major issues during this meeting." The communicator let out a sigh of relief and responded eagerly. News King Morgans has somehow captured the events at Logtown and is now disseminating them across the seas. Here is today's newspaper. The communicator's words stirred a wave of commotion in the expansive conference room, rivaling the chaos stirred by Akainu and Aokiji. Sengoku, incredulous, exclaimed, "What did you say? Morgans has exposed the events at Logtown?" The communicator's revelation struck Sengoku hard. He had believed the communicator's arrival was timely, but it turned out to be a shocking revelation. Noticing Sengoku's displeasure, the communicator handed him the newspaper, stating slowly, "This is today's newspaper, which contains all the details regarding Logtown." Sengoku's expression darkened as he scanned the paper, immediately seeing the invasion of Logtown and the humiliating defeat of the Navy's rising star, Smoker, at the hands of a mere boy. Furthermore, the article questioned the Navy's new star, portraying him as utterly ineffectual. Fuming, Sengoku muttered, "Damn Morgans." The other officers, witnessing Sengoku's fury, were filled with curiosity about the unfolding events. What could have provoked Admiral Sengoku's wrath? With this intrigue, the naval leaders fixed their eager gazes upon him, hoping for an explanation. Realizing their curiosity, Sengoku, albeit reluctantly, handed the newspaper to Admiral Tsuru, requesting her to provide clarity. As Tsuru received the paper, she understood Sengoku's intent. Although merely a rear admiral, her esteemed reputation stemmed from her camaraderie with Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr during their time together. After a thorough examination of the paper, Tsuru comprehended the situation. As she had surmised, it pertained to the events at Logtown and was detailed as if the reader had witnessed it firsthand. Observing the eager expressions of her fellow admirals, she resignedly stated, "This newspaper discusses the events at Logtown. It is unclear where Morgans acquired his information, but it has now been disseminated across the seas." The words of the advisor, Tsuru, left the assembled commanders in a state of shock, their gazes dulled by disbelief. They had not anticipated that the incident at Logtown had been uncovered and made public. This revelation would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of their navy even further. Akainu, in a fit of irritation, rose to leave the conference room. Sengoku, witnessing Akainu's abrupt action, was puzzled. He addressed Akainu, saying, "Sakazuki, where do you think you are going? The meeting has not yet concluded." In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Akainu bluntly declared, "The prestige of the Navy is suffering a severe decline. I must deal with those arrogant pirates and those who abandon their posts, bringing disgrace upon our forces." His words struck the other commanders with astonishment. Indeed, Sakazuki was true to his nature. Kazan, unable to remain seated after hearing Sakazuki's assertion, stood and interjected, "Sakazuki, you are being too extreme. Smoker is still a commander of the Navy. How can you simply execute him?" Akainu's fury ignited at Kazan's words. "Isn't it Smoker's incompetence that has led to our Navy's diminished reputation? If we do not execute him, then who is to say that others will not abandon their posts, plunging the Navy into chaos?" Kazan found himself at a loss for words in the face of Akainu's fierce retort, yet he managed to respond, "If you wish to execute Smoker, you must first go through me." With that, Kazan's formidable presence re-emerged. Sensing that Kazan was preparing to confront him, Akainu bellowed in anger, "Very well. I have long been displeased with you. You always target me. Let us settle this now." With those words, Akainu unleashed a powerful aura, ready to teach Kazan a lesson should he dare to strike. The other vice-admirals, witnessing the impending clash between Akainu and Kazan, could only shake their heads in disbelief. Had they not just quelled their previous confrontation? Sure enough, Sengoku's furious voice echoed once more. You two fools, are you truly going to proceed like this? We are in a conference room. Do you intend to start a battle here? It is utterly incomprehensible. Do you not realize that if you engage in a fight today, tomorrow's headlines will read, Shock, Navy admirals at odds, suspected of fierce combat. Do you wish for the entire ocean to be aware of your brawl? The other commanders, eavesdropping on Sengoku's furious outburst, were taken aback. While Sengoku had previously expressed anger over the Lowtown incident, it did not compare to his current level of wrath. Clearly, Akainu and Kazan had succeeded in inciting Sengoku's utmost fury. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Tsuru finally intervened, stating enough. Sakazuki and Kazan, you two should withdraw for now. Regarding the matters of Rogue Town, we shall inform you once our meeting concludes. Akainu, upon hearing the words of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, took this opportunity to withdraw, slowly retracting the formidable aura emanating from his being. Akainu cast a deep glance at Akiji and addressed the assembled Navy commanders with a tone of indifference. I shall take my leave for now. With that, he turned and exited the conference room, not sparing Akiji a single glance. Clearly, the discord between him and Akiji had intensified. He found no desire to engage in further trivial discourse with Akiji. It was better to settle matters through strength in the future. Once Akainu departed, Akiji also subdued his own aura, uttering, Then I shall take my leave as well, before exiting the meeting room. Sengoku, observing the departure of both Akainu and Akiji, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Both were admirals in the Navy, yet their conflicting ideologies had led to a fierce rivalry. The other commanders wore varied expressions. Surprised that the anticipated clash between Akainu and Akiji had concluded so abruptly, it was indeed unsatisfying. Kizaru, however, remained unperturbed, meticulously tending to his nails, as if this matter held no weight for him. Meanwhile, Garp was utterly nonsensical, having dozed off while munching on rice crackers. Completely oblivious to the renewed contention between Akainu and Akiji, one could only say, such as Garp. Regaining his composure, Sengoku regarded the other commanders, feeling resigned. Even if this incident escaped the attention of other factions at sea, it would surely become known among the Navy. Sighing at this thought, Sengoku lamented. I truly envy that fellow Garp. He frets over nothing. Had I known, I would never have taken on the role of Fleet Admiral. Suddenly, an idea struck Sengoku. Why had Garp remained silent during the imminent clash between Akainu and Akiji? Puzzled, Sengoku cast a glance towards Garp, only to find him sound asleep, blissfully enjoying his rice crackers. At that moment, Sengoku felt a surge of imbalance within. Here he was, grappling with these trivial matters, while Garp savored his slumber. How could this be tolerated? With a voice laced with indignation, Sengoku exclaimed, Garp, wake up. We are still in a meeting. Once again, the other commanders turned their gazes toward Garp's position. They beheld the absurd sight of Garp, oblivious and clutching his rice crackers. This ludicrous scene brought a twitch to the corners of their mouths, and they couldn't help but admire the legendary Garp. Awoken by Sengoku's furious call, Garp looked around at the assembled company and, rather than feeling any embarrassment, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Is Sengoku here to eat? Thank you for the reminder. Garp's words elicited uncontrollable laughter from the other commanders. However, considering that today the Fleet Admiral Sengoku has already experienced considerable anger, he refrained from laughing. Though his facial expressions were difficult to control, our Admiral Kizaru, too, watched the bizarre scene with admiration for Vice Admiral Garp, exclaiming, Truly impressive, Vice Admiral Garp. Sengoku, further infuriated by Garp, found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless once again by his old comrade. Admiral Tsuru, witnessing Garp's antics, shook his head in resignation and suggested, Garp, perhaps you should excuse yourself for now. We will notify you once our meeting concludes. To Tsuru's remark, Garp felt not a hint of sorrow. Instead, he was elated and eagerly inquired, Really? Then I shall take my leave. Tsuru nodded in affirmation, signaling that he could go. Once confirmed, Garp burst into hearty laughter, seemingly oblivious to Sengoku, who was on the verge of unleashing the Buddha shockwave. Seeing that Sengoku was about to lose his composure, Tsuru interjected once more, Garp, you should really depart. The cafeteria may have opened. Upon hearing Tsuru's words, Garp promptly rose from his seat, muttering, I must hurry, otherwise I shall miss my meal. Thus, the carefree Garp exited the conference room without a trace of hesitation, disregarding the naval personnel present. Sengoku, relieved that the disruptive individuals had left, exhaled deeply but still muttered under his breath, What manner of people are these? I cannot remain in this position any longer. Tsuru, Witnessing the departure of the raucous trio felt a sense of futility as well. It was indeed a rare occurrence for two admirals and a naval hero to be absent from a meeting. Consequently, after their exit, Sengoku and the others proceeded to address the matters concerning Logetown. Firstly, regarding the invasion of Logetown. Some officers argued that it was imperative to quell the pirates in the four seas to uphold the Navy's reputation and deliver a severe lesson to these marauders. Next, concerning Smoker, Sengoku decided on a light punishment, relegating him to the rank of major for the subsequent years, making promotion exceedingly difficult unless he made substantial contributions. Lastly, regarding the Slayer, they first inquired about the Navy's stance, hoping to discern any potential for goodwill. Should there be any, they would seek to ally. If not, they would adopt an adversarial approach. Should they detect traces of the Slayer turning to piracy, they would dispatch forces to suppress him, denying him any opportunity for growth. After careful consideration, Sengoku and his colleagues resolved to send Admiral Akiji to Logetown. Unlike Akainu, Akiji was not so extreme and would likely handle the situation with discretion. As for Kizaru, he expressed his desire to seek out Vegapunk, claiming he had no time to spare. Observing Kizaru's demeanor, Sengoku felt a twinge of suspicion that Kizaru might be seeking to shirk his responsibilities once again. Finally, Sengoku instructed the persistent communications officer to inform Akiji of his assignment, thus concluding what could hardly be deemed a proper meeting for the Navy. Upon learning that he would be heading to Logetown in the East Blue, Akiji too sighed with relief. Though this would increase his workload, he willingly accepted it. His only concern was the arrival of Akainu. Once he arrived, Smoker's days would surely become arduous. Thus, after receiving the news, Akiji swiftly mounted his bicycle and set forth toward the sea, transforming the path into a frozen route. With Akiji's diligent efforts, they soon arrived at Logetown. After a thorough discussion between Akiji and Smoker, the latter was drenched in cold sweat, nearly facing a confrontation with Admiral Akainu. Grateful, Smoker expressed his thanks to Akiji, saying, "Kazan, I owe you one this time." Akiji, unfazed by Smoker's gratitude, waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We are good friends. However, for now, you will have to remain at the rank of major." Smoker, with a resigned smile, replied, "It's quite all right. Being a major isn't so bad after all." Observing Smoker's unchanged demeanor, Akiji felt helpless. Reminiscing about the young boy, Akiji inquired seriously, "What is the boy's strength like?" Smoker hadn't anticipated Akiji's question about the boy's abilities, but upon seeing Akiji's earnest expression, he pondered before responding. "When I fought him, it felt like he possessed great power but lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. He should be at the level of a rear admiral. As for the reports claiming he has the powers of a mythical Zoan devil fruit, I didn't observe him using any abilities during our battle. He must have consumed it afterward. Beyond that, I cannot say. He should be quite formidable now." Upon hearing these words, Akiji understood the implications. The boy's current strength likely amounted to that of an elite rear admiral. A slight smile graced Akiji's lips. As long as it remained within manageable bounds, there was no cause for alarm. Smoker, believing Akiji might seek to confront the boy, asked, "You're not planning to challenge him, are you?" Akiji chuckled softly, "Not exactly. I merely wish to gauge his true strength and meet him." Smoker found Akiji's response somewhat implausible, yet he cautioned, "Be careful. You don't want to fall into a trap." Unfazed, Akiji reassured him, "Don't worry. Victory is assured." Seeing Akiji's unwavering confidence, Smoker decided against further discussion, turning to summon the silent Tashiji, who had been merely observing, and they exited the command room. Akiji could only shake his head. Smoker remained unchanged as ever. Thus, with the arrival of the Green Pheasant, the soldiers at the naval base in Rogtown were filled with great joy, welcoming a formidable admiral. At this moment, Minos had been sailing the seas for quite some time. What began as novelty had gradually transformed into a state of vacant gaze. Anyone who beheld the vast expanse of the ocean would find themselves ensnared in a haze of bewilderment. Minos greatly admires those pirates who were able to navigate the seas with unwavering determination. Minos contemplated his journey to Kokoyashi village, the homeland of Nami, which was under the dominion of the vicious Arlong pirates and the naval officer, Mouse. The mention of Arlong, a fish, left Minos feeling rather speechless. Originally a slave to the celestial dragons, he was later rescued by Fisher Tiger and joined the Fishman pirate crew. However, after Tiger was betrayed by humans and refused to use human blood, he succumbed to blood loss. In his dying moments, Tiger entrusted the leadership of the Fishman pirate crew, the Sun Pirates, to Jinbe. Subsequently, Arlong was apprehended by the Navy, and Jinbe, wishing to become a warlord of the sea, facilitated Arlong's rescue. Yet, Arlong harbored a deep disdain for humans, and upon witnessing Jinbe's camaraderie with them, he severed ties with the Sun Pirates, claiming dominion over the small East Blue alongside a faction of fishmen. Upon arriving in Kokoyasi village, Arlong initially imposed exorbitant protection fees upon the villagers. Eventually, he forced Nami's mother, Belem-Ri, to her demise, to protect her sister Nojiko and the villagers. Nami joined the Arlong pirates. Arlong made a pact with Nami. If she could amass 100 million berries, he would release the villagers of Kokoyasi. Hence, Nami dedicated herself to acquiring knowledge of navigation and cartography, aspiring to earn enough money. Although she detested drawing and mapping, she persevered, believing that once she gathered the requisite funds, she could liberate her people. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a jest by Arlong, which Nami took to heart. Upon discovering the truth, Nami was utterly shattered. In that moment, her faith, having labored tirelessly to redeem her villagers, disintegrated. At that critical juncture, Luffy appeared, a passionate fool, incessantly proclaiming his aspiration to become the Pirate King, oblivious to the brutality and darkness that enveloped the world of pirates. Reflecting on Luffy's character, Minos found such naivety genuinely exasperating. It reminded him of Naruto in the world of shinobi. Naruto, having never known family, contrasted sharply with Sasuke, who had experienced familial bonds. The essence of their suffering was disparate. Naruto's plight was one of never having known kinship, while Sasuke's anguish stemmed from the loss of it. To provide hope only to snatch it away is perhaps the most sorrowful of fates. Returning to the matter at hand, Luffy's declaration, "Of course I will fight back against anyone who bullies me," resonated with Nami, leading to her emotional turnaround. Ultimately, Luffy even destroyed Nami's long-standing aversion to navigation and cartography through Arlong's assault. Thus, one could argue that Luffy had brought light into Nami's life. Pondering these events, Minos shook his head. His impression of the Straw Hat Pirates was far from favorable. In future encounters, he resolved that if conflict arose, he would prefer action over words. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. At this moment, Minos found himself devoid of spirit, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he had finally arrived at the harbor of Kokosia village. Throughout the arduous 3-day voyage, he had spent each day aboard the ship either contemplating the intricacies of life or mulling over existential questions. The relentless journey had proven to be exceedingly arduous. For a fleeting moment, he considered transforming into his dragon form and soaring directly to the village. However, the thought of attracting undue attention deterred him from pursuing this notion. Now, he could only hope that the malevolent dragon and Colonel Mouse residing in Kokosia village would deliver an unexpected surprise. Otherwise, the journey would indeed feel like a considerable loss. As Minos entered the village of Kokosia, he observed the despondent expressions of the villagers, their eyes brimming with despair, having been enslaved for so long that hope had long since faded from their hearts. In contrast to the villagers of Kokosia, who appeared devoid of despair, the locals were taken aback upon seeing Minos. It was worth noting that since their village fell under the dominion of Arlong, no one had ventured into Kokosia. Just as Minos was about to proceed towards the territory of the evil dragon pirate crew, a youthful girl with blue hair, dark complexion, and a tall stature suddenly appeared before him. This unexpected girl was none other than Nojiko, Nami's sister. Concerned for the stranger's safety from the potential wrath of the evil dragon pirate crew, Nojiko approached Minos, eager to ensure he could leave unnoticed by Arlong and his crew. She inquired, "Excuse me, young sir, what brings you to our humble Kokosia village? If your visit holds no significant purpose, it may be best for you to depart." Minos gazed upon the still youthful and innocent Nochigao before him, and a wave of emotion washed over him. It has indeed blossomed into something substantial. Ahem, I misspoke. It is, without a doubt, a kind-hearted maiden. Minos coldly remarked, "I have merely come here to obtain something, and it is of no concern to you." Upon hearing Minos's frigid tone, Nochigo was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the individual before her would speak with such an icy demeanor. Nevertheless, the kind-hearted Nochigo pressed on, "Dear sir, I believe we possess nothing that you seek. It would be prudent for you to leave now, for if you are discovered, it could spell disaster." In her gaze and words, Nochigo was imbued with palpable concern for Minos. Upon witnessing this, Minos shook his head and declared, "Indeed, what I seek lies here, and that is the dragon pirate crew." As soon as Minos uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The anguished and fearful gazes of the villagers of Kokijia flickered in response. They were convinced that Minos was an accomplice of the dragon pirate crew as well. At that moment, a look of shock crossed Nokigao's face, revealing her own trepidation. Clearly, she too regarded Minos as a partner of the dragon pirate crew. Minos observed the fearful gazes of the villagers from Kikoja, yet he chose not to offer any explanations, disregarding the concerns of the villagers. He resolutely made his way toward the dragon park. He felt no inclination to elucidate matters. The misunderstandings held by the masses or the denizens of the pirate world were of little consequence to him. Even if he were to explain, no one would heed his words, and perhaps the lesser beings would only become more audacious. It was only through delivering a severe lesson that they would remember the pain and the reprimand, instilling in them a fear that would deter them from provoking him again. Upon entering the dragon park, Minos found himself before a circular pool, marveling at its suitability as a habitat for the fishmen. Before he could proceed further, two fishmen emerged from the pool, quite literally stepping out of it. Upon noticing the unfamiliar figure of Minos, adorned in a black cloak of justice, fear flickered in their eyes, reminiscent of the terror experienced during their subjugation by the world government and the relentless pursuit by the Navy. However, they recalled that the Navy's cloak was typically white. The man before them wore a black cloak, suggesting he was not affiliated with the Navy. Realizing this, the two fishmen exchanged glances, a sense of relief evident in their eyes. Yet, this relief was swiftly overshadowed by their anger, for Minos reminded them of their former weakness. A stark contrast to the might of their race. One of the fishmen confronted him, demanding, "Human, from whence do you come? Should you not be glaring at the people of Kikoja? What business do you have here?" Minos gazed at the two fishmen before him, listening to their probing inquiries. After a prolonged silence, he spoke with an air of indifference. "Where I hail from is of no concern to you wretched beings. As for my purpose here, it is unequivocally to trouble your kind." Minos's words ignited an overwhelming fury within the two mermen. Whether it was the disparagement of their noble lineage or the audacity to provoke them, their anger was palpable. They prided themselves on being members of the illustrious merman race, a belief they held dearly. Yet, to be labeled as mere trash fish by such a contemptible human was utterly infuriating. The indignation only escalated when the audacious human dared to confront them. In truth, one might argue that they indeed resembled trash fish, lacking the grace and beauty of mermaids, transforming instead into grotesque aquatic beings reminiscent of various animals. Stung by these poignant words, the two mermen launched an attack on Minos, intent on delivering a painful lesson to this insolent figure. However, their strikes appeared sluggish before Minos, who, even without the use of observation haki, could easily perceive the lethargy of their assault. Minos shook his head and sidestepped to evade. "Your attacks are far too sluggish and lack potency." Subsequently, Minos unleashed a punch, sending one child flying, while two hapless foes were struck into the air, plummeting directly into the pool. The sound of objects crashing into the sea resonated melodiously throughout this dragon park. Minos gazed at the children he had struck down with a single blow, feeling a profound sense of reflection. No wonder that rascal carp relished using his fists. It truly brings immense pleasure. Simultaneously, the system's notification chime echoed in his ears. As Minos reveled in his thoughts, he also heard the system's alert announcing the acquisition of slaughter points, which further elevated his spirits. Minos murmured to himself, pondering the recent gain of 20 points of kill value. He wondered how long it would take to reach the coveted milestone of 10,000. Meanwhile, a tumultuous uproar erupted in the Dragon Park's pool as the death of two fishmen sent shockwaves of shock and fury throughout the entire Dragon Pirate crew. They had never anticipated that one of their comrades would fall victim to an attack on their own territory. No, it was more than an attack. It was murder. The dragon, known as Along, wore a dark expression, astonished that someone dared to slay his subordinates in the village of Kokoxia. He was also perplexed about who could possess the audacity to commit such an act against his crew. As for the villagers of Kokoxia, Along dismissed them entirely, scoffing at the notion that those feeble and ignorant villagers could ever muster the courage or strength to challenge him. His thoughts then shifted to a certain individual in Kokoxia who might have the capability to kill his subordinates, Colonel Mouse. However, Along was left bewildered, recalling that he had already paid his dues this month, essentially securing connections. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he decided to command his fish men, including his 3 lieutenants, Xiaoba, Krubi, and Gio, to emerge from the pool and confront the one who dared to slay his men. Xiaoba and the other lieutenants rallied a formidable group of fishmen, charging out of the pool to ascertain the situation, Along remaining behind, believed that with the strength of Xiao Ba and the others, they would be more than capable of dealing with the individual who had slain his subordinate. As Minos savored the lingering thrill of the system notification, he lamented the fact that he had not accrued kill value for 3 days and had even expended a significant amount on meals. The thought brought him to tears. Suddenly, he noticed a stream of miscellaneous fishmen leaping from the pool in Dragon Park, igniting a thrill within him. Yes, a thrill. For he would soon be able to acquire more kill value. At the forefront were Xiao Ba, Krubi, and Jiao, their hearts boiling with rage upon realizing that this human was the one responsible for the death of their comrade. This was unforgivable. As they beheld Minos adorned in his black cloak of justice, a flicker of fear crossed their minds. Surely, that cloak must be a mere facade. After exchanging glances, they resolved to act, with Krubi angrily demanding, "Is it you, wretched human, who has slain our comrade?" The other fishmen readied themselves to strike at Minos. Minos gazed at the fish before him, astonished to hear it declare him a being of inferior humanity. This assertion irked Minos profoundly. As the creature boldly proclaimed that humans were indeed lesser beings, Minos coldly retorted, "You claim that humanity is inferior? Then what of you so-called fish people? Are you not even more degraded, being hybrids? It seems to me that your kind is far more inferior." Minos's words provoked the ire of all the fishmen, striking a nerve that resonated deeply within them. On Fishman Island, they are met with disdain, and in the eyes of the nobility, they are regarded merely as slaves and commodities. Minos's words struck at his most vulnerable point, revealing that she had never truly loved him. Krubi, without hesitation, employed the techniques of fishman karate, swiftly approaching Minos to launch an attack. Though Krubi's speed appeared impressive to Minos, it seemed agonizingly slow. Minos executed a deft pivot, evading the assault of Krubi. Minos taunted, "Can you move any faster, you insignificant fish?" This remark instantly ignited Krubi's fury, pushing him to the brink of madness as he lunged at Minos, only to have his attacks effortlessly evaded. Witnessing Krubi's humiliation at the hands of Minos, both Xiaoba and Jiao, his fellow officers, could not restrain themselves from joining the fray. Xiaoba unleashed his 8 blades technique, launching a relentless assault on Minos, while Jiao summoned an enormous surge of seawater to strike. Yet, to Minos, both the 8 blades and Jiao's formidable water barrage appeared feeble and sluggish, and he deftly sidestepped them all. As Minos evaded, he simultaneously delivered a swift kick that toppled Krubi, as well as Xiaoba and Jiao. However, Minos refrained from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, he could have dispatched each child with a single blow. Upon witnessing the 3 prominent officers being struck down by Minos, the remaining fishmen surged forward, seemingly believing that such a display would bolster their morale or something of the sort. Minos beheld the swarm of roughly several dozen miscellaneous fishmen surging towards him, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through his veins. Neither during the fierce confrontation with the Songlong pirate crew nor in the clash against the Black pirate crew had he truly satiated his bloodlust. In the former instance, he had incapacitated his foes with the Conqueror's Haki before delivering the final blows. While such methods yielded rewards and a certain satisfaction, they lacked the visceral gratification of delivering a straightforward punch to an unsuspecting opponent. In his battle against the Black pirate crew, although he did not employ the Conqueror's Haki to stun them, he had dispatched them all in a single strike with his water fragmentation fist. Missing the raw experience of flesh meeting flesh, now presented with an opportunity, Minos resolved to forego both the Conqueror's Haki and the water fragmentation fist, yearning instead for the primal joy of hand-to-hand combat. As the multitude of fishmen drew near, Minos allowed their attacks to land upon him, harboring no intention to evade. The sensation of being struck only heightened his excitement. He raised his fist and directed it towards the nearest fishman. With a resounding thud, he obliterated the creature with a single punch. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 points of kill value. The sound of the system's announcement ignited Minos's enthusiasm further, quickening the pace and intensity of his strikes. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched a dozen fishmen, instilling a fleeting flicker of fear in the eyes of the remaining adversaries. Yet they continued their frenzied assault against him. Minos stood defenseless, allowing the feeble assaults of these insignificant fish to come forth. Yet their attempts at offense were utterly ineffectual, causing only self-inflicted pain to their own hands. Unbeknownst to them, Minos was far superior to their meager capabilities. He had already attained the prowess of a formidable general. After undergoing 2 enhancements, his physical strength was now comparable to that of Kaido. Their attacks could scarcely inflict even the slightest harm upon Minos. Thus, with each punch, Minos dispatched one child after another, effortlessly eliminating the numerous minions of the evil dragon pirates. The system's notification chimed incessantly, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring kill points." At that moment, Minos stood within the treacherous dragon park, surrounded by numerous fishmen, their bodies grotesquely contorted, and the ground was soaked with their crimson blood. However, Minos appeared utterly incongruous amidst this gruesome scene. Indeed, not a single drop of blood marred his form, thanks to the inherent cleansing properties of his black cloak of justice. All traces of blood were effortlessly eradicated. Do not inquire about the source of such extraordinary capabilities. It is a function of system enhancement. By the time Xiaoba, Krubi, and Jio-san regained their wits, the fishmen of the dragon pirate crew had all been vanquished by Minos before them. This instilled in them a profound hatred and fear of Minos, yet they recognized that the figure before them was far beyond their capacity to confront. Understanding this, the eyes of Sanyu met in silent agreement. They realized they must summon the dragon, along, if they were to stand a chance against this formidable adversary. Krubi and Ju launched a renewed assault on Minos, while simultaneously signaling Xiaoba to seek out the dragon. Upon witnessing the support from Krubi and Jio, Xiaoba leaped directly into the pool. Minos observed their intentions and couldn't help but shake his head, a silent laughter brewing within him. He discerned their petty tricks, yet feigned ignorance. When Xiaoba finally located the malevolent dragon, it would herald their doom. The karate strike from Krubi, the fishman, landed on Minos. Yet he felt not a trace of pain. In an instant, Minos retaliated, delivering a powerful punch that sent Krubi crashing to the ground. Indeed, Minos had intensified his strength. His interest was waning. Witnessing Krubi's defeat, Jio once again unleashed a torrent of water bullets towards Minos. Minos, upon witnessing the water devoid of any aggression, initially had no intention of evading it. However, the thought that it had originated from Jio's mouth filled him with revulsion, prompting him to hastily steer clear. At this moment, Minos's expression had darkened, and he had resolved that it was time to grant these two fish a swift end. Meanwhile, in a state of panic, Xiaoba rushed to find the dragon. Upon seeing Xiaoba's arrival, the dragon mistakenly believed that they had already dealt with the human, and it was now time to celebrate. With this thought, the dragon grinned at Xiaoba and said, "Xiaoba, this matter has been resolved, hasn't it?" Xiaoba, upon hearing the dragon's confident assertion, felt utterly speechless. They were on the brink of annihilation, yet the dragon spoke of resolution. Noticing Xiaoba's silence, the dragon grew even more convinced that they had triumphed over their foe. He smiled again, saying, "No need to seek me out. You can celebrate on your own." Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiaoba exclaimed, "Dragon, aside from Krubi and Jio, all our other companions have perished. You must hurry out to help, or Krubi and Jio will meet the same fate." At that moment, the dragon's expression froze, the smile vanishing from his face. He was taken aback. Despite sending so many fishmen, they had still been defeated. The thought ignited a furious rage within him, and he shouted, "This is impossible. How could anyone in this feeble EC possibly defeat the noble fisherman tribe?" As the dragon's agitation grew, Xiaoba urged, "Dragon, we must quickly save Krubi and Jio. If we delay, they will truly perish at the hands of that man." Hearing the urgency in Xiaoba's voice, the dragon shook off his anger. He forcefully suppressed the fury within him, focusing solely on eliminating the enemy who had slaughtered their fisherman kin. "Xiaoba, let us go," the dragon declared. "I must see who dares to slay our noble fisherman race." With that, the dragon and Xiaoba swiftly swam from the depths of the sea towards the pool. Upon emerging, they caught sight of Minos approaching Jio, preparing to strike. The dragon, witnessing this scene, cried out in fury, "You scoundrel, stop right there." Minos heard an immensely furious voice emanating from behind him, and he instinctively knew that the malevolent dragon had arrived. Contemplating this, Minos felt compelled to offer the dragon a rather striking welcome. With that thought in mind, he delivered a powerful punch to Jio. In an instant, Jio fell lifeless, contorted beyond recognition, leaving no trace of his former self. Upon witnessing Jio's demise at Minos' hands, the dragon could no longer contain the fury that surged within, swiftly propelling itself towards Minos with unrestrained wrath. Minos paid no heed to the wrath of the malevolent dragon, for he was captivated by the enchanting chime of the system's notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 55 points of slaughter value." Minos pondered. At last, he had accumulated a somewhat greater amount of slaughter points. Although it was not substantial, it was certainly preferable to a mere 10 points. when the dragon's fist struck Minos. The dragon instantly perceived it as colliding with an exceedingly solid object, and the recoil left his hand throbbing with pain. Clutching his hands, the dragon gazed at the unscathed Minos, and a sense of despondency enveloped him. Yet, as the dragon scrutinized Minos more closely, a wave of fear washed over him. Initially, he had overlooked Minos's appearance, but upon closer inspection, dread seized him, for Minos's guise evoked memories of a terrifying figure. Minos, standing at a height of 3 meters, donned a sleek black suit complemented by a matching cloak of justice. This ensemble evoked memories for the dragon of his previous encounter with the then Vice Admiral Kizaru, who had effortlessly overwhelmed him. The indifferent gaze of Kizaru was etched into Along's memory. With a heavy heart, the dragon inquired, "Are you a member of the Navy?" However, before Minos could respond, the dragon continued, "No, there is no one in the Navy who bears such an appearance, and the Navy's cloak of justice is white. Therefore, you are certainly not from the Navy. Who, pray tell, are you?" At that moment, Minos, having regained his composure, turned to face the solemn dragon. Minos chuckled, "Ah, have you finally emerged from the shadows, you insignificant creature? Does my attire evoke memories of some dreadful affair?" The wicked dragon, initially incensed by Minos's dismissive remark, was poised to retaliate when he heard Minos utter another ominous phrase. A flicker of astonishment crossed the dragon's visage, and he hurriedly pondered. Could this individual possess knowledge of my past? I do not recall him being present at that time. Who is he, and why does he elude my memory? Minos, upon encountering the malevolent dragon, remained unresponsive. He calmly remarked, "Weren't you once quite arrogant? How is it that, after being chastised by the yellow ape, you still harbor such hubris?" Minos's words left the malevolent dragon utterly astonished. This individual before him indeed possessed knowledge of events long past, including the incident when he was reprimanded by the yellow ape. As the dragon pondered this revelation, he found himself unable to recall any pertinent information regarding the person standing in front of him. Contemplating this, the dragon spoke gravely. "Who exactly are you? I am certain that there was no one of your caliber present at that time. Moreover, you hail from the New World, do you not?" Minos observed the grim expression on the dragon's face and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. There was indeed a certain pleasure in teasing the fearsome creature. The dragon, feeling irked by Minos's silence, reiterated his inquiry with a stern tone. "Who exactly are you?" Minos beheld the dragon on the brink of collapse, and chose to cease his playful antics. "Since you have beseeched me," he declared with a tone of mock benevolence, "I shall graciously reveal my true nature. I exist for the sake of universal peace, for the triumph of justice. Ah, pardon my digression. I am merely a traveler wandering through this world." Alan, however, found himself utterly perplexed by Minos's words. Before Alan could respond, Minos continued, "Though I am but a wanderer, I harbor a particular passion, the annihilation of all adversaries." Then, with a chilling calmness, Minos remarked, "What do you make of this scene before us?" This time, Alan grasped the gravity of Minos's statement, his mind reeling from the sheer coldness of Minos's demeanor. In that moment, Alan could not help but feel that the figure before him must surely be a demon. Minos observed that Aaron had fallen silent, and with a hint of boredom remarked, "It is time to dispose of you insignificant pests." Without delay, Minos rushed to the nearly lifeless body of Kruby lying on the ground and delivered a devastating kick. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Kruby was cruelly dispatched by Minos. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 90 points of kill value. Following Kruby's demise, only Xiaoba and Aaron remained in the current realm of the malevolent Dragon Lord, also known as Paradise. They stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend the brutal execution of Kruby. The horrific scene left them both in shock, with beads of sweat continuously trickling down their foreheads. Minos naturally received the system notification indicating a reward for his lethal endeavors, yet at that moment, he found no pleasure in it. Swiftly, he approached Xiaoba from behind once more, but this time, Minos refrained from striking immediately. Instead, he taunted, "I have heard it said that slaying you would provoke the wrath of Rayleigh. Is that truly the case?" Before Xiaoba could collect his thoughts, he was met with the grim whispers of death. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Xiaoba began to plead, "You cannot kill me. I implore you. Spare my life. I am acquainted with Rayleigh, and should you take my life, you will surely incur his vengeance." Minos observed Xiaoba, who was now pleading for mercy while simultaneously threatening him, and he found this utterly amusing. Truly, a thief remains a thief, forever unchangeable. With a calm demeanor, Minos replied, "That is splendid, I was just contemplating a meeting with Rayleigh. Consider this a gift for our encounter." With that, Minos delivered a powerful punch to Xiaoba's back, causing a deep indentation to form instantly. Struck by such a devastating blow, Xiaoba collapsed to the ground, the light of hope in his eyes gradually fading away. Thus, in the original narrative, during the events on Sabaody Archipelago, Xiaoba met his demise at the hands of Minos. Gazing down at the lifeless form of Xiaoba, Minos felt no remorse whatsoever, indifferent even to the prospect of encountering Rayleigh in the future. Should Rayleigh dare to seek trouble with him, he would be met with a fatal consequence. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 80 points of kill value. Upon hearing the system prompt, Minos regained his focus and turned his gaze towards the now bewildered Arlong. Arlong was utterly terrified at this moment. Minos' strength was overwhelmingly formidable. He felt as though he had been transported back to the time when he was mercilessly defeated by Kizaru. Minos, observing the terrified Arlong, taunted him. "Have you truly been so thoroughly frightened? You consider the fishmen to be a noble race. Yet to me, you are nothing more than the vermin of the sewers. In the New World, you dare not show your faces, and in the Sabaody Archipelago, you cower as well. It is only in this feeble East Blue that you can find a semblance of significance. You are truly contemptible, utterly oblivious to the heights of the world." Under Minos' scornful words, Arlong gradually regained his composure. He retorted with indignation, "That is merely the privilege of your kind. While we fishmen are condemned to be subjugated by you humans." Minos observed as Arlong regained his composure, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Although Arlong's words failed to resonate deeply, one undeniable truth remained: the dragon must perish. Furthermore, he must also prepare for a grand slaughter at Fishman Island. In the original narrative, it seemed there were 100,000 fishmen poised to revolt. Just contemplate the magnitude of carnage that entailed. The mere thought of such extensive bloodshed exhilarated Minos, leaving him at a loss for how to channel it all. Arlong noticed Minos appeared momentarily dazed. He had no intention of mounting a surprise attack. Instead, he began to retreat slowly towards the pool, plotting his escape. Once he reached the water, he could flee into the vast ocean, securing his safety. Engaging in direct combat with such a formidable opponent was a perilous endeavor, and Arlong understood that a head-on confrontation would spell his doom. Seizing the opportunity while Minos was momentarily distracted, he resolved to make his escape. Minos, despite being lost in thought, remained acutely aware of Aaron's presence. After all, it was a staggering 200 points of kill value that could not be overlooked. Just as Aaron was about to retreat towards the pool, Minos suddenly appeared behind him. Minos jested, "Where are you off to, you insignificant creature?" Arlong had not anticipated Minos' swift reaction, and a surge of determination welled up within him. He turned, poised to strike with the sharp spike on his nose, aiming directly at Minos. Just as he was about to land the blow, an unexpected hand seized his nose spike with deft precision. In the eyes of a formidable being like Minos, no matter how cunning the schemes may be, they are rendered utterly futile. Minos grasped the dragon's snout and squeezed with all his might, causing it to shatter instantly. The dragon, Arlong, lay on the ground, writhing in agony and howling in pain, blood gushing forth, a sight most pitiful. Yet, Minos remained utterly unyielding. He believed such insignificant foes deserved a severe reprimand. Arlong, in his torment and fear, realized he was trapped and would not escape this day. Nevertheless, he made one final attempt to resist, threatening Minos, "You cannot kill me. I serve under the 7 warlords, Jinbei. Should you take my life, Jinbei will not let you go unpunished." Minos beheld the malevolent dragon, who continued to issue threats, leaving him utterly speechless once more. How could words of supplication still be cloaked in menace? Arlong observed Minos in silence, mistakenly believing him to be paralyzed by fear. He then continued, "Jinbei is not only a member of the 7 warlords, but also governs Fishman Island as part of the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. Should you take my life, you would invoke the wrath of Jinbei and the Whitebeard Pirates." Minos found himself at a loss for words, perplexed by the persistent threats directed towards him. Was this truly the legendary final threat of a villain? Unable to comprehend the situation, Minos resolved to cease his pondering and swiftly deal with Aaron instead. Accumulating points for slaughter was of paramount importance. Minos approached Aaron, casting a condescending glance as he coldly remarked, "Rest assured, the day you witness the retaliation from Jinbei and the Whitebeard Pirates will never come. By the way, I have some delightful news for you. I shall be visiting Fishman Island in the near future. Just imagine what might transpire then." The words of Minos were, in the eyes of Arlong, nothing short of brutal and cruel, akin to the whispers of a demon. Arlong realized that Fishman Island was doomed. He had not anticipated Minos's merciless intent to unleash a massacre upon it. Driven to madness by Minos's provocations, Arlong succumbed to insanity. Observing Arlong's descent into frenzy, Minos found little amusement. With a single punch to Arlong's chest, he delivered a devastating blow, creating a gaping wound. Subsequently, Arlong collapsed to the ground, bringing an end to his nefarious existence. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Acquired 200 points of kill value. A sense of satisfaction surged within Minos. He had just gained another 200 points of kill value. Minos quickly delved into the system with his consciousness. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate conqueror's hockey, flowing rock-shattering fist, standard version, navigator techniques, helmsman techniques, constitution, peak of the four emperors. Items, 1 supreme great blade. Slaughter value, 2,685 points. Realm, High Admiral, Black Dragon form, peak of the four emperors. Evaluation, you have become exceedingly powerful. As long as you do not encounter an enemy of the pinnacle royal level, your life remains secure. Minos gazed at the system panel, noting that nothing had changed except for the kill value. This did not surprise him in the least, as enhancing one's strength is indeed a formidable challenge. Minos gazed at the system panel displaying a staggering 2,685 kill points, reflecting on how far he still was from the coveted 10,000 mark. This 2,685 points were hard-earned, a testament to his relentless efforts. Initially, he had amassed 1,950 points, but after indulging in 3 days of system-provided meals aboard the ship, he expended 210 points, a decision that still stung his heart with regret. In just 3 short days, he had squandered enough for an A rank, 200 points. This experience only fortified his resolve to acquire a luxurious yacht, ideally equipped with an artificial intelligence capable of culinary assistance, affectionately dubbed shadowy. The remaining kill points were derived from his encounters with the nefarious dragon pirate crew. Among them, Aaron, Xiaoba, Jio, and Kruby, along with several other mermen, who surely count as human, contributed a total of 425 kill points. Additionally, other mermen added another 520 kill points to his tally. Minos discovered that the slaughter value of the malevolent dragon and its ilk was still not as significant as that of the insignificant fish. Minos realized that the bounty on these pirates, which he deemed rather low, yielded a meager amount of kill points, surprisingly even fewer than those obtained from numerous lesser foes. With this revelation, it appeared that Minos had uncovered a significant flaw. Minos eagerly inquired of the system, "Oh, esteemed system, it appears I have stumbled upon a significant revelation. By vanquishing a lowly pirate, one can acquire a single point of slaughter value. But what if one were to eliminate those devoid of offensive capabilities?" Upon hearing Minos's query, the system fell into silence. It had not anticipated that Minos would uncover such a perplexing question, leaving it somewhat at a loss for a suitable response. Minos observed that the system appeared to have frozen, and a sense of delight surged within him, for he sensed a glimmer of hope in this situation. With this thought, Minos continued, "Since you, dear system, have acquiesced, shall I take this as a confirmation? Let us calculate based on a value of 10 points for each kill." Upon hearing Minos's audacious declaration, the system ceased its pretense of malfunction. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered a flaw, which has now been rectified. Ding! Eliminating an individual with negligible offensive capabilities will yield but 1 point of kill value. Minos was taken aback at that moment. He never anticipated the system's audacity, as it had indeed reduced the value by a staggering 10-fold. In a flurry of desperation, Minos exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed system, you simply cannot proceed in this manner. This is an unprecedented reduction, far beyond mere tenfold." However, the system paid no heed to Minos's frantic pleas, allowing him to ramble on without response. Exhausted, Minos gazed at the system's unyielding demeanor, feeling a profound sense of sorrow and indignation. Ultimately, Minos yielded, for even a single point of slaughter value was still quite commendable. Just imagine how many souls inhabit the world of pirates. Minos disengaged from the system panel, surveying the once vibrant dragon park, now a desolate battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies. A sense of dissonance did not arise within him. Shaking his head, Minos gently patted his black cloak of justice, perhaps brushing off dust or dispelling ill fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his back on the dragon park and departed, harboring no inclination to glance back. Thus, Minos traversed the village of Kokosha. leaving the remnants of chaos behind. Minos emerged from the Dragon Park and strolled through the village of Kokoxia, only to find it eerily deserted. This perplexed him greatly, as it was only logical that the village should be bustling with life. Just as he prepared to activate his observation hockey, he was startled by a cacophony of noise and cries emanating from the port. The unsettling sounds deepened his confusion, after all. He had already dealt with the menace of Arlong. Could it be that another pirate crew had invaded the village of Kokoxia? With a sense of curiosity, Minos made his way towards the port of Kokoxia village. Unbeknownst to him, a solitary bird was capturing the moment with a peculiar device. Indeed, this bird was the long-absent Yamashita Mo, transformed into avian form. As he reviewed his footage, he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming internally that he had finally recorded the exploits of this formidable fighter once more. The footage he had captured a few days prior, showcasing Minos in battle, had proven to be a lucrative venture for both Minos and the Navy, indirectly filling the coffers of the newspaper. Morgans was equally pleased, rewarding Yamashita with a promotion and a substantial salary increase, which allowed the latter to revel in his success for several days. However, the crux of the matter was that Morgans had assigned him a task. Should he accomplish it, Yamashita would ascend to the role of vice president. This prospect greatly intrigued Yamashita, yet Morgan's mission required him to continue documenting the killer in the East Sea. Initially inclined to refuse, Yamashita ultimately yielded to Morgan's persuasion. Thus, he remained in the East Sea, continuing his pursuit of the killer. Before long, however, he found himself unable to locate the killer after leaving Logetown, which left him quite anxious. In a bid to broaden his search, he transformed into a bird, soaring through the skies for a better vantage point. After 2 days of fruitless searching, despair began to set in. Today, while scanning the skies above Kokoxia village, he noticed what appeared to be a skirmish unfolding below. Intrigued by the notion that even this small village could be the site of conflict, Yamashita descended for a closer look. To his astonishment, he discovered that Minos was engaged in battle with small-time foes, Xiaoba, Krubi, and Chio. It was beyond his wildest imagination that the killer he had been desperately seeking was right beneath him, embroiled in combat. It was a moment of serendipitous revelation. Reminiscent of the phrase, upon turning back, the figure was there, amidst the flickering lights. After a brief moment of shock, Yamashita's excitement surged, and he hastily began filming Minos' confrontation. He captured the overwhelming might displayed by Minos and his companions as they decimated their adversaries. Observing the killer's relentless ferocity, he marveled at his prowess, noting that he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. After contemplating the footage, Yamashita acknowledged that while it may not rival his previous work in terms of excitement, it should still earn him a reward. Upon reaching the port, Minos was met with a commotion between the Navy and the villagers, though it was less a debate and more a manifestation of the villagers' oppression by the Navy. Indeed, it was Colonel Mouse who had arrived in Kokoxia village, demanding payment from Allron that had yet to be settled for the month. This greatly displeased Colonel Mouse, prompting him to journey to Koko village with the intention of confronting Aaron regarding the unpaid dues for the month. Thus, Colonel Mouse, accompanied by a contingent of naval officers, made his grand entrance into Koko village. However, upon arriving at the village's port, he was taken aback to discover a naval warship docked there. This revelation filled him with confusion. Why would there be a warship in Koko village? His immediate thought was that other naval forces had arrived, instilling a sense of fear in him as he worried about being exposed for his collusion with Aaron. With this troubling thought in mind, Colonel Mouse seized a random villager to interrogate. Has the Navy arrived here today? The villagers, having long endured Aaron's oppressive rule, were already on edge. When captured by Colonel Mouse, the frightened villager stammered, "No, not at all." Upon hearing this response, Colonel Mouse furrowed his brow in disbelief. That cannot be. If there were no Navy, then how did this warship come to be here? Did you villagers steal it? Terrified by Colonel Mouse's accusation, the villager exclaimed in panic, "I truly do not know. We certainly did not steal it." The fervor of the villagers' protest only fueled Colonel Mouse's irrationality, leading him to unjustly place the blame squarely upon the villagers' shoulders. The commotion quickly drew the attention of all Koko village residents, among them Ajian and Nuachi, who approached the frightened villager and whispered, "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Ajian and Nuachi, the villager lamented, "This naval officer claims I have stolen their ship." Ajian and Nuachi swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Ajian approached Colonel Mouse, adopting a humble demeanor, and said, "I beg your pardon, esteemed naval officer, but we genuinely do not understand the circumstances surrounding the ship." Colonel Mouse, perceiving Ajian's subservient tone, grew increasingly obstinate. If you villagers are responsible, then did this ship simply wander here on its own? Aegean, feeling wronged, replied, we truly do not know how this happened. Meanwhile, Nuachi watched the scene unfold, pondering quietly. Could it be that cold-hearted individual from before? Growing weary of further discourse with Aegean, Colonel Mouse issued a command to the naval officers behind him to draw their weapons. Yes. Weapons. If the thief of the ship is not surrendered forthwith, then you shall face dire consequences. This display of intimidation sent shockwaves through the other villagers of Coco, leaving them bewildered and uncertain of how to respond. Colonel Mouse, reveling in their fear, wore a smug expression, internally mocking them as a bunch of ignorant villagers, easily frightened by mere threats. The villagers, at the mercy of Colonel Mouse's intimidation, stood helplessly as he loomed over them. At that moment, Nuachi stepped forward and addressed Colonel Mouse softly. Honorable naval officer, we truly do not know the origins of this ship. However, today an unusual individual arrived. Perhaps he possesses knowledge. Upon hearing Nokigo's words, Colonel Mouse was taken aback, contemplating. Could it be that a naval force has indeed arrived? He hastily inquired once more. Who is that person? Where has he gone? Nokigo, puzzled by Colonel Mouse's evident agitation, was somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he responded, I do not know who he is. He has now ventured to Along's territory, the dragon's paradise. Nokigo intended to lure the navy to Along's domain, hoping they could assist the villagers of Qixiao village in escaping their plight. It is worth noting that the current year is 1700 of the Sea Circle. Colonel Mouse, unaware of Nokigo's scheme, began to feel uneasy. If the navy truly arrived in Along's territory to investigate, it could spell trouble, potentially exposing everything. With these thoughts in mind, Along commanded his men to forcibly take Nokigo, intending for her to accompany them to Along's realm to confront the stranger. However, Nokigo was unwilling and struggled against them. To the villagers of Qixiao, Along's territory represented a place of torment, and naturally, they had no desire to go there. Colonel Mouse disregarded Nokigo's protests and directly ordered his subordinates to escort her towards Along's domain, paying no heed to the weeping Nokigo or the anxious villagers of Qixiao. As Minos arrived at the port, he was struck by the scene before him, exclaiming, how intriguing. Just as Colonel Mouse and his companions were preparing to head towards Arlong's territory, they noticed Minos, who had seemingly appeared at the port out of nowhere. The moment Colonel Mouse laid eyes on Minos, he was filled with shock and trepidation, for the man's attire was strikingly reminiscent of an admiral, save for the black justice cloak he wore. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Colonel Mouse. The black justice cloak implied that this individual was indeed associated with the Navy. Enraged by having been intimidated moments earlier, he inquired in a low, menacing tone, who are you? Why do you resemble a Navy officer so closely? Colonel Mouse's words captured the attention of the villagers of Kokoshia. Before them stood a young man with long, grayish-purple hair, a cold expression, handsome features. Clad in a black suit and draped in a black cloak, the villagers who had previously encountered Minos gasped in astonishment. Isn't that the young man we saw not long ago? How could he have ventured into Arlong's territory unscathed? It seems he truly has connections with Arlong. Colonel Mouse, overhearing the villagers' exclamations, mused to himself, surely, they are referring to the individual who ventured into Arlong's domain. He pressed on with his interrogation. What business do you have in Arlong's territory? What is your relation to him? At that moment, Minos shifted his gaze towards Colonel Mouse, assessing him intently. Minos pondered. This truly resembles a mouse in appearance. Colonel Mouse, noticing Minos's continued disregard for him, felt a surge of irritation, perceiving Minos's behavior as a grave insult to his dignity. Enraged by these thoughts, Colonel Mouse commanded his soldiers to raise their weapons and once more demanded, who are you? What business do you have in the territory of Along? Minos, upon seeing Colonel Mouse brandishing his weapon, remained composed and spoke with an air of indifference. Who I am is of no concern to you. As for your inquiry regarding my intentions in venturing into Aaron's territory, I had no desire to engage with someone of your insignificant stature. However, since you have so earnestly sought my response, I shall oblige. Indeed, my purpose in seeking out Aaron, that insignificant creature, is significant. Do you have any objections? Minos's words not only astonished Colonel Mouse, but also left the villagers of Caucasia, who had been filled with apprehension, utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that this individual before them could be so amusing, truly audacious. The colonel's face contorted with rage, as he never expected to be publicly humiliated in such a manner. The indifference reflected in Minos's gaze was indeed infuriating. In a fit of fury, Colonel Mouse commanded his soldiers to fire upon Minos. Obediently following orders, the soldiers discharged their weapons at Minos without hesitation. This drastic action stirred a considerable uproar among the villagers of Caucasia, who gasped and cried out in alarm. However, when the bullets struck Minos, they failed to even tear his garments, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. In a state of panic, Colonel Mouse exclaimed, "Who are you? How is it possible for you to possess such strength?" Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, the colonel understood that he had encountered an insurmountable challenge today. Minos observed the flustered Colonel Mouse with amusement, pondering to himself, "Surely, my prowess is beyond the comprehension of such a mere minnow." Coincidentally, the recent naval actions in Rog Town had already left him quite displeased. Thus, it seemed only fitting to exact his revenge this time. Minos reflected on the last encounter, recalling that his insufficient strength, coupled with the presence of Smoker, had prevented him from provoking the Navy. This time, however, his power had grown formidable enough. He would no longer tolerate such indignities. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flicker of fury ignited in his eyes. Without allowing anyone to react, Minos swiftly approached Captain Mouse and hoisted him high into the air. Minos's action startled Colonel Mouse and the naval crew, who were utterly oblivious to how he had approached them and executed such a feat. When Colonel Mouse found himself lifted high into the air, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You scoundrel! Release me at once. Do you not know I am a naval captain?" Minos had no inkling that Colonel Mouse, oblivious to his own peril, would dare to threaten him. Minos reflected, truly, a villain to the end. Even in the face of death, one must resort to threats. Minos shook his head, dismissing them as mere insignificant pests, easily disposed of. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he raised his arm, forming a fist, and struck the head of Colonel Mouse. In that instant, a scene reminiscent of a shattered watermelon unfolded at the harbor of Caucasia village. This chilling spectacle transpired before the eyes of the villagers and naval soldiers alike. Simultaneously, the system's notification chime echoed once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 points of kill value." Minos had no time to appreciate the value of slaughter when he heard the panicked cries of the villagers from Caucasia. Their voices filled with terror. A myriad of emotions was vividly manifested in that very moment. Minos gazed at the panicked villagers of Caucasia fleeing in haste, feeling no surprise. After all, what he had just done was indeed a monumental act. Subsequently, Minos cast the lifeless bodies of the 5 colonel rats to the ground, his eyes locking onto the utterly stunned naval soldiers, who were rendered speechless. Fear gripped their hearts, as they had never anticipated that someone would dare to brazenly slay a naval colonel in such a public setting. As Minos turned his gaze towards them, their trepidation intensified, and they stammered in quaking voices, "How dare you kill our Colonel Rat? Our headquarters will assuredly not let you go unpunished." Minos remained utterly indifferent, disregarding the situation entirely. Approaching the soldiers, he dispatched one with a single punch as if he were dealing with a mere child. In a mere moment, Colonel Mouse and the naval soldiers he brought with him were ruthlessly dealt with by Minos. Minos listened to the delightful sound of the system notifying him of his acquired kill points, his mood exceedingly joyous. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining kill points." At this moment, the port of Caucasia village was deserted. Following Minos's assassination of Colonel Mouse, the villagers of Caucasia hastily fled, including Aegean and Noki, who also made their escape. Minos' reckless actions truly frightened them, compelling their departure for fear of entanglement. Immersed in the system's notification sounds, Minos has now regained his senses. Gazing upon the still chaotic port of Caucasia village, he helplessly sighed. "In truth, I too wish to be a good person." Minos shook his head, resigning himself to the conclusion that the incident in Caucasia village had come to an end. It was time to depart. Minos strolled onto his vessel, casually finding a spot to recline. He then addressed the system with a leisurely tone. "System, please bring me a glass of 82 cola." Upon hearing Minos's request, the system promptly activated the marketplace, eagerly welcoming his patronage. Minos had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. This system was simply capricious, reveling in consumption. Thus, having spent 20 points of his kill value to purchase a cup of cola, he leisurely sipped aboard the ship, utterly indifferent to the fact that he had just taken a life. Meanwhile, Minos was also contemplating the events of the day. He had undoubtedly offended the Navy, marking them as implacable adversaries. Yet, Minos felt no trepidation, for he possessed a formidable confidence rooted in his own strength. Most importantly, he wielded a remarkable advantage, the kill system. During his time in Rogue Town, he had harbored thoughts of annihilating every member of the Navy, save for Smoker and Tashiji. The arrogance displayed by those Navy officers irked him deeply. Emboldened by their status, They had presumed to threaten him, mistaking his demeanor for that of a mere pirate. Had his strength been sufficient at that moment, he would have offered those Navy officers as sacrifices to the heavens. Reflecting on these grievances ignited a spark of anger within Minos, prompting a desire to unleash it. The piquant zest of the cola inspired a notion. Why not pay a visit to Captain Mouse's base, and then meander through Rogue Town? The mere thought exhilarated Minos, causing his heart to race as if engaged in a thrilling pursuit. The intensity of his heartbeat remained unyielding, leaving him in a state of fervent anticipation. Minos exhaled deeply, finishing the can of 1982 cola in his hand. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the helm, silently steering the vessel towards the base of Colonel Mouse at the elusive 16th Division. Do not inquire about the whereabouts of the 16th Division. Even the beleaguered novice author is unaware. Those observing can surely discern Minos's intentions. Indeed, Minos has resolved to pay a visit to the 16th Division. While simultaneously amassing some kill points, Minos stood quietly aboard the ship, gazing towards the direction of the 16th Division, devoid of any fear or concern for the Navy headquarters. This decision, reached after a brief moment of contemplation, was driven by his intent to deliver a harsh lesson to those bothersome naval officers. After all, how could a mere flotsam dare to threaten him? Did he not care for his dignity? Unbeknownst to Minos, in a shadowy corner, a figure was surreptitiously capturing every moment. This individual, Yamashita Mo, was initially elated at having recorded Minos's slaughter of the fishmen, just as he was about to depart to send his footage back to the office. He noticed that Minos, who had previously left, was once again engaged in combat, and it appeared to be with the Navy. Yamashita Mo felt compelled to follow, curious about what intriguing events might unfold. Cautiously, he trailed Minos to the harbor. Do not question why Minos did not notice Yamashita Mo. The newsbird possesses a unique stealth. As Yamashita Mo observed Minos lifting Colonel Mouse by a hand, he sensed that he was about to witness something captivating. He quickly raised his recording device towards Minos, just in time to see Minos deliver a devastating blow that shattered Colonel Mouse's head. At this sight, Yamashita Mo felt an exhilarating rush, both mentally and physically. It seemed that this was the first time the slaughterer had truly taken lethal action against the Navy. While in Rogue Town, he had only slightly reprimanded them, but now he was executing them with ruthless intent. Realizing this, Yamashita Mo hastily pressed the recording button, eager not to miss this spectacular scene. Thus, Yamashita Mo captured the brutal massacre of the naval officers by Minos. It was only after witnessing Minos depart from Kokoja village that he dared to emerge from his hiding place. Clutching his precious footage, he trembled with excitement, fully aware that this segment would surely garner significant attention once released. The gaze of powerful individuals across the seas would inevitably be drawn back to the East Sea. In fact, Yamashita Mo's thoughts were not unfounded. Just days prior, a pirate invasion had tarnished the Navy's reputation in Rogue Town, causing considerable discontent among the higher-ups at Navy headquarters. Now, the audacity of someone slaughtering naval personnel was unprecedented. Moreover, the perpetrator was none other than Minos, the slaughterer, who had recently emerged into the world and was currently the center of attention. Should the Navy fail to respond decisively, their reputation would undoubtedly suffer further. A more pressing concern was the potential fallout from a confrontation with Minos, who possessed the formidable power of a mythical Zoan user with Conqueror's Haki. The Navy had no choice but to engage Minos in battle, and if possible, eliminate him entirely. Otherwise, a young boy possessing a mythical beast and the supreme Haki of the Conqueror will undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Navy. After much contemplation, Yamashita Mo also transformed into a newsbird, heading to the branch office to prepare and dispatch this invaluable material to headquarters. Meanwhile, Minos, reclining carelessly aboard the ship, was assessing the total amount of slaughter points acquired during the fierce battle in Kokasia village. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament Haki, intermediate observation Haki, intermediate conqueror's Haki. Flowing rock shattering fist, ordinary version, navigator skills, helmsman skills. Physique, peak of the 4 emperor's items, 1 supreme great blade slaughter points, 3665 realm. High admiral, black dragon form, peak of the 4 emperors. Evaluation, you are currently immensely powerful. As long as you do not encounter an enemy of the peak royal level, you shall not perish. Sigh. Minos gazed at the pitifully low number of slaughter points displayed on the system panel, unable to suppress a deep sigh. He had only gained a mere 2,000 points after annihilating the Arlong pirates and Colonel Mouse along with his crew. It seemed a distant dream to reach 100,000 slaughter points. However, The thought of visiting the 16th branch of the Navy where Colonel Mouse was stationed slightly improved Minos's mood. He hoped that the 16th branch would surprise him. With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Minos's eyes. The rate at which he was acquiring slaughter points was unbearably slow, and he was nearing his limit. The warmth of an 82-year-old cola could not thaw the icy heart he now possessed. Lost in various musings, Minos eventually succumbed to slumber on the ship, hoping to awaken at the 16th branch of the Navy. Unbeknownst to Minos, after he had dispatched Colonel Mouse, the Navy at the 16th branch attempted to reach him. But the transponder snail indicated that he was perpetually offline. This perplexed the communications officer greatly. How could he be unresponsive for so long? Was something amiss? But soon, the officer shook his head and murmured to himself, "This should be impossible. Colonel Mouse had merely gone to a village. What could possibly happen? Perhaps he was leisurely enjoying himself in Kokasia village." With this mindset, the communications officer decided to wait a little longer. If he could not reach Colonel Mouse soon, he would contact headquarters. Thus, after a brief wait, the officer still received no reply from Colonel Mouse, which visibly heightened his anxiety. Surely something was wrong, otherwise, why would he not respond? In a state of panic, the communications officer reluctantly dialed headquarters. Piri. Brothers, feel free to voice it yourself. Finally, amidst the communications officer's haste and anxiety at the 16th branch, the transponder snail was answered. Moshi, who are you looking for? Upon hearing the voice of the headquarters correspondent, a sense of relief washed over the correspondent from Branch 16. Do not inquire why a direct call to Marshal Zhangguo is not feasible. It is due to a lack of sufficient rank. Gradually easing his emotions, the correspondent from Branch 16 remarked that Colonel Mouse, the elder of the naval base, had been unaccounted for half a day, and his calls had gone unanswered. After uttering these words, silence enveloped the conversation, leaving the correspondent feeling somewhat apprehensive, fearing that headquarters might discover his failure to report this matter promptly. Indeed, the voice of the naval headquarters correspondent inquired again, "When did this occur, and why are you only reporting it now?" Upon hearing the accusatory tone, the correspondent from Branch 16 felt a jolt of anxiety. He had not anticipated such an event, thinking that nothing significant could happen in a village. His heart sank with a multitude of unspoken words, yet he found himself unable to articulate them. The naval headquarters correspondent, sensing his reticence, understood the situation. With a resigned shake of the head, he acknowledged that while this matter appeared trivial, it could indeed foster carelessness. He then continued, "I am already aware of what you have reported. I will promptly inform Marshal Zhangguo. Please hold on for a moment." The correspondent from Branch 16, upon hearing this, quickly responded, Yes, understood." Without further ado, the headquarters correspondent ended the call and hurried towards Marshal Zhangguo's office. After the call was terminated, the correspondent from Branch 16 felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He hoped fervently that no grave matters would arise. At that moment, Marshal Zhangguo was seated in his office, sipping tea, reflecting on the troublesome events of the past few days, shaking his head in frustration. After several days of dealing with various issues, he finally found a moment to rest. Silently, he prayed that no further complications would arise. He was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Yet, before he could find respite, the familiar sound of urgent knocking and calls echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Report to Marshal Zhangguo. Another significant incident has occurred. Hearing this familiar voice, a twitch of irritation crossed Marshal Zhangguo's lips. Before he could even finish processing the previous matter, another crisis had emerged. "Come in," he uttered wearily. The correspondent, having heard the fatigue in the Marshal's voice, did not dwell on it. Upon entering the office, he found Marshal Zhangguo slumped in his chair, his head cradled in his hands, revealing the toll of relentless work. The correspondent felt a mix of admiration and concern for Marshal Zhangguo. Truly, he was an exemplary leader. If the Grand Marshal of the Warring States were aware of the thoughts of the correspondent, he would surely exclaim, No. This marshal has long ceased to desire such a position, laboring tirelessly each day. Upon the correspondent's entry, the Grand Marshal, weary beyond measure, inquired, "What calamity has befallen us this time?" The correspondent, with a bitter smile, reported, "It appears that Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division has been uncontactable for some time." The Grand Marshal's brow furrowed at this revelation. Could this be deemed a casualty? Contemplating the gravity of the situation, he solemnly asked, "What exactly transpired?" Seeing the Grand Marshal's serious demeanor, the correspondent hastily explained, according to reports from the 16th Division, Colonel Mouse traveled to a village in the East Sea known as Cocoa West. However, the reasons for his journey remain unclear, and we have been unable to reach him. The Grand Marshal's expression grew even more grave upon hearing this news. It was increasingly likely that Colonel Mouse had met with foul play. But who in the East Sea would dare to attack a naval officer? Although merely a division colonel, such an affront was a direct insult to their navy. Particularly at this critical juncture. Just days prior, the town of Rog had suffered an invasion by the so-called Song Long pirate group. And they had only just begun to mitigate the negative repercussions. Now, with a division colonel possibly murdered, was this not a severe blow to their navy's reputation? This was not merely a slap in the face. It was a blatant provocation. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the Grand Marshal's expression shifted from serious to grim. Clenching his fists, he yearned to obliterate the scoundrel who dared to challenge their navy. The correspondent, sensing the Grand Marshal's darkening mood, felt a wave of unease and wished to exit the perilous office as swiftly as possible. After a lengthy pause, the Grand Marshal composed himself, retrieving a golden transponder snail. He dialed Admiral Akiji's number. The transponder snail rang for an extended period without a response. Just as the Grand Marshal began to grow impatient, a languid voice on the other end emerged, seemingly still in a state of slumber. "Ah, Grand Marshal, what brings you to disturb my afternoon nap?" Indeed, at that moment, Akiji was indulging in a well-deserved rest. After arriving in Rog Town and briefly checking on Smoker, he found no pressing matters and had taken over Smoker's office for a leisurely slumber. This situation left Smoker in a state of vexation, unable to retaliate or scold him, especially since Akiji was there to assist in the East Sea. Thus, Smoker had no choice but to acquiesce to Akiji's presence. Meanwhile, it seemed that Akiji had entirely forgotten that the Grand Marshal had tasked him with intimidating the pirates of the East Sea. On this particular day, Kizaru was indulging in a deep slumber when unexpectedly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku called, leading to the unfolding of this scene. Upon hearing Kizaru's languid words, Sengoku felt an overwhelming urge to rush to his side and deliver a stern reprimand. "I am laboring tirelessly here, while you, young man, are blissfully napping in the East Sea. Have you already forgotten the tasks I entrusted to you in the East Sea?" Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Sengoku fought the impulse to chastise Kizaru. Noticing the silence on the other end of the line, Kizaru felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering whether Sengoku had perhaps dialed the wrong number. Just as he was about to inquire further, the serious voice of Sengoku resonated through the transponder snail. "Kizaru, a significant incident has occurred in the East Sea, and I need you to investigate it." Kizaru was taken aback by this revelation. What could possibly have transpired in the East Sea now? Yet, after a moment's surprise, he inquired once more, "Fleet Admiral, what exactly has happened?" Sengoku replied slowly. "The commander of the 16th Navy base in the East Sea, Colonel Mouse, has gone missing after visiting a village named Coco West." Upon hearing this, Kizaru was momentarily stunned. A prolonged absence could very well indicate death. However, he found himself bewildered by the circumstances. Had pirates been responsible for this? Or could it be related to that young man from Logtown a few days prior? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kizaru's expression shifted from troubled to serious. If it were indeed the work of pirates, they would have simply killed him. But if it was that individual, the situation could become quite complicated. The true danger lies in not knowing the enemy's limits. With this in mind, Kizaru asked, "Fleet Admiral, do you think it is possible that this could be the doing of that individual known as the Slayer?" Upon hearing Kizaru's question, Sengoku fell into deep contemplation. Kizaru's suspicion might hold merit. His initial instinct had been to attribute the incident to pirates, but now the notion of the Slayer loomed large in his thoughts. Recalling the report from Smoker, Sengoku remembered that anyone who obstructed the Slayer's path, be they Navy or pirate, would find themselves as his adversaries. At that moment, Sengoku had been struck by the audacity of this individual. Now, with Colonel Mouse's disappearance, if it truly was the so-called Slayer behind it, the ramifications could be dire. If mishandled, they would risk offending a powerful young force. Troubled by this possibility, Sengoku could only hope that it was not the Slayer responsible. Otherwise, they would be left with no choice but to take decisive action, a cold glint flashing in Sengoku's eyes. Regaining his composure, Admiral Sengoku addressed Akiji through the Den Mushi, instructing him to proceed to the village of Kokoa and investigate. If it indeed turned out to be the work of the so-called Slayer, he should not hold back, either suppress or eliminate him, but above all, ensure that he does not escape. Upon hearing Sengoku's resolute words, Akiji felt a weight settle in his heart. This situation was indeed becoming quite arduous. Noticing Akiji's silence, Sengoku's expression grew more serious as he reiterated, "That brat who claims to be the Slayer possesses remarkable potential, Akiji. Do not let this opportunity slip away." Akiji, taken aback by Sengoku's stern tone, silently pondered whether he truly appeared as reckless as Sengoku seemed to imply. Sakazuki interjected, "You are." Yet, Akiji maintained a serious demeanor, assuring, "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I know my limits." At this, Sengoku nearly cracked a smile. Could Akiji really claim to have such control? Clearing his throat, Sengoku signaled that the conversation was over and subsequently terminated the call. Akiji, left perplexed by the abrupt end, hastily gathered his things and prepared to head to Kokoa village. Meanwhile, Sengoku immediately instructed his communications officer to notify the 16th Division of the Navy to dispatch personnel to Kokoa village and ascertain the situation. The communications officer, relieved to leave the office, exited with a sense of joy, eager to escape the tense atmosphere. Once outside, Sengoku muttered to himself, "That self-proclaimed Slayer better not be behind this. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet your end in the East Blue." At this point, the cold glint in Sengoku's eyes could no longer be contained. The communications officer quickly contacted the 16th Division via Den Mushi. The call connected promptly, as the 16th Division's officer had evidently been awaiting directives from headquarters. Upon receiving the news, the officer expressed his delight and inquired, "What instructions does Admiral Sengoku have?" The headquarters officer responded succinctly, "Admiral Sengoku has ordered you to send personnel to Kokoa village for an investigation. Admiral Akiji will also be heading there to assess the situation." "What? Admiral Akiji?" The 16th Division officer was taken aback, utterly astonished that Akiji himself would be going to Kokoa village. It was simply beyond belief. The correspondent from the headquarters witnessed the astonishing scene with the 16th branch's correspondent, yet felt it was nothing remarkable. In truth, had it not been for the Navy's consecutive humiliations that incited the wrath of the warring state's commander, the Admiral Akiji would not have been dispatched. At such a critical juncture, a mere branch colonel would hardly warrant the attention of an admiral, except for Smoker, of course, who possesses influential connections. The correspondent from the 16th branch, noticing the silence from the headquarters correspondent, awkwardly remarked, "I apologize. I was simply taken aback." The headquarters correspondent then responded, "Admiral Akiji is currently in Logtown. He is just not making an appearance. Your astonishment is entirely understandable." Upon hearing this, the correspondent from the 16th branch recalled the recent invasion of Logtown, surmising that the headquarters had sent Admiral Akiji to defend it. Although he grasped the implications, he refrained from voicing further thoughts, recognizing that such matters were beyond his purview as a correspondent from the 16th branch. Shortly thereafter, the correspondent from the 6th branch engaged in a brief exchange with the headquarters correspondent before terminating the call. Once the call was ended, the correspondent from the 16th branch hurriedly approached a major in his unit to relay the news. The major was rendered speechless by the correspondent's words, astonished that it had been such a short time since Colonel Rat was killed. Moreover, it was shocking that Admiral Akiji would also be heading to Kokoa village to investigate. As the major contemplated these developments, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, for he and Colonel Rat were akin to two peas in a pod. Although Colonel Rat had predominantly handled matters concerning Kokoa village, the major had also been involved in several, having received a substantial amount of berries from him. Unaware of the major's inner turmoil, the correspondent continued to report the directives from headquarters. After finishing his account, he noticed the major was still in a daze. Seemingly lost in thought, he tentatively inquired, "Major, shall we gather the troops to proceed to Kokoa village?" Or, before he could complete his sentence, the major's anxious voice interrupted him, "We must assemble the troops to investigate the incident in Kokoa village." Gradually regaining his composure, the major had indeed heard the correspondent's words, prompting his urgent response. At that moment, the major was eager to mobilize the troops before Admiral Akiji could arrive at Kokoa village to uncover the truth of the situation. If the admiral were to discover their dealings at the Dragon Park, it would spell trouble. Thus, under the major's orders, the naval forces at the 16th branch quickly assembled a contingent. In reality, there was no need for such haste, as Minos was already nearing the 16th branch naval base. Minos arrived at these 16 branches, and of course, it was not merely a casual visit. He was determined to acquire some value in slaughter before he would be satisfied. The current situation in the East Sea can be described as tumultuous, with Minos mercilessly slaughtering pirates and navy alike, while Kaido of the Beasts prepares to travel from the New World, intent on subjugating Minos as his subordinate. Concurrently, Akiji, acting on orders from headquarters and concerned for smokers' safety, has made his way to Log Town in the East Sea. Should these three factions collide, a devastating battle is inevitable, whether it concerns Minos's massacre of the Navy, Kaido's ambition to recruit him, or Akiji's investigation into the death of the Navy's Captain Mouse. It appears that Minos is at a disadvantage. He has slain the Navy's Captain Mouse, and Akiji is unwilling to let the matter rest so easily. The Navy headquarters is equally reluctant to allow a figure of considerable strength and talent, possessing the mythical Zoan type and Conqueror's Haki, to develop unchecked. Moreover, Kaido is not one to relent. He has long harbored intentions of claiming Minos as his own. Should he discover Minos's formidable abilities, a confrontation is all but guaranteed. In the New World, who does not recognize Kaido as a harbinger of war? Minos, faced with the formidable powers of Akiji and Kaido, naturally found himself unwilling to yield. He had yet to accomplish any significant feats in this pirate world. For instance, he yearned to behold the ethereal beauty of Imu's Yukiko and the divine visage of the goddess Yuzuki from the ninja realm. How could he possibly resign himself to mediocrity? Ahem. Thus, it was inevitable that a fierce battle would erupt in the East Sea. Whether driven by the instinct for self-preservation or by the allure of Yukiko and the goddess's stunning appearance, Minos could not entertain the notion of compromise and was determined to carve his path through the chaos. Upon arriving at the 16th Division, Minos stirred awake aboard the ship, rubbing his eyes as if still ensnared in slumber. However, upon gazing at the island that lay before him, enlightenment dawned. He had indeed reached the 16th Division. With this realization, the remnants of drowsiness vanished from his mind, replaced by a burgeoning excitement that caused the corners of his mouth to lift in a smile. He murmured to himself, "It seems today my tally of slaughters shall surely increase." Minos leaped from the ship and landed gracefully on the shore. However, without any prior exertion. The ground beneath him shattered instantly under the force of his formidable impact, sending dust swirling into the air. This ostentatious entrance was clearly intended to attract the attention of the Navy. He had come to stir trouble today, seeking vengeance, and thus had no need for subtlety. Indeed, his dramatic arrival quickly captured the attention of two patrolling Navy officers from the 16th Division, as well as the island's other inhabitants, who whispered amongst themselves, "Who is this person? How dare he behave so audaciously in front of the Navy? He is surely courting disaster." Upon witnessing the rising dust, the patrolling officers initially assumed a pirate invasion was underway and approached cautiously to investigate. As the dust settled, they beheld a tall, striking youth with flowing grayish-purple hair, clad in a black suit and draped in a black cloak of justice. The sight of this black cloak prompted a moment of silent exchange between the two officers. Had they not encountered the admirals in newspapers, they might have been easily deceived into believing this was indeed a high-ranking officer. Yet, it was evident that he was not. The reason the patrolling officers of the 16th Division failed to recognize Minos, the Slayer, was due to the significant transformation he had undergone after acquiring the mythical Zoan Dragon King fruit. Not only had his hair lengthened and changed to a grayish-purple hue, but his attire had also dramatically altered to a black suit and a black cloak of justice. This appearance was highly misleading, creating the impression that a new admiral had emerged within the Navy. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that the 16th Division's patrol officers did not identify Minos. Though they realized he was not a member of the Navy, the officers approached him with caution and inquired politely, "Might we ask who you are, young sir?" Minos was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words of the 16th Division's patrolling Navy. He thought to himself, how could they not recognize him? Logically, his intelligence should have been reported to the Navy headquarters by Smoker. Yet, judging by the current demeanor of these naval officers, it was evident they did not know who he was. Minos himself had not considered that since consuming the Dragon King fruit, his appearance had drastically changed, making it entirely reasonable for the 16th Division's patrolling Navy to fail to recognize him. Without pondering the reasons any further, Minos resolved to pursue his purpose of causing trouble, disregarding these insignificant naval personnel. Then, under the watchful gaze of the patrolling Navy, Minos declared, "I am here to take your lives." Before the patrolling officers could react, Minos, with no regard for martial ethics, delivered a swift punch to one of their heads. The scene of a watermelon shattering and blood splattering unfolded once more. This terrifying and gruesome spectacle left another patrolling officer and the island's villagers, who had been anticipating Minos' folly, utterly horrified. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of kill value. Neither the naval patrol nor the villagers of this island could have anticipated that Minos would arrive at the 16th Division's base to commit murder. The silence in the air lasted merely a few seconds before an array of sounds erupted: clamor, screams, cries, and the sounds of frantic escape, all vividly manifesting in that singular moment. Minos observed the villagers' flight, as well as the 16 patrols of the Navy, still paralyzed by fear. He shook his head in resignation, murmuring to himself, "This truly resembles the scene in Cocoa Village." Particularly notable were those who dashed into the shops, seeking refuge. As if such an act could bestow upon them a sense of security, Minos chose to disregard the foolish villagers and instead approached the astonished naval patrol. With a single, forceful blow, blood-spattered, and yet another patrolman met a gruesome fate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points of kill value. Minos paid no heed to the system's alert tones, but instead proceeded leisurely towards the naval base of the 16th Division on the island. As he walked, he observed the deserted streets, instantly enveloped in a sense of comfort, the air refreshingly crisp, albeit a mere illusion, free from the disturbances of errant fish, which was the most delightful aspect of his journey. Meanwhile, as Minos advanced towards the naval base, the division's major was leading a contingent of sailors to investigate the village of Kokosia. However, upon reaching the entrance of the base, they were met with a throng of villagers blocking their path, the sentry soldiers struggling to maintain order against the overwhelming crowd. The major was perplexed, as it was rather unusual for the villagers to dare obstruct the naval base in such a manner. With this puzzlement in mind, he fired a shot into the sky, signaling the villagers to quell their noise. Indeed, under the major's warning, the villagers fell silent, though the fear in their eyes remained palpable. The major inquired of the villagers, "What has transpired? Why have you gathered here to besiege the naval base? Are you intending to revolt?" At that moment, a villager stepped forward, seemingly of considerable repute among the crowd. "Major of the Navy," he began, "a man has arrived at the port, ruthlessly slaying 2 of our patrolling sailors. We fear for our lives and have sought refuge here at the naval base." It was evident that the major was well known within the 16th Division, for the villager recognized him immediately. Hearing the villager's account, the major was incredulous. How could it be that their base had been breached and 2 patrolling sailors murdered? Anger surged within him. This was utterly intolerable. Such a heinous act demanded retribution. "Rest assured," the major declared grimly, "we shall confront this miscreant forthwith." Upon hearing his words, the villagers erupted in fervent cheers, proclaiming, "Long live the Navy! Please, teach that villain a lesson." The major and his men wore expressions of pride, seemingly reveling in the villagers' adulation. Thus, the major, accompanied by over 100 sailors, marched towards the island's port amidst the villagers' jubilant cries. In their wake followed a multitude of fearless villagers, eager to witness the moment when the Navy would subdue the villain. Yet, before they could reach the port, the major and his entourage encountered a striking youth with long, grayish-purple hair, handsome features, and a cold demeanor. Clad in a black suit and draped in a dark cloak of justice, towering above them. Indeed, this youth was Minos, en route to the 16th Division's base. The meeting of the 2 parties brought forth contrasting thoughts within Minos and the major. The moment the major laid eyes on Minos, his mind momentarily froze. He had thought he was beholding a general from the naval headquarters. Minos felt a surge of joy in his heart. He never anticipated encountering the Navy so swiftly. How splendid! There was no need for him to search far and wide, just as Minos was lost in his thoughts. The tranquility of the scene was abruptly interrupted by a voice from the junior major's side. "You audacious rogue! You dare to come to the base after committing murder? Truly reckless. Now that the major has arrived, let us see how brazen you remain." This was a scruffy fellow with a sharp face, who became instantly animated upon seeing Minos, eager for the junior major to deliver a severe reprimand. The words of this yellow-haired ruffian drew the attention of both Minos and the junior major. The junior major glared at the yellow-haired thug, wishing he could rend him to pieces. This individual seemed undeniably formidable, perhaps even affiliated with the Navy. Wasn't the ruffian's statement akin to placing him on a pyre? Minos cast a glance at the yellow-haired miscreant, feeling momentarily speechless. It reminded him of a classic meme from Blue Star, wherein a yellow-haired thug rides up on a motorcycle to a doorstep, shouting, "Old dang, release your daughter at once, or you shall face dire consequences." The yellow-haired delinquent, noticing Minos's indifference, wore a grim expression, preparing to unleash further insults. However, the junior major interjected sharply, "Silence." At this command, the yellow-haired ruffian dared not utter another word. though a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Minos gazed quietly at the scene, observing the exchange between the squadron major and the young ruffian. The squadron major felt a sense of relief when the blonde miscreant fell silent, inwardly cursing. How reckless! How dare he speak out of turn before me? After taking a moment to compose himself, he turned to Minos and inquired, "My lord, who exactly are you? What is your motive for slaying our patrolling naval soldiers?" Minos regarded the questioning tone of the major with indifference and replied calmly, "Who I am is of no concern to you. I am certainly not one of your naval forces." He paused momentarily before continuing, "As for your inquiry regarding why I would seek to eliminate your patrol navy, it is simply because your navy has provoked me. I have come specifically to trouble your fleet." After Minos uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was the assembled personnel of the 16th Branch Navy or the curious villagers who had come to witness the spectacle, none anticipated that Minos would assert that the Navy had provoked him. Well, it certainly seemed plausible. As a member of the Navy, what is wrong with collecting protection fees and exerting dominance? The branch's major was momentarily taken aback. Minos' succinct response left him at a loss for words. This predicament was bewildering. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Minos had arrived at their 16th branch uninvited and had slaughtered their patrolling sailors without clarification of the circumstances. Such behavior was not only unreasonable but also devoid of any sense of law. Was there truly no law left? What the branch's major failed to realize was that Minos was not merely seeking trouble with the 16th Branch Navy due to a fleeting annoyance. The pivotal factor was the branch's arrogant and oppressive demeanor, frequently resorting to threats involving the Navy's headquarters, believing that such intimidation would compel others to retreat in fear. Who could find solace in such conduct? Indeed, when one is weak, it is wise to endure. Yet, when one possesses strength, one must strike decisively. Upon acquiring formidable power, Minos was finally prepared to exact his revenge on the Navy, while simultaneously demonstrating his prowess to the pirate world. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the branch major's heart swelled with indignation. With so many personnel in the 16th branch of the Navy, how could they possibly fear such a mere fledgling? Minos regarded the visibly displeased major with a quiet demeanor, refraining from uttering a word or anticipating any underhanded assault. His formidable physique stood resilient, impervious to any harm the major might inflict. "Your Excellency, if you have come to the 16th branch to slay our patrolling navy over such a trivial matter, do you not find yourself rather unreasonable?" The major intoned in a somber tone. "And what if I choose not to depart?" Minos replied, his voice devoid of warmth, exhibiting no fluctuation in emotion. "You are truly detestable." The major, incensed by Minos' response, felt frustrated. He had extended an olive branch. Yet the individual before him remained insufferably obstinate. "I cannot fathom what the major is thinking. This man is so audacious. Why not simply discipline him directly? Indeed, after a thorough reprimand, let us see if he retains his arrogance once incarcerated. Precisely, he ought to be severely chastised before being sent to prison. Teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson." Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted, filled with shouts of condemnation and vitriol directed at Minos, as if he were the embodiment of transgression. Yet, rather than inciting anger, the major found delight in the uproar. This time, he was the victor, and the clamor surrounding him served as ample testament to that truth. Minos surveyed the cacophony of insults and condemnations that surrounded him, his heart a tumult of emotions that defied articulation. Was it sorrow? Was it lamentation? Was it joy? Or perhaps exhilaration? Yet, these sentiments were merely a prelude to his acclimatization. If he could not endure the clamor of the insignificant, how could he aspire to achieve anything of great import in the future? Minos has come to comprehend the feelings of those who have been wronged or misunderstood. Initially, there may be a sense of sadness, which eventually transforms into a feeling of disappointment and ultimately settles into a state of indifference. Gradually, I find myself able to accept everything. Classic sayings of the immortal. Just as Minos was lost in reverie, the system made its appearance. Ding. Host. It has been a few days since we last met. How have you fallen so far? Minos heard the system's irritating voice and felt a flicker of joy within him. Perhaps it was akin to a glimmer of hope appearing before one who has been forsaken. Perhaps he was influenced by this group of inconsequential beings, he thought with resignation. Ding. What thoughts does the host have regarding these chaotic voices? "I shall shatter all barriers and carve my path through the tumult," Minos replied with a steely resolve. This time, his voice was imbued with unwavering determination and coldness. "Ding. I had anticipated that the host would be quite disheartened. Thus, this system made a special effort to offer you solace." I'm not that fragile, am I? Minos felt a tinge of embarrassment at the system's remark. He, Minos, could never be so weak. Ding, very well, very well. Minos observed that the system had ceased its communication and chose to refrain from further interaction. He then turned his gaze towards the beaming major of the branch and the cacophony of raucous individuals behind him. A bloodthirsty smile emerged on his face. Are you ready, rabble? Minos's tone dripped with disdain, resonating with a sense of superiority. The major and his companions were left perplexed by Minos's words. However, what transpired next was sufficient to instill profound terror in the fortunate ones among them. Minos gazed at the foolishly grinning Minos, feeling a sense of helplessness. If that is the case, then he shall not be held accountable. Minos danced gracefully in the air, his hands emanating a radiant white light. Clenching his fists, he struck towards the major and his comrades. In an instant, a flurry of white fists descended upon them, akin to raindrops. The resounding thuds, reminiscent of watermelons bursting, echoed in the chilling atmosphere. Though January's weather was not excessively cold, it enveloped the entire port scene in an eerie chill. A crimson mist swirled freely in the air, creating a nightmarish tableau. The once arrogant crowd was left dumbfounded, reduced to merely two survivors, who stood in stunned silence. If not for Minos restraining his powers, those two would have met the same explosive fate as the watermelons. Minos gazed upon the dazed and stiffly smiling branch major and the yellow-haired ruffian, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction within. He had intentionally spared their lives, allowing them to experience the depths of despair. At that moment, the system's notification chime resonated in the air. Ding. The host has acquired 1 point of kill value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. The notifications continued to sound, echoing dozens of times. Minos, initially burdened by a tumultuous state of mind, found his spirits remarkably lifted upon hearing a multitude of melodic tones. Minos gazed upon the paralyzed branch major and the blonde ruffian, his heart sinking into disinterest. Clenching his fist, a single, gentle blow delivered to the branch major and the blonde thug sent them to their demise. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 points of kill value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 point of kill value. The scene of Minos annihilating 16 naval factions was witnessed by distant onlookers. They were astonished that even the combined forces of the naval factions could not vanquish Minos. Fear gripped them. They hastily fled, desperate to escape the harbor of the factions, and even more eager to distance themselves from the demon that was Minos. Minos observed the unfolding chaos with a cold smile as a captivating idea sparked within him. With a thunderous roar, he underwent a profound transformation. Enshrouded in malevolent black energy, his hands morphed into powerful black dragon claws, his legs became robust dragon limbs, and his body expanded into that of a colossal dragon. Enormous black wings sprouted from either side, while a formidable, curved dragon tail emerged from his rear. Finally, his head transformed into a fearsome dragon visage, with eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Transformed into a mighty dragon, Minos soared high into the sky, casting a vast shadow over the island of the 16 branches. The inhabitants of the island, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, were seized by terror, shrieking and fleeing in all directions. In this engulfing darkness, notions of familial love and morality became trivial. Some individuals, in their frantic attempts to escape the island, forsook even their wives and children. One mother clutched her child, her gaze fixed sorrowfully upon her husband, who had already fled. An indescribable anguish filled her heart as she watched him abandon his family. A newlywed wife desperately clung to her husband, pleading, "Please do not leave me. Take me with you." The man, overwhelmed with impatience, retorted, "Release me first. I will come back to rescue you once I am safe." With that, he kicked his bride aside and sprinted into the distance, consumed by a singular desire to survive in the face of impending doom. "You once professed that you loved me, that you would always cherish and protect me. Was it all a lie?" The woman cried out, her voice heavy with despair as she fell to her knees. The man, having distanced himself significantly, paused upon hearing her heart-wrenching words. "Indeed, I have always loved you, but do you not love me as well? You must allow me the chance to escape without dragging me down." With that, he resumed his flight, leaving behind a distraught woman weeping in the oppressive darkness. Of course, their plight was not the sole misfortune in this grim scenario. Others have encountered various circumstances, ranging from abandonment of family to acts of arson and murder. In such an environment, individuals forsake their morals and loved ones in a desperate bid for survival. Minos, transformed into a magnificent dragon soaring through the skies, gathers a sphere of white energy within his maw. Indeed, it is the roar of a dragon, In the realm of fairy tale, dragons may dwell in legend. Yet some possess knowledge of dragon-slaying magic. The mages who wield such formidable spells share a common incantation, the roar of the dragon. Notably, Natsu's dragon-slaying magic, Fire Dragon's Roar, stands out, and when executed by the Fire Dragon King, it manifests as the roar of the Fire Dragon King himself. Though this roar may appear unimposing, its true might should not be underestimated. However, when unleashed by the likes of the Fire Dragon King or the Iron Dragon King, its potency is incomparable, an entirely different realm of power. When the Black Dragon King, Acnologia, first emerged, Natsu and his companions were undertaking trials on Sirius Island. To their astonishment, following their assessments, Acnologia suddenly appeared upon the shores of Sirius Island. Natsu, who had long sought dragons as friends and kin, was filled with excitement upon encountering Acnologia. He yearned to inquire whether the Black Dragon King was privy to the whereabouts of the Fire Dragon and other dragons. Yet, Acnologia disregarded Natsu entirely, launching an offensive against them. Consequently, Natsu and his companions suffered grievous injuries at the hands of the Black Dragon King. Ascending into the sky, Acnologia amassed white energy in his mouth and unleashed it upon Sirius Island. With his overwhelming strength, the island was swiftly submerged. In truth, it was the first fairy who safeguarded Natsu and the others, but it is undeniable that the roar of the Black Dragon is an exceptionally formidable technique. Indeed, the white energy Minos has gathered is none other than the roar of the Black Dragon. Previously, Minos had longed to experience the sensation of the Black Dragon's roar. And now that the opportunity has arisen, he is determined to seize it. Before long, Minos gathers immense power within his jaws. Gazing down at the diminutive island from the sky, he releases a colossal beam of white light. In an instant, the 16th Division is struck by this overwhelming force. A thunderous roar reverberates through the air. As the smoke clears, the 16th Division island has vanished without a trace, leaving behind a massive spring from which water rushes in rapidly. Minos, now a dragon, surveys the remnants of the 16th base with a somber tone, declaring, "The roar of the Black Dragon." With a soft chime, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 points of kill value." The sound echoed again, affirming the accumulation of yet another 10 points, followed by a final notification of 1 point. Intrigued by the incessant alerts, the Black Dragon King Minos wondered just how much kill value he had amassed this time. However, realizing that this place was not meant for lingering, he dismissed his curiosity. As he soared through the sky, the Black Dragon King Minos searched for a suitable landing spot. The reason he chose not to revert to his human form and board a battleship was that under the forceful roar of his dragon form, even islands had succumbed to the depths, and naturally, the ship had met its demise. Soon, Minos spotted an island below. He eagerly glided toward it, driven by the desire to ascertain the extent of his recent kill value. Such a tally promised to be extraordinary, with entire islands submerged. The inhabitants must have met their end as well. Minos was skeptical that any pirate in this world could withstand the might of his earlier roar. Approaching swiftly, he soon hovered above the island, casting a formidable shadow with his massive figure. Yet, it appeared devoid of human life, inhabited only by small creatures and wild beasts. As his colossal presence neared, the animals scattered in fright, having never encountered such a powerful being. The overwhelming aura of the Black Dragon King was too daunting for the wildlife, which could only flee. Observing the chaos below, Minos reflected on the power of sheer strength. It was a deterrent that instilled fear in all beings. After contemplating the awe-inspiring effect of his might, Minos gradually descended, his form shrinking as he approached the ground. Eventually, he landed on the island, now taking the guise of a handsome youth with long gray-purple hair, clad in a black suit and draped in a dark, noble cloak. Upon his arrival, Minos activated his observation haki, surveying the island. In mere moments, he had comprehended the situation. Nothing particularly remarkable stood out. The landscape was similar to other islands, with notably large trees and a variety of small animals alongside larger beasts, embodying the beauty of nature. Yet, was this not typical in the pirate world? As for the existence of devil fruits, it was clear they were absent. For Minos was not the protagonist, but rather a villain, an outcome dependent on the whims of the author and the audience's desires. Thus, there was indeed nothing extraordinary to be found. The notion of training hard on the island was simply unrealistic. Given his current abilities, relentless training would yield little benefit. It would be more prudent to rely on the slaughter system to enhance his strength. Ahem, returning to the main topic. After employing the observation haki to survey the island, Minos discerned no imminent threats. He decided against further scrutiny, and opted to seek out a cave to ascertain the extent of his acquired slaughter points. Minos made his way towards the heart of the island, where a vast cavern awaited. It was only upon employing his observation haki that he discerned its presence. Within, he encountered only a few wild beasts, posing no threat whatsoever. Thus, it would serve perfectly as his base of operations for the days to come. As Minos traversed the path to the island's center, he inevitably startled various wild creatures. However, they instinctively retreated from his presence. Minos, after traversing for a while, arrived at the entrance of an immense cavern. This cavern was truly colossal, likely once the dwelling of a formidable beast. Yet, for reasons unknown, the creature was no longer present. Perhaps it had fallen victim to human hunters. Peering into the depths of the cave from its entrance, visibility was obscured, shrouded in an eerie darkness that sent a chill down one's spine. However, Minos, possessing knowledge of all things, stepped inside without hesitation. Upon entering the cavern, he was instantly enveloped in a sense of tranquility, as the air surrounding him was remarkably refreshing. As Minos ventured further, the air became increasingly invigorating. Eventually, he arrived at the heart of a cavern, where a serene little lake unfolded before his eyes, encircled by a plethora of vibrant flowers and delicate grasses, exuding an aura of tranquility. Surrounding the lake, numerous small creatures gathered to quench their thirst and frolic in delight. The arrival of Minos was witnessed by the small creatures. Perhaps they had never encountered a human before, yet sensing the formidable aura emanating from Minos, they instinctively recognized that this bipedal being was not to be trifled with, and thus fled in haste. In no time, all the little animals had scampered away, leaving only Minos behind. Am I truly that fearsome? Minos gazed at the lake, left entirely alone, feeling rather speechless. He was indeed quite benevolent, wasn't he? You truly are kind, considering you were the one who submerged an island. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of trust between humans and small creatures? It is disheartening. Disappointment is simply unacceptable. After half a minute, Minos found himself amidst the flowers and grass. In an instant, he sensed something extraordinary. Alas, it increasingly resembles a tale of fantasy. What shall we do, my friends? That is not a mystical herb. Just some ordinary medicinal plants. Indeed, no wonder the small creatures have chosen to dwell here. What could be better than nursing a wound with a sip of water and a bite of these herbs? Why resort to violence? Thus, let us reject the relentless competition. Completing 3 chapters a day suffices. Truly, let us cease this relentless striving, for I find it increasingly untenable. Minos reclined comfortably amidst the blossoms, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, his mind was engrossed in the system panel before him. The system interface remained largely unchanged, yet a significant transformation had occurred in the slaying value. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament haki, intermediate observation haki, intermediate conqueror's haki. Flowing rock shatter fist, standard version, navigation skills, helmsman techniques. Physique, peak of the 4 emperor's items, 1 supreme great blade slaying value, 6,000 points realm, admiral level, black dragon form. Peak of the 4 emperors, evaluation. You are now exceedingly powerful. As long as you do not encounter a peak level royal adversary, your life is assured. Minos gazed at the system panel displaying 6,000 points of slaughter value. Torn between laughter and tears, the silver lining was that there had indeed been a change in the slaughter value. However, the disheartening news was that it had not even reached the coveted 10,000 mark. Well, there had certainly been a significant shift. Yet it seemed that the acquisition of slaughter value was becoming increasingly arduous. With such perplexity in mind, Minos felt compelled to interrogate the system. Oh, dear system, why is it that after annihilating so many naval forces in the 16th Division and laying waste to an entire island, I have only garnered such a meager amount of slaughter value? Upon hearing Minos's inquiry, the system hastily responded, eager to dispel any notions of embezzlement regarding the slaughter value. Ding. Host, I understand your urgency, but please, do not be hasty. Minos exclaimed, damn. The system, sensing Minos's impending fury, hastened to provide an explanation. Ding. Oh, dear host. The reason is that eliminating civilians yields merely 1 point of kill value. Minos was deeply perplexed. Then why is there still such a small number? Ding, came the reply. That is because the 16th branch is but a diminutive island. Ding. Moreover, this is not the New World, where even the most insignificant island boasts a population in the tens of thousands. Here, in this modest East Sea, the island's inhabitants number merely 2,000 or 3,000. Ding. Of course, there are larger islands in the East Sea, but we have simply not encountered them. Ding. Hints, dear host. I assure you that there has been no occurrence of embezzlement. After listening to the system's explanation, Minos felt a slight alleviation of his previously gloomy mood. Minos silently contemplated. It appears that to grow stronger and become an absolute powerhouse, one must venture into the new world. After all, that realm is abundant with formidable beings and common folk alike, thus naturally increasing the potential for slaughter. Minos, enveloped in a delightful mood, soon succumbed to slumber amidst the blossoms. During his repose, significant changes unfolded outside. In the waters of Cocoa Village, a man of considerable stature, with slightly curly hair and an unremarkable visage, donned in a white casual outfit, pedaled his bicycle across the sea. This peculiar sight, a person cycling upon the ocean's surface without plunging into the depths, was indeed extraordinary. For those observant enough, it would become apparent that beneath the man's bicycle lay a path of ice. The only individual capable of traversing the sea on a bicycle was none other than Aokiji. As a user of the ice fruit, endowed with formidable prowess and adept control over his abilities, he had conjured a route of ice for his passage, which was entirely plausible. Aokiji remarked, quite reasonable indeed. As for Aokiji's presence in Cocoa Village, he had been dispatched by Admiral Sengoku to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Colonel Mouse. After a considerable journey, Aokiji finally arrived at the harbor of Cocoa Village. However, upon his arrival, he sensed something amiss. Although Colonel Mouse's warship was docked, it stood eerily deserted. This perplexed Aokiji, as it was customary for at least a few soldiers to guard a vessel, yet not a single soldier was in sight. Even more puzzling was the fact that Admiral Sengoku had indicated that the Navy from the 16th Division would also be present to probe into Colonel Mouse's disappearance. Yet here he was, an admiral, already at Cocoa Village, while the 16th Division had not yet arrived. It was inconceivable for an admiral to be waiting for subordinate Navy personnel. Confounded, Aokiji speculated that the 16th Division must be exceedingly lax, arriving late for such a critical matter. It seemed imperative that he report back to Admiral Sengoku once he resolved the situation here, to ensure the 16th Division would be admonished properly. Unbeknownst to Aokiji, a magnificent surprise awaited him, left by Minos, when he eventually reached the 16th Division. Upon stepping onto the port of Cocoa Village, Aokiji was immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood. This acrid aroma, unsettling enough to further darken his already troubled mood, caused his brow to furrow even deeper. Without a moment's hesitation, he deduced that a significant event had transpired here. Despite the brief attempt to cleanse the area, the unmistakable scent of blood lingered, all too evident to one of his caliber. Indeed, Aokiji's instincts were accurate. The harbor of Cocoa Village had undergone a cleaning. Following Minos's departure, the villagers had initially felt joy, but fear soon took root in their hearts. Minos aided them in vanquishing the malevolent dragon and the treacherous fish creatures, bringing them immense joy. However, the subsequent demise of the naval officer at the hands of Minos instilled profound fear among them. While the Navy was indeed despicable, the death of the villainous Colonel Mouse elicited a sense of relief. Yet, should the Navy uncover the truth about the Colonel's demise in Cocoa Village, they would be unable to evade responsibility, as the villagers had already lost faith in the Navy. In light of this predicament, Nokigo, a Jien, and others convened the villagers of Kokoja, first erasing the traces of Minos' actions, ultimately deciding to withhold any information regarding Minos. The villagers, imbued with gratitude, would never betray Minos. The arrival of Aokiji caused quite a stir in Kokoja Village. Upon witnessing his presence, some villagers stealthily made their way to the homes of Nokigo and Ajien, seeking guidance on how to proceed. The earlier events surrounding Minos had already been tumultuous, and the prospect of another unknown individual incited fear of further calamity. Nokigo, resting his head on his hand by the window, murmured softly, but those who listened closely would catch snippets of his words. Nami, where are you? With the dragon and Colonel Mouse gone, no one is bullying us anymore. You must be free from hardship. Please return soon, he added, and that enigmatic figure in black. Who exactly are you? At that moment, a noise interrupted Nokigo, followed by a knock at the door. Two individuals stood outside. One was the villager bearing news, and the other was a Jien. Having received the alarming tidings, they sought Nokigo to devise a plan. Bang, bang, bang. Nokigo, trouble is brewing. Open the door. The sudden urgency jolted Nokigo from his contemplations. Hearing a Jien's frantic voice, he rushed to the door and opened it before a Jien could speak. No, Jien. What is happening? Is Nami in trouble? Nokigo's mind raced, recalling that with the dragon and Colonel Mouse vanquished, the village should be safe from any significant threats. The only plausible concern could be that something had befallen Nami, which explained Aegean's distress. Observing Nokigo's worried expression, Aegean was reminded of the unfortunate girl, though her whereabouts remained a mystery. Seeing Aegean's silence, Nokigo feared the worst. It cannot be. Nami is too clever to encounter danger. Realizing Nokigo's misunderstanding, Aegean quickly interjected, "Nokigo, calm down. Nami is not in trouble." Initially troubled, Nokigo was taken aback by Aegean's words. If Nami was not in trouble, why the urgency? Was this not meant to embarrass her? Observing the perplexed expression on Nokigo's face, Aegean felt compelled to elucidate. A newcomer had arrived in Cocoa Village, though their intentions remained unclear. "We are apprehensive that someone might come to Cocoa Village seeking trouble, or perhaps the Navy is here to investigate the demise of Colonel Mouse." Upon hearing this, Nokigo's visage mirrored her growing concern. Neither scenario boded well. What could they do if troublemakers approached? And if it were the Navy investigating Colonel Mouse? What then? "Fear not, Nokigo. Let us first proceed to the port and devise a plan," Aegean's reassured. With Aegean's comforting words, Nokigo's anxiety diminished significantly. Thus, with a few simple exchanges, the duo made their way towards the port of Cocoa Village. Upon reaching the port, Nokigo and Aegean chanced upon Akiji engaged in conversation with the villagers, seemingly inquiring about something. The villagers, upon noticing Nokigo and Aegean, exchanged a few hurried words with Akiji before departing. Akiji, having observed Nokigo and Aegean from the outset, noted the hasty retreat of a villager. "Oh, it appears that the individuals in charge of this village have arrived," Akiji murmured softly. Nokigo and Aegean, confronted by Akiji's imposing stature, felt a wave of tension wash over them. Akiji scrutinized the pair before him, a youthful maiden and a middle-aged man, whose presence seemed incongruous. Is this reasonable? It appears somewhat reasonable." Ultimately, Akiji concluded that the young girl must be the focal point, while the older man was likely a relative or some such. As Nokigo and Aegean sensed Akiji's gaze upon them, their apprehension intensified. Fortunately, Akiji broke the ice. "Well, you two ought to be the representatives of this village, correct?" he inquired in a languid tone. Nokigo and Aegean exchanged glances at Akiji's words. Encouraged by Aegean's gaze, Nokigo took the initiative to respond. "Yes, sir." "May I ask what brings you here?" Nokigo replied cautiously. Akiji, observing Nokigo's careful demeanor, scratched his head in confusion. Regardless of how one looked at it, this young girl seemed to pose no threat. Yet, why was she so fearful? What could she be afraid of? Akiji's curiosity deepened. Why did the inhabitants of this small village harbor such trepidation? With these questions lingering, Akiji felt compelled to inquire further. "By the way, has the Navy visited the village recently?" Kazan approached with a purposeful intent, leaving Nokigo momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Nokigo's speechlessness, Kazan became increasingly convinced that something significant had transpired in this village, likely related to the Navy. After all, why else would mention of the Navy render him mute? Aegean, anxious as he was, interjected, "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire if you are affiliated with the Navy or from elsewhere?" As Kazan shifted his gaze from Nokigo to Aegean, the latter felt an overwhelming pressure, a palpable aura of strength emanating from Kazan. Even though the powerful presence was restrained, it remained daunting for those of lesser stature. Kazan, bemused by Aegean's evident trepidation, thought to himself, "I haven't even unleashed my full presence, yet he seems so affected." Nevertheless, Kazan's amiable nature prompted him to respond, "Indeed. I am with the Navy, here to investigate a matter." Aegean, though apprehensive, mustered the courage to reply, "What could you possibly wish to investigate in our humble village?" "Rest assured, the matter I seek to uncover is one you surely know," Kazan asserted with certainty. "What matter might that be?" Aegean asked, bracing himself. Sweat dripped from his brow, a testament to his nervousness, compounded by his lack of education and strength in the presence of such a formidable figure. Kazan, observing the perspiring Aegean and the cautious Nokigo, hesitated in his inquiry. With a sigh, Kazan suggested, "Let us find a more suitable place for our discussion." Both Nokigo and Aegean exhaled in relief at Kazan's words. A confrontation at the port would spell disaster for the villagers of Kokoshia. Soon, guided by Nokigo and Aegean, Kazan arrived at Nokigo's home. Nokigo served orange juice to Kazan and Aegean, and Kazan, without hesitation, lifted the glass and drank deeply. "Delicious," he praised. Under ordinary circumstances, Nokigo would have been elated by such commendation, but in the current context, it felt rather less than ideal. "Now, it is time to address the matter at hand," Kazan stated, and the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of palpable tension. "So, have you encountered the Navy?" Though phrased as a question, it bore a weight of certainty. Kazan was convinced that the villagers of Kokoshia had indeed encountered the Navy. Yet he could not fathom the full extent of what had transpired. Seeing no Kigo and Aegean still at a loss for words, Kazan shook his head in resignation. If you remain silent, it may not bode well should others come seeking answers. For instance, they might detain you for questioning. If one were to be aware of something and withhold reporting it, the gravity of the situation would only escalate. It is evident that your Navy has a penchant for bullying the weak. What is it that your Navy dares not confront? Nokigao suddenly succumbed to a torrent of emotions. Akiji, taken aback, scratched his head, perplexed by the unfolding scene. He gazed at the distraught young woman, uncertain of how to respond. Aegean, observing Nokigao's breakdown, felt a profound sense of compassion. This tragedy stems from the devastation wrought by the dragon pirates and the Navy's inaction. Nokigao, please return to your room. Allow me to converse with this Navy gentleman. Aegean spoke in a somber tone. Akiji, unsure of how to react to this turn of events, could only watch quietly as Nokigao departed. After she left, Aegean took a sip of orange juice and began conversing with Akiji. We reside in a village called Kokoja, predominantly engaged in the cultivation of oranges, and life was once filled with joy. However, a few years ago, a notorious band of pirates known as the Dragon Pirates invaded our village, committing unspeakable atrocities and subsequently extorting protection fees from us. Each individual was coerced into paying 100,000 berries, or face execution. Tragically, it was during this ordeal that Nokigao's mother was slain by the dragon. Soon, Aegean recounted the various crimes perpetrated by the dragon pirates upon Kokoja, as well as the Navy's neglect, including the bullying inflicted by Colonel Mouse upon their village. As he spoke, tears streamed down Aegean's face, unable to contain his sorrow, although he had not yet reached the depths of heartbreak. Akiji listened intently to Aegean's account, grappling with his inability to respond. He found himself questioning the righteousness of the Navy's justice, engulfed in a profound haze of uncertainty. After a long period of introspection, he emerged from that fog, albeit with a newfound lethargy. Indeed, the depth of love often correlates with the severity of pain endured. What transpired in recent days? Is there something that cannot be disclosed? Akiji inquired once more. Aegean, previously weeping, suddenly appeared invigorated, his voice filled with fervor. On that day, a hero arrived. Noticing Akiji's bewilderment, Aegean hastily elaborated. A few days ago, a young man clad in black and draped in a cloak came to Kokoja for reasons unknown. When we inquired about his purpose, he merely stated he was there to seek something. The villagers were initially terrified, fearing he was yet another member of the dragon pirates. During his stay, we remained oblivious to the events unfolding around us. However, upon witnessing Colonel Mouse bullying our villagers, the young man took action and eliminated Colonel Mouse and his cohorts. After his departure, we bravely ventured to inspect the Dragon Park, only to discover it had been utterly destroyed. Thus, the evil Dragon Park and Colonel Mouse were both annihilated by that enigmatic figure in black. Even after concluding his tale, Aegean remained exuberantly animated, seemingly oblivious to the potential wrath of Akiji. Well, it seemed that fortune favored Aegean this time. Had it been another naval officer, the outcome might have been quite different. Akiji, observing Aegean's continued excitement, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Was it a matter of right or wrong? Indeed, it posed a peculiar dilemma. When Aegean finally registered Akiji's steady gaze upon him, he was instantly brought back to reality. My apologies, esteemed Navy officer, Aegean stammered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Akiji merely shook his head, paying little heed to someone of Aegean's insignificant stature. After what felt like an eternity of contemplation, Akiji rose, preparing to exit. Aegean, witnessing this scene, was left in a state of confusion, pondering whether he had passed or failed. Please, just tell me whether I live or die. Sensing Aegean's anxiety, Akiji spoke just before departing. I have gathered information regarding the situation in Kokoshia village. I will report all that has transpired here, so you need not fear further incursions by pirates or naval forces. However, be advised to keep this matter confidential. With that, Akiji departed, leaving Aegean with a beaming expression of relief. As Akiji traversed the road towards Kokoshia village, the villagers would discreetly step aside, treating him as if he were a villain. From the exterior of the Nujiku to the port of Kokoshia village, Akiji himself was unaware of how he arrived. The memory of the villagers' fearful expressions gnawed at him, creating an inexplicable sense of agitation within. If it were Sakazuki, things would be quite different. Sakazuki, bold, and wicked civilians. How dare you consort with nefarious pirates? You deserve nothing less than death. Sakazuki, great eruption of flames. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand. Akiji lingered at the port for a while before sighing and quietly pedaling his bicycle towards the 16th branch. Simultaneously, his ice fruit powers activated involuntarily. With each turn of the bicycle wheels, a path of ice formed beneath him. Ultimately, Akiji managed to rein in his emotions, refraining from venting during work hours. As he needed to ascertain why the personnel from the 16th branch had yet to arrive and verify the truth of Aegean's claims. After cycling across the sea for a considerable distance, Akiji finally reached the island of the former 16th branch. However, upon witnessing the desolate waters where the branch once stood, he was utterly bewildered. Where is my island? Where has it gone? Akiji's previously despondent mood was instantly invigorated. The island had vanished. What could possibly have transpired? At that moment, the voice of the telephone bug rang out, its peculiar sound startling Akiji from his reverie. As he retrieved the device to inspect it, he fell silent. The visage of the legendary Fleet Admiral Sengoku appeared, signifying that this was a call from him. Akiji truly wished to avoid this call, feeling that he had yet to fulfill any of the tasks assigned by the Admiral. Nevertheless, he resolved to uncover the mystery surrounding the disappearance of Colonel Mouse. However, it seemed that the 16th Division had already been lost. Did this mean he was merely attempting to redeem himself, or was it a case of utter failure? With a sigh, Akiji pondered these thoughts, hesitating before ultimately answering the ominous telephone bug. The moment the call connected, Sengoku's voice resonated through. Hello, Akiji. What on earth are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer? Have you been off playing again? Did you complete the tasks I assigned you? Caught off guard by Sengoku's barrage of questions, Akiji found himself momentarily speechless. Sengoku, perceiving Akiji's silence as a sign of poor reception, pressed on. Akiji, is your signal weak? Please respond. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. I have been here all along, Akiji replied sheepishly into the telephone bug. Almost immediately, Sengoku's voice erupted in a torrent of expletives. What? Akiji? You fool. Why didn't you answer sooner? And why are you silent now that you've connected? Akiji felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he listened to Sengoku's double inquiry. He thought to himself, would I dare confess that I had not accomplished my tasks and was thus reluctant to answer? Alas, such thoughts could only remain unvoiced. Admiral Sengoku. I truly had poor reception earlier, which caused the delay. With a dismissive huff, Sengoku replied, let us not dwell on that. Have you completed the tasks I assigned? Realizing he could not evade this question, Akiji sheepishly admitted, well, Admiral Sengoku, I have indeed investigated the matter of Colonel Mouse's disappearance. Really? Sengoku's incredulity was palpable. He could hardly believe that Akiji, in his current state, could accomplish anything. Akiji felt a pang of frustration at Sengoku's doubt. Did he truly seem like a person incapable of achieving success? Clearing his throat, Sengoku appeared to realize that his previous remarks might have insulted Akiji, and quickly adopted a serious tone. Then please report on the situation regarding Colonel Mouse. Thus, Akiji swiftly recounted all the details pertaining to the events in Kokoshiya village. Upon the conclusion of Akiji's report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku remained silent for an extended moment, uncertain of how to respond. The matters at hand undeniably pertained to the Navy. Entangled as they were with both the Dragon Pirates and the incident involving Colonel Mouse, the invasion of Kokoshiya village by the Dragon Pirates could be somewhat understood, given their nature as pirates. However, the gravity of Colonel Mouse's oppression of the villagers and the suspicion of collusion with the Dragon Pirates was exceedingly severe. Should this information reach the broader ocean, it would tarnish the Navy's reputation significantly. Soon, the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku emanated from the transponder snail, grave and commanding. Akiji. Under no circumstances must this information reach the ocean. Otherwise, it will reflect a major blemish upon our Navy. Do you understand, Akiji? Rest assured, Fleet Admiral. I have already addressed the situation concerning the villagers of Kokoshiya. No one will divulge anything, Akiji assured promptly, having heard the grave tone of the Fleet Admiral's words. Excellent. Akiji. You have performed admirably this time, Sengoku commended, pleased with Akiji's response. Akiji, feeling somewhat bashful at the praise, scratched his head, uncertain how to respond. He mused internally that perhaps soon, the Fleet Admiral would not be so complimentary. Indeed, Sengoku posed a question that Akiji dreaded the most. By the way, Akiji, where's the Navy from Division 16? Why did they not accompany you to Kokoshiya village? Realizing he was in trouble, Akiji sighed inwardly. As a Marine admiral stationed in the East Blue, the absence of Division 16 was notably concerning. Fleet Admiral. It seems that the personnel from Division 16 are unable to come, he said, gazing at the vast expanse of sea before him with a sense of resignation. What do you mean by that, Akiji? Sengoku's voice was laced with confusion. I assure you, Fleet Admiral, I am not fabricating anything, Akiji reiterated. Casting another glance at the empty sea, his tone resolute. Akiji, you had better explain yourself thoroughly, or you shall forfeit your leave, Sengoku warned, his voice rising with irritation. The mention of his leave struck a chord with Akiji. I am currently in the waters of Division 16, but the islands of Division 16 have vanished. Leaving only an empty sea, he stated with utmost seriousness. After Akiji spoke, he noticed a brief pause from the Marine Admiral Sengoku on the other end of the transponder snail. Soon, Sengoku's incredulous voice echoed back, Akiji, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Sengoku was utterly bewildered, convinced that he had not misheard. Akiji had just claimed that the 16 islands of the branch had vanished, one island, completely gone? This was simply unfathomable. While he could accept the notion of pirates invading the 16 branches, this assertion was astonishingly extraordinary. In the New World, it was not uncommon for battles to shatter islands. But to suggest that an entire island had disappeared in the diminutive East Blue was indeed hard to believe. However, Sengoku's disappointment grew as Akiji's subsequent words compelled him to accept the reality. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku, I am certain that the 16 branch islands have entirely vanished, leaving only an expanse of empty sea. As Akiji sensed Sengoku's inquiry, he felt compelled to reaffirm his statement. After uttering this, he heard the sound of the transponder snail dropping. Clearly, Sengoku's anxious heart had finally succumbed to despair. Akiji sighed helplessly at the scene before him. Time passed slowly. And eventually, Akiji heard Sengoku's hoarse voice once more. Akiji, I wish to understand what has transpired. Therefore, I am granting you 3 days to investigate thoroughly. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I shall uncover the truth, Akiji responded earnestly to Sengoku's unequivocal command. Perhaps you could dispatch the Navy from Logetown to assist me in the investigation, Akiji suggested to Sengoku, who appeared ready to end the call. Very well, you shall oversee matters in the East Blue. All authority is granted to you. But do ensure the safety of the villagers. No more issues must arise, Sengoku replied, his voice weary. Of course, Admiral Sengoku. After Akiji's response, Sengoku ended the call. Observing the swift actions of Sengoku, Akiji scratched his head in resignation. As he gazed out at the vast, empty sea, a bitter expression settled on his face. For the investigation presented an overwhelming challenge. With no leads in sight, how could he proceed? After contemplating the situation in the waters of the 16 branches for a considerable time, Akiji finally looked up at the sky, realizing dusk was approaching. He resolved to consult with Smoker in Logetown before returning to investigate the next day. With clarity of thought, Akiji swiftly rode his bicycle toward Logetown. Meanwhile, regardless of the speed of his bicycle, a path of ice emerged upon the sea. In stark contrast to Akiji's ease, Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters found himself in a state of distress. In his office, designated solely for the Admiral, Sengoku remained lost in thought, grappling with the overwhelming events of the past few days. Whether it pertains to the matters of Logetown, the incident involving Colonel Mouse, or the recent disappearance of the 16th branch, he finds himself utterly unprepared for these unforeseen events. Truly, it is infuriating. Not even a moment's respite is granted before yet another crisis arises. As these thoughts consumed him, the warlord of the Sengoku era erupted in a torrent of curses. Knock. Knock, knock. Just as he prepared to unleash another string of invectives, a sound of knocking interrupted him. Enter, the warlord commanded with an air of authority. His eyes closed as he sat at his desk. Whenever someone approached, the warlord would don his imposing fade. Unwilling to allow the naval commanders to witness his moment of vulnerability, such an image would undoubtedly tarnish the dignity of the fleet admiral. You appear troubled. What has transpired? Upon hearing the slightly aged female voice, the warlord opened his eyes to behold a woman of advanced years, her hair touched with gray, approaching him. It was none other than Little Crane. Seeing a familiar face, the warlord returned to his weary demeanor. Indeed, this somewhat aged woman is Rear Admiral Crane of the Navy. It seems you are truly in a predicament, warlord. Rear Admiral Crane jested, noticing the warlord's despondent state. Ah, Little Crane, please refrain from jesting. The warlord replied with a hint of resignation, observing the smile on Crane's face. Noticing his plight, Rear Admiral Crane ceased her teasing. I couldn't help but overhear your outburst just outside your office. What on earth has happened? She inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Alas, another grave incident has occurred in the East Blue, which prompted my outburst, the warlord explained, observing her puzzled expression. Really? With Akiji stationed in the East Blue? What calamity could possibly arise? Rear Admiral Crane questioned, her confusion deepening. The warlord felt a headache coming on at the mention of Akiji. He had dispatched Akiji to safeguard the East Blue, yet it felt as though his efforts were in vain. Now, with the islands of the 16th branch lost, Akiji remained oblivious to the unfolding disaster. This truly seemed utterly irrational. As the warlord regained his composure, he noticed Rear Admiral Crane still gazing at him expectantly, prompting him to elaborate slowly. Not long ago, I sent Akiji to the East Blue. Is it too swift to say that such calamities have ensued? Rear Admiral Crane, mirroring the warlord's previous disbelief, looked at him with wide eyes. The warlord nodded vigorously, well aware that he too had been equally incredulous. Is this the source of your distress? Rear Admiral Crane inquired, her expression grave. The warlord nodded once more. With a sigh, Rear Admiral Crane remained momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, she spoke with solemnity. This is indeed a most serious matter. Indeed, little Crane. I find myself at a loss for how to confront the people of the East Blue, the warlord lamented bitterly. Perhaps we might consider an alternative approach. Seeing the grim expression on Admiral Sengoku's face, Consultant Crane articulated his thoughts. Little Crane, do you have any ideas? Admiral Sengoku inquired anxiously. Firstly, isn't it known that the Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse were eliminated in Cocoa Village? Consultant Crane remarked, glancing at Admiral Sengoku, who nodded eagerly. Then, Sengoku, have you considered that the person responsible for the demise of both the Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse, as well as the annihilation of the 16th Division, could be the same individual? Consultant Crane hypothesized after meticulous analysis. Admiral Sengoku fell into contemplation upon hearing Consultant Crane's words. It was indeed plausible that this individual had slain Colonel Mouse in Cocoa Village before proceeding to obliterate the entire 16th Division. What if Colonel Mouse provoked someone first, leading to retaliation that ensnared the 16th Division? Consultant Crane observed Sengoku's contemplative demeanor and elaborated once more. Sometimes it is the onlookers who possess clarity and insight. As Consultant Crane's analysis unfolded, Admiral Sengoku found increasing coherence in the reasoning. Little Crane, why do you think he would execute such a plan? If it were merely provocation, would it warrant the complete destruction of the 16th Division? Wouldn't that be excessively cruel? Admiral Sengoku questioned, his face marked with confusion. Consultant Crane shook his head, expressing his own perplexity. Logically, if it were just that, it would not justify the annihilation of the entire 16th Division. Ah, Admiral Sengoku sighed. Who in the East Blue possesses such formidable power? This seemingly casual remark sparked a revelation in Consultant Crane. Indeed, Sengoku, there exists an individual in the East Blue with such strength, Consultant Crane stated cryptically. Who are you referring to? Admiral Sengoku exclaimed, rising from his seat with excitement. Calm down, Sengoku. I am merely speculating, Consultant Crane replied, observing Sengoku's impatience with a hint of resignation. I apologize, little Crane. I was overly eager, Sengoku admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Consultant Crane merely shook his head, as their relationship transcended such trivialities. Noticing Sengoku's intense gaze, Consultant Crane sighed in resignation. Sengoku, have you forgotten about that infamous little brat from a few days ago on the sea? Consultant Crane mused. What? That's impossible. Are you referring to the red-haired little demon known as the Slayer? Admiral Sengoku responded with palpable excitement upon hearing Consultant Crane's words. It is indeed highly probable, Sengoku. Have you forgotten that the Slayer possesses the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit and an exceedingly rare conqueror's haki? Consultant Crane's eyes sparkled with intensity as he spoke with gravity. Yes, the red-haired Slayer is indeed very likely, Admiral Sengoku murmured thoughtfully. We had previously underestimated the Slayer, thinking him merely a fledgling who had recently acquired the powers of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. However, it now appears that the Slayer has concealed his true abilities remarkably well, Consultant Crane expressed in admiration. If it truly is the Slayer, then his power is beyond estimation. Admiral Sengoku wore a grave expression. He had never anticipated that the little scoundrel known as the Slayer would orchestrate such a significant event. The malevolence behind it was palpable. If he could sink an island with a force as formidable as the 16 divisions, then the Slayer's combat prowess must certainly have reached the level of a vice admiral at the very least. While it may be slightly less than that of a full admiral, he may indeed possess the capabilities of a quasi-admiral, remarked Advisor Crane, her face etched with concern. Should we inform Akiji? She inquired, her tone noticeably more relaxed now. There's no need, little Crane. Let Akiji handle this matter himself. I have faith in his abilities. Sengoku replied, his tone unruffled. He firmly believed that with Akiji's strength, there would be no issue, even if that little slayer possessed the might of an admiral. It mattered little. Akiji had held that rank for many years, and a newly appointed admiral would be no match for him. Admittedly, if it were someone else, they might struggle against Akiji. However, Minos, bolstered by the slaughter system, might still pose a challenge. Nonetheless, it was prudent to remain vigilant regarding Akiji's situation to avert any complications, Advisor Crane cautioned. Rest assured, little Crane, I shall remain attentive. It is quite late now. We shall reconvene tomorrow, Sengoku declared wearily. Then I shall take my leave, said Crane, noticing Sengoku's fatigue. With a casual farewell, she exited the admiral's office. Indeed, what a tumultuous season this is. Sengoku sighed before departing the exhausting confines of his office. The dawn was still dim, the air heavy with moisture. As Akiji departed from Logetown, accompanied by the bandaged Smoker, the bewildered Tashiji, and several naval officers. Aside from a somewhat informed Smoker, the rest were filled with confusion. This was due to the fact that Akiji had arrived in Logetown quite late the previous night, merely informing Smoker of a grave incident in the East Blue and instructing him to gather troops for an inspection the following morning. Smoker, though puzzled, recognized the weight of military orders and the effort Akiji had expended on his behalf, so he complied without question. Thus, a multitude of naval soldiers set out early, their faces a portrait of bewilderment. Standing aboard the warship, Smoker lit a cigar, taking a puff before exhaling a cloud of smoke. What on earth has transpired, Admiral Akiji? He inquired. Smoker's question instantly invigorated the previously perplexed soldiers. They were eager to understand what had occurred and why Admiral Akiji was aboard the ship, particularly since it seemed he had dispatched Smoker to lead the mission. Akiji, having heard Smoker's inquiry and sensing the soldiers' thirst for knowledge, addressed them with utmost seriousness. Indeed, something significant has transpired. Well, do enlighten us. In the depths of his heart, Smoker roared with disbelief as Admiral Akiji uttered a statement that left him and numerous Navy soldiers utterly astounded. The 16 naval branches of the East Sea, along with their islands, had vanished. Akiji, with a grave demeanor, reiterated, "What? This cannot be true," Smoker exclaimed, his face a canvas of horror. The expressions of the other Navy soldiers mirrored his shock, their faces reflecting the same disbelief. Observing their astonished countenances, Akiji reaffirmed, "It is indeed true. I was in the waters of the 16th branch just yesterday. The islands that once stood there have now been reduced to nothing but open sea." Akiji's words embodied sheer terror, a notion that was far too exaggerated for the Navy soldiers of the East Sea to fathom. They could scarcely imagine the kind of power required to obliterate an island. Regaining his composure, Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly before speaking. "What should we do now, Admiral Akiji? We must head to the 16th branch's waters to investigate how it came to disappear. Was it destroyed by a powerful sea king, or by the abilities of that devil fruit user?" Akiji stated sternly, addressing Smoker and the soldiers behind him. Upon hearing Akiji's words, Smoker and the other Navy personnel assumed serious expressions and replied, "Rest assured, Admiral Akiji, we shall uncover the truth." Thus, Akiji and his entourage set forth toward the waters of the 16th branch. After navigating the sea for a time, they finally arrived at the desolate expanse where the 16th branch once thrived. Notably, Akiji traveled aboard a warship with Smoker and the others. Yet he had left his bicycle on the ship, perhaps for future use. Hey, is it truly gone? Smoker gazed at the vanished island, still in disbelief. "Indeed, such an incident has transpired in waters under my command," Akiji lamented upon hearing Smoker's words. Admiral Akiji, perhaps you should take heart. Admiral Sengoku may not hold you accountable," Smoker attempted to console him. However, Akiji shook his head. Deep down, he knew that if this incident were to come to light, it would undoubtedly mar his reputation. "Let us first send someone to investigate what has transpired in the vicinity," Akiji instructed Smoker to dispatch a team. Following Akiji's directive, Smoker organized the Navy soldiers into several small teams, sending them out in boats to examine the site of the former 16th branch islands. Yet, how could any trace remain in the wake of Minos and his formidable black dragoness roar? Admiral Akiji, should we not investigate together? Smoker suggested in a low voice. Yes, but not at this moment. We must first observe if there are any signs in the surrounding area, Akiji replied. At this moment, Akiji remained remarkably composed, wishing to first examine the surroundings for any traces. Thus, the Navy soldiers searched the center of the sea while Smoker and Akiji scoured the vicinity. After an extensive search, both Smoker and Akiji found themselves empty-handed, their expressions darkening with disappointment. Would their efforts be in vain? Just as their spirits waned, a startling transformation occurred at the heart of the ocean. A contingent of Navy soldiers, diligently scouring the waters in their small boats, was suddenly caught in a violent upheaval as a colossal whirlpool formed. The formidable suction of the whirlpool drew the soldiers and their vessel into its depths. This terrifying spectacle undoubtedly struck fear into the hearts of other searching Navy personnel, who stood aghast, paralyzed with shock and unable to advance further. Soon, an even more horrifying scene unfolded before the Navy soldiers' eyes. The immense pull of the whirlpool gave rise to a swirling tornado, which, with the whirlpool's assistance, manifested the extraordinary phenomenon of a waterspout above these waters. The once clear skies transformed into an ominous blanket of darkness. Even more despairing for the Navy soldiers was the realization that the waterspout was growing in size, its overwhelming presence seemingly unstoppable, bent on obliterating all in its path. The soldiers, paralyzed by shock, stared in desperation, their legs trembling as they stood at a loss. Perhaps their spirits had already succumbed to despair beneath this vast waterspout. They had begun to accept their fate. Hey, Akiji, what on earth is happening up ahead? Smoker exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. What is it? Akiji replied, puzzled by Smoker's incoherent words, but as he turned his gaze towards the center of the sea, his expression shifted from confusion to sheer astonishment. Is that a waterspout? How can it be so immense? Akiji uttered, incredulous. Not only was Smoker unable to fathom it, but even Akiji himself found it hard to believe that such a staggering and colossal waterspout could emerge in this small expanse of the East Blue. Not good, Akiji. The Navy soldiers ahead are in peril, Smoker exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. With his eyes turning red, he felt a deep sense of fear for the soldiers' safety. Recalling his promise to protect them at Lobetown, Akiji took a deep breath and spoke with determination. Smoker, steer the battleship closer. Is that safe, Akiji? Smoker's eyes glinted with concern, yet he spoke in a measured tone. Although he yearned to rescue the Navy soldiers, he understood that jeopardizing Admiral Akiji for their sake would be unwarranted. This corrupted sea necessitated individuals like Akiji, who possessed a righteous heart and formidable strength. At the very least, in the current ocean, the Navy headquarters could not afford to lose Akiji. One might wonder if my words are overly grave. Akiji shook his head and replied solemnly, do not worry, Smoker. Everything will be fine. Let us proceed. Observing Akiji's earnest demeanor, Smoker steered the warship toward the colossal waterspout. Smoker and Akiji were not far from the center of the 16th Branch South Maritime region, and soon they arrived. Smoker, noticing the Navy soldiers who appeared paralyzed with fear, shouted, how long will you remain in a daze? Admiral Akiji is here. Trust that he will bring you back safely. Encouraged by Smoker's words, the soldiers began to regain their composure. However, seeing the still motionless soldiers, Smoker felt exasperated. He pondered scolding them. It might have been fitting, but refrained, as they continued to stand idly on the small boats. Just then, Akiji's words plunged Smoker's heart into despair. Smoker, it is too late. Akiji gazed at the approaching massive waterspout, his voice somber. What? Smoker exclaimed as he followed Akiji's gaze. Realizing the enormous waterspout was indeed advancing towards them. Admiral Akiji, what should we do? Smoker's face turned pale, his voice weak. Akiji inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within. Smoker, I will hold back the waterspout. Your task is to swiftly bring the Navy soldiers aboard the warship. Akiji's gaze was resolute as he spoke to Smoker. Smoker was captivated by Akiji's unwavering determination. Akiji was his ally, and his soldiers were his brothers and friends. He found himself in a profound dilemma. Smoker cursed himself internally, wishing he possessed such immense power. Nodding, he turned towards the small boats carrying the Navy soldiers, silently urging Akiji to survive. One might question why such a mere waterspout evokes such somber sentiments, akin to a life-and-death parting. However, I deem this sentiment entirely reasonable. The might of nature is beyond our reckoning. While Akiji is undeniably powerful, Can he truly match the peak strength of the Golden Lion? During the climactic battle against the Roger pirates at the Battle of Itewall, the Golden Lion was ultimately vanquished by the Tempest. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand. As Aokiji watched Smoker rush to rescue the Navy soldiers, he felt neither sorrow nor joy, only an abiding calm. Should one act in haste, unimaginable events may unfold. Aokiji leapt from the ship onto the surface of the sea, where an ice platform emerged beneath his feet, allowing him to wield the powers of his ice fruit with remarkable ease. Standing upon the icy expanse, he beheld the formidable water spout, a force capable of annihilating everything in its path, drawing ever closer. Aokiji summoned his natural ice fruit abilities, releasing an intense chill that radiated from his being. Ice ball, he commanded, raising his right hand as a multitude of ice spheres cascaded toward the colossal water spout with great velocity. The thunderous sound echoed across the waters, creating an unsettling reverberation. Yet, the ice spheres merely stalled the waterspout for a brief moment. Provoked by Aokiji's audacity, the waterspout swelled, nearly doubling in size. The might of nature was indeed terrifying, and this manifestation was no exception. Alas, this is quite troublesome, Aokiji muttered, observing the now gargantuan water spout with a tone of resignation. He glanced toward Smoker, who was tirelessly rescuing others. Come on, Smoker, you must hasten. Aokiji sighed. With resolve, he contemplated his next move. Aokiji crouched upon his icy platform, plunging his right hand into the sea, indeed, into the sea. Instantly, the waters surged tumultuously. Countless shards of ice erupted from his hand, spreading outward in a magnificent display. In an instant, the ocean before him was ensnared in an endless frost, encasing even the massive waterspout in a frigid embrace. As he beheld the spectacle of the frozen sea, Aokiji solemnly declared, Ice Age. Who could fathom that the ocean itself could be imprisoned in ice? The scene was breathtaking, with the waterspout transformed into a colossal ice pillar resembling a tornado. Smoker and his comrades, drawn by the immense commotion, gazed upward to witness the grand spectacle. What kind of power is this, capable of freezing such a colossal waterspout? Smoker exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Following his words, other naval soldiers regained their senses, exclaiming in relief, This is wonderful. We are finally spared from death. Admiral Aokiji is truly remarkable. Had it not been for Admiral Aokiji, we would surely have perished today. Indeed, we are immensely grateful to Admiral Aokiji. Seeing this remarkable scene, a smile broke across Smoker's face. The previous moment had been terrifying. Without Aokiji's intervention, their fates would have been dire. With these thoughts in mind, Smoker called out, Everyone, let us return to the ship. We shall go to meet Admiral Aokiji. Understood, Captain Smoker, replied the remaining naval soldiers, their spirits lifted. Soon, all were aboard the ship, united in their gratitude and relief. Smoker shook his head in resignation as he observed the soldiers on his ship, who were still reveling in excitement despite having been paralyzed with fear moments earlier. What a bunch of fools they are. At that moment, however, he noticed a forlorn figure in the corner, more accurately, a girl. She stood apart from the other soldiers aboard the warship, her demeanor steeped in despondence. Dashiki, what troubles you? Are you not happy to have been rescued? Smoker inquired, approaching the corner where Dashiki had lowered her head. Indeed, it was Dashiki who felt so out of place among the others. In response to Smoker's question, she merely lifted her gaze momentarily, her eyes filled with a dull sadness, before returning her head to its previous position. Smoker's confusion deepened. What could possibly be troubling this naive girl? Are you still frightened? Rest assured, a good night's sleep will remedy everything. He attempted to comfort her. To his surprise, Dashiki suddenly looked up and spoke. Major Smoker, does possessing great power mean one can defy all adversity? If I had the strength of Admiral Aokiji, could I have saved those comrades who were swept away by the water? Smoker was taken aback by the earnestness in Dashiki's eyes, unsure of how to respond. The formidable strength of Admiral Aokiji was not easily attained. Yet, seeing the determination in Dashiki's gaze, he couldn't bear to discourage her. Yes, Dashiki, if we possess great strength, we can save more of our comrades, vanquish more pirates, and protect more people. At that moment, Smoker's tone was both gentle and affirming. He spoke not only to Dashiki but also to himself. He no longer wished to feel this sense of helplessness. Though the world's misfortunes are unpredictable, they can cling to you if fortune does not favor you. Such was the case for Smoker and his companions still navigating the treacherous waters. Just as Smoker contemplated ways to grow stronger, an unwelcome message arrived from Aokiji. Smoker, you must leave the waters immediately. Something far more terrifying may occur, Aokiji warned. having unexpectedly boarded the warship with a grave expression. "What is it, Admiral Aokiji?" Smoker asked, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Admiral. "Although the waters appear calm at present, I have detected significant tremors beneath the surface. The force of these tremors is immense, and if the ice is shattered, the phenomenon known as the water spout will re-emerge, potentially accompanied by snowmelt. At that point, escape will become impossible." Aokiji's countenance grew increasingly serious as he spoke. His greatest fear had materialized. The powerful tremors would lead to tumultuous seas. The soldiers, who had only just escaped peril, were suddenly engulfed in despair. What shall we do? We have only just escaped, yet we are faced with such peril once more. Indeed, it seems today we are destined for calamity. Alas, our luck today is truly unfortunate. Please, do not despair. We still have Admiral Aokiji. He will surely lead us to safety. Yes, we have Admiral Aokiji. Smoker, hearing the hushed whispers of the soldiers, felt a deep sense of distress. The soldiers were clearly terrified, placing their hopes solely upon Aokiji. Aokiji observed this scene. Yet he remained silent. He was determined to save these Navy soldiers and resolve this dire situation. Otherwise, with the support of the tsunami, the waterspout would strike the surrounding islands. If left unaddressed, these islands would undoubtedly face devastation, and the threat of submersion loomed large. Contemplating these thoughts, Aokiji exhaled deeply. The weight of this pressure was nearly suffocating. Nevertheless, it was his duty as a member of the Navy, and as a vice admiral, he must rise to the occasion. With clarity dawning upon him, Aokiji felt as though he had returned to the fervent youth he once was. "Smoker, lead them away," Aokiji said calmly, observing Smoker and the others. This declaration left Smoker incredulous. Was Aokiji truly prepared to remain behind alone? Such a risk seemed unwise. "Admiral Aokiji," Smoker said gravely. "Yes, Admiral Aokiji, this is far too perilous. We should all go together. With your strength, I am certain we can escape. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone. Indeed, let us all depart together." Smoker's words resonated with the Navy soldiers, who unanimously echoed their concerns and urged him to reconsider. Hearing their worries, Aokiji felt a warm current flow through his heart. "Thank you for your concern. But this is my duty, and indeed, the duty of our Navy." With that, Aokiji leaped onto the icy surface, ready to confront the tsunami and the waterspout alone. His solitary stance against the impending onslaught of the tsunami deeply pained Smoker and the others. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, the frailty of all lesser forces seemed insignificant. "Let us go," Smoker spoke in a low tone. The other naval soldiers wished to voice their thoughts, but upon witnessing the grim expression on Smoker's face, they refrained from further comment. Thus, Smoker and his crew navigated the warship outward. Aokiji observed the impending tsunami, glancing back at the departing Smoker and his team with a sense of calm. At such moments, words were futile. One could only exert their utmost effort. The ice began to shatter rapidly, surprising even Aokiji with the swiftness of its destruction. The sound of cracking echoed, reminiscent of a death knell. Alerted by the noise, Aokiji turned his gaze forward, only to witness fissures appearing on the once flat ice surface. These cracks spread swiftly, leaving only the massive ice pillar resembling a tornado intact. Despite its remaining solidity, Aokiji's countenance was laden with gravity, devoid of any trace of joy. This was due to the fact that the broken ice chunks in the sea had already been devoured by the supervortex. Concurrently, waves surged in relentless succession across the waters. This phenomenon heralded the imminent eruption of the tsunami. Once formed, it would be unstoppable. Aokiji observed the scene with a tranquil demeanor, choosing not to intervene at this moment. Acting prematurely would serve no purpose. It was far more prudent to wait for the tsunami to manifest, allowing for a resolution at its source. Indeed, under Aokiji's watchful gaze, the sea began to gradually morph, with waves rising ever higher, as if intent on engulfing him. At that moment, the waves collided with the ice-encased dragon. Curiously, this time the waves did not obliterate the frozen creature. Rather, they hastened the shattering of the ice surrounding it. Ultimately, with each successive strike of the waves, the dragon was fully liberated. This embodiment of destruction surged forth once more, seemingly stronger than before. Its form was now adorned with snow, blending harmoniously with Aokiji's own frost. The sky was dark, and the sea roiled with fury. The tsunami had taken form, and the blizzard dragon and the tsunami together exuded a magnificent might. As if poised to annihilate all in their path, Aokiji beheld the formidable tsunami and the tempestuous dragon, resolutely unwilling to retreat. Turning his gaze, he noted that Smoker and his crew were now safe. After a prolonged silence, Akiji murmured to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to employ that yet immature technique. What do you think it might be?" Akiji has long been utilizing the powers of the ice fruit, creating several techniques. However, there exists one technique that he has yet to employ, primarily due to its substantial toll on his stamina, as well as his lack of proficiency in its execution. Indeed, this technique pertains to the awakening of the devil fruit. All devil fruits possess the potential for awakening, be they Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia types. Yet, the process of awakening is fraught with challenges. It first depends on the user's mastery, followed by their innate talent, and of course, luck can also be considered a crucial element in the awakening of a devil fruit. Once a devil fruit's abilities awaken, they can profoundly alter the surrounding environment. For instance, an awakened Paramecia fruit transforms everything around it to mirror its own powers. The capabilities of an awakened Zoan fruit are even more formidable, enhancing the user's vitality and making them exceedingly difficult to defeat, while also summoning extraordinary flames around them. As for Logia fruit users, their awakening can dramatically reshape the area around them. It can be said that Logia fruits are uniquely blessed, fortified by natural weather phenomena, which renders them even more powerful. Well, in the face of overwhelming might, all beings are rendered equal. Ahem, returning to the subject at hand. Akiji had attempted to awaken his devil fruit powers long ago, yet he consistently faced failure. This was not due to a lack of skill or talent on his part. Rather, it often requires a touch of fortune. Akiji gazed upon the tumultuous tsunami and the majestic whirlpool of a water spout ahead, his hands bracing against his chest. In an instant, his hands became encased in ice. Simultaneously, an icy aura began to seep from his body, rapidly spreading in all directions. Before long, the entire expanse of the sea was frozen by Akiji's will. Following the awakening of his devil fruit abilities, the power of ice became even more ferocious and domineering. Both the tsunami and the waterspout were encased in frost, along with the surrounding islands and ocean. Observing the frozen tsunami and waterspout, Akiji unleashed other techniques from this uniquely awakened icy domain. Skills such as Ice Ball, Time Capsule, and Ice Age were effortlessly executed, incurring no cost to his stamina for a limited duration. Instantly, various ice abilities were unleashed upon the ensnared tsunami and waterspout. Under Akiji's relentless assault, the tsunami and waterspout shattered completely, obliterated from within. The once tumultuous waves and colossal whirlpool were thus subdued by Akiji. He regarded this scene with a satisfied smile, though fatigue crept into his voice as he uttered, "Ice domain. Ah, well, this awakened ability is of my own crafting. While it may resemble the Ice Age, there remains a distinction. It is stronger, more potent, and allows for the use of minor skills for a limited time." Having spoken, Akiji found himself utterly exhausted. As the body tilted backward and just before closing his eyes, a blurry figure approached him swiftly across the icy surface. The figure was Smoker, who, deeply concerned for Akiji, had instructed the other soldiers to retreat while he remained at a distance, observing the unfolding events. From afar, Smoker was astounded to witness Akiji harnessing his awakened abilities. It was a power that transformed everything, evoking a profound sense of awe. Only by witnessing Akiji confront the tsunami and the violent waterspout could one truly appreciate the magnitude of his prowess. Supporting the fallen Akiji, Smoker gazed at his pale complexion, feelings of complexity swirling within him. The image of Akiji valiantly battling nature alone was haunting, particularly when he declared it his duty as an admiral, an unforgettable moment. With a sigh, Smoker hoisted Akiji onto his back and began to walk outward. As he walked, it seemed he could hear someone calling his name, leaving him bewildered. Was there truly someone else here? Yet, as the voice grew clearer and closer, Smoker could not dismiss it. Upon raising his head to look ahead, he was met with a heartwarming sight. It was Tashigi and other Navy soldiers rushing towards him, loudly exclaiming, "Major Smoker, are you all right? What a bunch of hopeless fools." Smoker thought with a smile. Thus, Smoker, Tashigi, and the others escorted Akiji back to the warship, setting sail towards Logtown. After Smoker and the others departed, a merchant arrived in the waters of the 16th Division. However, upon nearing the area, he discovered it was entirely enveloped in endless sheets of ice. This peculiar scene left the merchant bewildered, pondering whether it had snowed in the region the previous night. Driven by curiosity, he stepped onto the icy surface. Yet, the moment he did, an overwhelming chill gripped him. The further he ventured, the more alarmed he became, as the entire expanse of sea lay frozen before him. When he reached the location of the former 16th Division Island, he was once again taken aback. Where had the island gone? It was inconceivable. Nothing remained but a vast, white expanse of icy desolation. After a long moment, the cold wind swept through. The merchant, feeling the biting chill, gazed at the bizarre scene and hurriedly retreated, fear gripping him. He soon reached a ship, increasingly perplexed by the strange occurrence, convinced that he should share this astonishing tale with others. The merchant recounted his experience in every town he visited. Oldly, you won't believe what happened when I went to the 16th Division to purchase goods today. What could possibly have happened? The man named Oldly responded skeptically. Truly, you must believe me. The merchant urged. All right, do tell, Oldly replied. Oldly found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. The waters of Branch 6 had vanished, leaving behind only an expanse of desolation. The merchant spoke to Oldly in a mysterious tone. What? You can't be deceiving me, can you? Oldly exclaimed, visibly agitated. I assure you, Oldly, I am not misleading you. There are no islands left, not even a single fly can be found, the merchant reiterated with an air of mystery. Are you truly not jesting? Oldly sought confirmation once more. Of course not. After all these years of acquaintance, why would I deceive you? The merchant replied, slightly irritated. All right, you have my trust. Once I verify this, I'll treat you to a drink, Oldly declared with a hearty laugh. Agreed, then it is settled. The merchant would always share this tale in a secretive manner whenever he encountered acquaintances. Meanwhile, Oldly set sail on his small boat to inspect the former Branch 16 islands. However, upon arrival, he was met only with a vast, white expanse of ice and snow, compelling him to believe the astonishing transformation of the Branch 16 waters. The news of Branch 16's metamorphosis into a realm of ice and snow quickly spread between the merchant and Oldly. Have you heard? The waters of Branch 16 have suddenly become a grand icy world. What? That is utterly unbelievable. Did you hear? The waters of Branch 16 have disappeared. Do you know? The waters of Branch 16 have been struck by divine punishment, transforming into an icy realm. What? How dreadful. At a certain newspaper branch in the East Sea, Yamashita M.O. was preparing to report to President Morgans about the annihilation of the dragon pirate crew when he stumbled upon this news. Yamashita M.O. was taken aback. The waters of Branch 16 had been destroyed and transformed into a frigid world? This was beyond absurd. Could it be any more far-fetched? Yamashita M.O. found it hard to believe that anyone would have the audacity to obliterate a naval branch in the East Sea. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? Contemplating this, Yamashita M.O. hastily made his way to the waters of Branch 16 to ascertain the truth. He even forgot to relay the information intended for Morgans. All he wished was to uncover what had transpired at Branch 16. Upon arriving, he discovered he was not alone. Numerous others who were aware of the news had gathered to witness the spectacle. As Yamashita M.O. beheld the astonishing scene before him, he was compelled to accept the reality that Branch 16 had indeed been destroyed. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of regret for failing to capture crucial intelligence. Alas! Yamashita M.O. sighed deeply, deciding not to linger any longer. He needed to return to the branch to report to President Morgans about the dragon pirate crew and the massacre of Colonel Mouse by the slaughterer. At the headquarters of the New World News Agency, Morgans received the information from Yamashita M.O. He, after all, I have expedited the pace. Observing the dramatically altered visage of the slayer Morgans in the newspaper, I felt an exhilarating thrill. This merciless killer had once again engaged in a thrilling act. With unparalleled brutality, he annihilated the dragon pirates and, employing the same ruthless method, dispatched a naval colonel. How utterly fascinating! Following this, Morgans perused another report from the valley below regarding the suspected destruction of the 16 branches, which had transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Alas, what a pity, Morgans sighed. The intelligence from the valley below only presented the outcome, devoid of the process, leaving the identity of the perpetrator shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, he resolved to report it immediately. Morgans declared with excitement, urging the newspaper staff to work overtime to print copies, aiming for distribution across the seas by dawn. Meanwhile, Minos, who had been in slumber for an extended period, finally roused. Completely unaware of the events that had transpired during his day of rest, Minos gazed in bewilderment at the expansive cavern and the surrounding flora. However, he quickly recalled that he had traversed into the world of pirates, which rendered the situation rather ordinary. Is the system present? Minos inquired weakly in his mind. Ding. Host. Even in death, I remain. What on earth is wrong with you, system? Minos responded, utterly perplexed. Ding. This system is quite displeased, as it observes the host indulging in comfort. Haha, dear system. I merely exerted myself in battle yesterday and am entitled to a proper rest, am I not? Minos declared with conviction. Ding. Host, your shamelessness is astonishing. Do you truly consider a mere skirmish exhausting? Dear system, it was indeed somewhat taxing. Minos remained unfazed by the system's derision. Ding. The system finds no further interest in engaging with Minos's incessant complaints. It has become apparent that despite Minos's cold exterior, he possesses an exceedingly thick skin. At that moment, Minos suddenly exclaimed, "Could you kindly fetch me a bottle of mouthwash?" Ding. None available. The system's curt response, in light of Minos's demanding demeanor, was less than amiable. What? You wretched system, you lack that as well? Minos exclaimed with agitation. Ding. Please check for yourself. Minos felt a sense of satisfaction at the system's promptness. However, upon accessing the system's interface, he fell into silence. To his astonishment, a single bottle of mouthwash cost a staggering 20 points of killing value. Hey, system, are you trying to swindle me? For such a trivial item. 20 points of killing value? Minos questioned, bewildered. Ding. No deception here. Dear system, could you possibly reduce the price? Minos implored. Ding. Not a chance. Seriously. You insufferable system, can we not negotiate? Minos retorted in frustration. Ding. Purchase if you wish. Curse it. Minos seethed in exasperation. Ultimately, he begrudgingly surrendered 20 points of killing value to acquire a bottle of mouthwash. After an intense confrontation with the system for quite some time, Minos finally withdrew from the system panel. His strength had grown formidable, yet he found it challenging to advance further in the East Sea. Was he to embark on a campaign of bloodshed across the entire region? In an instant, Minos dismissed this notion. How could someone as kind-hearted as he commit such atrocities? Well, you are indeed very benevolent. It was merely the destruction of an island. Nevertheless, he thought it wiser to visit Logtown before making any decisions. Since he had come from there, perhaps it was fitting to conclude his journey in the same place. Minos' intentions were noble. Yet he remained oblivious to his burgeoning fame across the seas. Having either been asleep or en route to slumber, he regarded the skirmishes in Logtown as trivial events, unworthy of concern. Little did he anticipate the covert recordings by that sly character, Shanshanamo. Consequently, his understanding of the current situation in the East Sea was woefully inadequate. Thus, Minos resolved to take another stroll through Logtown. Minos rose from the grass, surveying his surroundings. Finding little of interest, he concluded that pursuing a bounty of slaughter was far more worthwhile. Minos turned away from the cave, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Upon emerging into the daylight, he beheld the wild beast lurking in the distance, prompting him to enter a state of deep contemplation. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, that system. I've just conceived a rather amusing notion. What notion? The system inquired, perplexed by Minos' unpredictable behavior. Look at that beast ahead. I wonder if you have any thoughts about it? Minos remarked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Please elaborate, host. The system urged, intrigued. He. Don't you think beasts can also be considered as points of slaughter? Minos said, brimming with excitement. Host, I must admit, I find myself somewhat envious of your ingenuity. The system confessed, astonished by Minos' idea. Now, system, let us keep this low-key, shall we? Otherwise, I might feel embarrassed, Minos replied, feigning modesty. With your audacity. Feeling embarrassed is quite a stretch. The system retorted, utterly disdainful of Minos' brazen demeanor, having never encountered such shamelessness before. System, let us not resort to insults. Minos replied, exasperated by the system's scorn. Humph. The system grunted. Now, putting banter aside, do you think my suggestion is feasible? Minos asked, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. At that moment, Minos' intention was clear. Should the system acquiesce, he would charge forth and unleash a massacre. If he grew weary of the sport, he could always invoke his island vanishing technique. Minos' roar was poised for action. Such is the thrill of momentary power, he mused inwardly. However, before Minos could revel in his excitement for long, the system promptly rejected his proposal. I regret to inform you, host, that while I am indeed a slaughter system, my parameters only account for bipedal beings. These beasts do not fall within that category. After listening to the system's words, Minos felt his excitement wane. Ding. Host. As long as you venture into the new world, won't the slaughter points come easily? At that time, you can purchase whatever you desire. The system urged with a tone of honest persuasion, given Minos' reluctance to enter the new world. System? Your intentions are rather overt, aren't they? Minos replied, somewhat exasperated by the system's coaxing. Ding. Host, I am merely concerned for your well-being. I wish for you to amass more slaughter points. Ding. Just look at the life you are living now, residing in this deep, secluded forest, devoid of any excitement. However, if you were to acquire slaughter points, wouldn't that allow you to purchase a yacht? It would be far more convenient to live in and travel with. Isn't that appealing? Isn't it delightful? Upon hearing the system's remark, Minos was utterly astonished, truly taken aback. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he would have remained oblivious to the dire state of his existence, lacking in every aspect, and after toiling for so long, he had amassed but a meager amount of slaughter points. If other transmigrators were privy to his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. How absurd. Some of us find ourselves imprisoned upon arrival, while others are thrust into slavery, yet here he is, having only traversed a few days and already attaining the rank of a emperor. Truly, a pinnacle of pretentiousness. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand. System. After your enlightening reminder, I have engaged in deep reflection. Once we pass through Rogue Town, let us launch an immediate assault on the new world. Minos declared earnestly to the system. Ding. Excellent, host. This is precisely the course of action we should take. When the time comes, you shall unleash your might, kicking the 4 emperors and striking the admirals. Indeed, Minos responded with a tone both resolute and powerful. Thus, the foolish system and its Navi host joyfully resolved to advance into the new world. Minos resolutely strode towards the exterior, as if embarking on a momentous endeavor. However, upon reaching the edge of the island and gazing at the vast, desolate sea, he fell into a profound contemplation. If memory served him right, it appeared that his warships had been obliterated by his own dragon's roar. Sensing Minos's predicament, a prompt from the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Host. You can transform into the Black Dragon King, dashing and capable of flight. Minos, with utmost seriousness in his heart, replied, but such a display would be too ostentatious. It does not align with my preference for subtlety. Ding. Perhaps only you perceive it as subtle. Do not concern yourself with trivial details, the system retorted nonchalantly. Ding. Then, what should you do, host? Your warships have been lost, and now you are reluctant to become the Black Dragon King. Minos remained utterly unperturbed, responding with a sense of inevitability. Of course, it's contingent upon your system. A chime echoed. Host, your kill value is insufficient. This places me in quite a predicament. Minos replied earnestly, that system of yours may be mistaken. I am not looking to purchase a yacht, but rather to rent one. His tone conveyed a genuine belief that this was indeed a viable solution. The system fell into a contemplative silence, surprised by Minos's unconventional approach. Isn't renting preferable to buying? After all, after a prolonged pause, the system chimed again. Host, I truly envy your ingenuity. The system was left in awe. Its host was perpetually engaged in seeking loopholes. Yet somehow, he had indeed discovered one. He. So tell me, dear system, is my method feasible or not? Minos exclaimed triumphantly. The system responded, originally, it was not viable. But who could deny that you are my host? Another chime followed. It is permissible. Minos gazed at the system's words, his heart brimming with joy as he inadvertently stumbled upon a loophole. Dear system, please, unveil the system mall. At this moment, Minos's face radiated happiness, his tone imbued with warmth. Shortly thereafter, the system opened the mall, and Minos cast his eyes upon it. He noticed that the original yacht was listed at a price of 10,000 kill points, but now there appeared an option for rental, requiring merely 1,000 kill points for a duration of 1 month. Marvelous, dear system. To rent a luxurious yacht for just 1,000 kill points for an entire month. Minos exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, the system seemed rather disinclined to engage with Minos, remaining silent despite his enthusiastic remarks. Ding. 1,000 kill points deducted. Minos heard the sound indicating the deduction of his kill points, and a surge of excitement welled within him. This was, indeed, the first time he felt elated after such a deduction. Just as Minos reveled in his joy, a sudden vibration drew his attention. Before his eyes, a magnificent yacht emerged on the surface of the sea, its entire body gleaming in pristine white. Minos gazed upon the magnificent yacht, his heart brimming with unrestrained joy. At last, he thought, no more enduring the hardships of the elements. Minos gracefully leaped onto the yacht, and upon witnessing the expansive view before him, his heart swelled with ambition. This is my realm. Welcome home, master. I am your intelligent steward, Shadowy. Minos was taken aback by the sound, feeling as though he had been transported back to the sensations of Blue Star. Minos, suppressing his excitement, inquired, "Dear Shao AI, are you the intelligent steward of this yacht?" "Indeed, master. I am your intelligent steward, always at your service," she replied with a playful tone, adding, "Isn't that rather enticing?" Her voice radiated warmth, causing Minos's heart to flutter. "So, Shao AI, what functions does this yacht possess?" he asked, scratching his nose. "Esteemed master, our yacht is the most advanced and intelligent. It is equipped with a radar system, a defense system, and a life support system," she explained, before momentarily losing her train of thought. "Oh dear. I suddenly can't recall everything. Let us discover more as we continue our journey." Minos was taken aback upon hearing the report from his classmate Shao AI. The yacht was simply too exquisite. In summary, it was equipped with radar, defense mechanisms, and life support systems, alleviating any concerns he might have had for the future. Just contemplate it. In this world of pirates, what is essential? Indeed, it is the ship and the compass. The most crucial element is the compass. Without it, one would be utterly lost in the vast, boundless ocean, facing certain demise. However, with the advent of the radar system, what does this signify? It indicates that Minos can navigate the seas at will, never to lose his way again. What? You dare to inquire where satellites come from in the pirate world? Well, you might as well ask the system. Perhaps it's secretly deployed a satellite above the realm of pirates. Furthermore, there exists a defense system, a feature that is quite straightforward in concept. Yet, it encompasses profound knowledge. It not only automatically defends against enemy attacks, but also possesses an energy shield. Can you fathom it? Enemy projectiles striking the energy shield would be utterly futile, akin to a mere scratch on the surface. My goodness. Very well. In truth, there is much more. I do not wish to elaborate, but rest assured, it is not out of laziness. Next, we delve into the life support system, which is even more remarkable. As long as it pertains to daily living, simply notifying Shao AI will resolve any issue. Gentlemen, do you think such services might be available? After reviewing, Minos exclaimed in admiration. Alas, lacking in education, he could not craft a poem to articulate his sentiments. Minos was elated for quite some time before he finally spoke. "That little AI assistant. Please locate Rogue Town and determine how long it will take to arrive." "At your command, my master," the AI steward replied, diligently attending to his request. "How considerate. Sometimes, I feel it might be preferable to spend a little money for some joy. At least, one would hear sweet words and experience happiness." In no time, the AI intelligent steward had pinpointed the exact location of Rogue Town. "My master, it will only take half a day to reach Rogue Town," the gentle voice of AI announced. Minos lamented, "Ah, if we depart now, it will be evening. This is rather inconvenient for our journey." The intelligent assistant, Shao AI, suggested, "Master, we could proceed at a more leisurely pace, provided we arrive in Rogue Town by tomorrow morning." "Very well, Shao AI, let us follow your counsel." Minos acquiesced, valuing the advice of his intelligent assistant. "Then please prepare, master, for our departure is imminent." The following day, Shao AI's gentle voice roused Minos from slumber. "Master, we have arrived at Rogue Town. It is time to rise." The soothing tones were utterly delightful, coaxing Minos from his dreams without a hint of reluctance. "All right." Minos conceded to his own indulgence, recognizing that he had succumbed to a common folly shared by many a man. As he finally emerged from his luxurious quarters and beheld the sight of Rogue Town, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. Could this be the return of the Dragon King? Minos shook his head, endeavoring to rouse himself and refrain from overthinking. Minos leapt directly from the yacht to the harbor of Rogue Town, making a classic entrance once more. Fortunately, it was still early. Otherwise, Minos's dramatic arrival would have startled many. Minos entered the town of Rogue and wandered aimlessly. After days of fierce battles, he felt the need to unwind and indulge in leisure. Thus, he strolled about, quenching his thirst at the tavern with a drink and a bite to eat. After spending a leisurely half-day, Minos arrived at a notable landmark, the execution site of Roger. Upon reaching this solemn place, he noticed a considerable crowd gathered, seemingly drawn to the historic location where the former pirate king, Roger, met his fate. Minos gazed upon the very spot that marked the inception of the pirate era, a time that commenced with the demise of Roger. To be candid, for Minos, the pirate era posed no detriment whatsoever. The epoch ushered in by Roger attracted a multitude of pirates, ensuring that he would never find himself wanting for opportunities to accrue his kill count. In truth, whether they be marines, pirates, or the denizens of the pirate world, all were merely transient figures to Minos, serving only as means to an end. With a world so vast, Minos was unwilling to squander his existence solely within the confines of the pirate realm. Rather, he yearned to traverse and experience the myriad cultures and customs of diverse worlds. Naturally, this endeavor necessitated formidable strength and a robust system to support his aspirations. Minos is undoubtedly fortunate, for he possesses both. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind. He aspired to be that singular individual, unbound by any constraints. If anyone were to obstruct his path, they must be vanquished. Not even the formidable King Kagaya could stand in his way. At that very moment, a newspaper suddenly descended before Minos. Minos was filled with bewilderment. As he lifted his gaze towards the heavens, he beheld a news bird soaring through the sky, casting newspapers into the air. Oh, Minos was utterly astonished. This was his first encounter with newsbirds and newspapers in the world of pirates. Fueled by curiosity, he picked up the newspaper from the ground, feeling a surge of excitement within him. He was eager to discover if any significant events had transpired upon the vast ocean recently. It is in human nature to revel in the role of a bystander. Yet it becomes disheartening when one finds oneself at the mercy of others, akin to being a mere fruit for consumption. For instance, Minos found himself both devoured by others and, paradoxically, consuming himself. Minos gazed silently at the newspaper in his hands, overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts, yet at a loss for words. Initially, he had intended to inquire if any significant events had transpired in recent days, only to discover that the headlines featured himself. Ah, well, it seems there is nothing more to discuss. Minos gazed at the newspaper in his hands, rendered speechless by its content. It contained information about his fierce confrontation with the dragon pirates in the village of Cocoa West, as well as details regarding his assassination of Colonel Mouse at the local port. What irked him most was the derogatory title bestowed upon him, Slayer. This moniker was exceedingly distasteful to Minos, and he vehemently desired a more formidable appellation. Perhaps he could enlist the help of the renowned bounty hunter? To add insult to injury, the headline boldly proclaimed that he intended to oppose both the Navy and the pirates. Such an assertion was utterly outrageous. Fury coursed through Minos. True, he did indeed plan to stand against the Navy and the pirates, but having such intentions exposed in this manner was rather inconvenient, to say the least. Minos then looked back and beheld the 16th Division's waters transformed into a realm of ice and snow. This sight filled Minos with confusion. Had he not obliterated the 16th Division? What then was the origin of this icy landscape before him? Minos had never anticipated that his actions had led to Aokiji languishing in a hospital bed. However, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. After all, he was set to leave the East Sea, so why concern himself with trivial matters? As for the news spreading, what of it? With his current prowess in battle, he might not be invincible, but certainly capable of delivering a powerful kick to a general. Minos hurled the newspaper into the sky, exclaiming with fervor, "Come forth. Let all who wish to perish gather here. Let this be my final battle as I depart from the Eastern Sea." Indeed, it is a gift of farewell. Minos strode directly towards the execution platform where Roger stood. Having resolved to engage in battle once more, he deemed it fitting to position himself in the most conspicuous location. Minos's sudden action immediately drew the attention of others, but upon closer inspection, their pupils constricted in disbelief. Could this individual truly be the infamous killer? Incredulous, they hurriedly scrutinized the newspapers in their hands. Yet, as they examined the pages, they were struck with fear. The person before them was indeed the ruthless murderer. Undoubtedly. Despite the alteration in his hair and attire, remnants of his former crimson-haired visage lingered. Some individuals swiftly produced images of Minos from his recent appearance. What? Is he truly heading towards the execution platform? It seems so. How audacious of him. Humph, merely a pirate. Such acts are quite commonplace, are they not? Unbeknownst to Minos, he had somehow acquired the title of a pirate. What now? His blatant provocation of the Navy raises the question, will a fierce battle ensue here? Minos remained utterly indifferent to the derisive and envious voices surrounding him. As the saying goes, those of shallow character are often incited to anger by insults and elated by praise. Minos, however, aspired to be a singular figure among the multitude, paying no heed to the cacophony of insignificant voices. Gradually, all such sounds would fade into silence. The naval soldiers stationed at the execution platform naturally noticed Minos approaching them. Yet, due to his markedly altered appearance and their recent neglect of the newspaper, they failed to recognize him. Two naval soldiers, witnessing someone audacious enough to approach the execution platform, could only regard it as a provocation. The actions of Minos greatly displeased the two naval officers, who promptly raised their weapons, indicating for him to halt. However, Minos remained undeterred, seemingly oblivious to the arms directed at him, continuing his advance towards the execution platform. Halt! Otherwise, we shall be compelled to open fire, the guard, a naval soldier, declared coldly, raising his firearm. Minos seemed oblivious to his surroundings, continuing his stride toward the execution platform. With a resounding bang, a naval soldier fired his weapon. However, the bullet merely struck Minos's clothing before falling to the ground, failing to penetrate his formidable frame. The two guard sailors, witnessing this spectacle, felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Had they encountered a truly formidable adversary? Minos continued his ascent until he stood before the naval soldiers, towering over them. The soldiers were struck with fear. The presence before them was truly formidable. Yet, Minos did not direct his wrath towards the two insignificant figures. Instead, he strode directly towards the execution platform. With each step he took up the stairs, Minos felt his perspective widening until he finally reached the top of the platform. There, he gazed down at the throngs below, marveling. Is this what it feels like to behold the world from a mountain's peak? Minos felt a shift in his state of mind. Was this the emergence of ambition? Shortly thereafter, under the gaze of all, Minos took his seat upon the execution platform. This scene left others perplexed, unsure of his intentions. However, there were some astute individuals who discerned what Minos was about to do. Minos is poised to await the arrival of his adversaries, seizing the opportunity to amass a further tally of slaughter. Minos was preparing to enforce the law of fishing. The once tranquil town of Rogue had once again come alive with the arrival of Minos. Simultaneously, Minos's newspaper was disseminating across the vast ocean. In the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates was bustling as usual, with the captains aboard the ship indulging in revelry, though a few remained exceptions. Among them were Whitebeard, Marco, and, of course, our notorious Blackbeard. Marco, observing the newsbirds soaring through the sky, decided to spend some belly to acquire a copy of the newspaper. As the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, it was imperative for him to remain informed about various factions. Thus he made it a habit to purchase a newspaper each time. In truth, Marco should be the vice admiral. Upon opening the newspaper and casually perusing its contents, Marco's attention was drawn to significant intelligence. The report detailed the exploits of the young killer who had dispatched the dragon pirates, as well as the slaying of Navy personnel, alongside the destruction of a branch sea area in the East Blue, which had transformed into a realm of ice and snow. With a serious expression, Marco remarked, "This young killer is far too active, and it seems the dragon pirates are affiliated with Jinbei." Troubled by these thoughts, Marco felt compelled to show Whitebeard before taking further action. This time, Marco approached Whitebeard without alarming the other captains. Sensing Marco's demeanor, Whitebeard anticipated that something significant had transpired. "Father," Marco whispered, handing the newspaper to Whitebeard. The latter accepted it without disturbing the others and began to scrutinize the pages, noting the deeds of the transformed young killer. After a considerable pause, Whitebeard finally remarked, "What an intriguing young lad. It would be splendid if I could adopt him as a son." One wonders how Minos would react upon hearing such words from Whitebeard. Hearing this, Marco felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, he understood it was his father's nature, and he refrained from commenting. "Father, it appears that the dragon of the dragon pirates was once affiliated with Jinbei," Marco quietly stated. "Indeed, that is true," Whitebeard replied, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, father, that dragon is indeed a former associate of Jinbei. The killer has slain one of Jinbei's people. What should we do?" Marco inquired. After a lengthy pause, Whitebeard responded, "Let the young killer come to the New World, and then allow Jinbei to deal with it himself." Clearly, Whitebeard still regarded the killer as just a young boy. In the New World, within the territory of the red-haired pirates, the Emperor Shanks and his first mate Beckman were deep in thought as they held the same newspaper. After a while, Beckman broke the silence, saying, "That young killer has certainly gained notoriety these days, hasn't he?" "Indeed. The notorious killer, the little demon, has indeed gained significant fame and may disrupt everything," Shanks remarked with a grave expression. "What shall we do?" Beckman inquired, his demeanor remaining as composed as ever. After Beckman spoke, Shanks fell into a prolonged silence. The Navy's attention is now fixated on him, and they are bound to cause him trouble. He resolved to wait until he possesses the strength to reach the New World. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of an unpredictable individual, which could potentially derail all his plans. In the New World, on Cake Island, the formidable Big Mom continued to indulge in her desserts, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Katakuri glanced at the newspaper in his hand, then at the ever-consuming Big Mom. Lost in contemplation, it appears that the killer little demon has indeed risen to prominence, exclaimed the Longbread with a smirk, albeit with a hint of condescension. To Longbread, the killer was merely a child untested by the trials of the New World, unworthy of such arrogance. Katakuri shot him a glance and replied solemnly, "Let us wait until he enters the New World to see how he gathers support." "Katakuri, are you perhaps overestimating that killer little demon?" Longbread questioned. Still unconvinced of the killer's worth, believing him to be insignificant due to his lack of experience in the New World. Katakuri, upon hearing Longbread's words, merely regarded him with silence. In the New World, Wano country, on Onigashima, the territory of the beast pirates, darkness and terror reigned as usual. Yet it did not perturb Jin, who was engrossed in a newspaper, observing the killer little demon wreaking havoc in the East Blue. Jin recalled that Kaido had also ventured there, seemingly in search of this killer little demon. "Little demon, I hope you remain as spirited when you encounter Admiral Kaido." In the Holy Land of Mariehua, within a lavish office of the world government, several elders were engaged in a heated discussion. "I told you so. That killer little demon is far too arrogant. He has directly slain a Navy colonel and killed Navy soldiers. Today he dares to kill the Navy. And tomorrow he may even threaten the world government. I believe we should immediately dispatch Sengoku to capture him. Otherwise, the Navy will be utterly humiliated," thundered the financial warlord Zamble V. Nasashir, expressing his growing disdain for both the killer and the Navy. His outburst rendered the previously noisy office into an abrupt silence, no one daring to respond. Strange, weren't we supposed to have CP searching for that killer little demon? Why is there no news at all? The environmental warlord Makas V. Moss pondered, his face etched with confusion. Indeed, it is quite peculiar why there is not a single lead. The words of the environmental martial god, Makas, left the other members of the five elders in a state of perplexity. Given the strength of CP, such an incident should not have occurred. Yet, why was there no response? As for the notion that CP had defected, they dismissed it entirely. Surely, they must still be in pursuit. The Saint Five Elder Satan mused uncertainly. In silence, the five elders contemplated their predicament. After a prolonged pause, the agricultural martial god, Shepherd J. Peter, finally spoke. "Let us redirect our discussion to the matter of the young killer. How should we proceed with this incident?" The judicial martial god, Topman Wokuli, spoke softly. "Let us issue a command to CP. First, attempt to win over the killer. Should he refuse, then let CP deal with him directly." The financial martial god, Zamblin V. Nejiru, expressed his resolve with a tone that was both firm and filled with lethal intent. "I still believe it would be more convenient to depict the elders with swords," he added. This indeed seemed feasible, and there was unanimous agreement. Thus, it appeared that the five elders of the world government had already envisioned the fate of the young killer. In the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon observed the dramatically altered visage of the killer in the newspaper, his emotions swirling in complexity. The killer was now provoking the Navy, essentially positioning himself against both the Navy and the pirates. "What a peculiar individual," he mused. In the New World, Dressrosa, Doflamingo reclined on his throne, perusing a newspaper. This killer has been rather active of late," he chuckled to himself. "Well, once he arrives in the New World, I shall attempt to recruit him." The remaining members of the Shichibukai had also received news about the killer. Some followed the developments closely, others remained indifferent, and some were unconcerned. Jinbei, however, was in agony. That rascal Arlong has actually perished? Yet they all understood that the young killer had gained notoriety once more. On Sabaody Archipelago, an elderly man with white hair was preparing to swindle someone out of their drink. However, a newspaper at his feet instantly captured his attention, bearing news of the killer's brutal assault on the Arlong pirates. The article featured all members of the Arlong crew, but the old man's gaze fixated on a bounty notice for a certain octopus Little Eight, clearly stating he had been ruthlessly slain by the killer. Indeed, this individual was none other than Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger pirates. Rayleigh stared at the images of octopus Little Eight and the killer in the newspaper, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, he sighed, "When that young rascal arrives here, I shall assist you in avenging your death." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was diligently processing documents in his office. However, suddenly a phone rang, disturbing Sengoku. "Parapirapir, brothers. Feel free to add your own sound effects. V. Oh, this appears to be from the world government," Sengoku murmured, gazing at the appearance of the phone bug. He was quite perplexed as to why the world government would suddenly contact him. Hello, hello. I am Sengoku. Despite his confusion, Sengoku promptly answered the call. Sengoku, do you have any idea what is happening on the seas right now? Upon receiving the call, Sengoku was immediately taken aback by the furious tirade emanating from the phone bug. He truly had no idea what had transpired, and why the five elders had specifically chosen to scold him. Esteemed five elders, what exactly has occurred? Sengoku asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Humph. Sengoku, how are the Marines handling matters? News has spread across the seas that notorious killer is wreaking havoc again in the East Sea. Moreover, how did the waters of the 16th branch transform into a frozen world? The five elders questioned relentlessly. News has spread? Sengoku was momentarily stunned. What news could possibly be circulating? But he quickly connected the dots. Could it be that the incident in Koko Village had been exposed? At this thought, Sengoku's heart sank. How could that be possible? Hadn't Aokiji already resolved the issue? Just then, an urgent voice came from outside the door. Report. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have significant intelligence. Sengoku, you must consider your position. Before Sengoku could utter another word, the five elders abruptly hung up, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Hearing the urgency from outside, Sengoku called for the communicator to enter. Upon seeing the anxious communicator, Sengoku inquired, what has happened now? Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is the latest newspaper. Please take a look. Sengoku took the newspaper from the communicator's hands and examined it closely. Very well. The sky has fallen. Sengoku finally understood why the five elders had called to reprimand him. The newspaper meticulously documented the actions of that killer in Koko Village, as well as the situation in the waters of the 16th branch. Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru had initially speculated that the disappearance of Colonel Rat and the vanishing of the 16th branch waters were likely due to the killer's doing. But they had not anticipated the involvement of a vicious dragon pirate. Yet, what on earth could have caused the waters of the 16th branch to turn into a frozen world? The most troubling aspect was that this had now been exposed. What in the world had transpired? Sengoku was deeply troubled. What was Aokiji's situation, and why had he not informed him in advance? Holding on to this confusion, Sengoku dialed Aokiji's phone bug. Parapirapir, brothers, feel free to add your own sound effects. V.E.C. Logetown. Within the naval infirmary, a pallid figure lay upon a hospital bed, none other than Admiral Aokiji. After he fell into unconsciousness, Smoker and his comrades hastily transported him to the entrance of the naval medical facility in Logetown. The attending physician was taken aback upon witnessing Aokiji's state. It was nearly inconceivable that the esteemed admiral could be incapacitated. Had he encountered a formidable adversary? While the physician remained in a state of bewilderment, Smoker issued a stern command, insisting that Aokiji must be treated without delay. The physician, intimidated by Smoker's imposing presence, promptly escorted Aokiji into the treatment room. He examined Aokiji's condition repeatedly, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. There was no serious ailment. He had merely fainted. When the physician relayed this news to Smoker, the latter nearly resorted to violence, incredulous that he would be told it was merely a feint. Fortunately, other naval personnel intervened, preventing what could have been a violent altercation. The physician, sweating profusely from fear, insisted that he was speaking the truth. After a moment of calm, he was able to clarify the situation. In reality, his assessment was accurate. Aokiji was simply exhausted and would recover with a few days of rest, though his earlier communication had been somewhat unclear. Upon hearing this reassuring news, Smoker finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. However, on this very day, an urgent call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku interrupted the tranquility. Smoker ventured to the resting room to check on Aokiji, hoping to ascertain whether he had regained consciousness. Upon arrival, he was disheartened to find that Aokiji remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to depart, the sound of the snail phone suddenly resonated. With a distinctive tone, the golden snail phone beckoned. Smoker gazed at the golden device with hesitation, for it was typically reserved for admirals or those authorized to issue a buster call, as a mere captain. He felt unworthy to use it. As the phone continued to ring insistently, it became clear that ignoring it would not suffice. Ultimately, Smoker succumbed to the urgency of the call. Aokiji, what transpired in the East Blue? Did you not assure me that you had everything under control? Sengoku's voice boomed through the receiver, filled with ire, leaving Smoker momentarily at a loss for words. The fleet admiral's frustration escalated when silence lingered on the line. Aokiji, respond immediately, he demanded, his tone growing sharper. My apologies, Fleet Admiral. This is Smoker. Admiral Akiji is still in a state of unconsciousness and cannot respond at this moment. You say you're a smoker? Sengoku's disbelief was palpable. Yes, Fleet Admiral, it is I, Smoker, he replied gravely. Akiji is unconscious? Sengoku reiterated, still incredulous. Indeed, Fleet Admiral. Admiral Akiji has indeed fallen into a state of unconsciousness, Smoker stated solemnly. Smoker, what on earth has transpired? How could Akiji be incapacitated? Is he injured? Sengoku inquired. His face etched with concern. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Akiji has merely succumbed to exhaustion. He is not gravely harmed, Smoker replied with composure. He first addressed the severity of Akiji's condition before preparing to explain the cause of his fainting. As Smoker elaborated, Sengoku quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that Akiji had fainted due to his efforts in combating the tsunami and waterspouts. The icy realm of the 16th Division's waters was thus illuminated, a consequence of Akiji's devil fruit powers. Reflecting on this, Sengoku suddenly exclaimed in frustration, "It is all the fault of that damned killer. If not for him, none of this would have occurred, and Akiji would not be unconscious." Upon hearing Sengoku's furious outburst, Smoker was perplexed. What does this have to do with the killer? Admiral Sengoku, what has happened? He queried. Alas, it is indeed the killer who first slaughtered Captain Mouse and subsequently wreaked havoc in the 16th Division's waters. Leading to these events, Sengoku responded with indignation. At this moment, Sengoku yearned to confront the killer and give him a stern reprimand. What? It was the killer's doing? Smoker exclaimed, astonished. The mention of the killer reminded him of the days of relentless beatings, a shadow he could not easily forget. Indeed, Smoker, Sengoku replied, his tone tinged with resignation. What shall we do now, Admiral Sengoku? The killer has become too brazen. We must apprehend him, Smoker declared, his face flushed with anger. Calm yourself, Smoker. Let us await Akiji's awakening before taking any action, Sengoku advised, his expression grave. At this moment, Sengoku worried that Smoker, in his stubbornness, might seek out the killer prematurely. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I will exercise caution, Smoker replied earnestly. Very well, Smoker. Remember to ensure that Akiji rests properly upon his awakening and does not rush back to headquarters. Inform him that he has performed admirably, and upon his return, I shall commend him, Sengoku instructed with utmost seriousness. In both reason and sentiment, Akiji indeed accomplished a great feat. Otherwise, the disasters of the tsunami and waterspouts would have undoubtedly devastated more islands and caused further harm to countless individuals. After imparting his directives, Sengoku concluded the call. The Marine Admiral Sengoku was deeply troubled, knowing that the prestige of the Navy would undoubtedly be affected once more. Contemplating these matters, he instructed the expressionless communications officer beside him to summon the higher-ups of the Navy to the conference room. Shortly thereafter, the officer exited to relay the message to the senior naval officials. As a result, the Navy headquarters buzzed with activity once again, stirred by the incident involving Minos. Meanwhile, in the East Blue at Logetown, Smoker fell silent after hanging up the phone with Sengoku. He had not anticipated that the root cause of all their troubles was that merciless killer. The memory of the numerous Marines slain by the assassin, as well as the near-fatal incident involving a dragon-esque waterspout, and the sight of Admiral Akiji in a state of unconsciousness ignited a fierce fury within Smoker. He yearned to exact retribution upon the killer, wishing for his demise. Exiting Akiji's hospital room, Smoker felt increasingly agitated, for he had never harbored such animosity towards anyone. At that moment, an anxious voice reached his ears. Major Smoker, trouble is brewing. A soldier from Logetown rushed over, visibly distressed. What is it? Smoker inquired, observing the panting Navy soldier before him. Major Smoker, you must see this newspaper. The soldier handed Smoker the paper, his urgency palpable. Taking the newspaper, Smoker examined it closely, quickly realizing it pertained to the matter Sengoku had previously discussed with him. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Clearly, Smoker had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, perceiving the soldier's arrival merely as a delivery of news. Major Smoker, the killer is currently in Logetown, and he is seated on the execution platform. The Navy soldier exclaimed, his anxiety escalating. What did you say? Smoker was instantly captivated by the soldier's revelation. He could hardly believe that the very assassin he sought was in Logetown. Yes, Major. The killer is right here in Logetown, the soldier reiterated urgently. Understood. You stay with Admiral Akiji, I will lead the soldiers to the execution platform. Smoker replied resolutely. At that moment, his emotions surged with exhilaration. All he desired was to find the killer and exact his vengeance. Soon, Smoker gathered all the soldiers in Logtown, determined to make the merciless assassin pay the price for his actions. Minos sat atop the execution platform, boredom enveloping him as he pondered. Why has the Navy yet to arrive? If it is merely Smoker, it would be utterly uninteresting. Just then, a resounding and orderly cadence of footsteps echoed from below the platform. Minos gazed downwards, observing several hundred naval soldiers marching in an orderly fashion towards the execution platform. At the forefront stood a man with white hair, a cigar elegantly perched between his lips. Ah, indeed, this was unmistakably Smoker. Minos was greatly disappointed to see Smoker arrive accompanied only by a band of insignificant soldiers. Given Smoker's prowess, he could easily lay him low with but a single hand. Just as Minos was consumed by his disappointment, a voice from below interrupted his thoughts. "Killer, you irredeemable sinner, how dare you show your face in Logtown?" Smoker exclaimed, his expression filled with indignation. Minos observed the furious demeanor of Smoker below and scoffed. "Is it not your Navy's arrogance that has compelled me to seek you out? Moreover," he mused, "the infamy of this so-called slayer is rather excessive, is it not?" Shortly thereafter, Minos heard Smoker's incessant tirade. "Slayer, you have slain Navy officers and devastated 16 islands. Your crimes are unforgivable." Smoker exclaimed in indignation. "And what of it?" Minos replied with calmness. "Slayer, your hubris shall undoubtedly lead to your demise," Smoker retorted, seething with rage. Minos listened to Smog's incessant chatter with growing irritation, especially as he repeatedly referred to him as the Slayer. This only intensified his displeasure. "Silence! Is it not your Navy that is excessively arrogant?" he bellowed. "Furthermore, my name is Minos, not that wretched title of Slayer." Minos could no longer endure Smoker's incessant chatter. If a fight was imminent, then let it commence. What significance did mere words hold? Minos? Smoker pondered within, realizing that the true name of the slaughterer was indeed Minos. Minos gazed at the now silent Smoker, feeling a flicker of delight at the newfound tranquility. "Is it just you in Roguetown, Smoker?" Minos inquired with genuine curiosity. "What do you mean by that, Minos?" Smoker replied, furrowing his brow. "Aside from you, the so-called waste, is there truly no one left in the Navy?" Minos replied calmly. "Have you become overly arrogant, Minos?" Smoker retorted, his anger palpable. "Honestly, Smoker, in my eyes, you are nothing but a worthless being, and those soldiers behind you are merely insignificant." Minos stated without reservation. "What? This Minos is exceedingly audacious, daring to label us as insignificant. Indeed, he even dares to call Major Smoker worthless. You fool, keep your voice down." Minos's words stirred a tremendous uproar in the square of Rocktown. Not only was the Navy alerted, but the gathered crowd also caught wind of Minos's audacious proclamation. Minos is truly trampling upon Smoker's dignity, while simultaneously undermining the Navy's honor. As Smoker gazed down at the restless Navy soldiers, a look of disdain emerged upon his countenance. His expression was far from pleasant. Minos's words were a blatant affront. After a prolonged silence, Smoker exhaled deeply and calmly remarked, "How is it that the illustrious Minos has resorted to a war of words?" Minos was quite astonished to witness Smoker's swift return to rationality. In his mind, he had always perceived Smoker as an impulsive and irrational individual. "It seems the original narrative is unfeasible," Minos mused inwardly. "Well then, with that established, let us dispense with any further trivialities. Are you all prepared?" Minos suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. What does Minos mean by this?" Smoker is somewhat perplexed. However, Minos soon elucidates the actual course of action to Smoker. Minos leaped directly from the execution platform, landing before the naval soldiers. This sudden spectacle caused Smoker and the others to instinctively take a step back. Minos, with a sinister smile, declared, "Then let the battle commence." Without hesitation, he plunged into the throng of Navy personnel, unleashing powerful strikes with his fists and feet. The sound of bodies shattering echoed like the crisp pop of a watermelon. Resonating with a chilling clarity, blood splattered in every direction, the metallic scent permeating the air, overwhelming the senses. This brutal scene filled many Navy soldiers with dread, their expressions betraying their horror. Before Smoker could react, Minos was indiscriminately slaughtering, dispatching one foe after another with ease. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed softly in the background. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of kill value. As Minos listened to the system's alerts, he mused inwardly, this is truly exhilarating. Indeed, the satisfaction of vanquishing foes with a single blow is unmatched. I was mistaken to have ever scorned it. By the time Smoker regained his composure, Minos had already claimed the lives of dozens of Navy soldiers, igniting a fierce anger within him, his eyes reddening. Minos, come face me. What kind of skill is it to prey upon the weak? Smoker cried out, his voice heavy with anguish. Minos heard Smoker's voice, yet he remained indifferent, recklessly charging through the ranks of the Navy. Everywhere he passed, shattered corpses lay strewn about, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and the cries of despair. In Minos's eyes, Smoker was utterly useless, having been incapacitated with a single blow. This was a valuable opportunity for him to accumulate his future killing potential. And eliminating Smoker now would serve no purpose. He needed to preserve him. Thus, Smoker could not perish, and Minos was genuinely fearful of inadvertently causing him harm. Of course, he spared Tashigi as well. Smoker was engulfed in despair, a profound sense of hopelessness overwhelming him. Minos was ruthlessly slaughtering his subordinates before his eyes, and his own powerlessness felt unbearably bleak. In no time, amidst Minos's rampage, the once formidable battalion of hundreds had dwindled to merely a few dozen. Minos reveled in the moment, taking great pleasure in the despair etched upon the faces of the naval soldiers. Did you ever contemplate this scene while you were so arrogant? Minos inquired with a booming voice. Sympathy was an alien concept to him. Today, he was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to these sailors. A resounding inquiry from Minos left the despairing naval soldiers utterly bewildered. In their minds, was it not Minos who acted unreasonably, ruthlessly inflicting suffering upon them? Up until this moment, the Navy attributed their plight solely to Minos, failing to acknowledge any fault of their own. Indeed, the arrogant rarely concede their errors, often laying blame upon others. It seemed rather tedious. Observing the vacant expressions of the naval soldiers, Minos murmured softly. Engaging in discourse with these insignificant beings was a sheer waste of time. They were unworthy of such consideration. Just then, a plume of smoke surged toward Minos in an aggressive assault, accompanied by a furious declaration, "I commanded you to cease. Do you not hear me?" It was Smoker, who, upon witnessing Minos preparing to strike down the naval soldiers once more, charged at him with reckless abandon. The smoke-laden punch collided with Minos's form, yet it proved to be of little consequence. Before the might of his formidable physique, all feeble forces were rendered utterly ineffectual. Minos frowned upon witnessing Smoker's reckless demeanor. Was this fool seeking his own demise? Indeed, although Smoker's recent blow had not inflicted any harm upon Minos, it had soured his mood considerably. "It seems you are determined to court danger, Smoker," Minos muttered. This time, Minos resolved to deliver a proper lesson to Smoker, incapacitating him for at least 6 months. True to his word, Minos swiftly approached Smoker and delivered a seemingly ordinary punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. "How pitiful," Minos scoffed, gazing at the fallen Smoker. "You can't even withstand a single blow from me." Unexpectedly, a fractured voice emerged from Smoker. "Minos, do not revel in your triumph. The Navy headquarters will not let you go unpunished. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the admirals will ensure your reckoning." Smoker's gaze remained fixed on Minos. "Is that all you have to say?" Minos replied blandly. "Cough, cough. You will face retribution, I assure you." Smoker persisted defiantly. Suddenly, Minos let out a sinister chuckle. "I am quite curious about the icy world in the waters of Division 16, Smoker. What transpired there?" As Smoker's consciousness began to fade, he widened his eyes at Minos's inquiry. "Why you?" he stammered, rendered speechless, his gaze locked onto Minos. Delighted by Smoker's astonishment, Minos felt he was nearing the truth. The waters of Division 16 had been utterly obliterated by a single strike from him. Yet he distinctly recalled that upon his departure, there was nothing there. So why did the newspapers report it as a frozen realm? Minos mused, indifferent to whether Smoker was listening. If it were a natural disaster, that would be too far-fetched. He continued, "However, if it were the work of an individual, I believe he could accomplish such a feat, Smoker. Can you guess who that might be?" Minos said, a playful smile gracing his lips. Smoker, still at a loss for words, could only stare intently at Minos. "That would be Admiral Aokiji," Minos asserted confidently. "As a user of the ice fruit, I am convinced he possesses the ability to freeze an entire sea. Yet, why has he not appeared?" Minos inquired, a mischievous grin forming on his face. "I suspect Aokiji may be injured," he concluded, reveling in his own insight. Upon uttering these words, Minos noticed Smoker's eyes widening even further. Observing Smoker's reaction, Minos became increasingly convinced that Aokiji might be injured. Alas, where could Aokiji possibly be at this moment? "If only I were aware, I would certainly extend my hospitality to him," Minos smiled at Smoker. Upon hearing Minos's statement, Smoker was instantly filled with excitement, his body trembling uncontrollably. Minos was truly a devil, relentlessly assaulting his psyche. Ha ha! Minos let out a hearty laugh. Fear not, smoker. I shall not pursue him just yet. I will first deal with the insignificant foes before me, and then I shall seek Aokiji. For now, do watch as I eliminate your subordinates right before your eyes. At that moment, Minos resembled a quintessential villain, tormenting others. Indeed, Minos was the antagonist. Well, that aside, ahem. Back to the point. Minos charged once more towards the naval soldiers. In mere moments, all the soldiers in the square were dispatched by Minos. Of course, only the unconscious Dasky and the trembling Smog remained on the ground. Minos stood majestically at the center of the square in Rog Town. Though the scattered remnants of limbs on the ground were rather jarring, the square now resembled a hellish nightmare, strewn with dismembered body parts and pools of blood. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, inducing a profound discomfort. The townsfolk, observing from a distance, were engulfed in terror. Suddenly, the sound of retching pierced the air as the sight became too much for some to bear. At last, unable to endure the horror any longer, one individual began to scream and flee, prompting a chaotic rush of panic throughout the crowd. Minos savored the scene before him, as if the gruesome spectacle were not of his own making. Even more astonishing was the fact that he remained utterly untainted. Not a speck of dust nor a drop of blood marred his pristine attire. The system's formidable power possessed an inherent cleansing function. Clad in his elegant black suit and draped in a dark cloak of justice, he exuded an air of triumphant superiority. Indeed, his pretense was remarkably successful. After a considerable pause, Minos turned to face Smog, savoring the moment. Your soldiers have been dealt with. What thoughts occupy your mind now? His words cut deep. For Minos reveled in the torment he inflicted. Aware of Smog's profound anguish, he nonetheless pressed on. Indeed, Smog, enraged to the point of bleeding from his mouth, struggled to raise a finger to point at Minos. Yet, the shattered remnants of his body and spirit prevented him from doing so, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha ha! Minos exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he beheld the scene before him. Minos felt even more elated. The once arrogant smoker now appeared in such a pitiable state, which brought him a peculiar sense of comfort. Soon, Minos lifted his gaze towards the naval base, for that was where the true spectacle would unfold next. Although Minos suspected that Aokiji was injured, he was unaware of the specific circumstances. However, after a brief pause, Minos resolutely made his way towards the Navy base in Rogue Town. He was unafraid of the wounded Aokiji. Even if Aokiji were in perfect condition, he would still approach him for a confrontation. Minos is preparing to depart from the East Sea. So let us leave a grand gift for the Navy as a farewell offering. Minos traversed the blood-red square of Rock Town, impervious to the shouts and accusations hurled at him by others. Indeed, gradually, their voices faded into oblivion. The naval base of Rog Town was in close proximity, and soon enough, Minos arrived at his destination. Gazing upon the buildings of the naval base adorned with the emblematic white dove symbolizing justice, he felt a profound disdain. True power, he believed, was the only authentic authority. In the eyes of the strong, power was merely a matter of grasp. With nearly all the naval soldiers dispatched to capture Minos, the base was nearly deserted, save for a few battle-worn veterans. The sudden intrusion of Minos left the naval veterans utterly at a loss. Minos gazed solemnly at the seasoned veterans before him, uttering, "If you depart now, I can assure your survival." Yet, the resolute expressions of the soldiers betrayed no sign of wavering. Instead, their unwavering gazes remained fixed upon Minos. Deep within their hearts, they had already discerned the truth. This man before them was indeed the invader. Not long ago, Major Smog had led numerous naval forces on a mission to apprehend individuals. It now appeared that Smog and his men had likely met their demise. Contemplating these thoughts, the veterans were overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down their weathered faces, for they had already resigned themselves to their fate. Minos beheld the poignant scene of the veterans shedding tears, instantly comprehending their choice. In that case, go and accompany them, Minos whispered. Upon finishing his words, Minos prepared to dispatch the old soldiers to join the deceased naval warriors. At that moment, a thunderous roar captured Minos's attention. Simultaneously, he sensed a significant drop in the temperature of the surrounding air. "Cease your actions, I implore you to halt," echoed the frail yet furious voice of Aokiji. Minos looked up and beheld a figure adorned in casual white attire, complemented by a yellow tie, a white shirt, and blue long sleeves. His hair was dark and slightly curly, and a hint of stubble adorned his face, presenting a tall, yet fragile demeanor. "Hee hee, do you think I've changed my style?" Minos teased. Green pheasant. So it is you who has arrived, Minos remarked playfully at the weakened figure. Who are you? Why have you invaded the Navy base in Rogue Town? Green pheasant inquired directly. Unfamiliar with Minos's drastically altered appearance, he pressed for answers. Ah, so you do not recognize me. In that case, allow me to properly introduce myself, lest you continue to assign me frivolous nicknames, Minos declared with conviction. Surely you have heard of the moniker the Slaughterer? However, my name is Minos. Refrain from calling me Slaughterer again, do you understand? He proclaimed passionately. What? You are the Slaughterer? Green pheasant exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The drastic transformation of Minos had rendered many unable to recognize him at first glance. Fortunately, a photograph taken by Moya on the mountainside had revealed the remarkable change of the Slaughterer. It was hardly surprising that Green pheasant did not recognize him. Having been ambushed before he could even glance at the newspaper, Minos felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing Aokiji refer to him as a butcher. Suddenly, an idea for a more impactful introduction struck him. Since you cannot remember, allow me to make a lasting impression. It was I who obliterated the 16 branch islands, and all the soldiers of Logtown met their demise at my hands. I am Minos. Aokiji, do you remember now? Minos regarded Aokiji with a knowing smirk. What? Minos's words struck Aokiji like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly astonished. So it was you who destroyed the 16 branch islands. And what of Smoker and the soldiers of Logtown? Aokiji questioned Minos with a face full of fury. He had not anticipated that during his brief period of unconsciousness, Smoker and the others had perished. Aokiji loathed himself for not awakening sooner. Had he done so, perhaps the naval soldiers of Logtown and Smoker would still be alive. Let us rewind to the moment Smoker learned of Minos' arrival in Logtown. Smoker had left a naval soldier behind to care for Aokiji in the infirmary. Consequently, the soldier narrowly escaped harm, yet he was consumed with worry for Smoker and the others during his watch over Aokiji. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to tend to the Admiral. Thus he awaited with bated breath. As time passed, his anxiety intensified. Suddenly, a cough caught his attention. Cough, cough. Aokiji stirred back to consciousness, albeit still quite weak. The naval soldier turned to see Aokiji awake, and his heart soared with joy as he rushed to the Admiral's side, whispering, Admiral Aokiji, you're awake. Who are you? Aokiji looked around in confusion, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings and the stranger before him. Had he not been in the waters of the 16 branch islands? Admiral Aokiji, the situation is as follows. Soon, Aokiji learned that it was Smoker who had brought him back. No wonder he had seen a hazy figure approaching him before losing consciousness. Reflecting on this, Aokiji couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking, what a fool. I explicitly instructed him to retreat first. By the way, where is Smoker? Aokiji inquired of the remaining naval soldier. Admiral Aokiji, before you awoke, there was an invasion of Logtown. Lieutenant Smoker led the charge to repel them. We have yet to receive any news. You must go check. The soldier urged anxiously. In his haste, the soldier neglected to inform Aokiji of the identity of the invaders. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Aokiji's expression shifted dramatically. Ignoring his injuries, he swiftly rose to assist Smoker. As he exited, he caught wind of what sounded like a quarrel at the naval base. Believing the enemy had breached their defenses, he hurried to investigate. Thus, he encountered Minos. Now, let us return to the present. Minos let out a cold laugh and remarked, that useless fool and those insignificant creatures? Naturally, I have dealt with them. Before Aokiji could utter a word, Minos cruelly continued. You may not be aware of the expression on Smoker's face when I mentioned my intention to seek you out. He was utterly terrified at the prospect of me finding you. Desperate to intervene, yet powerless to do so, his words failing him, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Why do I feel so suited to the role of a villain? Minos provoked Aokiji, intent on shattering his psyche. Indeed, you seek your own demise. Upon hearing Minos's words, Aokiji was consumed by fury. In an instant, an aura of frigid air enveloped his body, and a sphere of ice surged forth to assail Minos. Minos gazed at the ice sphere without flinching, allowing it to strike him. In but a fleeting moment, he was transformed into a humanoid block of ice. Yet, this was merely a fraction of what Minos could endure. Minos's body erupted with formidable power, shattering the ice into fragments in an instant. After Minos emerged, he stretched his muscles and bones. Then, observing Aokiji with a hint of amusement, he remarked, Indeed, you are an admiral of the Navy. You have managed to evoke a sensation of pain within me. Although Aokiji was incensed by Minos's provocation, he refrained from making a rash move. instead gazing at Minos with a serious demeanor. Minos observed the cautious Akiji, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, Minos approached Akiji's side and unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with the might of armament-He, striking Akiji with force. In that instant, Minos felt as though he had hit a flowing liquid. Yet, despite the fluidity, Akiji was still wounded by the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When Minos had vanished, Akiji had hastily employed the powers of his devil fruit, elementalizing himself. However, even with this transformation, he could not evade the impact of Minos's fist. Akiji acknowledged that he had gravely underestimated Minos. Indeed, he was adept in the art of armament-He. Minos gazed at the blood trickling from Akiji's mouth and laughed heartily. Akiji, you truly underestimate me. Do you really believe that mere elemental transformation can thwart my mastery of He? Indeed, I have underestimated you, Akiji replied, wiping the blood from his lips, his expression turning serious. You must be even more cautious. With that, Minos charged once more towards Akiji, raising his hands as white energy swiftly entwined around them. Minos gazed at Akiji and calmly declared, Armament. Flowing shattered rock fist. In an instant, countless black and white fist apparitions surged towards Akiji. Akiji, observing the onslaught of fists, swiftly evaded while simultaneously unleashing his own technique, Ice Block, Violent Akiji Mouth. Before long, a magnificent ice sculpture materialized, seemingly imbued with life, charging headlong into the multitude of black and white fist shadows. The collision between the ice sculpture and the fist apparitions produced a deafening roar. However, the tide of battle soon shifted. Some of the fist shadows unleashed by Minos remained unimpeded, striking Akiji squarely. The impact sent Akiji careening into a nearby building, which crumbled upon the collision, sending dust billowing into the air. Minos gazed quietly at the scene, convinced that Akiji would not simply fall. Indeed, a blade of ice hurtled directly toward Minos's head. Minos extended his right hand to grasp the shard of ice, then crushed it with ease. Well, Akiji, it's time to get serious. Otherwise, you may not return to the Marine headquarters today, Minos declared solemnly, observing Akiji still enveloped in dust. Akiji, listening to Minos's words, managed a bittersweet smile. He had barely awakened before rushing into battle. What strength could he possibly muster? Furthermore, having been struck by Minos several times prior, his body was growing increasingly feeble. Ah, how underestimated I am. Akiji lamented as he emerged from the dust. Let us resolve this quickly. I have my sights set on the new world and have no time to waste with you, Minos arrogantly retorted. Then let me try this technique, Akiji exclaimed, soaring into the air. With a downward sweep of his right hand, 4 ice spears launched towards Minos. Simultaneously, Akiji intoned solemnly, Ice Block, 4-pronged spear. Minos gazed at the 4 ice spears piercing the sky, wielding his obsidian fist with determination as it struck directly against the icy shards. A series of resounding thuds echoed as the ice spears were shattered by Minos's formidable blows. Minos raised his head, casting a provocative glance at Akiji. The latter, suspended in midair, appeared oblivious to Minos's taunt. Subsequently, Akiji placed his hands before his chest, unleashing a multitude of ice spheres hurtling towards Minos. Ice spheres, Akiji stated calmly. Upon witnessing the icy projectile launched by Akiji, Minos clenched his fists, enveloped in a swirling, white energy that adorned his hockey-clad hands. The fierce clash between the ice sphere and the shadow of his fist appeared to neutralize each other, reverberating with a tremendous roar that echoed throughout the base and Logue town. At this moment, Akiji descended from the sky, and Minos locked eyes with him. In the midst of Akiji's bewildered gaze, Minos suddenly proclaimed, Akiji, you are indeed fortunate to witness my technique. Ever since I acquired this power, I have longed to unleash it. Yet my previous opponents have been far too feeble to warrant its use. You, however, are sufficient to provoke its deployment, so prepare to savor the experience. Upon hearing Minos' words, Akiji's expression turned grave. He sensed the gravity of Minos' declaration and understood that he must be on high alert. Indeed, Minos had resolved to employ the Dragon Slayer magic of the Black Dragon King. His previous adversaries had not been worthy of such a display, but today, he intended to let Akiji experience something extraordinary. Soon, as Akiji watched, Minos' form became enveloped in a dark, ominous energy. This force was overwhelmingly tyrannical and malevolent, causing beads of sweat to form on Akiji's brow. Do you see, Akiji? I have named this power Dragon Slayer magic, Minos exclaimed, exhilarated by Akiji's perspiration. At that moment, Akiji found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing with alarm bells, sensing imminent peril as if death were looming. Just as Minos prepared to unleash his Dragon Slayer magic upon Akiji, the sky above Logtown suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. This bizarre occurrence drew the attention of both Minos and Akiji, leaving them in a state of perplexity regarding what was transpiring. Suddenly, an enormous creature emerged from the overcast sky. It bore the head of a camel, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a rabbit, the ears of a cow, the neck of a serpent, the belly of a mythical beast, the scales of a carp, the claws of an eagle, and the paws of a tiger. Captain Kaido has arrived. Everyone, stand clear. Minos gasped in astonishment. Truth be told, this was Minos' first encounter with a dragon. In the Blue Planet, dragons were mythical beings, elusive and enigmatic. Kaido has actually appeared here. Akiji, equally bewildered, pondered aloud. Why would one of the 4 emperors of the New World come to this small place in East Blue, Logtown? Oh, so it is Kaido? Then there is nothing to worry about. Minos recalled Akiji's words, realizing that the 4 Emperor Kaido, in fact, took on the form of an azure dragon. Huh. So you are here. You are truly hard to find. Kaido gazed down at the transformed Minos and Akiji below, reflecting on the remarkable change in Minos' appearance. His knowledge of this transformation stemmed from his arrival in the East Blue, where he found himself at a loss regarding Minos' whereabouts. Just as Kaido grappled with his frustration, he suddenly spotted a flying newsbird. An idea sparked within him. Swiftly, he soared towards the newsbird and snatched a newspaper, nearly startling the creature to death. Fortunately, Kaido spared the bird any further distress, merely taking the newspaper and leaving it trembling in fear. As he perused the pages, he fortuitously came across an article featuring the significantly altered Minos. The more he read, the more satisfaction he felt. This little harbinger of death intrigued him greatly, and he resolved to recruit this young killer as his subordinate. Thus, by a stroke of fate, Kaido inadvertently found himself in Fusha village, coincidentally witnessing Minos alongside Akiji. Sometimes, destiny intertwines in the most serendipitous of ways, leading one to encounters at every turn. Under the gazes of Minos and Kizaru, Kaido began his transformation. Starting from his initial dragon form, he gradually diminished in size, ultimately becoming a towering figure of approximately 10 meters in height. This formidable man bore a pair of horns atop his head, with his muscular physique on full display, draped in a colossal black cloak that exuded an aura of dominance. Is this Kaido? Minos murmured to himself. Kaido approached Minos step by step, gazing down at the diminutive figure before him, and said, "Hey there, little one. Why not join my beast pirates?" Minos found himself in a state of bewilderment as Kaido unexpectedly extended an invitation to join the beast pirates. This was indeed troublesome. Should Minos acquiesce, it would create significant complications. Akiji observed the unfolding scene with considerable disquiet. If Minos were to agree, the situation would become precarious. Kaido, noticing Minos' lack of response, reiterated his invitation. "Hey, kid, would you like to join my beast pirates?" This time, Minos comprehended the proposition clearly. He never anticipated encountering Kaido in the humble East Blue, let alone receiving an invitation to join the beast pirates. However, Minos was not one to be swayed easily. Joining the beast pirates was out of the question. Without the aid of the system, he might have considered it, but with the system at his disposal, why would he choose to join the beast pirates? Minos was determined to traverse the treacherous pirate world, wielding his slaughter system to carve his own path. Furthermore, joining the beast pirates would entail assisting Kaido in dealing with various adversities when enemies invaded. Thus, he resolutely declined. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Minos calmly stated, "I refuse." Akiji was somewhat taken aback. How could such a golden opportunity be so easily dismissed? He could not fathom why Minos would turn down the chance to ascend to greatness so readily. However, a sense of relief washed over Akiji. If Minos were to join the beast pirates, it would place him at a disadvantage, facing 2 formidable opponents alone. Kaido, displeased by the rejection, growled, "Kid, do you even understand what you are refusing?" To which Minos replied without hesitation, "Of course, but I still refuse." Kaido, brimming with fury, retorted, "Then let us see if you possess the qualifications to refuse." With that, a fierce light flickered in Kaido's eyes, and he unleashed his conqueror's haki, sending a wave of crimson lightning crackling through the air, exerting an immense pressure upon Minos. Minos observed Kaido's attempt to suppress him with a sense of disdain. Conqueror's haki? As if it were unique to anyone. As he spoke, a crimson glimmer flickered in Minos' eyes, and the black-purple aura of Conqueror's haki swirled around him. ultimately manifesting as arcs of black-purple lightning. The clash of conquerors' Haki erupted violently, with the black-red lightning and the black-purple lightning engaging in fierce combat in the air, neither yielding to the other. Amidst the overwhelming confrontation of conquerors' Haki, the Rogtown naval base was utterly obliterated, the ground and walls fracturing, while the nearby naval veterans were directly struck dead by the overwhelming force of Kaido and Minos. The townsfolk of Rogtown fared no better, as they either fainted or succumbed to death, victims of the mental onslaught. Aokiji watched the fierce contest of conquerors' Haki between Kaido and Minos, feeling utterly powerless. He was perhaps the most unfortunate, situated closest to the two, feeling the immense pressure of their Haki. Not bad, little guy, Kaido remarked, impressed by Minos' ability to momentarily contend with him. Before Minos could respond, Kaido erupted in laughter. How about this then? Suddenly, Kaido intensified his efforts, his conqueror's Haki surging to an even greater strength. Minos observed that his conqueror's Haki was gradually losing its potency, yet he remained unfazed. With a calm demeanor, he uttered, "Dragon's might." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of draconic pressure emanated from Minos, targeting Kaido directly. The once faltering conqueror's Haki was instantaneously bolstered by Minos' newfound strength. The confrontation between Kaido and Minos persisted until their Haki ultimately erupted in a cataclysmic clash. A piercing roar resounded, while a formidable wave of pressure radiated outward, engulfing the town of Rogue. Aokiji suffered the most grievously, as he was struck by the sudden explosion of Haki. Indeed, he was wounded. His already weakened body, further compromised during the battle with Minos, had reached its limit, and now he was subjected to the residual force of Kaido and Minos' Haki. Aokiji collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, blood spilling from his mouth. Soon, he succumbed to unconsciousness, slipping into a state of oblivion yet again. Minos and Kaido gazed at each other, entirely oblivious to Aokiji for a considerable time. Minos gazed upon the formidable and imposing Kaido and remarked, "Kaido, your presence in the East Blue cannot solely be to seek me out, can it?" With a hearty laugh, Kaido retorted, "Do not flatter yourself, young one. I am merely passing through." Understanding the implication, Minos replied calmly, "In that case, let us engage in battle. Be prepared." Then, Kaido cautioned. With that, he produced a spiked club from an unknown source and declared, "Thunderous 8 trigrams." Kaido swung the club with great force, quickly enveloping it in a tempest of black lightning. Minos gazed at Kaido, unfazed by the legendary Thunder Bagua, and instead extended his right hand. Instantly, a surge of dark purple energy enveloped his palm, Dragon Slayer magic. Kaido's formidable strike was effortlessly caught by Minos with a single hand. However, the immense force propelled Minos into the ground, leaving a deep crater in his wake. As the smoke cleared, Kaido regarded Minos, who had caught his Thunder Bagua with one hand, and exclaimed, "Impressive, little one. You managed to withstand my Thunder Bagua. Kaido, it's time to engage in earnest combat." Minos declared, his entire being shrouded in dark purple energy, exuding an aura of dominance. "What is this?" Kaido questioned, sensing a thrill of unease. "It's making my heart race." "You shall learn once you defeat me," Minos replied, charging towards Kaido. "Haha, an amusing little brat, indeed." Kaido laughed, also rushing toward Minos. The two soon collided, eschewing defense for a raw exchange of blows. This was the essence of a man's romance. Minos and Kaido battled for half a day, both drenched in their own blood yet indifferent to their wounds. They exchanged blows relentlessly, each determined to outlast the other. "You are quite impressive," Kaido gasped, eyeing Minos with admiration. "Humph, Kaido, you are formidable as well, truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors of the New World." Minos replied, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him, he remained unabashedly forthright. "Forgive me for diminishing the reputation of the Black Dragon King. What is your name, young one?" Kaido inquired, his tone imbued with sincerity. This youth before him was undeniably powerful, deserving of Kaido's remembrance. "Kaido, remember this. I am Minos, not merely a slayer," Minos declared with conviction. The sudden outburst from Minos left Kaido momentarily taken aback. "Ha ha, what an amusing little imp." Kaido bellowed with laughter. He then continued, "All right, I shall remember you, Minos." "Humph." Upon hearing Kaido's words, Minos scoffed. "I've seen you in the papers as a dragon too. How about you let me witness that?" Kaido, with a serious expression, gazed at Minos. He yearned for a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Only then would his beast pirates truly live up to their name. If there were an unripe mythical Zoan devil fruit user, Kaido would undoubtedly recruit them into his crew. However, he underestimated Minos, believing him to be unripe. It now appeared that even with all his might, He could not best Minos. Kaido's emotions were tumultuous. He sought a compromise, asking Minos to transform into a dragon for him to see, hoping to alleviate his lingering regret. Very well, Minos replied slowly, observing Kaido's serious demeanor. Haha, I acknowledge you. Minos, Kaido exclaimed joyfully upon Minos's agreement. Before we proceed, allow me to share the origins of my mythical dragon, Minos suddenly declared. Though Kaido remained silent, the seriousness etched on his face indicated his earnestness. In an era long ago, dragons and humans coexisted harmoniously, yet some dragons harbored disdain for humanity. In such circumstances, dragons that allied with humans bestowed upon them powers to combat the malevolent dragons, a force known as Dragon Slayer magic. And those who wielded this power were called Dragon Slayers. Thus, the battles between dragons and Dragon Slayers ensued. What do you think, Kaido? Isn't this tale quite extraordinary? Minos said, observing Kaido's contemplative expression. Ha ha ha, little Minos. The doctor you speak of is indeed formidable, having eradicated all dragons to become the Black Dragon King. Kaido laughed heartily at Minos. Truly impressive, but I have yet to reach maturity. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so fortunate today, Minos remarked flatly. Little Minos, words are futile. Let me test the might of the Black Dragon King today. If you win, I shall acknowledge your identity as the Black Dragon King, Kaido declared with a serious countenance. Dragon King, right? Brothers, feel free to illustrate or watch videos of the dramatic scene when the Black Dragon transforms during the Dragon King rite. Let the four emperors Kaido test the power of the Black Dragon King. Upon concluding his words, Minos began to summon the dragon-slaying magic, enveloped by a dark purple energy. Within this formidable aura, his hands transformed into powerful black dragon claws. His legs morphed into robust dragon limbs, and his body expanded into that of a colossal dragon. Enormous black wings sprouted from his sides, while a formidable, barbed dragon tail emerged from his rear. Finally, his head contorted into a fearsome dragon's maw, with his eyes glowing a fiery red. Transformed into the Black Dragon King, Minos declared with authority, I am the true Dragon King, an undeniable force. Kaido observed the formidable dragon before him, a sense of delight swelling within him as he finally encountered a dragon worthy of his stature. Ha, Minos, I wholeheartedly acknowledge your strength, he exclaimed, addressing the Black Dragon King. Then, Kaido proclaimed loudly, I too shall transform. Under the watchful gaze of the Black Dragon King Minos, Kaido's entire being morphed from head to toe into a colossal azure dragon, bearing the features of a camel's head, deer-like antlers, rabbit-like eyes, cow-like ears, a serpent-like neck, a shin-like belly, scales akin to a carp, eagle-like claws, and tiger-like paws. At that moment, the sky above Rogue Town was shrouded in ominous clouds, with the two titanic beings confronting each other in midair. Kaido, gazing at the Black Dragon King Minos, boldly proclaimed, What do you think? Am I not your equal, Minos? This time, Kaido refrained from addressing him as Little Minos, opting instead for his name. Indeed, you are formidable, Kaido, but before me, you shall surely falter. For I am the Dragon King, the Absolute. Minos replied solemnly. Ha, Minos, let the battle commence. With that, Kaido charged directly at Minos. I fear you not. Minos countered, rushing towards Kaido as well. A series of thunderous booms echoed as the heads of the two dragons collided. The tremendous force of their impact stirred up powerful shockwaves in the air. Ha, Minos, you are indeed powerful. Today, I, Kaido, am thoroughly entertained, Kaido exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Minos, I too am exhilarated. At last, I have found someone to clash with head-on. Minos responded, equally thrilled. Minos, brace yourself for this move. Kaido retreated momentarily, his dragon maw aimed at Minos as he declared loudly. The Black Dragon King Minos observed as Kaido's gaping maw began to gather an immense fire energy. Thinking to himself, this must be Kaido's ultimate technique, the flame breath. In that case, let us see whether your flame breath is mightier or my roar. The Black Dragon King Minos opened his massive jaws, concentrating powerful white energy within. Kaido, witnessing Minos gathering energy, felt a surge of excitement. Flame breath, Kaido intoned solemnly, as a fiery beam shot forth from his mouth toward the Black Dragon King Minos. Minos responded with a powerful proclamation, Roar of the Black Dragon. In an instant, a brilliant beam of white light erupted from his mouth, clashing fiercely with Kaido's fiery breath. The two formidable energies battled vehemently in the air, neither yielding to the other, until ultimately, the fiery column and the white energy burst apart. Kaido's flames and the white essence of the Black Dragon King Minos cascaded down upon Rogue Town. In that moment, Roga town was engulfed in a cataclysm of energy. Houses and various structures were shattered, deep craters appearing throughout the town. One could only lament the unfortunate fate of Roga town, caught in the crossfire of Kaido and Minos's devastation. The townsfolk, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, unwittingly became casualties of the conflict between Kaido and the Black Dragon King Minos. Unbeknownst to anyone, a newsbird was stealthily capturing this entire spectacle. Indeed, the ever-watchful Yamashita Mo had made his appearance. How remarkable! The Black Dragon Minos is truly formidable, managing to hold his ground against the Yonko Kaido for such an extended duration. Moreover, he had been engaged in combat with Aokiji for quite some time, a battle that Mo had also recorded. In fact, since Minos's arrival in Roga town, Yamashita had been aware of the events unfolding, including the slaughter of Navy soldiers by Smoker, all captured through his lens. Do not inquire how he found himself in Roga town. It is merely a necessity of the narrative. At this moment, Yamashita was diligently pressing the shutter, capturing every exhilarating battle and dynamic movement. The Black Dragon Minos is truly magnificent. This intel is bound to set the world ablaze, inciting frenzy among all the powerful beings of the seas. President O'Regan's will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. Upon my return to the New World, the position of Vice Admiral will surely be mine. Just as Yamashita was lost in his daydreams, a scattering of white energy descended upon him. His heart nearly leapt from his chest, prompting him to flee in haste. As he evaded the oncoming energy, the spot where it landed instantly transformed into ruins. A moment of silence enveloped him. Had he been just a tad slower, would he have met his demise today? What a thrill! Kaido gazed at the Black Dragon King Minos, astonished that he could withstand his onslaught without faltering. Minos, take this. Kaido's expression grew serious. He unleashed a torrent of flames from his dragon maw, enveloping his entire form in fire, which coalesced into a fiery armor that served both as offense and defense. The Black Dragon King Minos, observing Kaido adorned in flames, wore a mysterious smile. In the face of Kaido's incredulous gaze, Minos charged forward without a hint of defense. Kaido, perplexed by this peculiar display, ceased his contemplation as Minos approached. Without further ado, Kaido expelled flames aimed directly at the Black Dragon King Minos, solemnly proclaiming, "Great Fire Dragon's torch." The roaring flames appeared to threaten to consume everything, while the Black Dragon King Minos remained unfazed amidst the inferno, allowing the fire to engulf him. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded that left Kaido in utter disbelief. The Black Dragon King Minos opened his massive jaws and inhaled the flames in one breath. Kaido, perplexed, pondered whether flames could indeed be devoured. After Minos absorbed Kaido's fire, he sensed a surge of dark magic within him, as if it had increased. The Black Dragon King Minos laughed maniacally. His hypothesis had proven accurate. In the realm of fairy tale, the Black Dragon King could adapt to any form of magic, rendering all magical attacks ineffective against him. He could absorb magic to enhance his own dark powers. Thus, when Kaido unleashed his fiery assault, Minos had been eager to test his theory. The outcome was triumphant. He, the Black Dragon King Minos, had succeeded in absorbing all fire-based attacks. Naturally, he could also absorb ice, lightning, and light, an entirely reasonable concept, as one could consider natural forces as forms of magic. What of you, Kaido? Your flames are indeed formidable. Do you possess a more powerful attack? Minos taunted, his gaze fixed provocatively on Kaido. Minos, you truly astonish me, yet I refuse to believe you can absorb again. Kaido's tone was laden with skepticism as he contemplated testing whether Minos could genuinely consume fire once more, gathering a fierce blaze within his own jaws. Kaido launched another fiery assault toward the Black Dragon King Minos. Minos, amused by Kaido's disbelief, unleashed his own fire attack once more, a smirk gracing his features. After all, who would refuse free energy? This time, Minos did not charge forward. Instead, he allowed the flames to burn upon his draconic form. He attentively perceived the heat enveloping him, confirming that it posed no threat. A wave of joy washed over his face, for it was indeed true, Kaido's attacks were ineffective. With this realization, the Black Dragon King Minos opened his jaws wide and bit into the flames, devouring them with fervor. In a matter of moments, the once roaring fire was consumed by Minos. Feeling the surge of dark magic swell within him once more, he was filled with delight. Next, Minos gazed intently at Kaido, eagerly anticipating further attempts. In stark contrast to Minos's exhilaration, Kaido's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He was accustomed to rendering his opponent speechless, his resilience dissuading them from engaging. Now, he was experiencing a profound sense of helplessness. This formidable being was akin to a mirror image of himself, and most critically, he was infuriated by the fact that this individual could absorb physical damage. Wait, physical damage? Haha, so that is it. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that it was merely physical damage. Then I suppose I need not concern myself with it, he mused. Moreover, I seem to possess a technique that inflicts true damage. Do I not? With clarity illuminating his thoughts, Kaido exclaimed, Minos, do you dare descend? I have yet to unveil a technique. This abrupt shift in Kaido's demeanor left the Black Dragon King Minos perplexed. What could Kaido possibly mean by having another technique? However, it soon dawned upon Minos that Kaido was referring to the Conqueror's Haki. It appeared that the previous thunderous display had not incorporated the might of his Haushika Haki. The Black Dragon King Minos chuckled coldly to himself. Kaido, you wish to outmaneuver me, do you? But I am no novice either. I possess a move I wish to exchange with you. Very well, Kaido. Let us descend and engage in battle. I am eager to test your ultimate technique. He feigned ignorance. Kaido was astonished by Minos's confidence. Was this impudent child truly unafraid? Unable to fathom this, Kaido refrained from further contemplation. If Minos dared to descend, could he, Kaido of the Beasts, hesitate? Thus, the two dragons soared in unison toward the direction of Log Town. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed over the now half-ruined Log Town, inciting great curiosity in the observer Mo, who had been stealthily filming from below. As he scrutinized the scene, he nearly succumbed to terror. What on earth? Why have Kaido and the Black Dragon Minos ceased their battle and come to Log Town? Mo pondered in bewilderment. In an instant, a tremendous roar resonated, heralding the arrival of Kaido and the Black Dragon King Minos, their imposing presence descending upon Log Town. Mo instinctively lowered his profile, wary of being detected by these two harbingers of doom. Kaido laughed heartily, surveying the almost obliterated Log Town. Minos, behold, we have laid waste to this town. Minos, with an air of indifference, remarked, it is but a mere island. What harm could befall it? If the Navy possesses the capability, let them come and seek me. Upon hearing Minos's fearless declaration, Kaido's expression turned contemplative, as if he glimpsed the reflection of his younger self. After a moment of silence, Kaido earnestly invited, Minos, I truly admire you. Will you not consider joining my beast pirates? Upon receiving yet another heartfelt invitation from Kaido, Minos felt a flicker of joy. Has he truly become so formidable as to warrant consecutive invitations from Kaido? However, Minos harbored no intentions of aligning himself with any faction. A life of freedom was what he truly desired. Once a person becomes tethered by attachments, they tread cautiously. Moreover, the endeavors he planned to undertake in the future were exceedingly audacious. In due time, individuals from the pirate world, be they navy, pirates, or agents of the world government and revolutionary army, would all become his adversaries. For the sake of ascending to godhood, Minos would stop at nothing, even if it meant facing an onslaught from the entire pirate world. As long as he could attain divinity, everything else would fade into oblivion. Once again, it remains true that anyone who dares to obstruct his path is an enemy. A glimmer of cold light radiated from him, and he thought, what does it matter if he slaughters the world? Having contemplated everything, Minos slowly declared, Kaido, I must decline. Upon hearing Minos's rejection once more, Kaido's face fell in disappointment. Can you enlighten me as to why you refuse? He asked, frustration evident in his expression. Indeed, Kaido was the sort of person who, upon recognizing talent, sought to incorporate it into his beast pirates. And Minos was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Minos shook his head, his expression grave. Kaido, what I intend to do is something you cannot comprehend. Following these words, the atmosphere in the room grew significantly somber. Minos, you rascal. You truly possess a spirit of your own. No one has ever turned me down twice. Kaido suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Before Minos could respond, Kaido, his demeanor serious, proclaimed, Minos, let us have one final exchange. If you can withstand it, we shall refrain from further conflict and await our clash in the New World. Very well, Kaido. Unleash your might. Minos replied, matching Kaido's solemnity with his own earnest expression. Kaido, with a countenance of utmost seriousness, commanded Minos respect, for jesting with him was not an option. Now, little Minos, pay close attention, Kaido declared, producing a spiked club from an unknown source. He swung the weapon forcefully through the air, as arcs of red and black lightning danced around it. Little Minos, do you see this? This is known as conquering lightning. a technique derived from mastering the conqueror's haki to a certain level. At this moment, Kaido took the opportunity to instruct Minos on the intricacies of this formidable technique. Indeed, Kaido proved himself to be an exceptional teacher. One strike manifests the flowing cherry blossom, while two strikes unleash the conquering lightning. Minos gazed heavily at Kaido as he executed his formidable technique, the haki binding. His instincts warned him of the imminent peril. This was not an assault to be faced head-on. "Master, are you there?" Minos urgently called out in his mind. "Ding. My dear host, what seems to be troubling you? You appear quite anxious," the system remarked, observing Minos' distress with a hint of jest. "Damn it, master. How can you jest at a time like this? Your host is on the brink of serious injury. Shouldn't you be aiding me?" Minos replied, exasperation evident in his expression. "Ding. Fear not, my host. Just charge in. You might even unleash your own haki binding," the system teased once more. "Cursed system. At such a critical moment, you still find time for jest," Minos retorted, utterly bewildered. This unreliable system had a penchant for mischief, especially when stakes were high. "Ding. I'm powerless in this situation as well," the system responded in a cheeky tone. Minos felt his irritation mounting, yet he could do little about it. It seemed this troublesome system was simply irreverent by nature. "By the way, master, how many points of slaughter do I currently possess?" Minos inquired, his tone softening. Minos inquired politely of the system, only to be met with a retort. "Why don't you check it yourself?" Frustration welled up within him. This insufferable system was truly exasperating. He resolved never to consult the system again. Minos took a deep breath, attempting to alleviate his anxious emotions. He feared that he would succumb to an intense confrontation with the canine system. Minos quietly opened the system panel in his mind and began to examine it. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament haki, intermediate observation haki, intermediate conqueror's haki, water flow shattering rock fist, standard edition, navigation skills, helmsman skills. Physique, peak of the four emperors. Items, 1 supreme great blade. Kill points, 22,000. Realm, High Admiral, Black Dragon form, peak of the four emperors. Evaluation, you are now exceedingly powerful. As long as you do not encounter an opponent at the peak of the king level, you shall not perish. Esteemed system. Why do I have so many kill points? Minos initially felt joy, followed by confusion. In his recollection, his kill points had always been modest and difficult to accumulate. How could he suddenly possess so many? Ding. Is this too much? Not at all. The system replied with a hint of irritation. It's more than 3 times what I had. That's quite a lot. Minos retorted, speechless. Ding. Before renting the yacht, you had only 5,980 points. And after renting the yacht, you had 4,980 points. What about Rogue Town? Minos inquired, puzzled. How did I acquire so many all of a sudden? Ding. When you engaged in battle with Smoker and others in Rogue Town, after meticulous calculations by this system, you approximately earned 8,000 kill points. Wow, is there really that much? Minos exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Ding. Of course, this system cannot err, the system declared proudly. Upon hearing the system's boastful tone, Minos felt speechless, struggling to reconcile the current system's demeanor with the one that had previously rebuffed him. "So, esteemed system, how did I accumulate the additional kill points?" Minos asked, still perplexed. Ding. You seem to have forgotten your fierce battle with Kaido. Are you saying? Minos responded with excitement. Ding. Indeed, it is as you surmised. Oh. So it was his battle with Kaido that led to the demise of the townspeople in Rogue Town, and the system indirectly attributed that to Minos. Esteemed system. Is it fair to calculate it this way? Although Minos' tone was inquiring, it brimmed with concealed delight. Ding. If this system states there is no issue, then there is none. Listening to the system's grandiose words, Minos felt utterly speechless. This insufferable system was boasting once again, yet Minos found himself compelled to offer praise, leaving him quite exasperated. Esteemed system, you truly are remarkable, Minos complimented. Ding. Humility is key. Now, esteemed system, since I possess so many kill points, could you assist me in exploring what skills I can purchase? Minos' voice was filled with excitement. Ding. Let me check. All right, esteemed system, please be swift. Your host is in peril. Minos spoke gently. Do not misconstrue Minos' demeanor as overly flattering towards the system. It is merely the daily exchange between a Na'vi system and its equally Na'vi host. Understood, very well. Minos chuckled inwardly. Indeed. This wretched system was easily swayed by such tactics. How absurd it was to think that the esteemed Lord Minos would have to curry favor with this pitiful system. Ding. Host, the system marketplace has been updated. You may enter directly. Minos gazed at the system's prompt with a heart full of delight. Today, he intended to indulge himself thoroughly, acquiring several new skills. Merely possessing the ordinary flowing rock fist was truly unsatisfactory. The audience would undoubtedly share his discontent. Ding. Ordinary punch. Low version 4,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Consecutive ordinary punches. Low version 10,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Low version 4,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Navy 6 styles at full level. 20,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Wolf Fong Frenzy Fist. For 1,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Solar Fist. 2,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Swordsman Inheritance. You shall immediately become a swordsman. You deserve it 4,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Great Swordsman Inheritance. Requires adaptation 20,000 points of slaughter value. Ding. Slaughter value? My goodness, this is quite excessive. Minos exclaimed, his tone tinged with astonishment. Ding. Normal. If not for the fear of the reader's complaints, there are many more. Minos gazed longingly at the skills available in the system's marketplace, yearning for each one, whether it was the simple yet powerful ordinary punch or the rapid succession of punches. These formidable abilities were essential for a demon lord who conquers the world through martial prowess. Moreover, the complete mastery of the Navy's 6 forms was particularly enticing to him. The legacy of the swordsman also captured his interest, leaving Minos in a state of profound indecision, uncertain of which path to pursue. What a conundrum. I desire them all. Minos lamented with evident frustration. Ding. Host, must you provoke me during such joyous moments? Came the playful retort. Ah, merely jesting, Minos replied sheepishly. Minos earnestly desired these skills, yet lamented the insufficiency of his kill points. Tsubasa, kindly assist me in procuring the ordinary punch and the consecutive ordinary punch. Ultimately, Minos resolved to prioritize the acquisition of the ordinary punch and the consecutive ordinary punch, deferring any further purchases for a later time. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing the ordinary punch and the consecutive ordinary punch. Following the system's notification, Minos felt an instantaneous mastery of the ordinary punch and the consecutive ordinary punch, as if he had diligently practiced for an extended period. In response to this phenomenon, Minos could only exclaim, truly, the might of the system is remarkable. Ding. The host still possesses 8,000 kill points. Would you like to make another purchase? Minos listened as the system announced the remaining 8,000 points of his slaughter value, plunging him into deep contemplation. Indeed, he yearned to acquire another mastery of the greatsword, yet his slaughter value fell short. Should he choose to purchase the legacy of the swordmaster, it would prove to be a regrettable decision. Sighing in resignation, Minos remarked, Oh, that dear system. This time, I shall refrain from making a purchase, but do keep the skills available in the system's marketplace for me. Ding. Certainly, esteemed host. I shall be at your service next time. Ah, it seems that as long as there are slaughter points, the system is inclined to show him some consideration. As Minos exited the system, he observed Kaido still gathering his haki. A faint smile graced his lips. Today, let Kaido experience the formidable power of an ordinary punch. Minos extended his right hand, gradually unleashing energy, while simultaneously, a dark purple dragon-slaying magic materialized upon his fist. The moment when Minos was about to unleash his ultimate move was naturally witnessed by Kaido. Kaido was immensely thrilled, for Minos had brought him an abundance of surprises. Haha, are you ready, Minos? Kaido bellowed, his laughter echoing. Come on, Kaido, Minos declared with fervor. Haha, Thunderbagwa. Kaido spoke in a deep tone. The black and crimson lightning enveloped his kanabo, surging forth directly towards Minos. Minos discerned that Kaido had unleashed the Conqueror's haki, just as he had gathered his own power. Dragon's destruction magic, ordinary fist, Minos intoned gravely. Instantly, a colossal black-purple fist materialized before him, hurtling towards Kaido. The spiked club, imbued with Conqueror's haki, collided with Minos' enormous fist. Observers would note that the two did not physically clash. Instead, they engaged in an aerial confrontation. Black-red and black-purple lightning crackled fiercely in the void between them. The already precarious town of Rog faced yet another calamity. The ruins remained ruins, and what few structures had stood resilient were now obliterated by the tempest of lightning. The roads were riddled with craters, a testament to the chaos wrought upon Rog. Amid the debris, a figure began to regain consciousness. The once unconscious Akiji slowly stirred, awakened by an instinctual will to survive, sensing that remaining unconscious would lead to his demise. Upon awakening, he beheld the devastation of Rog, confusion flooding his mind. How had it come to this? However, as his gaze drifted towards the distant clash between Kaido and Minos, clarity struck him. Ah yes. He had been rendered senseless by the overwhelming conqueror's haki of both Kaido and Minos. Understanding the gravity of his predicament, Akiji fell silent. Realizing he was perhaps the only Marine Admiral to have been knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki. I apologize for the disgrace, esteemed admirals, he lamented inwardly. With no time for sorrow, he surveyed the battlefield shrouded in black-red and black-purple, knowing he must depart. He was too weak to linger. Should Kaido and Minos spot him, his fate would be sealed. Without hesitation, Akiji turned and made his way towards the port of Rog. As he traversed the ruins of Rog, he searched for any survivors. Regrettably, he found none. With each step forward, despair enveloped him. It seemed that the townsfolk had all perished at the hands of Kaido and Minos. Just then, a cough shattered his thoughts. Before him lay an unconscious individual, seemingly haunted by nightmares, coughing and trembling as though gripped by fear. A glimmer of hope ignited within Akiji. It was none other than Smoker. Hastening to Smoker's side, Akiji called urgently, "Smoker! Smoker, awaken!" At that moment, Smoker was indeed ensnared in a nightmare, tormented by Minos, who forced him to witness the suffering of his subordinates. In the depths of his despair, Smoker felt as though he could never escape this waking nightmare. Yet amid his desolation, a voice reached him. Akiji's call pierced through the darkness, though Smoker, having succumbed to hopelessness, found it hard to believe that anyone still sought him. As his subordinates lay dead, all victims of the Minos from his dreams, he was compelled to witness their demise firsthand. Yet, the voice grew increasingly distinct, resonating louder with each passing moment. In his dream, Smoker gradually began to comprehend. Was that the voice of Admiral Akiji? Hadn't he, the Admiral, already perished? Smoker found himself unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. At that moment, he thought that succumbing to death might not be so bad after all. Akiji, noticing Smoker remained unresponsive, felt a wave of concern wash over him. The impending destruction of this place loomed, and if Smoker did not awaken soon, he might never awaken again. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew Akiji's attention. Upon investigation, he discovered a survivor not far from him, a girl. This revelation filled Akiji with joy as he hurried to her side, realizing it was Tashigi. "Tashigi, wake up! Please awaken!" Though Tashigi had been trapped in a nightmare, Akiji's urgent calls brought her back to consciousness effortlessly. "Cough, cough, Admiral Akiji," she murmured, still disoriented and unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. "Wonderful. Tashigi, you're awake," Akiji exclaimed with relief. Hearing his voice, Tashigi finally recalled the grim reality. "Wah," she cried. "Admiral Akiji, something terrible has happened. The soldiers of Low Town are all dead, slain by Minos, and even Captain Smoker has perished. Tashigi, please don't cry. I am already aware," Akiji said, his face etched with guilt. As he pondered how to console her, the sound of coughing interrupted them. "Is that Captain Smoker's voice?" Tashigi asked, her tears ceasing in surprise. "Indeed, let us see how he fares," Akiji replied gently. When they arrived before Smoker, they found him trembling. "What is the matter with Captain Smoker?" Tashigi asked anxiously. "It seems he may be having a nightmare," Akiji replied, uncertainty lacing his tone yet filled with compassion. "Captain Smoker, please awaken," Tashigi implored, gazing at him with concern. In his nightmare, Smoker heard a familiar voice, though it was gradually slipping from his memory. Suddenly, that voice rang out again. "Captain Smoker, please awaken," Tashigi called once more. Was that Tashigi's voice? But hadn't she died? Through their persistent calls, Smoker finally roused from his slumber, though he seemed aged and silent, a shadow of his former self. Tashigi and Akiji, initially oblivious to this transformation, felt a surge of joy before hastily departing Logtown together. Upon reaching the harbor and boarding a ship, a tremendous roar echoed around them. Kaido's conqueror's haki collided with Minos's dragon slayer magic, resulting in an explosive eruption. A massive wave of force spread around Logtown, lifting the ground beneath them. The island of Rog Town lay in ruins, ultimately transforming into a deep brown trench. The colossal waves surged across the ocean, unleashing tumultuous torrents that capsized countless anchored vessels. The once overcast sky now split into two, torn apart by the fierce assaults of Kaido and Minos. The yacht sustained immense damage. prompting the intelligent steward to activate its defenses. Yet, the destructive force proved insurmountable, rendering the defenses futile. The steward requested the retrieval of the yacht. Ding. The system has received the command. Ding. The yacht has been reclaimed. The situation for Aokiji and his companions was even more dire, as their vessel nearly capsized. It was only through Aokiji's limited power of the ice fruit that they managed to freeze the surrounding waters, restoring some semblance of stability. Once calm returned, the trio dared to catch their breath. Suddenly, Captain Smoker, Aokiji, look at the sky, exclaimed to Shiji, her expression filled with horror. Smoker and Aokiji quickly turned their gazes upward. Before them, the sky was rent asunder, a stark contrast of light and dark. After a moment of silence, Smoker clenched his fists, astonishment evident in his eyes. This power is utterly overwhelming, he remarked. Indeed, the strength of Kaido and Minos is beyond comprehension. They have fractured the heavens. Aokiji responded in awe. Shiji lamented. Rogtown must surely be annihilated. Aokiji's face reflected a profound sense of disorientation. The battlefield between Kaido and Minos was too terrifying. Whether it was the Conqueror's haki or the various shockwaves, the fact that Rogtown still existed was a miracle. You two should accompany me back to headquarters, Aokiji declared with grave seriousness. The East Blue is perilously dangerous. Encountering Kaido and Minos would mean certain death. Thus, Smoker, Shiji, and Aokiji returned to the Navy headquarters with heavy hearts. Haha, Minos, you've taken my blow this time. We won't fight today. Let us save our battle for when you enter the new world, Kaido exclaimed with exuberance. Agreed, Kaido. But next time, luck may not be on your side, Minos replied with a stern demeanor. Minos's words left Kaido momentarily stunned. He realized he had been underestimated. Haha, Minos, I await your arrival. But do not fall into the hands of the Navy, Kaido exclaimed, laughing heartily at Minos. Without allowing Minos a chance to respond, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon and soared into the sky, preparing to depart from Rogue Town. Farewell, Minos, until we meet again in the New World, Kaido proclaimed loudly from the heavens. Even as he took his leave, Kaido made sure to bid Minos farewell once more. It can only be said that Kaido is indeed a complex individual. He treats his subordinates quite well, though one might question this. Considering I was merely delivering a newspaper and received a blow instead. Encountering Minos aligns perfectly with his character, undoubtedly due to Minos's formidable strength, which prompted Kaido to extend multiple invitations to him. Minos gazed at Kaido, who was still bidding him farewell in the sky. His heart enveloped in a complex array of emotions. Had he not possessed the system, he would undoubtedly have accepted Kaido's invitation. However, with the existence of the system and the necessity to join a faction, such a decision would be a grave miscalculation. Furthermore, he was destined to ascend to divinity. All that Minos required was power. After a long pause, Minos concealed his emotions once more, transforming into a figure of cold detachment. The cloak billowed behind him in the wind, seemingly a manifestation of his solitude. Unbeknownst to Minos, however, a bird had been capturing every moment. Minos arrived at the port of Rogue Town, gazing contemplatively at the disordered vessels surrounding him. Where could his yacht have gone? Had it been destroyed as a result of the fierce battle between himself and Kaido? Ding. Are you searching for your yacht, host? Huh? Do you know where my yacht is, Tsubasa? Minos inquired, a glimmer of joy in his voice. Ding. The shockwaves generated during your confrontation with Kaido were excessively powerful, nearly capsizing the yacht. Consequently, the intelligent steward activated the defense system to withstand the onslaught. However, the waves proved too formidable, and the steward had to request the recovery of the yacht. Oh, so it was you who retrieved it? Splendid, splendid, Minos exclaimed with delight. Then Tsubasa, I wish to have my yacht now. Will you require a toll of slaughter points? He asked, a hint of concern creeping into his tone. Ding. No. There will be no such charge. Upon hearing that the system would no longer impose a toll on his kill count, Minos felt a considerable uplift in his spirits. System, summon forth my luxurious yacht. At this moment, Minos exuded an air of grandiosity. With a resounding boom, a magnificent yacht materialized out of thin air, majestically anchored upon the ocean's surface. The powerful force of the yacht stirred the waters, sending waves crashing against Minos's face, rendering him quite disheveled. System, could you exercise a bit more caution? The waves are splashing all over my face, Minos remarked, somewhat speechless. Beep. Host, I am merely celebrating your recent victorious battle. The system replied. Well, I appreciate it, Minos thought to himself, feeling rather exasperated. Minos gracefully leaped back onto the yacht. At that moment, the gentle chime of the intelligent assistant resonated in the air. Welcome home, Master. Shadowy, your intelligent assistant, is now online. Minos, upon stepping aboard the yacht, was met with the soothing tones of Shadowy, nearly causing him to lose his composure. How could it be that Minos, a formidable and stoic man, found himself enraptured by the tender voice of his assistant? For a long while, he remained captivated. Minos endeavored to suppress the tumult of thoughts swirling within him before finally speaking. Shadowy, my dear butler, please prepare a bottle of 1982 beer along with an assortment of appetizers. I wish to celebrate in grand style. Very well, my master. Please rest for a moment. The intelligent butler is diligently preparing your request. Minos let out a sigh of relief. The presence of such a formidable figure was difficult to endure alongside that gentle voice. By the way, Tongsi, Smoker, and Tashiji, they haven't perished, have they? Minos inquired with concern. Rest assured, host. Smoker and Tashiji have been rescued by Akiji. Ah. Minos felt a flicker of confusion. After a moment, he realized his oversight. How could he have forgotten about that fellow Akiji? He chided himself for his lapse. In the heat of battle with Kaido, he had momentarily overlooked Akiji's presence. Well, it seems fate has spared him for now, Minos sighed. He mused that once he ascended to the kingly level, it would then be Akiji and the others' time to face their destiny. Losing an admiral would deal a significant blow to the navy. Otherwise, their relentless pursuit was quite exasperating. Master, your beer and appetizers are now ready for your enjoyment, the intelligent butler announced. In an instant, Minos's earlier fervor for Akiji dissipated. All right, I'm coming, he replied, heading to the dining area to indulge in the delightful food and drink. Moreover, a soft, soothing voice continued to attend to his needs. Rest assured, this will be a unique occasion. I shan't write in this manner again. Let me confide in you. Should I ever pen tales of the infamous Chow, it would be quite exhilarating. Of course, this pirate narrative is one of unrivaled power, devoid of a female lead, emphasizing decisive actions and unrelenting slaughter against red-haired Shanks, against Carp, against Luffy. Anticipation bubbled within him. Soon, having feasted and quenched his thirst, Minos reclined in his chair with a sense of carefree elegance. Intelligent butler, please inquire how long it takes to travel from the East Blue to the Grand Line. Certainly, Master, the intelligent butler replied gently. Minos reclined in his chair, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea while awaiting a response from his intelligent assistant. Before long, good news arrived. My master, it will take 5 days to reach Rog Town, the assistant conveyed gently. Very well, please set the navigation for the Grand Line, Minos replied calmly. As you wish. My master, came the prompt response. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Minos found himself in an unknown maritime realm. He had shed his black suit and just his cloak, donning instead a casual yellow short-sleeved shirt and blue shorts. With sunglasses perched upon his nose, he lounged elegantly on the yacht's deck chair, sipping leisurely from a glass of cola, embodying a carefree demeanor. Minos remained utterly indifferent to the events of the past 3 days, spending his time languidly basking in the sun, alternating between sleep and leisure. Occasionally, a few pirates would attempt to rob him, only to be met with a fierce reprimand and subsequently dispatched, earning him a considerable amount of combat points. In the New World, at the headquarters of the news agency, Morgans perused the intelligence relayed by Yamashita below, his avian form struck with astonishment. Incredible, simply incredible, he murmured. What revelation had so profoundly shocked Morgans? It turned out that after Minos departed from Rogue Town, Yamashita had swiftly flown to the branch office to convey the news to the headquarters. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Morgans had only just now received the information. As he scrutinized the various reports captured by Yamashita, his astonishment only deepened. From the outset, when Minos returned to Rogue Town to slaughter the navy, to his fierce battle with Akiji, Yamashita had documented everything with remarkable clarity. Most astonishing of all was the fierce confrontation between Minos, transformed into a black dragon, and Kaido, who had morphed into an azure dragon, neither yielding an inch in their epic clash. The climactic moment, featuring the collision of black-red and black-purple lightning, which tore the sky asunder in a cataclysmic display, was truly unforgettable and breathtaking. After a lengthy pause, Morgans erupted in laughter. Ah, Minos, you truly are my lucky star. I am fortunate to have positioned Yamashita in the East Blue. Otherwise, such astonishing news might have gone unnoticed. His voice brimmed with delight and excitement. This newspaper will undoubtedly be a sensational hit, and the entire ocean will become even more vibrant and frenzied because of your presence. Minos has indeed grown up right under our noses. Ahem. Morgans, who had been laughing heartily for quite some time, coughed, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. Now, it was time to get down to business. It was my moment to bestow a captivating title upon this remarkable newspaper. How about astonishing? Roachtown nearly annihilated. Astonishing. The name of the butcher is actually Minos. Astonishing. Minos rampaged against the Navy. What could his intentions be? Astonishing. The Navy Admiral was no match for Minos. Astonishing. Kaido of the Four Emperors emerges in the East Blue. What could this mean? Astonishing. The Duel of Dragons ends in a stalemate. Astonishing. The sky has been split apart. Is this a reflection of humanity's corruption or a moral decay? Astonishing. Is the era of the Five Emperors about to dawn? Haha. Morgans gazed at the headlines he had personally crafted, along with the assigned illustrations filled with exuberant laughter. Truly, he Morgans is a genius for conceiving such captivating titles. Indeed. He is the king of news. Henceforth, let the staff work overtime to print the newspapers. Tomorrow, the entire ocean must know of the epic clash between Minos and Kaido. At Marineford, within the office of the Admiral, Sengoku wore a troubled expression. Clearly, the events that transpired in the conference room were far from pleasant. Alas, Akiji. Your aspirations to become an admiral will undoubtedly face greater difficulties now, Sengoku remarked with a complex demeanor. Speaking of Akiji, Sengoku recalled the scene in the conference room. Let us rewind to just before the meeting. The communications officer summoned the high-ranking naval officials for a meeting, much like the last time. There was no issue, except that Akiji was absent. However, what unfolded in the conference room was far from agreeable. Inside the chamber, Sengoku surveyed the assembled naval commanders, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, it was Kizaru who broke the oppressive silence. What on earth has transpired? Sengoku. I was still resting. Kizaru inquired with his characteristic nonchalance. Indeed, a grave matter has arisen, Sengoku replied, casting a serious glance at Kizaru. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Sengoku, perhaps you should simply state what has occurred, Akainu said in a low voice. His words only deepened the already heavy atmosphere in the meeting room. The vice admirals, wary of yet another factional dispute, feared the arduous choices that might arise. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Akainu. He was indeed the most challenging to manage today. After taking a deep breath, Sengoku finally spoke with solemnity. Recently, there was the disappearance of 16 of our Colonel Mice. Subsequently, I assigned Akiji to investigate the matter. At this juncture, Sengoku paused, contemplating how best to articulate the subsequent details. His gaze swept across the room, meeting the intense stares of all present. This caused Sengoku to break out in a cold sweat, fearing that if he did not speak soon, those below might berate him to death. Clearing his throat, Sengoku continued. Kazan's investigation has indeed uncovered the reason for the disappearance of Colonel Mouse. And it has revealed a shameful incident within our Navy, instances of corruption and the bullying of civilians among our ranks. Upon hearing this, the gathered commanders furrowed their brows, speculating on what the fleet admiral was attempting to convey. And what of the reason behind Colonel Mouse's disappearance? Akainu inquired in a deep voice. Colonel Mouse was slain by the killer, who also annihilated the evil dragon pirates in Koko Village. Sengoku's statement left the assembly perplexed. Even though the killer had killed Colonel Mouse, what did that have to do with the evil dragon pirates? Noticing the confusion on the faces of the commanders, Sengoku attempted to clarify. So that's how it is. Do you understand now? He said, his expression troubled. Humph. While Colonel Mouse and the evil dragon pirates deserve their fate, it should have been our Navy to deal with it. What does the killer's involvement signify? Is he provoking us? Akainu retorted angrily. The other commanders, who had been poised to speak, fell silent, unwilling to offend Akainu. Yet, there was an exception. How terrifying, remarked Kizaru, pouting from the sidelines. Indeed. You never fail to amuse, Kizaru, Sengoku responded. Akainu, you are too overly agitated. Humph. Akainu dismissed Sengoku's comment with a scoff. Sensing the atmosphere had reached a critical point, Sengoku decided to unveil even more shocking news. Moreover, there is something of greater significance at hand, he stated gravely. What is it? Just tell us, Sengoku. I need to get back to my donuts. Garp interjected, unable to restrain himself from interrupting Sengoku's moment. Sengoku shot a fierce glance at his old comrade Garp before continuing. That is, the 16 branch islands have vanished. This proclamation left everyone present in shock. They had not read the newspapers. Only Sengoku was aware the 16 branch islands have disappeared. Are you speaking nonsense, Sengoku? Garp jested. Silence, Garp. I speak the truth, Sengoku shouted in frustration. The assembled commanders were not concerned with the banter between Sengoku and Garp. They were fixated on the gravity of Sengoku's revelation that he was not jesting. A profound silence enveloped the room, their faces a mask of fury. Who could have possibly destroyed the 16 branch islands? Who dared to challenge the very essence of our Navy headquarters? Sakazuki roared. In that moment, Sengoku remained silent, as he too was filled with fury. The atmosphere within the conference room was dire, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Noticing the lack of response, Sakazuki questioned once more, where is Akiji? Was he not dispatched to the East Blue to suppress the pirates? How could this calamity have occurred? Sengoku, with a bitter expression, replied, Akiji is injured and currently in a coma. This revelation shocked the assembled commanders, leaving them in disbelief as they questioned the veracity of their own hearing. What on earth had transpired for Akiji to be so gravely harmed? Garp rose abruptly to inquire of Sengoku. After the destruction of the 16 branch islands, Akiji went to investigate the cause of their disappearance. However, he encountered a colossal tsunami and waterspout in the area. To prevent further devastation to the surrounding islands, he chose to confront the threat alone, resulting in this unfortunate incident. After relaying this, Sengoku produced a newspaper, stating, "You may peruse this." Anxious, Garp snatched the newspaper and immediately scrutinized it, revealing an image of the 16th branch sea, now transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Following his examination, Garp fell silent, and the newspaper was passed around until all had read it. The prolonged silence in the conference room intensified the gravity of the situation. Now, do we know who is responsible for the destruction of the 16 branch islands? Sakazuki demanded sternly. Current speculation points towards that killer brat, Sengoku lamented. Once again, it's that killer, Sakazuki exclaimed in fury. The other naval soldiers grimaced at the mention of the assailant, their displeasure evident. Ever since the emergence of this killer, the Navy had faced continuous misfortune. Just days prior, they had been mocked by the pirates of the New World, and now, with the destruction of the 16 branch islands, they faced yet another disgrace. The mood among the majority of the naval commanders was decidedly grim. After a lengthy pause, Sakazuki declared, "Deploy the Demon Slayer order. Locate that killer brat and execute the order immediately." His expression was grave. Absolutely not. The Demon Slayer order is far too severe to be employed lightly, Sengoku firmly rejected. Sakazuki, incensed by Sengoku's response, retorted, "What is to be done then? If this is unacceptable and that is also off the table, what course of action is deemed appropriate?" Before Sengoku could respond, Sakazuki further pressed, "You initially sent me to the East Blue, yet Akiji opposed it. Now, in light of this grave incident, Akiji bears significant responsibility." Sakazuki's words caused the expressions of those present to stiffen, indicating that he was indeed seeking to confront Akiji. Sensing Sakazuki's intentions, Sengoku interjected, "Calm yourself, Sakazuki, Akiji is still unconscious." Humph. Sakazuki, disinterested in engaging with Admiral Sengoku, let out a cold huff before rising from his seat and exiting the conference room. His abrupt departure left the assembled naval commanders exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What had begun as a productive meeting disbanded in the wake of Sakazuki's exit. Clearing his throat, Admiral Sengoku lamented, "Let us conclude the meeting here." Now, reverting to the present, Sengoku sighed, "On Akiji, what are we to do now?" Just then, the dreaded voice of the communications officer echoed from outside the door once more. "Come in," Sengoku said, a twinge of apprehension creeping in at the prospect of yet another grave matter. Upon entering, the officer announced, "Admiral Sengoku, Smoker has returned with Admiral Akiji." "What? Akiji has returned?" Sengoku exclaimed with delight. "Yes, Admiral Sengoku, but it appears Admiral Akiji has sustained severe injuries and is currently in the medical bay." Sengoku pondered. What could have transpired with Akiji? Thus, Smoker, along with Akiji, returned to the naval headquarters. The following day, Minos awoke to the gentle call of the intelligent steward. Groggy and disoriented, Minos stood upon the yacht, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea before him. The journey, which began with intrigue, gradually devolved into tedium, ultimately culminating in a faint sense of despair, an experience too intricate for outsiders to comprehend. Minos seemed to catch sight of a newsbird soaring through the sky. Minos was instantly intrigued. It was once again the time to indulge in the gossip. With these thoughts in mind, he leaped directly in front of the newsbird. Gazing at him with curiosity, the newsbird nearly had a heart attack from fright, as it was evident that he recognized the figure before him. Moreover, President Morgans had already instructed that anyone who encountered Minos should be treated with utmost respect, and no payment would be required for the newspaper. The newsbird promptly handed a copy of the newspaper to Minos, which left him rather perplexed. Was it truly free of charge? Upon returning to the yacht, Minos watched the departing newsbird and silently mused. There are indeed some good birds in the pirate world. In truth, you have already been regarded as the most significant source of information. Minos opened the newspaper in his hands, momentarily at a loss as to whether he should rejoice or weep. The publication meticulously documented the fierce battle he had waged against Kaido in Rock Town. Most crucially, it was supported by vivid imagery. Minos found himself particularly captivated by several headlines. Astonishing. The dual dragons clash, a drawl. Astonishing. The sky torn asunder. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decay? Astonishing. Is the era of the five emperors upon us? Minos, upon finishing his reading, couldn't help but exclaim, whoever penned this title is undoubtedly a genius. What captivated Minos the most was the phrase heralding the arrival of the era of the five emperors. While it seemed to be a double-edged sword, it nonetheless held a glimmer of benefit for him. After all, would this not elevate his reputation? Surely, when people encountered him, they would greet him as the esteemed Lord Minos of the five emperors. With a hearty laugh, Minos declared, "At last, King Minos has achieved fame." With great fervor, Minos commanded his intelligent steward, "Accelerate our journey towards the Grand Line." "Of course, master." "Speeding up now," replied the steward in its ever-gentle tone. It was not only Minos who was captivated by the announcement. The other pirates were equally astonished. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the familiar figure of Marco was seen, as usual, purchasing a newspaper. However, upon reading its contents, Marco was struck dumb, rendered speechless by the revelations within. This unusual display of surprise did not go unnoticed by the other captains, who began to speculate on what might have unsettled Captain Marco. Their whispers eventually attracted the attention of Whitebeard, who was intrigued by the typically composed Marco's uncharacteristic disarray. "Marco, what have you discovered?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Indeed, Marco. What has transpired to cause such distress? Your father is quite worried about you." As the calls from the other captains and Whitebeard reached him, Marco gradually emerged from his shock, though the astonishment on his face remained evident. "Thank you, father, and everyone for your concern. I am fine." Marco replied with a bittersweet expression. "Your face tells a different story, Captain. How can you claim to be fine?" Another captain chimed in. "Yes, Marco. What has caused such a pallor in your countenance?" The concern from his comrades brought Marco a sense of joy, yet he found it difficult to muster a smile. "Come now, Marco, do share what has transpired. Otherwise, we shall all remain in a state of worry," urged Whitebeard, his mirth fading. He suspected that something significant had indeed occurred. Otherwise, Marco's usual composure would not have faltered. Taking a deep breath, Marco finally spoke solemnly. "Indeed, a grave matter has arisen. Kaido and the so-called slaughterer, who should not be referred to as Minos, have engaged in a fierce battle in the East Blue." As Marco's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the Moby Dick. "What? Is it merely Kaido?" someone muttered. "Surely that brat Minos was soundly defeated by Kaido." Another commented. "I said that Minos was far too arrogant. He was bound to face consequences." Observing the crew's dismissive discussions about Minos, Marco felt a sense of helplessness. The current state of the Whitebeard pirates, under their father's protection, seemed to have led them to a state of complacency. Nevertheless, Marco refrained from voicing his thoughts. For they were family. "You are mistaken. Minos was not bested by Kaido. It ended in a stalemate," Marco stated firmly, as he noted the crew's escalating fervor. His declaration left the pirates aboard the Moby Dick momentarily speechless, their faces reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. Whitebeard wore a serious expression, contemplating the implications of this news. Impossible. Minos actually managed to hold his ground against that monster Kaido? The atmosphere was thick with astonishment and disbelief. The captains and crew of the Whitebeard pirates were profoundly astonished. They could hardly fathom that the fledgling Minos had managed to battle to a standstill against Kaido. Although the Whitebeard pirates were not intimidated by Kaido, their confidence stemmed from the formidable presence of Whitebeard himself, which emboldened them to act with such audacity. Now, the revelation that a newcomer could contend with Kaido cast a pall over their spirits, leading them to question the significance of their long-standing endeavors on the high seas. A sense of gloom enveloped the Whitebeard pirates, dampening the morale of both the captains and crew. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Whitebeard spoke up. "Karalala. What troubles you? I am Whitebeard. As long as that little brat Minos dares to enter the New World, I shall show him what it means to be the strongest man. Following Whitebeard's commanding declaration, the crew emerged from their despair. Indeed, their father was Whitebeard. What was Minos? Just a mere newcomer, in comparison? With their father at their side, they would fear nothing. Kaido and Minos would both fall before him. Marco, observing the crew regain their confidence, felt a surge of joy. As long as their father stood with them, the Whitebeard pirates would be the mightiest of the four emperors. Yet, Marco couldn't shake the disquieting thought as he read about the dawn of the era of the five emperors in the newspaper. In the New World, Wano country. On Onigashima, Kaido was seated, laughing heartily as he drank. Jean, I must tell you, that little brat Minos is quite remarkable. He suits my taste and possesses formidable strength. It is a pity he does not join the beast pirates. Jean, reflecting on the newspaper in his hand, sighed. So, Admiral Kaido, your trip to Log Town in the East Blue was merely to engage in a skirmish with Minos, and you gained nothing, correct? Haha, how did you know, Jean? Kaido laughed. Jean remained silent, silently handing the newspaper to Kaido. Upon receiving the paper and scrutinizing it, Kaido burst into laughter. Haha. It seems that this little brat Minos has truly made a name for himself. Admiral Kaido, do you not find the proclamation of the era of the five emperors in the newspaper to be rather exaggerated? Jean asked, regarding Kaido with seriousness. After a prolonged silence, Kaido replied, initially, I too believed that Minos was too immature, but after our encounter, I realized just how powerful he truly is. Moreover, even after I unleashed my ultimate technique, Minos was able to withstand it. Jean, regaining his composure, remarked, so the accounts in the newspaper are indeed true. Indeed, Jean. Everything documented in this newspaper is accurate. It is no surprise that Minos is referred to as one of the five emperors. It is merely that he lacks his own faction, Kaido stated solemnly. Admiral Kaido, how should we respond should Minos arrive in the New World? Jean inquired. Haha. We shall simply allow that little brat Minos to run amok. Our headquarters is in Wano, and he cannot affect us, Kaido replied with a chuckle. Kaido laughed heartily, leaving Jean speechless at the sheer audacity of the scene. Aboard the Red Fourth ship in the New World, Shanks and Beckman stood at the bow, gazing out at the sea, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Beckman remarked, it seems we have underestimated that little rascal, Minos. Maintaining his usual composure, Beckman continued, indeed. Minos is truly remarkable. Shanks replied with a solemn tone. I never imagined that, in just a few days, Minos could hold his own against Kaido. Beckman, admiring the newspaper in his hand, expressed his astonishment. Taking the newspaper from Beckman's grasp, Shanks scrutinized the depiction of the fierce clash between Kaido and Minos. Alongside the terrifying image of the sky being cleaved apart, it dawned on Shanks that Minos had achieved a power level akin to the emperors of the sea. As Beckman observed Shanks in contemplative silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Shanks declared gravely, it appears I must meet him when he arrives in the New World. Have you made your decision? Beckman responded, his demeanor shifting from calm to serious. Shanks did not answer Beckman's inquiry, instead recalling a certain straw-hatted boy from the East Blue. After a lengthy pause, he stated with utmost seriousness, I must see him. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the New World, Katakuri silently perused the newspaper, seemingly impervious to external influences. Yet the tightly clenched paper in his hands betrayed his turbulent emotions. Is this truly real? That little rascal Minos has managed to stand toe-to-toe with that monster Kaido? Longbread exclaimed incredulously. Shock and disbelief washed over Longbread's face, particularly given that mere days ago he had dismissed Minos as insignificant. Now, Minos had catapulted to the status of a pseudo-emperor, a stark contrast that left him reeling. Could it be that Morgans is deliberately spreading false information to attract attention? Smudgy suggested coolly from the side. That is certainly a possibility, Longbread replied, still reluctant to accept the reality. However, the weight of the situation made denial difficult. What do you think, Katakuri? Longbread asked anxiously. Katakuri, instead of responding, fixated on the newspaper's depiction of the shocking rupture in the sky. At that moment, he had come to believe that such a phenomenon could only be achieved through the mastery of Haki. Noticing Katakuri's silence, Longbread did not feel anger, after all. He was the elder brother. By the way, do you think we should inform Mom about this? Smudgy asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Perhaps it's best to let it be, Longbread suggested, glancing at the slumbering Big Mom with a hint of trepidation. Very well, we shall leave it at that. When Mother awakens, I will personally convey the news to her. At this moment, Katakuri spoke in a low tone, urging caution. In the grand conference room of Mariehua, the five elders sat in silence upon their thrones, symbols of authority. It was truly astonishing that Minos, this young rascal, had grown to the stature of a Yonko. The mustachioed elder exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, he has reached the pinnacle so soon after his debut, remarked the elder with a scarred cane. Humph. I believe we should compel Minos to submit to our world government swiftly, the bald elder with a sword scoffed. But will that young rascal agree? Inquired the long-bearded elder. Somewhat uncertain. I doubt it. A small concession might suffice. Surely he would comply with our world government, the mustachioed elder proposed. Very well, it is settled. Let the CP organization handle this matter, declared the elder with short yellow hair. By the way, weren't we supposed to send the CP to locate that little rascal Minos? Why is there still no news? The long-bearded elder expressed his confusion. I don't know. We have yet to receive any updates, sighed the short-haired elder. Never mind. We will discuss the CP matter later. For now, let us dispatch another team of CP agents. Meanwhile, on an unknown island, a CP agent sneezed violently. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon stared at the newspaper in his hands, shock evident on his face, cold sweat trickling down his brow. No wonder they call you the king of cold sweat, remarked Sabo, who was beside him, curious about the sudden change in Dragon's demeanor. Mr. Dragon, what has happened? You seem quite astonished, Sabo inquired. Indeed, a significant event has transpired that could alter the course of the seas, Dragon replied, his tone unsettled. Minos's rapid rise had caught everyone off guard. Sabo, puzzled, asked, what could be so monumental? Dragon, noticing Sabo's confusion, handed him the newspaper. As Sabo took the newspaper, his expression changed drastically upon reading its contents, disbelief washing over him. This cannot be true. That fellow actually fought Kaido to a standstill. Sabo exclaimed, incredulous. I find it hard to believe as well, but the image of the shattered sky depicted in the paper leaves little room for doubt, Dragon stated solemnly. Is there an issue, Mr. Dragon? Sabo asked, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. It is time you learned, Dragon replied gravely. A rumor has circulated in the New World that Conqueror's Haki appears only once in a million. Possessing Conqueror's Haki signifies one has the potential to be a king. All the Yonko of the New World possess this ability. Although having it does not guarantee one will become a Yonko, currently, all 4 of the Yonko in the New World are endowed with Conqueror's Haki. The most crucial point regarding the Conqueror's Haki is that, apart from its initial stunning effect, it also delivers substantive attacks. Ultimately, Conqueror's Haki can envelop the user's hands or weapons, akin to the armament Haki, in a technique known as Conqueror's wrapping. However, the distinction lies in the nature of the damage. Armament Haki inflicts harm from the outside in, while Conqueror's Haki causes tangible damage from the inside out. In the New World, the formidable Yonko, Kaido, and Big Mom possess tough skin and flesh, rendering Armament Haki's impact minimal. Conversely, attacks utilizing Conqueror's Haki can inflict significant internal damage to both Kaido and Big Mom. Sabo, do you now comprehend? Dragon stated with a grave expression. Sabo felt a whirlwind of emotions. Having believed in the strength of his own talents, he now realized the existence of the formidable technique known as Conqueror's wrapping. I understand. Mr. Dragon, I will train even harder, Sabo replied earnestly. I believe in you, Dragon responded with a smile. On the island of Karaigana, Mihawk sat in the palace. Gazing at the newspaper in his hands, a look of regret etched upon his face. If only you were a swordsman, Mihawk remarked, his tone laced with disappointment. In Dressrosa. Doflamingo sat silently in his chair, perusing the newspaper. He never anticipated that the newcomer, Minos, would be able to hold his own against Kaido in battle. In Alabasta, Crocodile glanced at the newspaper before discarding it, his mind solely focused on locating the Dark King. Other matters were of no concern. Once he finds the Dark King, he would become an invincible force. On Amazon Lily, the Empress surveyed the newspaper with a serious demeanor, exclaiming, another individual of Yonko caliber has emerged? However, regardless of my transgressions, I shall always be forgiven, for my beauty is unparalleled. On Fishman Island, Jinbei looked at the newspaper with a bitter expression, lamenting, it seems I will never be able to avenge Fisher Tiger. In the terrifying triangular sea, within Moria's palace, Moria laughed heartily as he read the newspaper, exclaiming, Kaido, you have met your match. If only I could possess Minos' shadow, I would surely exact my revenge on Kaido. His voice was filled with rage towards Kaido and a longing for Minos' shadow. In East Blue, at Windmill Village, 2 young boys were exuberantly shouting while reading the newspaper atop a hill. Ace, did you see? This person named Minos is incredibly handsome, exclaimed the Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D, Luffy, You fool, Luffy. Is that all you care about? Ace retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. But he really is handsome. I must become someone as striking as him when I set sail, Luffy declared. Luffy, in his typically Na'vi manner, declared, I must become a man as powerful as he is, Ace exclaimed loudly. By the way, I distinctly remember Ace setting sail in the year 1517. Yet, the information I found varies, with some sources citing 1517 and others 1519. Nevertheless, let us establish that he set sail in March 1517, at Marine headquarters. Within the marshal's office, Sengoku's expression darkened further. He had visited Smoker and Aokiji yesterday, only to find that all three had returned to the Navy and were now in the infirmary, still unconscious. One suffered psychological trauma, another was exhausted from consecutive battles, and they had been adrift at sea for quite some time. Daisuke's words echoed in his mind. This prompted him to abandon any further inquiries about what had transpired and why they had suddenly returned to headquarters. However, just moments ago, that vile messenger had delivered another newspaper to him. Upon opening it, Sengoku felt utterly speechless, as if he were becoming accustomed to such disheartening news. To his dismay, he discovered that the killer was named Minos, who had rampaged through Rogue Town. To make matters worse, Aokiji had been thoroughly defeated by this Minos. The most alarming news was that Kaido had suddenly descended upon Rogue Town, leading to a fierce confrontation between Minos and Kaido. Damn it, he muttered, shocked to learn that Minos had fought Kaido to a standstill. Sengoku's thoughts raced as he pondered how Kaido could be so ineffective as to leave Minos, that troublesome little fiend, alive. Furthermore, the newspaper's content was overwhelmingly focused on Minos and Kaido. The only mention of the Navy was the destruction of Rogue Town and Aokiji's failure against Minos. Each thought of this filled Sengoku with increasing fury, making him wish he could personally confront Minos to quell his inner rage. After a considerable time, Sengoku's anger subsided somewhat. But he was soon faced with an even more vexing situation. Another meeting of the Marine headquarters was on the horizon. Not only was Kizaru displeased, but he himself was reluctant to convene. How many meetings had they held in just a few days? This would mark the third in total. As I write this, I can't help but chuckle. Damn it, Sengoku thought, feeling increasingly irritable. Sigh. He sighed, acknowledging that the meeting was inevitable. Expertly, he instructed the messenger to notify the senior Navy officials. In the meeting room, Sengoku surveyed the assembly, noting the discontent etched on everyone's faces, mirroring his own sense of helplessness. What on earth has transpired within the Marine headquarters? Kizaru grumbled, clearly displeased. His words elicited glances from the other commanders, for they echoed the sentiments in their own hearts. Well, you all may check for yourselves. Sengoku directly handed the newspaper to Carp, allowing him to peruse its contents in turn. As Carp accepted the paper, his gaze swiftly caught sight of a shocking scene. Before long, he had read through it, leaving the others, who had yet to glance at the newspaper, in a state of apprehension, wondering what calamity had transpired. One by one, each admiral finished reading, their faces etched with astonishment. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy once again, silence enveloping the space for a considerable time. The troubles wrought by Minos were not easily resolved. Sengoku surveyed the room, noting the silence, and took it upon himself to break the stillness. Now, you have all seen it. This Minos, is behind every misfortune befalling our Navy. His serious tone resonated throughout the chamber, filled with discontent and animosity towards Minos. Before anyone could respond, Sengoku continued, now, even Rogue Town has fallen victim to his and Kaido's destruction. Such transgressions are unforgivable and warrant severe punishment. Following his statement, the room fell into a heavy silence. Seeing no one speak, Advisor Tsuru shook her head in exasperation and posed a question, but even Aokiji and Kaido could not defeat Minos. How should we proceed? Her words echoed the sentiments of several naval officers. If even Kaido and Aokiji were unable to triumph over Minos, were they to seek their own demise? Humph. Perhaps we should resort to the demon-slaying order. Akaina interjected with a scoff. Sengoku did not immediately dismiss this notion but contemplated the feasibility and ramifications of such an order. Ordinary demon-slaying orders may prove ineffective against Minos, Advisor Tsuru remarked soberly. However, expending excessive energy to confront him would be even more detrimental. Indeed, the pirates of the New World now cast covetous glances at our Navy. Tsuru's assertion prompted other vice admirals to engage in the discussion. Yet, Akainu's passionate remarks abruptly extinguished the lively atmosphere. Are we to allow that little brat Minos to continue his arrogance? Furthermore, Isn't this merely providing the detestable pirates with fodder for ridicule? Akainu exclaimed indignantly. Ah, well, it seems Akainu has once again turned a productive meeting into a debacle. How frightening, the yellow monkey interjected, his expression playful. Coughing lightly, Sengoku prepared to speak. What if we were to assign an admiral to lead a team of elite vice-admirals to pursue Minos? As Sengoku's suggestion lingered in the air, the atmosphere in the Navy grew even more solemn. The yellow monkey, usually whimsical, now appeared grave, apprehensive that Sengoku might entrust him with the pursuit of Minos. It was not fear of Minos that troubled him, but the inconvenience of the endeavor. Are there any recommendations, or perhaps volunteers? After a brief glance, Sengoku stated calmly. The meeting room fell into a profound silence once again, and for a moment, no one volunteered to speak. Sengoku's gaze shifted towards Sakazuki, his meaning unmistakably clear. Was it not you who advocated the most fervently? Then it falls to you to take action. Upon noticing Sengoku's gaze, Sakazuki unceremoniously declined, asserting that he must guard the new world and lacked the time to pursue Minos. Sengoku, witnessing Sakazuki's refusal, could not help but display a look of disappointment. Yet, Sakazuki's reasoning held merit. The new world required his vigilant oversight. Sakazuki declared, "Evil-born pirates, behold my mighty eruption of flames." Sengoku ultimately turned his attention to the currently solemn Kizaru, who bore no resemblance to his earlier whimsical demeanor. Realizing that Sengoku was fixedly scrutinizing him, Kizaru understood that he could not evade this responsibility. However, he still attempted to protest. "Admiral Sengoku, I have matters of my own," he said with a bitter expression. Kizaru's implication was clear. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he genuinely had pressing concerns. What matters could possibly be so urgent? Sengoku retorted without hesitation. "It is indeed true." Kizaru replied earnestly. "Vegapunk has requested my protection." With a serious countenance, Kizaru continued. "Is that so? As it happens, I possess Vegapunk's contact number. Perhaps I should call to verify," Sengoku teased, observing Kizaru's grave demeanor. That might not be necessary." Kizaru stammered awkwardly. Sengoku internally scoffed at Kizaru's feeble attempts to deceive him. "Then it is settled. Kizaru will lead the fleet. Now, we are merely left with the matter of the vice-admiral," Sengoku stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Kizaru felt an immense weight lift from his chest, collapsing into his chair, feeling as though his future had dimmed considerably. The other vice-admirals exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. If one were to claim they lacked justice, they would vehemently assert their righteousness. However, should they be tasked with delivering heads, they would need to think it over carefully. The perilous endeavor of pursuing Minos was fraught with danger, and a stroke of bad luck could result in dire consequences. So, is there still no one willing to step forward? Sengoku surveyed the room once more, speaking flatly. "In that case, I shall name someone," he declared with a faint smile. To the other officers, Sengoku's smile appeared akin to a demon's gaping maw, ready to devour. An invisible pressure descended upon the vice-admirals, with perhaps only Garp and Tsuru remaining unconcerned. Then let it be Shafonte and Gojaizu. At this moment, Shafonte's strength should be deemed sufficient for the position of rear admiral. Should it not? Sengoku announced the selection of the naval vice-admirals with an air of indifference. Following Sengoku's declaration, the other vice-admirals collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not that they were cowardly. Rather, Minos was simply too formidable. Gojaizu's expression remained impassive, yet resolute. One could only commend him as a representative of the eagle emblem. Meanwhile, Shafonte's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting. He seriously suspects that Sengoku has deliberately chosen me. Indeed, the assertions made by T-Pig are not without merit. Among the three individuals recently selected, they symbolize the three factions within the Navy headquarters. The yellow ape embodies a nebulous form of justice, aligning with the neutral faction, while the ghost spider represents a more extreme and ruthless interpretation of justice akin to the Eagle Brigade. T-Pig's remarks resonate with those of the sycophantic faction. Sengoku, having summoned a representative from each faction, rendered the assembly rather speechless. Clearing his throat, Sengoku announced, "There remains one final matter." A murmur of curiosity swept through the attendees. Sengoku spoke with gravity. "This concerns the bounty on Minos. This wretched boy has not only slaughtered countless Navy personnel but has also ravaged island outposts, exhibiting an utter disregard for law and order, and thus is deserving of severe punishment. We ought to increase the bounty to incentivize pirates or bounty hunters to pursue him." Sengoku's tone was rife with animosity and fury towards Minos. What sum would be deemed appropriate? Inquired Admiral Tsuru with a serious demeanor. Her words implied that a bounty set too low would deter any pirates or hunters from taking the risk, while an excessively high bounty might invite ridicule from pirates who would perceive it as fear of Minos. Indeed, what amount should we establish? I propose a bounty of 1 billion berries, suggested one, questioning whether it might be excessive. Excessive? Not in the least. Consider that Minos can contend with Kaido. Do you still believe 1 billion berries is too much? With such reasoning, it seems 1 billion berries might even be on the low side. Indeed, it is somewhat modest. As the discussions unfolded, Sengoku felt his initial ire diminish considerably. In a meeting context, if no one voices their opinions, can it truly be called a meeting? Perhaps we should set it at 2 billion berries. What do you all think? Suddenly, Akainu's interjection cast a blanket of silence over the conference room. Well then, truly, you are the greatest troublemaker. Sengoku silently chastised Akainu as he observed the cessation of discussions among the attendees. Sengoku felt exasperated. It was always Akainu who disrupted the atmosphere. Are there no further opinions? He asked, exuding a sense of resignation. What about setting it at 2? For billion berries? Suggested Admiral Tsuru flatly. What rationale supports that figure? Sengoku looked at Tsuru with keen interest. First, his strength warrants such a price. Furthermore, his indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is unforgivable, necessitating an increased bounty. Otherwise, pirates may presume our inaction. Tsuru's analysis resonated well with the assembled commanders. After a lengthy silence, they reached a consensus. Let it be decided thus. As the gathering came to a close, it was clear that no objections had been raised. The naval meeting swiftly concluded. Kazara stood aboard the warship, gazing upon the boundless sea, a profound sense of frustration weighing heavily on his heart. The ghost spider and the T-Pug exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have exchanged a few jabs at headquarters, but now they found solace in their shared predicament. Sigh, they both involuntarily exhaled in unison. Accompanied by hundreds of sailors, Kizaru and his companions set forth on their grand voyage towards the Grand Line. The following day dawned. Minos awakened to the gentle call of the smart butler service. After preparing everything, he arrived at the yacht and gazed thoughtfully at the inverted mountain before him. Is it truly possible to ascend such a peak from a yacht? Can one really believe this? Tiangzi, are you there? Minos called out. Ding. How may I assist you, host? Well, I am primarily curious whether our yacht is capable of reaching the summit of this mountain. Minos's tone was laden with skepticism towards the yacht. Ding, host. Do not fear. Charge forth unhesitatingly. If the Meli can ascend, what is there to fear about our luxurious yacht? Very well. Let us give it a try, and perhaps also witness this so-called grave of pirates. Minos declared passionately. Ding, precisely. Proceed boldly. Zioi, my steward, propel us forward. Minos exclaimed with excitement. Certainly, master. The intelligent steward is currently gathering energy. Came the soft voice of the intelligent steward, though Minos's thoughts were entirely consumed by the mountain peak ahead. Beyond this peak lay the Gemini Cove, where surprises awaited him. It seemed that his kill count would soon rise once more, filling Minos's heart with delight. Before long, Minos felt the yacht ascending the mountain. He was genuinely impressed. The yacht was defying the odds and climbing against the current. Minos stood upon the yacht, gazing at the tumultuous sea and the treacherous rocky traps lurking beneath the surface. Reflecting, it is no wonder that this Grand Line is rightly dubbed the graveyard of pirates. The yacht had narrowly avoided collisions with the rocks on several occasions. Yet it remained remarkably resilient. Had it been constructed of wood, it would surely have succumbed to damage and leaks. Time passed swiftly, and Minos successfully arrived at Twin Cape. He encountered neither danger nor the elusive Labu, nor did he cross paths with Kalokas. Minos felt a tinge of disappointment. Had they crossed paths, he could have engaged in a discussion with Kalokas regarding the practical application of the ordinary punch. Kalokas exclaimed, "Who are you, little brat?" Minos, receive my strike. A standard punch. Minos, concealing his disappointment, calmly instructed, intelligent butler, please search for Whiskey Peak. Understood, master. The search is underway. Having not heard the notification of acquiring kill points for several days, Minos felt a surge of excitement. Soon, he would amass a considerable amount of kill points. Master. The intelligent butler announced, I have located it. Intelligent butler, navigate directly to Whiskey Peak. Minos exclaimed with enthusiasm. Certainly, master. Accelerating towards the destination. Time passed swiftly, and Whiskey Peak soon came into view, resembling a colossal cactus from a distance. Yet, Minos, who understood the truth, recognized that it was not a cactus, but rather the tombstones of pirates. Minos leaped from the yacht onto the island and made his way towards the village ahead. Upon reaching the town, several villagers promptly emerged to warmly greet him. However, the joy of the welcoming villager was soon interrupted by a trembling companion at his side. The villager was perplexed by this reaction. Meanwhile, the other villagers quivered in fear, their eyes fixated on Minos, rendered speechless by their trepidation. The enthusiastic villager could not comprehend what was transpiring. Why were they so afraid? Minos watched the scene with a smile, observing the trembling villagers. No.
They ought to be referred to as hunters. Surely, they must have discerned my true identity by now. The more exuberant of the villagers, somewhat oblivious,
continued to regale Minos with tales about their village. Minos nodded with a smile, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the trembling hunters nearby. At that moment, Minos' smile appeared terrifying in their eyes. They felt as though they were ensnared in the depths of hell, gasping for breath. An amusing scene unfolded as the carefree and enthusiastic hunter led Minos towards the heart of the town, followed by a group of quaking individuals moving sluggishly behind them. Hey, if I am not mistaken, that figure seems to be the fifth monarch Minos. One hunter quivered in fear. You are not mistaken, that is indeed the black dragon Minos. Another villager echoed, equally apprehensive. What should we do now? Are we destined to be slain by the fifth monarch Minos? A third hunter trembled. Damn it. It's all that fool's fault for being blind to the danger, bringing Minos to the town center. Doesn't he realize that's a death sentence? Another hunter cursed vehemently. We're finished. We are surely doomed. The newspapers have reported that Minos has taken many lives. Haven't they? Anxiety and fear were palpable among this group. Perhaps we should not return. Let us hide atop the mountain. That way, Minos shall not discover us, one hunter proposed. Excellent idea. Let us not return but rather seek refuge. The group of hunters discreetly retreated to the mountainside to conceal themselves. Minos chose to disregard the subtle gestures of a few individuals, having noticed the departure of several. Yet he remained unperturbed. The villagers continued with their warm introduction of the hospitality of Cactus Island, oblivious to the fact that their companions had quietly slipped away. Before long, Minos arrived at the heart of the town, where many emerged to extend their welcoming gestures to him. Minos felt a profound sense of joy within. It was truly delightful. However, there were still hidden observers witnessing this extraordinary scene. Can you believe it? Minos has actually arrived on this small, insignificant island. Boss, isn't that the infamous Minos? One bounty hunter quivered uncertainly. I've seen him. That fellow is indeed Minos. The leader among these men trembled in fear. What shall we do? We cannot afford to offend him. Otherwise, it would spell our doom. Another bounty hunter quaked with trepidation. Ignore him. Inform the townspeople to allow Minos to indulge himself on the island without charging him a dime. We must not provoke him, commanded the bounty hunter leader. Understood, boss. I will relay your orders immediately. With that, the bounty hunter slipped away into the shadows. At this moment, Minos was escorted around the island, indulging in various sights. To be honest, this experience struck him as quite peculiar. The great King Minos, wandering alongside these villagers, seemed almost surreal. Yet, contemplating the impending surge of slaughter points filled him with a sense of delight. The villagers appeared amiable at present, but he knew that once night fell, their true, predatory nature would emerge. Therefore, it seemed entirely justifiable for King Minos to cleanse the pirate world of such scum. After a considerable time of exploration, the villagers finally led Minos to an inn. As Minos entered the inn, he immediately sensed the gaze of numerous individuals fixed upon him. A smile crept upon his lips. Could it be that they were about to initiate something? He chuckled inwardly, thinking that he would not be so polite. However, after a considerable wait, no one approached him with any trouble. Instead, an array of food and drink began to materialize before him. Minos felt quite vexed by the situation. However, upon closer observation of the individuals before him, he discerned their unnatural expressions and palpable fear. Whenever his gaze fell upon them, their trembling intensified, revealing their trepidation. Thus, Minos mused inwardly. These individuals were evidently aware of his true identity, which accounted for their reluctance to provoke him. Alas, this predicament complicates matters for me. Minos sighed in resignation, contemplating the absurdity of the scene before him. With such apprehension displayed, how could he possibly take action? Minos acknowledges that he is indeed a villain, but this admission comes with certain conditions. However, these so-called hunters do not trouble him. Instead, they treat him with lavish hospitality. Although it is clear that their fear of him restrains their actions, Is this not a form of formidable deterrence? Minos gazed quietly at the scene before him, grappling with a profound dilemma. While taking a life would indeed yield him points for slaughter, he pondered whether such an act was truly necessary at this juncture. Ultimately, he resolved to let it go, deeming it his final act of mercy. In his heart, Minos sighed, for he believed himself to be free, unbound by the whims of others. He would refrain from actions he found distasteful. With clarity of thought, Minos consumed a modest meal before rising and turning to depart, wary of his inability to restrain himself from delivering a simple punch to those hunters. Has Minos actually left? One bounty hunter inquired uncertainly. They had somehow survived. Wasn't Minos known for his penchant for violence? At last, he has finally departed, another exclaimed. You cannot fathom the moment he stood up. It felt as though my heart ceased to beat. A third bounty hunter, filled with dread, remarked, It is a relief he is gone. We must be more discerning in the future and refrain from carelessly drawing attention to ourselves. Minos walked along the streets of the quaint town, gazing upon the brilliant scene illuminated by countless lights, yearning to unleash a roar. Yet, he ultimately persuaded himself within, acknowledging that it was time to depart. Considering this moment as his final act of goodwill towards the denizens of the pirate world, Minos swiftly approached the yacht, leaping aboard with a single bound. Simultaneously, the gentle voice of the intelligent steward resonated. Welcome, master. Please search for the duration required to reach Alabasta from this location, Minos stated with indifference. Certainly, master. Initiating search now. Minos gazed silently at the starry sky, which was on the cusp of nightfall. Master, we have located it. The journey to Alabaston will take 10 days. The intelligent steward gently informed. Is that so? Then let us proceed with utmost haste. Minos replied with a demeanor as cold as ice. Understood, master. We are accelerating to full speed now. Please brace yourself, as we shall begin our rapid ascent. Minos remained silent, gazing at the increasingly darkening sky. Ding. Host. What is the matter? Why such indecisiveness? This does not align with the system's expectations of you. Minos, upon hearing the system's jest, found himself at a loss for words. It was nothing more than a tangle of complex emotions within him. He replied with a calm demeanor, It is merely a trifling matter. The system chimed in. Ding. Perhaps the host is still troubled by having recently let those bounty hunters go? Minos remained silent, reluctant to acknowledge the truth spoken by the system. Ding. If this minor issue is the cause of your displeasure, then, dear host, your inner strength is evidently still rather fragile. Minos remained silent, quietly listening to the system's chime. Since he had chosen to spare them, there was no need for further entanglement. He would simply act according to his own heart. Ding. Host. You have always been free. Nothing binds you. Indeed? Why dwell on it? If he truly wished to unleash his wrath upon them, a single roar of the black dragon would suffice. In his heart, he had already let them go, so there was no need for further conflict. Minos contemplated. After a while, he scoffed. Humph, foolish system. I, Minos, am far from fragile. Having reached this understanding, Minos retorted. Ding, foolish host. This system is more concerned about your lack of enthusiasm in accumulating slaughter points. How could that be? I, Minos, am determined to ascend to divinity. I cannot afford to falter here, he proclaimed loudly under the night sky. Ding. Could you perhaps eliminate more pirates or naval officers to amass those slaughter points? Ah, dear system, that requires meeting them first. Minos replied with exasperation. Ding. Alabasta would be quite a suitable location. Crocodile, huh? That's an excellent idea, Minos said with a wicked smile. Intelligent steward, call for me upon our arrival in Alabasta, he declared resolutely. Understood, master, the intelligent steward replied gently. As time flowed, 10 swift days passed. During this period, the sea stirred once more. The Navy had placed a bounty of 2 billion berries on Minos, causing a stir among the pirates of the New World. Opinions varied on whether the bounty was too low or too high, yet none questioned Minos's formidable power. The navies wanted poster detailed Minos's misdeeds and bestowed upon him the imposing moniker of Black Dragon Minos. Morgan, upon receiving the Navy's intelligence, promptly crafted a new newspaper and dispatched it via newsbirds across the sea. The headlines remained as captivating as ever. Shock. Black Dragon Minos is only worth 2 billion berries. Astonishing. The Emperor Minos truly deserves his title. Incredible. The Navy remains indifferent as Minos devastates several islands. Through Morgan's uproar, the Navy became a target of ridicule by countless pirates in the New World. How pathetic. Being bullied to such an extent and yet not retaliating? Sengoku, upon seeing Morgan's newspaper, was infuriated. This Morgan was outright tarnishing the reputation of the Navy. The authority of the Navy headquarters faced yet another severe blow, and the pirates of the New World were growing restless. Sakazuki, increasingly incensed, charged into the New World, annihilating several pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million, and slaying thousands of pirates to quell the unrest. Evil-born pirates, receive my fiery wrath, Sakazuki proclaimed. Admiral Sakazuki, the embodiment of ironclad justice, once again instilled terror in the hearts of pirates in the New World. Had it not been for the 5 elders contacting Sengoku, demanding that Sakazuki immediately cease his slaughter, he would have continued his relentless pursuit of pirate bloodshed deep into the New World. The 5 elders were astounded by Sakazuki's capacity for chaos, firmly resolved to maintain the balance of the New World. Thus, the uprising was quelled under Sakazuki's brutal suppression. Although he gained notoriety, the number of pirates who loathed him multiplied significantly. Whispers circulated among the Yonko crews, hinting at plans to confront Sakazuki. Yet, as days passed without any action from the Yonko, the pirates of the New World found themselves deeply disheartened. Meanwhile, the instigator, Minos, lounged in blissful slumber aboard his yacht. "Master, we shall soon arrive at Alabasta. Please awaken," a familiar gentle voice called to him. Upon rousing and tidying himself, Minos emerged on deck, gazing at the vast ocean. He pondered, have we not reached Alabasta? Why are we still at sea? Sensing Minos's confusion, the intelligent steward gently reassured him, "Master, we will arrive in just a few moments. Please be patient." It was then that Minos realized he had mistakenly thought the steward had erred. At this moment, Minos felt his heart racing, as today seemed to promise the opportunity to acquire some killing points. He contemplated a bloodbath against the increasingly formidable rebel army and Old Shah's workshop, rather than merely aiding the Straw Hat crew in gaining experience later. It would be far more satisfying to unleash a wave of carnage now. Time passed swiftly, and Minos soon caught sight of the desert city from his yacht. "Is this Alabasta?" he mused with a hint of excitement. The intelligent butler replied gently, "Indeed, my master. This is Alabasta." "Then let us disembark," Minos urged, striving to suppress the joy bubbling within him. In no time, Minos arrived at the bustling port of the city, surrounded by fields of canola flowers. Minos leapt from the yacht, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. The manner in which Minos made his entrance naturally captivated the attention of others. However, far from being fearful, they were filled with curiosity. Minos did not anticipate that during this time, Old Shah would rise to become a hero in Alabasta. Garnering deep affection from the citizens of the nation, Minos walked straight towards the city, oblivious to the gazes of those around him. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Why did the city exude a sense of prosperity, accompanied by a moist atmosphere? In truth, my friends, it was during this very year that Old Shah became a hero of Alabasta. The original tale mentions a 3-year drought. Yet it is now the early days of rainfall, a most reasonable occurrence, wouldn't you agree? Minos found himself utterly astonished. He even began to doubt the authenticity of the One Piece he had watched back on Blue Star. This was simply too outrageous. The scene of prosperity before him bore no resemblance to that of a land in turmoil. Furthermore, seeking trouble with Crocodile at this juncture would likely lead the citizens of Alabasta to perceive him as an invader. "Damn it," Minos muttered, overwhelmed by frustration. The unexpected turn of events had shattered all his meticulously laid plans. He mused that he had arrived 3 years too early. Perhaps he should have delayed his arrival by that same span of time. Minos strolled through the town, gazing at the scene of prosperity before him, feeling utterly speechless. Moreover, the praises of the citizens of Alabastan for the old sand echoed in his ears. Minos is truly at a loss for words. What do these ignorant citizens comprehend? Can you truly grasp the strategies of the old sage? In due time, you shall find yourselves in tears. The plan of Minos lay in ruins, leaving him at a loss as he wandered aimlessly through the city. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he set foot in Alabasta, his movements had already been detected. Indeed, they were the subordinates of Old Shah. Upon catching sight of Minos, the spy felt his heart seize, followed by an overwhelming wave of fear. He could not help but scream internally, how could the Black Dragon Minos be here? In the face of extreme terror, one often becomes rigid, frozen in place. Fortunately, Minos did not notice him, or perhaps he simply could not be bothered. The spy stood, wide-eyed, as he watched Minos enter the city. After some time, he emerged from his stupor, reflecting on the recent scene, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The Black Dragon Minos was far too terrifying. He had to report this to the boss. With urgency, the spy hastened to relay the news, which swiftly reached Old Shah's ears. At first, Old Shah was taken aback, wondering why he should be concerned about the black dragon Minos. Hadn't he heard enough about him lately? Just as he dismissed the thought, his companion, Black Robin, spoke up. It seems that the black dragon Minos has arrived in the kingdom of Alabasta. What did you say? Old Shah stared incredulously at Robin, unable to fathom the implications. Robin, feeling uncomfortable under Old Shah's intense gaze, persevered. Indeed, the 5 emperors Minos has come to Alabasta. Well then, Old Shah finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet he remained silent, merely lighting a cigar and taking a deep drag. Observing the pensive silence of Old Shah, Black Robin's mind raced with thoughts. Was this the formidable deterrent power of the 5 emperors? Even the mighty warlord Crocodile dared not act recklessly? A thought surfaced in Black Robin's mind. If only the 5 emperors Minos would take her under his wing. Due to her past experiences, she found it difficult to trust others and dreaded the revelation of her true identity, leading her to seek the protection of a powerful ally. The emergence of Minos ignited within her the notion of seeking refuge with him. Were Minos to become aware of Robin's intentions, he would undoubtedly reject her vehemently. This is not due to Minos's fear of the world government, but rather his disdain for Robin. What value could a dark-skinned Robin possibly hold? What? You claim she possesses the ability to decipher the ancient texts? Minos, I beg your pardon, but I harbor no interest in historical texts. What? Do you not wish to uncover the mysteries of the enigmatic century of the blank? Minos, well, I do not wish to. Therefore, King Minos will undoubtedly reject Robin with great severity. He would never refuse Robin merely because of her dark skin, nor due to her insufficient stature or lack of curves. Reader, author, we find this unappealing. Please be more serious. Old Shah, what, then, brings Minos to Alabasta? His words stirred Robin from her reverie. Perhaps he merely intends to pass through Alabasta, Robin speculated uncertainly. Upon hearing this ridiculous conjecture from the ebony-skinned Robin, Old Shah shook his head in disbelief. He could not accept that Minos had come to Alabasta simply as a stopover. In the dimly lit office, shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere grew heavy, causing Robin to furrow her brow in discomfort. Why don't you investigate a bit? Old Shah suggested with a serious expression. Robin was perplexed by Old Shah's suggestion to approach Minos. It was well known that Crocodile typically preferred to keep her away from outsiders, let alone someone as formidable as Minos. Observing Robin's confusion, Old Shah remarked, I trust you will make the right choice. Besides, do you really think someone as powerful as Minos would take an interest in you? His words were clearly meant to humble Robin, reflecting his disdain for her. Hearing Old Shah's blunt remarks, Robin's pallor was hard to conceal. She bitterly thought, indeed, how could the Emperor Minos ever accept her? She was but a child of calamity, disaster following her wherever she went. Old Shah regarded the silent Robin with contempt. Who besides me would be willing to tolerate such a nuisance? Reader, I would. However, Robin still held value. The king of the underworld had yet to locate her, and the historical text required her interpretation. Otherwise, she would have been discarded long ago. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave, Old Shah stated curtly. Dejected, Robin exited the office, leaving behind the solemn figure of Old Shah. He understood, well, that Minos could not possibly have come to the kingdom of Alabasta merely to pass through. Pondering this conundrum, Old Shah took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled. The smoke swirled around his face, the scars upon it becoming momentarily visible. I hope you do not thwart my plans, Minos, Old Shah murmured gravely. Minos had spent the better part of the day wandering through the city, and overall, it had proven rather tedious. He thought to himself, why not venture to the capital of Alabasta? Perhaps there, he might find something worthwhile. This notion struck him suddenly, as he could no longer foresee any hope of acquiring kill points in the city. Without further ado, Minos set off towards the capital, leaving the yacht to be handled by the system. Meanwhile, Alabasta was graced with an unexpected group of visitors. At last, I have arrived in Alabasta. These past few days have been utterly exhausting, exclaimed Kizaru, pouting in displeasure. Perhaps you should reflect on your own words. Any dangers encountered at sea these past few days were resolved by Ghost Spider and me. You lounged on the side, offering no assistance. And now you dare to speak like this? Do you have no shame? T-Pig seethed inwardly. It was not only T-Pig who found Kizaru intolerable. Even Ghost Spider shared the sentiment. They had been the most burdened over the past days, addressing any issues with Sea Kings or problems with the ship. What was most infuriating was that Kizaru would sometimes recline in a chair, trimming his nails while sipping tea, yet still urged them to exert more effort. The audacity. If it were not for the disparity in their strengths, T-Pig would have certainly given Kizaru a piece of his mind. Kizaru, observing the indignation of the two, appeared utterly unconcerned and jested. I am merely honing your skills. Who knows, with a bit more effort, you might secure a high-ranking position. Do you even hear the nonsense you are spouting? You dare to glorify idleness in such a manner? T-Pig fumed internally. All right, let us turn to serious matters. Kizaru suddenly adopted a grave demeanor, which left T-Pig and Ghost Spider feeling quite uncomfortable. The latest news indicates that Minos has indeed arrived in Alabasta. Kizaru stated with a somber tone. According to reports from our scouts, Minos is certainly within this kingdom. T-Pig responded gravely. His words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, as they all understood the peril that lay ahead. Kizaru, however, was not overly concerned. Even if he were to be outmatched, he could swiftly retreat. After all, his speed was unmatched, and he had no fear of being pursued by Minos. In contrast, Ghost Spider and T-Pig were in a different predicament. One was an elite rear admiral, while the other was a vice admiral. Should danger truly arise, escaping Minos would prove exceedingly difficult. Kizaru regarded the two with a serious expression and reassured them, "Do not worry. I shall protect you." Ghost Spider and T-Pig exchanged glances, silently contemplating, if only he could be as reliable as he claims. Noticing their skepticism, Kizaru sighed, "Am I truly that untrustworthy? Let us split up then. I will search alone, while the two of you lead the others in your search." The yellow ape suggested. "In a kingdom of such vast expanse, if we do not search separately, when shall we ever find what we seek?" The Ghost Spider and the T-Pig nodded in resignation, acknowledging that it was indeed necessary to search independently. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Thus, the Navy also arrived at the kingdom of Alabasta. Minos journeyed towards the capital, traversing deserts and towns, until he finally arrived at the capital of Alabastan. Minos gazed at the rain-soaked capital above, lost in contemplation. If his memory served him correctly, it seemed that only in the capital did the rain fall, as if it were a scheme orchestrated by the old sands. Minos pondered for a moment. It appeared to be of no concern to him. So why dwell on it further? As Minos was poised to continue his journey, a striking figure emerged before him. Minos examined her closely and finally recalled her identity. Clad in purple attire with ebony skin, there could only be one such woman in the world of pirates. That is none other than Robin. Minos gazed at Robin, sensing that he seemed to be deliberately waiting for him, which left Minos somewhat perplexed. Minos approached Robin, casting a discerning glance over her before chuckling lightly and speaking. "Are you intentionally waiting for me, Nico Robin?" Robin felt her heart race. Minos was surprisingly aware of her true identity. Minos fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, "Speak. What brings you to seek my presence?" Robin, striving to maintain her composure, offered a gentle smile. "I never imagined that the esteemed Lord Minos would be so dull. It seems you lack the appreciation for delicate sentiments." Minos gazed at the dark-skinned Robin before him, feeling a profound sense of disbelief. Truly, she was the cunning Robin. "Was it the sand alligator who sent you?" Minos inquired coldly. Robin's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that Minos would possess such keen insight. Not only was he aware of her true identity, but he also recognized the mastermind behind her, Crocodile. A gentle smile graced Robin's lips as she replied, "You are indeed correct, Lord Minos. It was Crocodile who dispatched me." Minos let out a cold snort, remarking on the impressive intelligence regarding that sand crocodile. "It seems you may have uncovered my presence the moment I arrived in the kingdom of Alabasta." Robin praised. "As expected of Lord Minos, you possess knowledge of everything." Minos furrowed his brow slightly and said, "There is no need for pleasantries. Please inform me directly why the sand crocodile has dispatched you to make contact with me." Robin responded with a gentle smile. "The leader primarily wishes to ascertain your intentions in current affairs. There is nothing else of significance." Minos, upon hearing Robin's assertion, boldly remarked, "Whatever I do should have no connection with that sand crocodile." Robin smiled gently. "Indeed, Lord Minos, your actions are certainly independent of the leader." Minos gazed at Robin and let out a cold huff. "Since it is thus, take me to meet the sand crocodile." Upon hearing Minos' words, Robin's expression stiffened. Rendered speechless. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Minos scrutinized Robin, tauntingly. "No, the leader will surely be pleased." Robin managed a stiff smile. "Then let us proceed." "I am eager to meet the sand crocodile," Minos replied with an icy demeanor. Robin had not anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner, and could only guide Minos to Old Shah's base. Old Shah, I was originally pondering how to concoct a reason to seek you out. And now here it is," Minos mused to himself. The royal capital of Alabasta was not far from Old Shah's stronghold, and soon Minos and Robin arrived. Entering the dimly lit office, Minos found Old Shah's astonishment rather amusing. It seemed Old Shah had not expected Robin to bring him directly. "Robin, what are you doing? Why have you brought him here?" Old Shah exclaimed angrily, glaring at Minos. Minos smiled gently. "Oh, is the renowned sand crocodile not welcoming me? Do you sense a shift in my style?" Lao Shah scoffed softly. "As for being renowned, I cannot presume to claim such a title." Minos regarded Old Shah with a cold smile, remarking, "Why do I sense that you seem less than welcoming?" Old Shah replied in a low voice, "You inexplicably arrive on my territory without so much as a greeting, and you expect me to welcome you?" Minos let out a cold laugh upon hearing Old Shah's words. "I, Minos, can go wherever I please. Why should I care about you, crocodile?" Old Shah gazed at the audacious Minos and burst into laughter. "Indeed, now that you are the illustrious emperors of the sea, you can act without restraint. Enough with the pleasantries, crocodile," Minos replied coolly. Old Shah snorted disdainfully. "Then what brings you here?" "I, crocodile, cannot believe that the renowned Minos would venture to the nation of Alabasta." Minos chuckled mockingly. "Huh? You are indeed correct. If there were no pressing matters, I certainly would not have made an appearance. However, it seems I have received word that someone is searching for something in this land of Alabasta." Old Sand fixed a piercing gaze upon Minos, his countenance darkening as he demanded, "What, precisely, do you know?" Old Sand harbored grave suspicions that Robin had divulged information to this detestable fellow, while Robin, feeling the chill of Old Sand's stare, turned pale. Minos cast a disdainful glance at the panicked Lao Shah, sneering, "Just a mere failure, seeking a weapon for vengeance." Upon hearing Minos's insulting words, Lao Shah erupted in fury. "Silence yourself." Minos cast a taunting smile at the furious Old Shah and remarked, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to speak? You are nothing but a useless wretch, hiding here and dreaming of elusive legends." In an instant, Old Shah was filled with rage and humiliation, exclaiming, "Minos, you are unbearably arrogant." Minos, upon hearing the words of Old Shah, scoffed and retorted, "Crocodile Shah, let us venture forth to battle. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to summon your subordinates." Old Shah regarded Minos with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Minos cast a provocative glance at Lao Shah before turning away, departing from the somber office, leaving only the brooding Lao Shah and Robin in the oppressive atmosphere. Robin, gazing at the gloomy Lao Shah, felt an overwhelming sense of fear, anxious that Lao Shah might misunderstand her. After a prolonged silence, Lao Shah spoke in a low voice, "Robin, did you and Minos disclose the matter of Hades?" Robin's expression turned frantic. "Leader, I assure you, I did not speak of Hades. Moreover, he is aware of my identity." Lao Shah's cold stare remained fixed on Robin. It was evident that her words did little to assuage his suspicions. Robin grew increasingly anxious, terrified of provoking Lao Shah's ire. After another long pause, Lao Shah stated firmly, "You had better be telling the truth. Go and summon the others. Have them come here." Robin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lao Shah to let her off so easily. Lao Shah, however, disregarded her, striding purposefully toward the exit. Today, he intended to make the arrogant Minos pay a price. Minos was completely oblivious to the matters concerning Lao Shah and Robin. He stood outside, quietly awaiting Lao Shah, hoping for a delightful surprise. Before long, Minos observed Lao Shah emerging alone, without anyone else accompanying him. Minos exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are you the only one here? Where are your subordinates?" Lao Shah cast a glance at Minos and scoffed, "One is sufficient to deal with you." At that moment, Minos was rendered speechless, taken aback by Lao Shah's unwavering confidence. Minos, observing the unwavering confidence of Old Shah, let out a cold chuckle. "If that is the case, then by all means, give it a try." Before Old Shah could utter another word, a crimson glimmer flickered in Minos's eyes, and his conqueror's haki surged forth, barreling straight towards Old Shah. Instantly overwhelmed by the oppressive force, Old Shah found himself struggling to move. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Is this truly all the formidable Minos, one of the 5 emperors, can muster?" Minos retracted his conqueror's haki and scoffed, "If you cannot withstand even the conqueror's haki, then you are unworthy to engage in battle with me." Upon witnessing Minos' audacity, Old Shah erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the 5th emperor, Minos. Your arrogance knows no bounds." Before Minos could respond, Old Shah solemnly declared, "Sandstorm." He raised his hand, conjuring a swirling tempest of sand, directing it towards Minos. In an instant, a vortex of swirling dust akin to a tornado rose from the desert floor, hurtling straight towards Minos. Minos gazed at the sandstorm tornado before him, clenching his fist tightly. Instantly, a dark, armored aura enveloped his hands. With a single punch directed at the tempest, an array of forceful energies shattered the swirling sands before him. Minos gazed provocatively at the stern old Shah, taunting, "Is this all you've got?" Though lacking in lethality, his words were steeped in insult. Old Shah, witnessing Minos's brazen demeanor, roared with fury, Desert's treasure blade. In an instant, a colossal wave of sword energy, forged from countless grains of sand, surged forth to assail Minos. Minos gazed upon the sword aura formed by sand, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fist. With a powerful strike, he delivered a punch to the sandy blade. The resounding thuds echoed in the air, scattering grains of sand in all directions. Minos coldly remarked, "Old Shah, it is now my turn." With that, Minos swiftly approached Old Shah and delivered a powerful punch. Initially, his strike met the shifting sands. Yet under the corrosive influence of his armed haki, it connected directly with Old Shah's body. The force of the blow sent Old Shah crashing to the desert floor, blood spilling from his mouth. Minos gazed at the motionless old sand sprawled upon the grains, jesting, "Surely you cannot be defeated so easily. Is the formidable sand crocodile truly so inept?" Old Sand, unfazed by Minos's taunts, invoked his technique, intoning solemnly, "Desert Sunflower." The sand before Minos began to sink, gradually advancing towards him, as if intent on ensnaring him within the depths of the desert. Minos gazed at the encroaching sand pit, effortlessly leaping away from its grasp. Casting a sidelong glance at Old Shah, he provocatively remarked, "Oh, sand crocodile? Is that all you've got? You truly underestimate me with such trivial maneuvers." Emerging from the desert, Old Shah was enveloped in a cascade of swirling sand. Minos gazed at the scene of Old Shah attempting to display his bravado, feeling a deep sense of disdain within. While it may appear impressive, it served little purpose. Old Shah turned to Minos and spoke in a low voice, "Desert Greatsword." In an instant, countless grains of sand coalesced into a formidable greatsword of the desert, hurtling toward Minos. Minos observed the arduous battle waged by Old Shah, a flurry of thoughts coursing through his mind. Under Old Shah's grave gaze, he remained utterly still, forgoing any semblance of defense. Allowing the desert greatsword to strike against his body, a resounding boom erupted, reminiscent of sand colliding with unyielding steel. Minos carefully savored the sensation of sand striking his body. Overall, there was a slight twinge of discomfort, yet it posed no significant concern. Minos jested, "Oh, crocodile, is that all you can muster? I stand here inviting your blows, yet I remain unscathed." At this moment, Lao Sha fell silent, astonished that his formidable assault had inflicted not a single wound upon Minos. Minos gazed at the silent sand crocodile with a mocking smile and declared, "Very well, I shall take action now." Without waiting for Old Shah's response after Minos finished speaking, he raised his fist with great momentum, enveloping them in a radiant white energy. Simultaneously, the armament haki manifested upon his fists. Minos spoke in a low voice. Armed flowing rock fist. Countless black and white fists surged towards Old Shah. Upon witnessing the approaching shadows of fists, Old Shah, with a sense of resignation, uttered, "Sandstorm." Summoning a sandstorm to confront the myriad of fist shadows, Minos gazed at the old sandstorm with amusement, finding it laughable that such a trivial tempest could hope to obstruct his armed flowing rock fist. As anticipated, the storm was shattered. Yet the shadow of the fist remained undeterred, advancing directly towards the old man. Upon witnessing the disintegration of the sandstorm, the elder had no choice but to flee in haste. However, the fist's shadow still struck him, leaving him crumpled on the ground in excruciating agony. The force of Minos's fist, imbued with the power of armed haki, inflicted grievous harm upon him. Minos gazed at Lao Sha, who lay on the ground in excruciating agony, feeling a profound sense of disbelief. Was this aging warrior truly so feeble? He sensed that he had yet to unleash his full power, yet Lao Sha had already succumbed. Minos, filled with disappointment, remarked, "Sandy crocodile, I never anticipated your utter weakness. I have yet to exert myself, yet you have already fallen. Truly pathetic. It seems that after Whitebeard severed your hand in the New World, not only has your strength diminished, but even your haki has eluded you." The fallen Sandy, bloodied and battered, came to understand why Minos was heralded as one of the 5 emperors. Their strengths were simply not comparable. Hearing Minos' words, Sandy did not offer a retort. He acknowledged that the battle from long ago had indeed shattered his spirit. However, that did not grant Minos the right to mock him. Struggling to rise, Sandy gazed at Minos' disappointed countenance and scoffed, "What do you know? You are but a mere child. When I, crocodile, was carving my path through the new world. You, Minos, were still a nameless whelp. Minos shook his head and remarked, the age of a person has never been the determining factor of their strength, even if you have ventured into the new world. You have already faced defeat and lost your spirit. You merely seek vengeance through external means, forgetting that true power lies within oneself. Old Sand, filled with rage, retorted, Minos, silence yourself. I, Crocodile, do not require your approval. Very well, if that is the case, I shall send you on your way. Minos replied in a low voice. As Minos was poised to confront Old Shah, he suddenly sensed several figures rushing toward him. In the eyes of Minos, the observation haki swept across the desert, revealing that Old Sand's subordinates were approaching. Alas, I have discerned a query. Is the use of observation haki requisite in battle? I cannot help but feel it is unnecessary. Minos has temporarily abandoned the pursuit of Old Shah, opting instead to first deal with Old Shah's subordinates before confronting him directly. Minos cast a teasing smile at Old Shah, remarking, it appears your subordinates have arrived. What? Upon hearing Minos's words, Old Shah felt no joy whatsoever. He was acutely aware that his subordinates were indeed weak, akin to mere insects in the presence of Minos. Minos gazed upon the tormented Old Shah, his heart resolutely determined to exact a fierce retribution upon his subordinates right before his eyes. Minos was deeply intrigued. What expression would the ruthless Old Shah wear in that moment? Soon, under Minos's watchful gaze, Old Shah's subordinates approached his side. Minos observed intently, noting that the characters from Mr. 1 to Mr. 9, though I must admit, I am only familiar with a few, are indeed figures from the original work. Additionally, there is a peripheral character. Robin. Bonus approached the venerable Old Shah with concern, inquiring, Chief, are you unwell? Old Shah replied in a somber tone, today may herald disaster. Our adversary is exceedingly formidable. Bonus, gazing at the gravely injured Old Shah, assured him, fear not, my leader, I shall protect you, even if it costs me my life. I shall perish before your eyes. The other subordinates echoed in unison, rest assured, Chief, we will safeguard you. Observing this scene, Robin remained indifferent, appearing distinctly out of place. Minos watched with great interest, pondering why Old Shah's subordinates remained so fiercely loyal. Minos was deeply moved, exclaiming, what a truly poignant scene. With that, he declared, I shall first send you to your demise, and then I will ensure that the sand crocodile accompanies you. Without awaiting their reaction, Minos swiftly approached one of Old Shah's subordinates. With a wicked grin, he uttered, you shall be the first. His fist, enveloped in a dark aura, struck the subordinate with a resounding crack akin to a watermelon shattering. Blood erupted forth, splattering onto Old Shah and his companions. Terror spread across the faces of Old Shah's men, leaving them paralyzed with fear and uncertainty. Minos turned his head and grinned wickedly at them, proclaiming that the next would be the second. In an instant, he vanished from his location and reappeared behind a woman named Bora. Minos gazed upon her voluptuous figure, his heart unmoved. Once more, his fist, enveloped in the armor of Conqueror's haki, struck her body, shattering it into countless fragments. Blood sprayed forth. Yet Minos's dark cloak of justice shielded him from the crimson deluge. At that moment, Lao Shah's subordinates were left only with terror and dread, as Minos crushed them with his overwhelming might. Witnessing the indiscriminate slaughter of his men, Lao Shah could no longer contain his composure. In a grave tone, he challenged, is the illustrious warlord Minos merely a bully of the weak? If you possess the courage, come seek me out. Minos laughed heartily. Since when did the sand crocodile become so sharp-tongued? However, if you seek your demise, I am more than willing to oblige. Minos suddenly vanished from his original position and, with astonishing speed, appeared before Old Shah, a smile gracing his lips. Another one, he remarked, with a fist imbued with the fierce aura of armament haki. He aimed a blow at Old Shah's head, certain of the latter's impending demise. However, to his astonishment, a figure intervened, standing resolutely in front of Old Shah. Upon raising his gaze, Minos recognized the bald man, Bonus, a wielder of a devil fruit power, known as the cut fruit. Yet, this proved to be of little consequence. As Minos's right hand effortlessly pierced through his chest, Minos gazed coldly at the blood-spattered boinies before him, showing not an ounce of remorse as he extracted his right hand from the latter's body. As Minos withdrew his hand, the hollow-chested boinies fell backward. Yet it was the Old Shah who caught him. With his last ounce of strength, Boinies gazed at Shah, uttering a heartfelt expression of gratitude for the leader's life-saving grace from years past, proclaiming, now I repay you. With those final words, Boynes lay in Shah's embrace, his eyes refusing to close in death. Minos gazed quietly at the scene before him, his heart untouched by tumult. The path to divinity was, by its very nature, drenched in blood. At last, Lao Sha could no longer contain himself, roaring, "Minos, you have gone too far." Minos scoffed, "A sand crocodile indeed. How could you be so naive after having ventured into the new world?" However, Minos paused momentarily, gazing at the enraged old Shah and his frightened subordinates. He continued, "I am weary of this prolonged exchange. It is time to bring this matter to a decisive conclusion." As Minos finished speaking, the old sand god's expression tightened, and his subordinates were filled with sheer terror. It was over. We were doomed. Minos is far too powerful. We are certain to perish. Let us flee at once. Otherwise, death is inevitable. At this moment, Lao Sha listened to his subordinates expressing their desire to escape and did not hold their fear against them. Minos spoke in a low voice, "All right, sand crocodiles. It is time to send you on your journey." Minos tightened his right hand with force, the aura of armament hockey manifesting upon his fist. Minos spoke in a deep voice, and a colossal fist materialized, striking towards Lao Sha and his companions. Lao Sha, gazing at the enormous fist before him, attempted to evade the impending blow. However, his injured body hindered his movements, and his subordinates were paralyzed by fear. In a frantic effort, they unleashed their abilities in a futile attempt to block the attack. As the massive fist collided with their feeble defenses, a series of thunderous booms echoed, sending dust swirling through the desert. Once the dust settled, Minos beheld a landscape marred by numerous steep craters, with the desert devastated by more than half. Simultaneously, the system's notifications rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 880 points of kill value." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 300 points of kill value." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 600 points of kill value." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received." Minos laughed heartily, exclaiming how delightful it felt to finally reap the rewards once more. Meanwhile, Robin stood by, utterly astonished by Minos's formidable strength, her expression blank and dazed. She silently screamed within, "Is this truly the legendary 5 Emperor Minos? Such overwhelming power. No wonder even Akiji could not prevail against him." Minos gazed at the entranced Robin with a sinister smile and remarked, "Robin, I presume you would not wish for your true identity to be unveiled by the world government, would you?" "Madam, I trust you too would prefer this matter to remain undisclosed." Upon hearing Minos's peculiar words, Robin felt an inexplicable turmoil stirring within her heart. Minos coldly remarked, "In the future, you may join a crew adorned with straw hats. When that time comes, enlighten me about all that transpires." Robin felt a surge of confusion within her. Not only had she survived against the odds, but the formidable Emperor Minos also suggested her inclusion in some enigmatic straw hat crew. Minos gazed at Robin, who appeared rather dazed, and with a slight furrow of his brow inquired, "Robin, did you hear that?" Minos was growing somewhat impatient. If Robin did not acquiesce, he would accompany old Shaw instead. Sensing Minos's escalating displeasure, Robin hastily replied, "Very well, Lord Minos, I shall certainly join that particular group." Minos stated expressionlessly, "It is the Straw Hat Crew." Robin hurriedly replied, "Understood, Lord Minos, it is indeed the Straw Hat Crew." Minos gazed silently at Robin, having allowed her to join the Straw Hat Crew primarily to observe any potential changes in the future. Now, with the original plot nearly obliterated by his actions, it was challenging to foresee what might unfold. Permitting Robin to become part of the crew appeared to be a prudent choice. As for the possibility of her betrayal, he could only respond with indifference, for it was merely a whimsical decision made in the moment. A myriad of thoughts flitted through Minos's mind as he lingered in contemplation for some time. Minos coldly remarked, "You may leave for now. Those who seek you will come once you join." Robin hastily rose, bidding farewell to Minos before she departed in a hurry. A profound sorrow enveloped her heart. In that fleeting moment, was she not left without a home? Indeed, she was a calamity, now ensnared by Minos's control. How tragically lamentable. Minos watched Robin depart, feeling not a trace of emotion. He had no interest in cultivating habits with Robin like the other travelers. Minos only needs to be powerful. He requires no companionship, nor does he need anyone to understand him. For a long time, Robin's figure has vanished into the yellow sands. As the winds sweep through, Minos's dark cloak of justice billows gracefully, creating a scene that appears profoundly desolate. Minos turned and made his way back to the city he once called home. The matter concerning Lao Sha had been resolved, and it was time for him to depart. As for what the future held for Alabashton, that was no longer Minos's concern. Minos had been walking for quite some time when he noticed a commotion ahead, indicating the arrival of others, which piqued his interest. In an instant, a crimson light flickered in his eyes as he employed his observation hockey. So it is, Minos thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. Report to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. There seems to be some activity ahead, he announced. Indeed, Ghost Spider responded, perplexed. What is occurring up there? That location appears to be the stronghold of the Shichibukai crocodile. T-Pig remarked, his voice steady. Ghost Spider replied gravely. According to the Navy's intelligence, Crocodile is currently hailed as a hero in the kingdom of Alabasta. It is not surprising that his base lies ahead. T-Pig scoffed. Who would have thought that such a notorious pirate would become a hero of a nation? It is quite ironic. Ghost Spider snorted disdainfully. Indeed, these despicable pirates deserve their fate. T-Pig sighed. Very well, let us proceed to investigate and uncover what has transpired. Thus, the Navy's Ghost Spider and T-Pig, accompanied by their soldiers, found themselves intertwined in an extraordinary encounter with Minos. As Minos activated his observation hockey, he was astonished to perceive the presence of the Navy. Minos was deeply perplexed as to why the Navy had arrived in Alabasta. Minos pondered for a considerable time, yet remained perplexed. However, at the very least, the Navy had now appeared before him, which was indeed a positive development. Minos ambled forward, poised to deliver a surprise to the Navy. Before long, he encountered the Ghost Spider and others not far along the path. Minos gazed at the Ghost Spider and the Navy with a wicked smile, while the Ghost Spider and the T-Pig looked at Minos in horror. Minos smiled gently. Ah, Navy, greetings to you. In response to Minos' salutation, the other soldiers of the Navy dared not make any rash movements, astonished that they had encountered Minos so swiftly. The Ghost Spider exclaimed sharply, Minos, what brings you to this place? Minos chuckled. I was rather curious as to why your Navy has chosen to be here. The T-Pig scoffed. We are here, indeed, to seek your downfall. Minos stared blankly at the T-Pig, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Did he truly not mishear? Their Navy was actually preparing to confront him? And with such a meager force? Minos laughed heartily. You amuse me to no end. With such a meager force, you dare to challenge me? The Ghost Spider scoffed. Minos, do not be so arrogant. Soon, General Kazuru will arrive. And then we shall see if you maintain your bravado. Minos expressed his astonishment. Has Kazuru arrived as well? It seems you truly are intent on bringing me down. The tea-loving swine firmly asserted. Indeed, this is undoubtedly true. Minos, you have inflicted grievous harm upon our Navy and have indirectly caused the demise of countless townsfolk. Your transgressions warrant the gravest of consequences. Minos listened to the righteous words of the T-Pig, feeling quite speechless. Setting aside the facts, could it be that their Navy was without fault? Minos, with disdain, remarked, Do you truly believe you are worthy? Merely 2 lieutenant generals, 1 general, and a few hundred naval officers, and you dare to challenge me, Minos? You are utterly oblivious to the vastness of your own limitations. The Ghost Spider, filled with rage, bellowed, Minos, you are exceedingly arrogant. Minos, indifferent to the ghostly spider, shifted his gaze towards the soldiers of the naval headquarters. Minos let out a cold laugh, pondering whether they could withstand the might of his conqueror's hockey. As he spoke, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, and his conqueror's hockey surged forth, enveloping the Navy soldiers and the Ghost Spider. Dark crimson lightning radiated around Minos, shattering the desert and causing fissures to appear. The soldiers of the Navy headquarters suffered greatly, collapsing one after another upon the ground. Except for 2 colonels and a rear admiral, the hundreds of soldiers who had once stood strong were now rendered unconscious. Sprawled across the earth, Minos gazed upon the struggling Ghost Spider and T-Pig, who were valiantly resisting his conqueror's hockey, and a smile crept upon his lips, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow as he unleashed his overwhelming power once more. In an instant, the remaining major and the brigadier fell into unconsciousness, leaving only the beleaguered Ghost Spider and T-Pig on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Minos gradually withdrew his conqueror's hockey, gazing at the disheveled Ghost Spider and T-Pig with a mocking smile. Look at you, he taunted. I merely exerted a fraction of my strength, and you are left utterly defenseless. How absurd it is that you dare to seek my downfall. Struggling to rise, Ghost Spider and T-Pig gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat cascading down their faces, utterly in disarray. Ghost Spider, surveying the fallen Navy soldiers, bellowed in frustration. This is intolerable. How can Minos be so formidable? T-Pig wiped his brow, gravely stating, Truly, the 5th Emperor Minos is overwhelmingly powerful. Ghost Spider, with a look of concern, inquired, "Where has Admiral Kazara gone? If he does not arrive soon, we may meet our demise." T-Pig shook his head, offering no reply to Ghost Spider, instead fixating intently on Minos. Minos gazed quietly at the conversing Ghost Spider and T-Pig, utterly unconcerned. In the face of absolute power, all plans would inevitably be shattered. Minos, with a wicked grin, expressed his impatience to wait for the Ghost Spider and the T-Pig. "Are you two prepared? It is time to embrace your demise." As soon as he finished speaking, Minos vanished from his original position, reappearing before the Ghost Spider in the blink of an eye. With a powerful kick, he struck the Ghost Spider squarely in the chest, sending him flying before he could even react. Just as Minos was about to locate the T-Pig, the latter had already approached from behind, poised to deliver a punch to Minos' back. A flicker of crimson light glimmered in Minos' eyes as his observation haki swept across the surroundings. Sensing the imminent peril behind him, he deftly tilted his body just as Chibuta's fist, imbued with the might of armament haki, was about to strike. Narrowly evading the powerful blow, Minos grasped Chibuta's hand with a cold smile and remarked, "Truly worthy of a candidate for general, you possess some strength." With that, Minos delivered a powerful kick that sent Chibuta flying. Although Chibuta hurriedly enveloped himself in armament haki, he was still propelled away by Minos' strike. As he lay on the ground, he was engulfed by excruciating pain, astonished that he had sustained injuries despite his use of haki. Minos praised, "You are certainly more commendable than that spectral spider. At least you can retaliate." Suddenly, several streams of sword energy surged towards Minos. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he pivoted, enveloping his fist with the armor of haki, and then unleashed a powerful punch. The sword energy shattered under his might, revealing the newly transformed visage of the spectral spider before him. The creature bore several additional black appendages on its back, each wielding a blade. Clearly, those sword energies had just been unleashed by the spectral spider. Minos gazed at the phantom spider with a mocking smile and remarked, "It seems you are not without merit." Managing to retaliate, the phantom spider spat out a mouthful of blood, seething with rage, and retorted, "Minos, even if you are one of the 5 emperors, do not underestimate me." Minos laughed heartily, declaring, "Very well, I shall no longer underestimate you. Now you may meet your demise." As the words left his lips, Minos vanished from sight once more. He reappeared behind the Ghost Spider, his hands poised for action, a pulsating white energy emanating from his fists. Simultaneously, the color of armament haki enveloped his knuckles. Minos sneered, armed flowing shatter fist. Instantly, countless fist shadows struck the Ghost Spider. Under the relentless barrage of fists, the Ghost Spider was forcefully brought to the ground, barely clinging to life. T-Pig swiftly ran to the Ghost Spider's side and exclaimed, "Are you all right, Ghost Spider?" Observing the near-lifeless creature filled him with concern, prompting him to examine it closely. Upon inspection, he discovered that all the bones in the Ghost Spider's back had been shattered. Yet it still retained a flicker of life. It turned out that the formidable vitality inherent in animal forms allowed the Ghost Spider to cling to its final breath, thus preserving its existence. Minos gazed impassively at the duo of T-Pig and Ghost Spider. After a prolonged silence, he turned to T-Pig and spoke coolly, "Rest assured, you shall meet the same fate as him." Rising to his feet, T-Pig regarded Minos with a somber expression, remarking, "Truly impressive, 5 sovereigns Minos. To subdue Ghost Spider in just a few moves is a testament to your formidable strength." Minos retorted playfully, "I was merely serious," and he fell. It appears he was simply too weak. Hearing these words, T-Pig fell into silence, for he could not bring himself to believe Minos' claim. He was well aware of Ghost Spider's immense power. It was merely that Minos was exceedingly powerful, rendering Ghost Spider seemingly feeble. Taking a deep breath, T-Pig's feet began to shift, and he then vanished from Minos' sight. Minos gazed at the vanishing T-Pig, a flicker of crimson light igniting in his eyes. With the sweep of his observation haki, he perceived the T-Pig positioned at his flank. Minos aimed a kick at the T-Pig, but missed. Upon witnessing this scene, Minos recalled the 6 styles of the Navy from the original work. Minos sneered, "Is that maneuver called shave?" Chawal did not respond to Minos, but instead sought an opportunity to launch an attack. Minos, unfazed by the silence of the T-Pig, offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Though it appears swift, I am swifter still." With these words, a crimson light flickered at Minos' eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. This sudden disappearance left the T-Pig in a state of astonishment, prompting him to employ his observation haki to search for Minos. However, Minos had already positioned himself behind him. With a cold smirk playing on his lips, Minos addressed the vigilant T-Pig, declaring a mere ordinary punch, and unleashed a colossal fist toward him. The T-Pig, sensing imminent danger from behind, swiftly proclaimed, "Iron block." He accelerated the flow of blood throughout his body, tightening his muscles until they resembled steel. The tremendous fist collided with the hardened iron, producing a thunderous cacophony that echoed throughout the air. The sound of impact resounded as the surrounding desert was cleaved asunder, leaving behind numerous craters. Additionally, some of the unconscious Navy soldiers were caught in the wake of Minos's ordinary punch, resulting in their immediate demise. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 points of kill value. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of kill value. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 points of kill value. The system notifications continued to chime incessantly. Yet Minos paid them no heed, choosing instead to observe the T-Pig enveloped in dust. He had indeed struck a blow, but as the dust settled, he beheld the T-Pig, injured and bleeding, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Minos lamented, truly deserving of their naval reputation. They dared to confront me with mere iron blocks against my ordinary punch. The most astonishing part is that they managed to survive. Minos continued. Had it been any other vice admiral, death would have been imminent. However, as you are a candidate for the rank of admiral, such circumstances are to be expected. Minos spoke in a low voice. Well then, it is time to send you to your demise. With that, he strode directly towards the T-Pig. Minos gazed upon the fallen T-Pig, lifting his foot in preparation to stamp down. Suddenly, an instinctive sense of peril surged within him. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he beheld a beam hurtling towards him at an astonishing velocity. Minos remained utterly unfazed and forcefully delivered a kick. However, unexpectedly, a foot emerged to intercept his strike. Minos looked up and, as expected, he had arrived. The man was clad in a yellow suit, his physique tall and slender. However, his hair was slightly curled, and his face bore a striking resemblance to that of a monkey. Isn't this description just perfect? Minos said in a deep voice, Kizaru, your arrival is indeed timely. Kizaru grinned and replied, how frightening. It turns out to be the 5 emperors, Minos. Minos scoffed. Isn't it your navy that has come to seek my downfall? Why are you so astonished? The yellow ape retorted sharply, given the countless navy personnel and innocent civilians you have slain, do you not deserve to be pursued? Minos chuckled mockingly. Behold your surroundings. Is this the outcome of your crusade? Kizaru swiftly cast a glance around, his expression shifting from nonchalance to solemnity. In a grave tone, Kizaru replied, Minos, you have gone too far. Minos provocatively asked, what will you do then? Suddenly, Kizaru inquired of Minos, have you ever been struck by light? Minos was somewhat perplexed. Yet the subsequent actions of Kizaru clarified his confusion. Kizaru lifted his foot and swiftly approached Minos, delivering a powerful kick. Minos was propelled far away by a swift kick from Kizaru. Minos steadied himself and gazed at the yellow ape with a hint of provocation. I see. However, your technique is rather feeble. It inflicts no harm upon me. The yellow ape wore a grave expression, astonished that this individual had emerged unscathed from his lightning-fast kick. Truly, he was deserving of the title of illusory beast. The yellow ape mused to himself. Minos rushed directly towards Kizaru, his armament hockey surging with intensity as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Kizaru. Sensing the imminent danger, Kizaru swiftly activated the powers of his Pika Pika no Mi, transforming into light to evade the impending strike. Minos observed as the yellow ape deftly evaded his attacks, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The creature's swiftness was extraordinary, rendering it nearly impossible for him to land a blow. While he acknowledged that he possessed the strength to overpower the yellow ape, he conceded that in the realm of escape, the creature's agility surpassed his own. Thus, Minos unleashed a series of assaults against the yellow ape. Yet each attempt was artfully sidestepped. Instead, the yellow ape seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Minos. Although the impact did not inflict severe damage, the humiliation was deeply felt. Minos found himself utterly helpless against the swift onslaught of Kizaru, unable to land a single blow. Observing Minos struggle and falter, Kizaru provocatively remarked, is this the renowned Emperor Minos? Hardly impressive. Minos, unfazed by the provocation from the yellow ape, resolved to meticulously uncover his weaknesses, intending to deliver a resounding blow at the opportune moment. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a T-Pig lying in the desert behind the yellow ape. Minos smiled quietly to himself. Was this not an opportunity? Minos stated solemnly, Kizaru, you must be prepared. I am about to launch my attack. Kizaru responded with a gentle smile. Minos, How do you still not comprehend that you cannot land a hit on me? Minos, upon hearing Huang Yuan's words, couldn't help but smirk slightly, murmuring to himself, "You shall soon discover the truth." Minos raised his hands, clenching his fists tightly, enveloped in a radiant white energy. Simultaneously, the arm color of He enveloped his hands. Minos gazed at the yellow ape with a sardonic smile, declaring, "Yellow ape, brace yourself for the arm-flowing rock fist." In an instant, countless shadows of fists surged towards the yellow ape. The yellow ape felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated some grand technique from Minos. Was this all there was? He could simply evade it, couldn't he? Just as he contemplated his escape, a thought struck him. He turned to glance behind, only to catch sight of Minos's mischievous grin. It dawned on him that Minos had meticulously orchestrated this entire scenario. Should he evade, the T-pig behind him would surely suffer. Yet, failing to evade meant he would have to endure Minos's assault head-on. The yellow ape intoned gravely, "What a cunning strategist you are, the fifth Emperor Minos, truly malevolent." Transforming into a beam of light, he leapt into the air, his hands alternating across his chest. Golden radiance emanating from his grasp as he proclaimed, "Yada no Kagami." Instantly, the golden light morphed into a multitude of luminous orbs that collided with the shadows of Minos's fists. The clash of the orbs and the fist shadows erupted in a cacophony of thunderous roars. As the confrontation reached its climax, the desert was ravaged into deep craters, fractures spreading across the terrain. The once fragile desert succumbed to the fierce struggle between the yellow ape and Minos, cracking open in an instant. Surrounding areas began to form sand sinks, with grains cascading into the abyss below. The Navy soldiers, rendered unconscious by Minos's conqueror's He, were now plummeting into the sandy depths. As the dust settled, both Minos and the yellow ape beheld this unfolding scene. Minos laughed heartily. "Look around, Huang Yuan. Your soldiers from the Navy headquarters are being consumed by the desert sands." Huang Yuan's expression darkened. At that moment, he was ensnared by Minos and could do nothing to save those elite soldiers of the Navy. Huang Yuan spoke in a grave tone. "It is utterly disgraceful for a dignified emperor like you, Minos, to resort to such despicable tactics. Do you not fear the ridicule of others?" Minos, feeling quite speechless, thought to himself how absurd it was that Huang Yuan attempted to threaten him with morality. Minos coldly remarked, "Kizaru, words are futile. I'm rather curious to see how you will choose." As he finished speaking, Minos launched an attack towards Kizaru, his Haki-imbued fist striking forcefully towards Kizaru's head. Yet Kizaru effortlessly evaded the blow. Minos swiftly turned and charged towards Chabun, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Kizaru transformed into light at breakneck speed to intercept. Yet Minos leapt with force, delivering a decisive kick to Kizaru's body. Initially, Kizaru believed Minos' strike would miss him, only to realize, after being sent flying, that Minos' foot was enveloped in the formidable Haki of armament at that moment. Minos gazed at the yellow ape sprawled upon the desert sands and chuckled. "It appears you would rather inflict harm upon yourself." The yellow ape rose from the arid ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Only then did he speak in a deep tone. "The five emperors, Minos, you are exceedingly despicable." Minos regarded the yellow ape's ludicrous remarks with disdain. On the battlefield, who would indulge in such trivialities? Minos cast his gaze towards the direction of the ghostly spider, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Today, he was resolute in teaching the yellow ape a lesson. Killing was not an option, for it was far too swift. Minos dashed towards the T-pig with remarkable speed, his Haki-infused fist poised to strike at any moment. Observing Minos's advance, Kizaru assumed he was intent on attacking the T-pig and hurried to its side. However, upon reaching the T-pig, he discovered that Minos had not followed. Turning around, Kizaru found Minos already at the side of the ghostly spider. Minos gazed at the now reacting Kizaru, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Clenching his fist, he enveloped it in the armor of He and struck forcefully upon the head of the demon spider. In that instant, the sound of shattering echoed across the desert. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed, yet Minos paid it no heed, his countenance beaming with delight as he regarded Kizaru. The latter, witnessing Minos's continued mirth, felt a surge of exasperation. In the Grand Villa, there was no recourse. Minos's insidious tactics were indeed infuriating. After a moment of contemplation, Kizaru determined that it was time to retreat, otherwise, he would surely be worn down by Minos's relentless onslaught. With this thought, he transformed into light, leaping into the air, his hands crossed. Luminous orbs shimmering in his grasp as he intoned, "Yada no Kagami." In an instant, countless spheres of light emerged from his hands, launching an assault upon Minos. As Minos witnessed the yellow ape's assault, a A smile crept across his face. With a firm stance, he enveloped his fist in white energy, armament-He also shrouding them, and declared in a deep voice, "Armament, flowing rock-shattering fist." In an instant, countless fist shadows collided once more with the yellow ape's luminous sphere. The fierce clash between the glowing orb and the phantoms of Minos's fist once again reshaped the desert terrain, creating numerous deep craters. The quicksand expanded, as if it could engulf everything in its path. As the dust settled, Minos lifted his gaze, only to find the desert now barren and empty, devoid of the yellow ape and the T-pig. "Curse it!" Minos exclaimed vehemently. "That scoundrel yellow ape has no sense of martial ethics. He dares to flee." The wind swept across the dunes, leaving Minos alone amid the vast desert, seething with impotent rage. After a long while, his emotions finally began to settle. Meanwhile, on the other side, the yellow ape was hastily carrying the injured T-pig away. Sighing, he glanced at his wounded companion and lamented, "Alas, this truly spells trouble." In the recent expedition against Minos, the elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters had all perished, and they had also lost an esteemed vice admiral. Each time he pondered this, a complex mix of emotions surged within him. Their losses were monumental. He might very well face harsh reprimands upon their return. After a moment of troubled silence, the yellow ape ultimately decided to contact Sengoku via the transponder snail. After calming his emotions, Minos's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he employed his observation-He to survey the surroundings, searching for any surviving Navy soldiers. However, the harsh reality revealed to Minos that not a single soul remained alive. Minos pondered silently within his heart. "Oh, Sovereign, do the naval soldiers who perished this time count towards the tally of slaughter?" Ding. Indeed, they do. As anticipated, all that preceded is accounted for. It is inconceivable that this would be excluded. Minos spoke in a low voice. "System, what is my current kill value?" Ding. "Please, host, access the system panel yourself." Minos opened the system panel, which had undergone a transformation. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament-He, intermediate observation-He, intermediate conquerors-He, flowing rock-shattering fist, standard version. Ordinary fist, standard version, continuous ordinary fists, standard version, navigator techniques, helmsman techniques. Constitution, Peak of the Four Emperors. Items, 1 Supreme Great Blade. Kill value, 24, 900 points. Realm, Peak Admiral, Black Dragon Form. Peak of the Four Emperors. Evaluation, you are now exceedingly powerful, as long as you do not encounter an opponent of the king-level peak. Your life is not in peril. Minos gazed at the astonishing value of his kill count and exclaimed, "My goodness, do I truly possess such a high number of kills?" Ding. Rest assured, esteemed host, for the system has meticulously calculated this, and there is no room for error. Minos smiled gently, expressing his surprise. Ding. Host, you now possess such an abundance of kill points. Are you not inclined to make use of them? Minos smiled gently and said, "I shall utilize it when we reach Moria, for I have just conceived of something quite intriguing." Ding. Minos gazed at the silent system, uttering no words, and instead withdrew from the system panel. Minos gazed upon the chaotic expanse of the desert and resolved to depart at once. Minos made his way towards the city, from which he would set sail on his yacht for the final confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, a bird was stealthily recording all that had just transpired. Yamashita observed Minos's departure while glancing at the newspaper in his hand. In a low voice, he remarked, "Truly, Minos is the king of the five. First, he vanquished the 7 warlords crocodile. Then he eliminated an elite vice admiral from the Navy headquarters and defeated a candidate for admiral, ultimately forcing Kizaru to flee. Minos, you are indeed my lucky star. This issue of the newspaper is bound to create a sensation on the high seas." Meanwhile, Kizaru, clutching his T-pig, finally managed to connect with Admiral Sengoku. As soon as the call was established, Sengoku's voice resonated from the phone. "Kizaru, have you encountered Minos?" Kizaru replied solemnly, "Admiral Sengoku, we have indeed encountered Minos." Sengoku's tone turned urgent. "What is the current situation?" Kizaru responded with a bitter note. "I regret to inform you, Admiral, we have failed." There was a prolonged silence on the other end. Sengoku hastily inquired, "Well, who were the casualties?" Kizaru sighed, "All the Navy personnel who accompanied us have perished, including Vice Admiral Spider." Sengoku was taken aback by this revelation. "What? Spider and all the Navy personnel are dead?" Kizaru confirmed, "Indeed, Admiral, we underestimated Minos. He is far too powerful." Sengoku's emotions became increasingly agitated. "So, only you and the T-pig managed to escape?" Kazara glanced at the injured T-Pig in his grasp and replied, I am truly sorry, Admiral. The T-Pig has also sustained severe injuries. If we do not seek medical attention soon, it may not survive. Sengoku expressed confusion. How could even the T-Pig be so gravely injured? Given your presence alongside a candidate for Admiral and an elite Vice Admiral, it should not have resulted in any casualties or injuries. Before Kazara could respond, Sengoku continued, Kizaru. What exactly transpired? Kizaru, with a pained expression, responded, Admiral Sengoku. I will explain everything upon my return. Sengoku, his tone serious, replied, Very well, Kizaru. Make your way back immediately. With that, Sengoku ended the call, leaving Kizaru with a bitter countenance. At Marine Headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Admiral, Sengoku, after concluding the call, erupted in furious exclamation, Damn Minos. How could he have annihilated so many of our Navy personnel? And Spider has sacrificed himself as well. Sengoku was filled with rage, yet his mind was plagued with confusion over why they had encountered such overwhelming adversity, despite Minos's formidable strength. However, with a general candidate, and an elite vice admiral from the headquarters, the situation should not be so dire. Even if they cannot secure victory, they should be able to retreat safely. How is it that now there is one dead and one wounded? Sengoku sighed, stating, Well, once Kazara returns, we will have a clearer understanding of what transpired. With a bitter tone, Sengoku continued, The pressing matter is how to address such a significant incident. Must we convene another meeting? Alas, let us wait for Kazara's return to discuss further. Minos swiftly returned to the port, gazing upon the city before him, pondering the transformations that the future might hold. A myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind. After a considerable pause, Minos spoke, System. Could you please release the yacht for me? With a chime, the response came, The yacht has arrived. Please exercise caution. Host. With a thunderous roar, the yacht materialized at the port, stirring the waves into a tumultuous dance. Minos remained speechless, vexed by the ostentatious manner in which his system unveiled the yacht each time. Did it not comprehend that he, Minos, preferred a more understated existence? Indeed, the grand entrance of the yacht attracted the attention of many onlookers. Most of those traversing the Grand Line were familiar with the devil fruits, and upon the yacht's emergence, they speculated about who might be wielding such powers. After a few cursory glances, they could discern nothing unusual and gradually dispersed. Minos gracefully leaped onto the yacht. Simultaneously, the gentle voice of the intelligent steward resonated, Master. Welcome home. Minos inquired, How much time is required for the intelligent assistant to navigate to the terrifying Bermuda Triangle? Certainly, my master. The intelligent assistant is at your service, came the gentle reply. Minos gazed silently at the bustling city, pondering to himself, Surely there shall be no further incursions into Alabaston henceforth. Yet, who can truly predict what the next 3 years may hold? My master, the intelligent assistant has gathered the necessary information. The soothing voice interrupted Minos's contemplation. Minos expressed astonishment. Intelligent steward, how long does it take to reach the terrifying Bermuda Triangle? The steward replied, Master. Traveling from Alabaston to the dreadful triangle requires passage through several islands, typically taking a month. Minos was quite astonished. Does the intelligent steward require such an extensive duration? My master, after calculating the navigation, it indeed necessitates a month's time. Minos sighed. All right, intelligent assistant, I understand. Please navigate directly to the Bermuda Triangle. Very well, master. Please take a seat, as the intelligent assistant is about to commence its journey. Minos sighed inwardly, realizing that a month's time was indeed rather tedious. Yet, he chuckled softly, acknowledging that this could be considered a facet of the pirate world's charm. Before long, Minos and his yacht set sail towards the ominous Bermuda Triangle. As time flowed, 2 days passed. At the headquarters of the news agency in the New World, Morgans received a newspaper from the mountain, and with a mere glance, he spotted the latest news regarding Minos. The newspaper conveyed that Minos had first vanquished the warlord Crocodile, subsequently faced an onslaught from the Navy, and ultimately engaged in a fierce battle with them. Minos first triumphed over the elite naval vice admiral, Ghost Spider, and subsequently defeated the admiral candidate, T-Pig. Just as Yellow Ape arrived to rescue T-Pig, Ghost Spider met his demise at the hands of Minos. Morgan chuckled heartily. Minos, you truly are my lucky star. In this past month alone, thanks to you, our news agency has amassed a considerable fortune in berries. And now, you've bestowed upon me yet another sensational story. Morgans exclaimed with exuberance, This time, I shall craft a captivating headline for the newspaper. How about astonishing? The Emperor Minos has annihilated the 7 warlords crocodile. What could this signify? Is the Emperor Minos preparing to strike against the 7 warlords? Astonishing. The Navy dares to confront Emperor Minos. Shocking news. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is dead. Admiral Candidate T. Pig gravely injured, and Yellow Ape in retreat. The Emperor Minos is advancing towards the New World. How shall the remaining emperors respond to him? As Morgans envisioned his sensational title, he laughed heartily. This news is bound to ignite a frenzy. Minos, I truly adore you. Yet, a frown crossed Morgan's face, however. This incident may have significant repercussions. Both the Navy and the world government will undoubtedly seek to apprehend Minos. A mischievous grin spread across Morgan's lips. Perhaps I should give Minos a timely warning. He must tread carefully, otherwise, I risk losing my most valuable intel. Morgans continued. Let the news bird replicate the newspaper with utmost haste. Then it must be dispatched swiftly to the seas. Such a thrilling event must be known to the powerful on the ocean. In Marineford, Sengoku gazed at Yellow Ape and exclaimed, What? You say you're searching for Minos separately? At that moment, Sengoku's face was a mask of disbelief. Given Minos' formidable strength, why would they choose to split up? Was that not courting disaster? Yellow Ape replied bitterly, Indeed, Admiral Sengoku. Minos is exceedingly elusive, hence our decision to search separately. Sengoku, still incredulous, retorted, Yellow Ape. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you were saying? But that is the reality, Admiral Sengoku, Yellow Ape muttered, pouting slightly. Sengoku grimaced. You certainly devised a clever plan. Yellow Ape, feeling helpless, continued. At that time, it was already difficult to locate him. That is why we dispersed. Besides, Ghost Spider and T-Pig are quite capable themselves and were accompanied by several hundred elite soldiers. Yellow Ape elaborated, however. I hadn't anticipated Minos would be so overwhelmingly powerful. By the time I arrived, Ghost Spider and T-Pig were barely clinging to life, while the other naval soldiers lay scattered on the ground, unaware of their fates. Sengoku sighed with exasperation. Minos is indeed a most detestable adversary. By the way, weren't you already on the scene? How did Ghost Spider still end up dead? Sengoku suddenly questioned with curiosity. Huang Yuan, with a bitter expression, responded to the perplexed words of Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, it is as follows. Upon hearing Huang Yuan's statement, Sengoku erupted in fury, exclaiming, What? That despicable scoundrel Minos is utterly shameless. Huang Yuan replied, Indeed, Admiral Sengoku. Were it not for Minos's vile nature, he would have been unable to contend with me. Sengoku grimaced, acknowledging, Minos is formidable in strength and intellect, making him increasingly troublesome to deal with. Admiral Sengoku. The pressing question now is what course of action we should take, Huang Yuan stated solemnly. Sengoku sighed. Alas, we can only decide after the conclusion of this meeting. Huang Yuan lamented. Must we really convene again? I am truly reluctant. Sengoku responded with resignation. There is no alternative. This meeting is imperative. He continued. Please have the communications officer notify everyone to prepare for the meeting. Soon, under the communications officer's announcement, the senior naval officers gradually arrived in the conference room. As Sengoku surveyed the ranks of naval commanders, he noted the distinct atmosphere of this gathering. Notably, Akiji had recovered and was present, yet Akainu was absent, deterred by his previous tumultuous actions in the New World. Moreover, the seats of Gecko Moria and Tsuru were conspicuously vacant, drawing the attention of the other naval leaders, who furrowed their brows, sensing an ominous air. Why is it that while Huang Yuan is present, Gecko Moria and Tsuru are not? They pondered. Clearly, something significant had transpired. Sengoku cleared his throat. I trust you have all surmised what has occurred? The other commanders remained silent, their gazes fixed intently upon Sengoku. He scanned the room before solemnly announcing, Gecko Moria has fallen. What? The assembled officers gasped in disbelief. Moria was an elite vice admiral. Such a fate was unfathomable. How could he have perished with both General Huang Yuan and Vice Admiral Tsuru present? They wondered. Sengoku's next words sent shockwaves through the room. Moreover, Vice Admiral Tsuru did not perish but has sustained grave injuries. At this revelation, the officers glanced at Huang Yuan, who appeared unscathed. Remarkably, General Huang Yuan seems unaffected. They mused. Indeed, his strength is truly formidable. It seems General Huang Yuan successfully brought Vice Admiral Tsuru back. We owe him our gratitude. Sengoku, noticing the conversation veering off course, intervened. Now, regarding the matter of Minos, we must determine how to address it. The atmosphere in the conference room grew solemn at the mention of Sengoku's words, and no one dared to speak. Admiral Kazari began. Minos possesses an overwhelming strength. It cannot be subdued merely by the efforts of a general and a vice-admiral. He continued, it may require the combined might of two generals to achieve victory. Yet there remains the possibility that Minos could escape. Sengoku replied gravely, indeed. Minos is not like Kaido, who revels in chaos. Kizaru added, Minos is ruthless and cunning. If we falter, he may simply flee. This is quite troublesome. Sengoku felt a bitter pang in his heart. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the assembled commanders, casting a shadow over their spirits. At that moment, a voice, thunderous and bold, pierced the tense atmosphere. What is it but a mere brat? Why are you all so afraid? Roared Garp. The room turned to see who dared to be so audacious, and upon realizing it was Garp, they exchanged glances. Sengoku frowned at Garp's interruption. Garp, please refrain from causing a disturbance. What? Sengoku, you dare accuse me of causing trouble? Garp retorted, scratching his nose casually. Sengoku scoffed. Who doesn't know that you thrive on chaos? This remark elicited nods of agreement from the others present, as they all shared a similar impression of Garp. Garp, visibly displeased, exclaimed, How dare you, Sengoku? I am here to help you devise a strategy, and you call it a disturbance? Sengoku, faced with Garp's discontent, sighed. Then enlighten us with your brilliant idea. Garp laughed heartily. It's simple. Either I or one of the admirals, Kizaru or Akiji, can take action, and that brat Minos will be easily subdued. What? Garp intends to take matters into his own hands? The room buzzed with excitement. With Garp's involvement, Minos would surely not last long. Akiji murmured, I never imagined you would choose to engage personally. Kizaru reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor, appearing somewhat incredulous. Garp's decision to intervene personally astonished the assembled Navy officers. He was their spiritual pillar, a legendary hero of the Navy. After years of inactivity, would he truly confront the Emperor Minos today? Sengoku, taken aback, cautioned, Garp, this is no jest. Kizaru added sternly, Indeed, Garp, this is not a matter for levity. Garp laughed heartily, Fear not. This is my decision. It has been too long since I've stretched my limbs. Let that brat Minos experience the might of an old soldier. After careful consideration, Sengoku concluded that perhaps allowing Garp, the old veteran, to engage in battle could indeed yield remarkable results. With newfound clarity, Sengoku declared, Very well, let Garp handle the capture of Minos. Garp responded with a booming laugh. Rest easy, Sengoku. Even if capture proves elusive, I shall ensure that that little rascal Minos pays dearly for his misdeeds. Sengoku spoke with a solemn tone. Very well, Garp. It seems the burden falls upon you. He continued, Did you not mention requiring an admiral to accompany you? Whom do you intend to select? This remark cast a shadow over the previously relaxed atmosphere, rendering it serious once more. The recent sacrifice of Ghost Spider had rendered the choice of personnel a matter of heightened sensitivity. Even Akiji and Kizaru wore expressions of grave seriousness. Garp, seemingly oblivious to the tension, erupted in laughter. I had initially intended to choose Akiji, but seeing as he has just recovered, I proposed that Kizaru join me instead. Upon Garp's declaration, the vice-admirals collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Though they were not the ones selected, a sense of anxiety lingered in their hearts. Akiji felt a tinge of calmness amidst a hint of regret, fully aware that if the two formidable fighters were to engage, they would surely triumph over Minos. Meanwhile, Kizaru lamented, Garp, why have you chosen me? Garp responded with mirth, Because your speed is unparalleled. Should any complications arise, you can swiftly assist my escape. Sengoku, listening to Garp's jest, shook his head in resignation. Should a life-and-death struggle occur between the two admirals and the Yonko, absent any interference, it would undoubtedly be the Yonko who would meet their demise, with the admirals sustaining only injuries. Sengoku declared with a grave demeanor, Thus, Garp and Kizaru shall pursue Minos. He continued earnestly, This time, you must succeed. The dignity of our Navy cannot withstand another blow. Sengoku's serious words transformed the expressions of the gathered Navy personnel. Instilling a sense of solemnity, they could ill afford another defeat. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku added, As for the funeral of Ghost Spider, let us postpone it. We shall wait until Garp and Kizaru return victorious over Minos. Then we can showcase our prowess and make it known to the pirates that we are not to be trifled with. Inspector Crane stated earnestly, Indeed. It is imperative that we make the pirates aware of our strength. Precisely. Otherwise, they will become overly arrogant, believing us to be easy prey. Indeed. We must teach those brazen pirates a lesson. The Navy personnel, long provoked by the insolent pirates, felt a collective urge to exact retribution. Sengoku spoke in a low tone. Carp and Kizaru, prepare yourselves and expedite the capture of Minos. Thus, the meeting of the Navy concluded. Kizaru stood upon the warship, gazing at the vast sea, lamenting, Carp, you have truly put me in a difficult position. I have only just returned and have yet to rest. And now you send me to capture Minos. Carp laughed heartily. Kizaru, you appear to have sustained no injuries. It is perfect timing for you to aid me in dealing with that little rascal Minos. Kizaru replied with a bitter smile. Carp, your words are indeed lighthearted. But where shall we commence our pursuit of Minos? Hearing the words of Kizaru, Carp couldn't help but ponder where they should proceed to capture their target. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, Kizaru, my young friend, how about we head to the Sabaody archipelago? Kizaru, perplexed, inquired, Vice Admiral Garp. Why should we go there? Garp erupted into hearty laughter. Ah, Kizaru, have you forgotten that one must traverse the Sabaody archipelago to enter the New World? Kizaru paused momentarily, realizing the soundness of Garp's reasoning. With a jovial chuckle, Garp declared, let us set forth. Thus, Garp and Kizaru made their way to the Sabaody archipelago, awaiting Minos to unwittingly walk into their trap. The following day, under a radiant sun, Minos gazed at the newspaper in his hand, utterly speechless. It absurdly proclaimed that he was preparing to take action against the 7 warlords, which he found to be quite laughable. Well, truth be told, he indeed was preparing to confront the 7 warlords. Minos glanced at the newspaper filled with news about himself, finding it rather uninteresting, and set it aside. Meanwhile, his mind was preoccupied with the earlier scene of retrieving the newspaper. Minos vaguely recalled that when he encountered the newsbird from the Tottori newspaper earlier, the newsbird had relayed a message to him. The newsbird mentioned that the president of the news agency had instructed all newsbirds to take heed. Should they encounter Minos, they were to advise him to exercise utmost caution regarding the world government. Minos pondered intently why Morgans would caution him to be wary of the world government. Morgan's words served as a timely reminder for him to remain vigilant regarding the world government. In stark contrast to Minos' lighthearted disposition, the sea was stirring with turmoil. Upon receiving the news from the newspapers, the reactions of the powerful in the New World varied significantly. On an island ruled by the red-haired pirates, the crew was aboard their ship, journeying to an unknown destination, with most members either indulging in drink or slumber. However, 2 figures stood apart, their faces etched with gravity. After a prolonged silence, Shanks spoke with solemnity. Indeed, Minos will undoubtedly incite chaos upon the seas. Beckman took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke, his expression grave. After a moment, he slowly replied, Indeed? That fellow is far too reckless. In just a few days, he has vanquished a warlord and an elite admiral of the Navy. Shanks continued to gaze at the newspaper, adding, Minos is excessively arrogant. Even Kaido may not possess his level of audacity. Beckman replied in a low voice, What shall we do now? It is likely that this young rascal will become even more unhinged upon entering the New World. Shanks did not respond to Beckman, but fixed his gaze intently on the imposing figure of Minos depicted in the paper. After a while, he declared, If we do not intervene, the seas will undoubtedly descend into chaos due to Minos. Once he steps foot in the New World, we must confront him. Beckman remained silent, quietly smoking his cigar. The swirling smoke mirrored his thoughts. He understood that any encounter with that young rogue would inevitably lead to war. Minos' audacity had already disturbed the equilibrium of the seas. Especially after today, piracy would escalate significantly. The Navy's authority had suffered a considerable blow, and both New World pirates and those from the 4 seas would become unhinged upon learning that Minos had eliminated an elite admiral and several elite soldiers of the Navy. Pirates from the 4 seas and the New World would naturally perceive the Navy as weakened, seeking to seize a piece of the spoils. In time, both regions would erupt into chaos, and piracy would no longer be suppressed. Beckman spoke gravely. The seas are gradually descending into disorder. That young rascal Minos is the catalyst for it all. Shanks turned his attention away from the newspaper, gazing out at the vast ocean. The waves occasionally surged, as if proclaiming that an era of turmoil had begun. Shanks spoke with determination. Therefore, we must put an end to this calamity. He continued coldly. We shall not hesitate to engage in battle should it be necessary. Beckman stood resolutely beside Shanks, sensing the resolve within him. After a lengthy silence, Beckman spoke earnestly. When Minos enters the New World, let us go and meet him directly. Shanks remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the waves of the ocean ahead. Each wave rose larger than the last, as if mocking his futile attempt to tame the already tumultuous sea, a clear display of hubris. Meanwhile, the other formidable figures, aside from Shanks, found themselves momentarily speechless in the presence of the frenzied and powerful Minos. In the New World, Wano country, Onigashima continued to be shrouded in darkness, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Kaido, seated upon a colossal chair, lamented loudly while drinking, "Why won't that little rascal Minos join my beast pirates? Why?" Below, Queen and the ship King Jack exchanged glances, bewildered by Kaido's tears, which were nearly splattering onto them. Jack quietly remarked, "Brother Queen, what has come over Captain Kaido? Why is he so sorrowful?" Queen sighed, "Perhaps Lord Kaido has had too much to drink and has lost his wits again." Jack fell silent, clearly aware that Kaido's drunken rants were not a rare occurrence. Jean, observing from the side, glanced at the newspaper in his hand, then back at the weeping Kaido, and finally at Queen and Jack, feeling a sense of resignation. Indeed, within the Beast Pirates, he seemed to be the only sane individual, surrounded by drunks, eccentric researchers, and reckless fools. Queen, curious about Jin's newspaper, inquired, "What has transpired?" This question also captured the attention of Jack. Jean, sensing their curiosity, replied with a hint of resignation, "It's the latest news regarding the Emperor Minos." Queen gasped, "What has that fellow done now?" Jean nodded, preparing to show the newspaper to Queen when Kaido suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "What? You mean Minos has already arrived in the New World?" The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Jean, noting Queen and Jack's hesitance, spoke up, "Lord Kaido, this is merely the latest news about Minos. He has not yet arrived in the New World." Upon hearing this, Kaido's face fell in disappointment, but he still asked, "Then what do you mean by having news of him?" Jean replied earnestly, "Minos has recently engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy." He paused, observing the intense expressions on their faces, and continued slowly, "Kizaru has fled, Chavan is gravely injured, and the elite Vice Admiral Spider has perished." Jean's words left Queen and Jack in shock, as they had not anticipated such significant events. Kaido, initially taken aback, burst into hearty laughter, saying, as expected of Minos, causing such a stir, "I knew he was as mad as I am." The three looked on in silence, unsure how to respond, questioning whether they should admit that their captain was a lunatic who reveled in the strength of his adversaries. In the New World, other powerful figures varied in their regard for these events, some taking them seriously while others did not. Yet, deep down, everyone was acutely aware that the Navy would not easily relent. The tumultuous sea would undoubtedly descend into chaos. However, such turmoil could also present a unique opportunity. For only amidst chaos could one fish in troubled waters and expand their influence. Naturally, the weaker nations and innocent civilians were fervently cursing Minos, attributing the world's gradual descent into disorder to him. On the following day, after the newspapers were disseminated across the sea, significant transformations began to unfold. The pirates initially mocked the Navy, publicly denouncing their ineptitude. By the third day, various pirates began to emerge across the four seas, including both newcomers and those who had been hiding. On the fourth day, the pirates of the New World began to stir, though they were deterred by the formidable presence of Sakazuki guarding the region. By the fifth day, the pirates of the New World remained cautious, while those in the four seas roamed freely across the waters. On the sixth day, the New World pirates still refrained from making any rash moves, but began to organize their ranks, seemingly preparing to launch an assault on various islands. As the seventh day dawned, the pirates of the four seas grew restless, no longer content with merely sailing the seas. They prepared to raid islands. Meanwhile, the New World pirates set out, traversing the ocean with impunity. On the eighth day, chaos erupted in the four seas, where pirates unleashed a merciless onslaught on the islands, resulting in countless civilian and Navy casualties. Concurrently, small-scale wars ignited in the New World. On the ninth day, infuriated by the pirates' heinous actions, the Marine Headquarters warlord ordered several vice admirals and dozens of rear admirals, along with hundreds of majors, to suppress the pirates in the four seas. The 10th day marked the official commencement of the New World War, triggered by the conflict over islands. By the 11th day, the overwhelming presence of pirates in the four seas had led to immense civilian casualties. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted in the New World among the various pirate factions. On the 12th day, the four seas received reinforcements from the Marine Headquarters, resulting in a devastating defeat for the pirates. Nevertheless, the pirates of the four seas also boasted formidable fighters, leading to the death of one rear admiral and 10 majors. Meanwhile, a chaotic melee unfolded among the New World pirates, showcasing their use of armament hockey across the islands. On the 13th day, Morgans produced a variety of newspapers, exuberantly exclaiming and crafting enticing headlines, such as shock. The Four Seas and New World are in turmoil. And what is the fundamental cause of the uprisings in the Four Seas and New World? Furthermore, he questioned whether the Navy's incompetence was to blame and speculated on the implications of the arrival of the fifth emperor, Minos, and how the remaining four emperors should respond to this newly emerged power. On the 14th day, the newspapers, disseminated by the newsbird without charge, plunged the seas into an even deeper frenzy. By the 15th day, the pirates of the Four Seas, along with gangs and mountain bandits, united in their assault against the nobles and kingdoms, leaving the navy overwhelmed and frantic. On the 16th day, the crews of the four emperors in the New World began to engage in large-scale confrontations. Initially, the followers of Whitebeard and Kaido clashed due to mutual contempt, which gradually escalated into a fierce battle among the four emperors' crews. On the 17th day, the noblemen of the Four Seas faced a brutal massacre at the hands of the Pirate Alliance, though many pirates also fell to the royal army, albeit the weaker ones, rendering them of little consequence. On the 18th day, hostilities erupted anew among the four emperors' pirate crews. The arrogance of the Whitebeard pirates led them to underestimate the Big Mom pirates, igniting a fierce confrontation between the two factions. By the 19th day, the pirates of the Four Seas engaged in yet another fierce battle with the naval forces. The emergence of those with devil fruit abilities turned the tide against the Navy, plunging them into a desperate struggle. However, the unexpected arrival of a vice admiral from headquarters severely wounded the devil fruit users, forcing them to retreat. Thus, the Four Seas managed to hold their ground temporarily, albeit suffering significant losses, including the death of a vice admiral, not an elite, and the demise of 10 captains. Alongside dozens of other officers, ordinary soldiers faced devastating casualties, with thousands perishing in the East Sea alone. In this era of naval dominance, no one dared to act in the Four Seas, yet rebellion had begun, with various formidable individuals emerging to fight. On the 20th day, the grand conflict among the four emperors officially erupted in the New World, with the Whitebeard pirates deploying 2 captains. In response, the other emperors also summoned their captains, with the Beast pirates sending forth 2 flying 6 members, and the Big Mom pirates dispatching 2 of their more prominent offspring. The 21st day brought shocking news that reverberated throughout the New World. Red-haired Shanks boldly declared that anyone who continued to engage in battle would become his enemy. Simultaneously, Akainu announced that should the fighting persist, the Navy would deploy all 3 admirals and all vice admirals to launch a full-scale offensive in the New World. This declaration by Shanks and Akainu sent tremors through the New World, leading many pirates to speculate whether Shanks had allied with the Navy. In truth, he had indeed formed a collaboration with the world government, which could also be seen as an alliance with the Navy. Initially, Shanks sought to quell the unrest in the New World, but after being persuaded by Beckman, he refrained from intervening. As the situation spiraled out of control, Shanks engaged in intense discussions with the world government and the Gorosei, ultimately reaching a cooperative agreement. Shanks offered to personally confront Minos, and given the world government's dissatisfaction with the Navy's ineffectiveness, they welcomed his assistance. Under the directive of the world government, Sengoku informed Akainu, who was already unleashing fiery devastation upon the pirates. Akiji had arrived in the New World early to support Akainu, as they worked together to subdue the pirates. However, the chaos caused by Sengoku led to a heated argument between Sakazuki and Sengoku, where Sakazuki expressed his disdain over the Navy's collaboration with pirates, deeming it a disgrace. Sengoku, equally infuriated by Sakazuki's outburst, ultimately retorted that it was the order of the world. Consequently, Sakazuki, albeit reluctantly, reached an agreement with Shanks, uttering the words that anyone engaging in a grand melee would be considered their enemy. On the 22nd day, some pirates, in disbelief, continued their battle. Ultimately, Shanks intervened, effortlessly dispatching the brawling pirates with a singular, divine strike. Concurrently, the sea itself was drawn from the abyss. Under Shanks' formidable prowess, the turmoil in the New World gradually subsided. Meanwhile, on the Navy's front, Akainu faced another wave of unruly pirates, unleashing a meteor volcano that incinerated them all. This act rekindled the fear of ironclad justice and the terror of Sakazuki among the pirates of the New World. In the Sabaody archipelago, a great melee erupted, with various gangs, pirates, and human traffickers committing unspeakable atrocities. However, with the presence of Kizaru and Garp, the chaos was swiftly quelled. restoring a semblance of order to the archipelago. Thus, Sabaody found itself in a relatively tranquil state. On the 23rd day, the warfare in the New World had nearly ceased, and the Four Seas had also calmed completely. Initially, the pirates of the Four Seas contemplated launching another offensive, but upon receiving news of the New World's pacifications, they hastily retreated and concealed themselves, fearful of the Navy's retribution. Minos reclined on a yacht, sipping cola while gazing at the various riots depicted in the newspaper. He pondered to himself, what has befallen this vast ocean? It is so unlike the sea I once knew. Minos led a life of leisure, completely oblivious to the fact that it was he who had instigated it all. Initially, he faced numerous pirates seeking to trouble him. However, with his timely intervention, Minos effortlessly dispatched a considerable number of pirate crews. This not only earned him a staggering bounty of nearly 10,000 for his kills, but also solidified his reputation. Thus, news spread that the formidable Emperor Minos was still navigating the Grand Line aboard a peculiar vessel. This revelation caused pirates to steer clear of him, not daring to approach. As time flowed swiftly by, a few days passed, and Minos, prompted by the system's notification, arrived at an island shrouded in thick fog. Minos gazed upon the somewhat eerie island before him. It must surely be the fabled ghost island of Moria. Minos sighed. It is indeed unfortunate that I have yet to encounter Brooke. Minos stepped onto the ghostly island, surveying the eerie surroundings that evoked a profound sense of discomfort. Minos shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, as a glimmer of crimson light flickered in his eyes. His observation hockey swept across the island. The island was vast, inhabited by a number of individuals, as well as numerous zombies. Most notably, at the heart of the island stood a colossal and foreboding castle. Minos retracted his imposing demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The moment of utmost significance had finally arrived. Minos lifted his foot and strode towards the castle at the heart of the island. Today, he was determined to acquire that power. Minos encountered a group of individuals along his path who were taken aback by his presence. These were the souls imprisoned by Moria on the island, and they were astonished that Minos dared to venture so deep in search of Moria. Naturally, Minos soon faced a few obstructive zombies ahead. With a mere touch, the zombies crumbled to dust, leaving Minos utterly speechless. With the zombies no longer hindering his progress, Minos pressed on. After a considerable passage of time, he arrived before a colossal and foreboding castle. Minos gazed upon the magnificent castle before him. To be honest, he almost mistook it for the lair of the cunning Grey Wolf. Minos lifted his gaze and stepped inside, discovering a spacious interior adorned with a myriad of exquisite decorations. Minos sighed. Moria certainly knows how to save her life. Just as Minos was about to ascend the staircase, he felt a sudden movement. A flash of crimson light flickered in Minos's eyes, revealing the shadow of a solitary tiger. Minos was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled to himself. So it is this fellow. In the original narrative, it was this individual, who had consumed the transparent fruit, that caused the Straw Hat crew endless troubles. Minos smiled faintly in his presence. The notion of invisibility was merely a jest. Minos playfully exclaimed, "Come forth. You ought to be familiar with me, or perhaps allow Moria to engage in conversation with me." As he spoke, a humanoid tiger emerged from the shadows. This creature, with a face marked by trepidation, was Absalom, a loyal subordinate of Moria. Given the strong rapport between Moria and his associates, it was only natural for them to discuss matters concerning Minos. Minos cast a mocking glance at the terrified Absalom and said, "Go tell Moria that Minos has come to see him." Upon hearing these words, Absalom, filled with dread, nodded anxiously and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Minos observed the flustered demeanor of the humanoid tiger and couldn't help but smile. Moria seemed to hold considerable concern for his companion, which explained his audacity to intrude upon Blackbeard's pirate crew. Absalom's frantic behavior on the staircase caught the attention of Dr. Hogback, who was just emerging, leaving Hogback quite perplexed as to why there was such commotion in his own abode. Dr. Hogback inquired, "Absalom, why are you in such a rush?" Upon hearing the doctor's words, Absalom promptly halted. With a look of urgency, he explained, "This is bad news. That fellow Minos has arrived here." Initially, Dr. Hogback was puzzled and did not grasp whom Absalom referred to. However, as he contemplated, realization dawned upon him. "Are you referring to the Yonko Minos?" he asked hastily. Absalom nodded vigorously, and upon witnessing this acknowledgement, Hogback's racing heart finally settled. "It's truly strange," Hogback mused incredulously. "How could Yonko Minos possibly come to this desolate island?" Noticing that Hogback had not voiced further concerns, Absalom dashed towards Moria's quarters. Yet, en route, he encountered an unassuming little ghost named Perona. Typically, Absalom would engage in playful interactions with her, but this time, he rushed past without so much as a greeting. Perona, bewildered, swiftly floated in front of Absalom and asked, "Absalom, what is happening? Why are you in such a frenzy?" Without pausing, Absalom replied while continuing his sprint that Yonko Minos has come to our territory. Perona stood frozen in shock. If she had not misheard, it seemed that Yonko Minos had indeed arrived at their home. Without waiting for Perona, Absalom hurriedly ascended the stairs. At last, he reached Moria's chamber and threw open the door, exclaiming, "This is dire. Yonko Minos has come to our castle." Moria, who was currently utilizing his devil fruit powers, was taken aback by Absalom's sudden proclamation. If he heard correctly, it appeared that Yonko Minos had indeed arrived at his castle. In a state of alarm, Moria asked, "Absalom, did I just hear you say that Yonko Minos has come to our castle?" Absalom nodded fervently, "Yes, Master Moria. Minos is already here and insists on meeting you personally." Moria, utterly astonished, could hardly believe the audacity of Minos. "Intruding upon my territory is one thing, but demanding my presence is utterly audacious." Seething with anger, Moria bellowed, "You audacious Minos, your arrogance knows no bounds." Without allowing Absalom to interject, Moria solemnly declared, "Let us proceed, Absalom. We must ascend and discern the intentions of this Minos." With that, Moria strode forth with his peculiar gait, making his way downward. Meanwhile, Minos was engaged in conversation with Hogback. Minos gazed at the anxious Dr. Hogback with keen interest and inquired, "I have heard that you are indeed a physician?" At that moment, Dr. Hogback regretted his impulsive decision to descend prematurely to meet Minos. Confronted with Minos' question, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. With a bitter expression, Dr. Hogback replied, "Indeed, I am a doctor." Minos let out a light chuckle. "I have heard that you possess the skill to sew bodies." Dr. Hogback was sweating profusely, his anxiety escalating. Just as Dr. Hogback was about to respond, Moria descended the staircase, fuming, "Well, Minos, how dare you intrude upon my territory without so much as a word? Now, you even have the audacity to bully my people. Do you think me an easy target?" Minos gazed at Moria, who was followed by Perona and others, along with the sound of Moria's footsteps, and couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Moria, noticing Minos's disregard and his audacity to laugh, felt insulted, as if he were being belittled. The more he pondered this, the more his irritation grew, prompting him to roar in fury. "Damn it, Minos, do you look down upon me?" Minos cast a glance at Moria, whose face was contorted with rage, and chuckled softly. "Moria, I merely find it amusing to see you walk and emit such peculiar sounds." "What? Minos, you have gone too far." Moria glared at Minos, his fury palpable. Minos gazed at Moria with a cold demeanor and remarked, "Moria, have you lost your sense of self? How dare you exhibit such arrogance towards me?" As he spoke, a crimson light flickered in Minos's eyes, and an overwhelming black-purple aura surged forth, enveloping Moria and his companions. Moria felt the sudden onslaught of this domineering presence, nearly bending at the waist under its weight. Behind him, Dr. Hogback, Perona, and Absalom were all rendered prone, writhing in agony beneath Minos's oppressive force. Hearing the cries of his subordinates, Moria shouted urgently, "Minos, you despicable scoundrel! If you possess any courage, release my men so we may engage in a duel." Minos laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Moria, you can scarcely withstand my conqueror's haki, and yet you still dare to challenge me? Truly, you overestimate your own capabilities." "How infuriating!" Moria retorted. "Do not be overly arrogant, Minos. I am a warrior who has battled Kaido in the New World. How could I possibly be subdued by mere conqueror's haki?" As Moria spoke, a dark aura erupted from him. His chest puffed out as he fixed a steadfast gaze upon Minos. Minos gazed in astonishment at the sudden outburst of Moria, initially believing him to be rather inept. To his surprise, he did not anticipate such an eruption of strength. Minos gradually retracted his conqueror's haki and, with a teasing glance at Moria, remarked, "I had thought that the so-called warlord Moria would be unable to withstand even my conqueror's haki." Moria, filled with indignation, glared at the playful Minos and retorted, "You underestimate me far too much, Minos. I am one who has battled with Kaido." "What?" Minos was nearly amused by Moria's words. He was well aware that Moria had engaged in battle with the youthful Kaido. However, it was Kaido who had decisively bested him, resulting in the annihilation of Moria's entire crew and leaving him utterly demoralized. Minos gazed at Moria with indifference and remarked, "What significance does merely having engaged in battle hold? I have even fought to a standstill against Kaido. Upon hearing Minos's words, Moria was momentarily rendered speechless, seemingly unable to conjure a compelling counterargument. In silence, the weight of comparison became palpable. Those overshadowed by another are left in an awkward predicament. Minos cast a loud, sinister laugh at the silent Moria, saying, "Moria, you have lost your spirit." Minos paused momentarily, yet his gaze remained fixated on Moria. Observing Minos' demeanor, a sense of foreboding surged within Moria, prompting him to exclaim in alarm, "Minos, what on earth do you intend to do?" Minos gazed at the increasingly flustered Moria before him and remarked with an air of indifference, "Moria, you have outlived your usefulness. Why not relinquish your shadow fruit and allow me to elevate its potential?" The utterly bland tone of Minos left Moria in shock. What did it mean that he was no longer of use? What did it signify to surrender the shadow fruit, only to have him aid in its grand proliferation? At this moment, Moria felt a profound fear. Minos was nothing less than a demon cloaked in human guise. Minos regarded Moria, whose fear and panic were palpable, and flatly stated, "Moria, surrender your devil fruit power, or you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." Moria, upon hearing Minos's exceedingly calm yet absurd declaration, erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Minos? Minos? Do you not perceive the absurdity of your jest?" Before Minos could respond, Moria continued, "If you wish to seize my devil fruit ability, then come and take it yourself. I am not one to cower before death." As his words fell, countless shadows emanated from Moria, forming sharp shadowy spears. Moria intoned solemnly, "Shadow spear," and immediately the pointed shadowy projectile surged forth toward Minos in a fierce assault. Minos observed the shadow spear hurtling directly toward him, yet he refrained from excessive movement. With a simple elevation of his hand, he clenched his fist tightly. The armament color of Haki enveloped his fist as he delivered a powerful strike beneath Moria's shadow spear. A crisp sound resonated throughout the immense castle, as Minos shattered Moria's attack with a single blow. Minos gazed at Moria with an expression of disbelief and remarked, "Moria, it appears you truly fail to comprehend the chasm that exists between us." In response, Moria bellowed, "Shadow warrior," as the shadow behind him morphed into a shadowy warrior, charging towards Minos with fierce intent. Minos gazed intently at the advancing shadow of Moria, its dark form lunging towards him. He clenched his fist once more, the armor of his Haki enveloping it. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his fist upon the shadow of Moria, causing it to shatter upon contact with the fortified aura. Minos laughed heartily, "Moria, you truly are pathetic." With that, he vanished from his position, appearing beside Moria in an instant, his arm enveloped in the power of Haki, delivering a powerful punch to Moria. In an instant, Moria was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. This sight filled Moria's subordinates with concern as they hurried to his side. Perona anxiously asked, "Lord Moria, are you all right?" Absalom and Dr. Hogback looked down at Moria with expressions of deep worry. Rising from the ground, Moria, upon hearing the calls of his subordinates, spoke in a low voice, "That rascal Minos is far too formidable. We may be in serious trouble." Perona, trembling in fear, exclaimed, "What should we do, Lord Moria?" Moria gazed at the three worried faces before him and assured them, "Do not worry. I shall protect you." With that, Moria shouted, "Minos, come at me once more." Before Minos's eyes, shadows from Ghost Island began to converge upon the castle from the distance. To an outsider, the scene would appear to be a swirling mass of darkness. The shadows entered the castle, all merging into Moria's body. In that moment, Moria's physique began to swell, growing stronger with each passing second. He continued to absorb shadows until he had taken in nearly 1,000, which is quite reasonable given the events of 3 years prior, at which point he finally ceased. Moria gazed upon the colossal figure before him, emanating an aura of terrifying power, and let out a hearty laugh. Moria, I had always thought you were more inept than the sand crocodile, but it appears you are far superior to him." At that moment, Moria felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, yet simultaneously endured excruciating pain that rendered him quite uncomfortable. "Minos, prepare to face my technique, shadow convergence." In an instant, an immense power surged through my body as I forcefully unleashed a punch aimed directly at Minos. Minos gazed at Moria, his formidable right fist coiled with power, enveloped in the armor of Haki. As the energy reached a critical threshold, he intoned gravely, "A mere punch." In an instant, a colossal black fist materialized before Minos, hurtling towards Moria's own fist. The two fists clashed violently in midair, shattering the castle and unleashing a torrent of force that ravaged the surrounding trees and earth. Deep fissures marred the ground, and had Perona and her companions not managed to escape, they would surely have perished beneath this overwhelming current. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars, culminating at a climactic juncture when Moria's fist was decisively obliterated by Minos's ordinary punch, the powerful blow surging directly towards Moria. As the dark fist barreled towards him, Moria hastily sought to employ his devil fruit abilities for protection. Yet, it was too late. He was struck directly by the ominous fist. In that moment, Moria was sent sprawling to the ground, his massive form crushing the earth beneath him. Wails echoed across the land, piercing the hearts of Perona and her allies. Once the cries subsided, Moria's body began to shrink, shadows darting outward. Before long, Moria reverted to his normal state, yet the visible injuries adorned his form, a testament to the ferocity of the encounter. Minos approached Moria, gazing at the nearly unconscious figure beside him, his expression devoid of emotion. After a prolonged silence, Minos spoke with an air of indifference. "Moria, you truly possess remarkable qualities. Had you not succumbed to defeat at the hands of Kaido, perhaps you would have secured your place in the new world by now. However," Minos continued, "now that you have fallen, I shall harness the full potential of your shadow fruit." At this point, a booming laughter erupted from Minos on this ghostly island. Hearing Minos's words once more, Moria, who had been on the brink of losing consciousness, suddenly summoned his strength and fixed his gaze intently upon Minos. Minos casually glanced at Moria and spoke flatly, "However, we still need to deal with a few pesky rodents." A glimmer of crimson flickered in Minos's eyes as his observation hockey swept across everything. Perona, Absalom, and Dr. Hogback had concealed themselves amidst the ruins. Nevertheless, Minos's true target was not them, but rather a zombie clad in samurai attire. Wielding a katana that exuded an extraordinary aura, Minos softly inquired, "Are you not coming out?" The so-called warrior. As the words fell, Minos beheld a zombie clad in white warrior garb emerging from the shadows, wielding a sword. The zombie spoke in a deep tone. "I never anticipated that such a formidable individual as yourself would exist in this era." Minos spoke blandly. "I never anticipated that the dragon slayer from Wano country would manifest here as a zombie." The dragon horse zombie replied in a deep voice, "Do you recognize me? Yet, the past is merely a fleeting memory, unworthy of mention." The words of the dragon horse zombie paused momentarily, as if there were something more to express. Minos furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something that cannot be spoken?" The dragon horse zombie shook his head and replied solemnly, "What a pity, Your Excellency is not a warrior. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to spar with you in swordsmanship." Minos heard the words of the dragon horse zombie, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered whether to indulge such a desire. After a moment's reflection, considering the tasks he still needed to accomplish, Minos ultimately abandoned this notion. Minos said blandly, "It is truly regrettable that I am not a swordsman." The dragon horse zombie replied in a deep voice, "You are already one of the two great individuals in the world. There is no need to be greedy." Minos spoke blandly, "Even if you praise me, I cannot escape dissolution today." The dragon horse zombie laughed heartily. "I have already experienced the matter of death once. There is nothing to fear." Minos nodded slightly and spoke coldly, "Will you resolve this yourself, or shall I intervene?" The dragon horse zombie gazed at the formidable Minos and replied in a deep voice, "I wish to witness the prowess of the strong in this era." Minos, upon hearing the seemingly ordinary words dragon horse zombie, instantly comprehended his intent. Minos spoke softly, "You may strike first. Should I take action, you shall have no opportunity." The dragon horse zombie nodded, drawing forth the black blade, autumn water, and solemnly declared, "Esteemed sir, do take care." With that, he gently swung the autumn water, unleashing a wave of sword chi that surged towards Minos. Minos gazed upon the dragon horse zombie, whose effortless display of swordsmanship revealed a prowess reminiscent of a master swordsman, suggesting a formidable strength in its former life. Minos enveloped his fist with armament haki and struck forcefully against the sword's aura. The clash reverberated with a piercing roar, as if the sword's energy had collided with impenetrable steel. Although Longma, the zombie swordsman, wielded his sword with mastery, the aura he unleashed was ultimately shattered by Minos's single punch. Minos gazed at the dragon horse zombie and remarked indifferently, "In your former life, I could not discern who was mightier. Yet, in this moment, I surpass you in strength." As soon as the words left his lips, Minos vanished from his position, swiftly reappearing behind the dragon horse zombie, delivering a powerful punch. The dragon horse zombie, seemingly aware of the impending strike, countered with the autumn water, meeting Minos's ebony fist with unwavering resolve. Minos smirked coldly, exerting greater force as he struck the dragon steed down to the ground with a single punch. Instantly, Dust began to rise. Minos gazed silently at all that lay within the dust, and soon a dragon horse zombie emerged from the haze. Minos heard the dragon horse zombie declare, "This body has begun to crumble. Otherwise, I would still aspire to fight until the very end." Minos gazed at the swaying form of the dragon horse zombie, pondering whether that last punch had nearly shattered him. Under Minos's watchful eyes, the dragon horse zombie unleashed his final move, the Nose Brother 3-ding arrow tail. Instantly, a multitude of sword energies surged towards him. Observing this scene, Minos smiled gently, enveloping his fists in armament haki, effortlessly striking down each wave of sword energy. It was a simple task, causing him no harm whatsoever. At last, the onslaught of sword energies ceased. Minos lifted his gaze to the dragon horse zombie, only to find him collapsed on the ground, motionless, yet still gripping the autumn water tightly in his hand. Minos observed a shadow emerging from the body of the dragon horse zombie, seemingly returning to another individual. However, Minos remained indifferent. Gazing at the dragon horse zombie before him, he reflected, "No matter how resplendent you may be, you cannot escape the ravages of time, nor can you evade the agony of death." Minos gazed quietly at the dragon horse zombie. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching Moria to assess the situation. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Perona, accompanied by the humanoid tiger and the doctor. Minos was at a loss for words. It was incomprehensible that they chose not to flee, but rather to walk into certain peril. On Moria's side, Perona was no longer a mere specter, but had taken on corporeal form. In a state of urgency, she called out, "Lord Moria, are you unharmed?" Absalom and Dr. Hogback looked on with concern for Moria. Initially stirred by Minos' provocation, Moria's consciousness had gradually faded into a haze. However, upon hearing Perona's persistent calls, he was able to discern the three figures before him. As Moria began to regain his awareness, Perona and the others expressed their joy, exclaiming, "Lord Moria, you have finally awakened." Moria, weakened, replied, "Why are you still here? You must leave at once. That despicable Minos will not spare you." With unwavering resolve, Perona and the others looked at Moria and declared, "If not for your rescue and shelter, we would have perished long ago." In unison, they professed, "We are willing to live and die alongside you, Lord Moria." Moria felt a profound sense of gratitude for the trio before him. Yet he realized that escape was now unlikely. He glanced at Minos lurking behind them and bitterly remarked, "You truly are quite moving. But it seems we may not be able to leave after all." Minos approached the trio of Perona, quietly observing the four individuals of Moria. He listened intently to their conversation. After a considerable pause, Minos spoke in a calm demeanor, "Have you finished? How do you wish to meet your demise?" The utterly mundane voice of Minos sent a chill down the spines of Perona and her companions, as if the grim Reaper himself were beckoning to them. Moria cleared his throat and implored, "Minos, could you spare these three? They are innocent." Minos gazed at the feeble Moria and spoke flatly, "If you were to perish, they would have no one to protect them. Rather than suffer the indignities of others, it would be more merciful for me to send you all down together for a reunion." Moria chuckled hoarsely, "Is that so? What a heartless Minos you are." Minos did not respond to Moria. In truth, in his heart, he believed that Perona and the others would be better off perishing alongside Moria. Such an outcome would not only signify a reunion, but would also spare them from future humiliation at the hands of others. Thus, the love that Minos sought to realize was one of profound magnitude. Minos swiftly incapacitated the four members of Moria. For now, they must not perish, for they hold significant importance. Minos gazed at the four individuals before him, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. The matters concerning Phantom Island had largely been resolved. Next, it was time to proceed. Minos called out in his heart, "The sovereign is absent." "Ding, is there anything the host requires?" Minos exclaimed with excitement, "Open the system panel." Ding, the host can enter directly. Minos gazed at the system panel with a keen awareness, observing the significant alterations in the slaughter value. Host, Minos age, 19 skills, intermediate armament haki, intermediate observation haki, intermediate conqueror's haki, flowing rock-shattering fist, standard version, ordinary fist, standard version, series of ordinary fists, standard version. Navigation techniques, helmsman skills. Physical condition, peak of the four emperors. Items, 1 supreme great blade. Slaughter value, 33,900 points. Realm, peak admiral, black dragon form, peak of the four emperors. Evaluation, you have become exceedingly powerful. As long as you do not encounter an enemy at the pinnacle of the king level, your survival is assured. Minos smiled gently and said, "Sovereign, I am ready to indulge in a bout of consumption." Ding. Host, Hearing you say that brings me great joy. Minos chuckled. Sovereign, do you not have any thoughts upon witnessing Moria before you? Ding. Host, please refrain from speaking in riddles. Minos smiled gently and said, Tongzi, do you not find the abilities of Moria's shadow fruit strikingly similar to those of another? Ding. Host, could it be that you are referring to? Minos affirmed. Indeed, it is the power of the Shadow King. Ding. The host thought of this, and I truly envy your talent. Minos apologetically remarked, Your Highness, your actions leave me feeling quite embarrassed. Ding. Minos said solemnly, Sire, is the method I proposed feasible? Ding. Please elaborate in detail, host. Minos spoke in a hushed tone. That means utilizing the abilities of the Moria's shadow fruit, combined with the value of slaughter. One could directly acquire the legacy of the Shadow King. Ding. In theory, it is indeed possible, but I must first check the system's marketplace. Minos struggled to suppress the tumult of excitement within, fervently hoping that the sovereign would prove to be formidable. Minos initially refrained from utilizing the value of slaughter for this very moment. The shadow fruit possessed by Moria inherently allows for the attack of enemies through shadows, as well as the manipulation of foes. Does this not align perfectly with the Shadow King among the 9 sovereigns? Furthermore, should the value of slaughter be employed for acquisition, it would effectively bestow upon one the legacy of the Shadow King. Should one acquire the abilities of the Shadow King, it would lead to the summoning of shadow soldiers, thereby establishing a legion of shadows. Just as Minos was immersed in contemplation, the system's notification chime resonated. Ding. Host, this system has verified that the method you proposed is indeed feasible. Minos suppressed the excitement within and spoke. Then, how much slaughter value is required to compensate with the shadow fruit? Ding. According to the calculations of this system, it would necessitate a total of 20,000 points of slaughter value to utilize the shadow fruit as a replacement. Minos exclaimed in astonishment. How could it possibly require 20,000 points of kill value? Beep. Host, in reality, this amount is rather modest. Were it not for the compatibility between the shadow fruit's abilities and those of the Shadow King, one would not even dream of acquiring the Shadow King's legacy with merely 20,000 points. Minos replied sheepishly. I must indeed be quite fortunate. Beep. That is a valid interpretation. Minos smiled gently and said, Zongzi, please assist me in acquiring the legacy of the Shadow King. Beep. Please hold on, host. Soon, Minos witnessed a sphere of dark light manifest around Moria's body, which was subsequently drawn into his own being, or rather, into the confines of the system. Minos paid no heed to Moria's fate, instead awaiting the chime of the system's notification. Ding. Host, the inheritance of the Shadow King has been successfully acquired and is now stored within the system's inventory. To utilize it, simply proceed to use it directly. Minos was filled with exhilaration upon witnessing the transformation of the Shadow King's legacy into a black crystal within his system backpack. After a considerable time, he gradually managed to suppress his excitement. Ding. Host, why do you not directly harness the powers of the Shadow King? Minos listened to the system's curious inquiries, his mind continuously pondering. If he were to harness the powers of the Shadow King, it would undoubtedly lead to enhancement. However, he already possessed the legacy of the Black Dragon King, which would grant him royal strength upon maturation, and at its pinnacle, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Thus, the abilities of the Shadow King were unsuitable for himself, yet even less so for others. It seemed there was no alternative. Minos said solemnly, Sovereign, how much slaughter value would it require if I were to acquire a Hashirama clone? Ding. Host, I must express my admiration for you. It is truly impressive that you could even conceive of a Hashirama clone. Minos laughed heartily, remarking that it was merely a matter of indulging in more anime while on Blue Star. Minos continued, please help me check how much kill value is required for the columnar clone. Ding. Received. The system is currently searching. As Minos listened to the words of the sovereign, a sense of relief gradually enveloped his heart. Once accomplished, he would possess a formidable doppelganger, steadfast and unwavering in loyalty. Frankly speaking, he would not entrust anyone from the original narrative with such a responsibility. The legacy of the Shadow Monarch must be firmly held within his grasp, for it is the most trustworthy and secure path. Thus, the creation of a shadow clone emerged as the most prudent choice. As Minos pondered, the host once again received delightful news. Ding. The avatar of Hashirama has been located. Minos joyfully inquired, how many points of slaughter value are required? A notification chimed in response. Originally, the amount was not substantial. However, following the enhancement by this system. It now necessitates 10,000 points of slaughter value. Minos, perplexed by the system's statement, inquired, "System, have you enhanced the Hashirama clone?" Ding, indeed, host. Under the augmentation of this system, the Hashirama clone now possesses its own consciousness, akin to that of a real person, and will not dissipate. Minos exclaimed with delight. That is truly splendid. It is reassuring that it shall not vanish. Minos continued, "Will he betray me?" Ding, rest assured, dear host, although he possesses consciousness, he shall never betray you. Minos exclaimed with delight, "My dear child, this is truly splendid." However, the clones of Hashirama and the legacy of the Shadow King may possess a certain flaw. Minos, upon hearing the system's words, expressed his concern. System, is there a significant issue? Ding, in response, reassured him, "In truth, there is nothing of great concern." Upon hearing the system's words, Minos felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he remained perplexed as to what deficiencies existed. Contemplating this, Minos inquired, "Oh, esteemed system, what precisely are the shortcomings?" Ding. Although the Hashirama clone is a manifestation of the host, it is, in truth, limited to acquiring only the host's 3 types of haki, lacking any further abilities. For instance, it cannot inherit the powers of the Black Dragon King. Ding. Furthermore, the legacy of the Shadow King is currently sealed, akin to the powers of the Black Dragon King. Consequently, when the Hashirama clone utilizes it, it mirrors the capabilities of the host. Ding. The legacy of the Shadow King is similarly confined to 3 stages: the initial phase, the proficient phase, and ultimately, the pinnacle phase. After listening to the system's words, Minos felt a tinge of regret. However, no ability can be utterly flawless. Otherwise, how would the denizens of the pirate world engage in their adventures? Minos gazed at the legacy of the Shadow King, pondering the ceiling of his own abilities as the Black Dragon King. My lord, what level will the Hashirama clone attain if it employs the powers of the Shadow King? Ding. Rest assured, host. The Hashirama clone can achieve a formidable strength on par with the advanced level of the 4 emperors. Should it absorb a potent shadow, it may even transcend to the pinnacle of the 4 emperors. Upon hearing the system's words, Minos exclaimed with delight, "How splendid! This way, I shall no longer fear being besieged by others." Minos continued, "Master, please assist me in procuring the columnar clone." Ding. Please hold on, host. This system is currently in the process of making the purchase. Minos gazed at the system as it procured the columnar doppelganger, pondering thoughtfully what name he should bestow upon this creation. Minos pondered for an extended period, yet found no inclination to venture outside. However, the system soon conveyed promising news. Ding. Host, the purchase of the Hashirama clone has been successfully completed. Please proceed with its utilization. Ding. The host may also designate the name, height, appearance, and subsequent attire of the Hashirama clone. Minos exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, you truly are remarkable." Ding. Please remain discreet. A panel will appear shortly, at which point you may fill it out directly. As soon as the system finished speaking, Minos beheld a resume template manifesting before him. Minos gazed at the interface above, exclaiming, "How remarkably user-friendly. Were it not for the pirate world he inhabited, he might have believed he had returned to Blue Star." Minos gazed thoughtfully at the name field before him, pondering how best to fill it in. This was his alter ego, and it was imperative that he choose a name that exuded charm and sophistication. Minos pondered for a considerable time, feeling as though his mind was clouded. Yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. Perhaps it would be best to retain his original name. Thus, let him be called Qingxiayu. Upon clicking the confirmation button, Minos beheld that the name had been successfully established. Minos whispered, "Next comes height. Why not set it to 301 centimeters?" Minos clicked the confirmation button in the height section, and soon as height was successfully established, Minos gazed contemplatively at the section regarding appearances, caught in a dilemma. If he were to configure it to his own likeness, it would lack significance. Instead, he resolved to set it to his original visage. As for the final attire, after a moment of reflection, he ultimately decided to don his original outfit, a black t-shirt, black trousers, and, most importantly, a flowing black long coat that billowed elegantly in the wind, exuding an air of undeniable charisma. Minos clicked the confirmation button, and at long last, everything was in order. Minos joyfully remarked, "Master, I have completed the preparations. Should we not allow him to emerge now? Please hold on a moment, host. The character is currently in the process of being created." Minos could no longer contain the excitement swelling within him and exited the system. Minos waited for a brief moment on the Phantom Island. when a stir emanated from the system. Minos gazed ahead, only to behold a dazzling flash of golden light before him. Minos exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the golden legend." In an instant, a brilliant light flashed before him. A young man clad in a black trench coat appeared, tall and slender in stature. Most striking were his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an undeniable air of charisma that was truly unforgettable. Minos gazed at the figure of Qing Xiaoyu before him, momentarily rendered speechless. Minos was loath to admit that he had been outshone by his own doppelganger. The aura of cool confidence, with hands casually tucked into pockets, was something he would never be able to emulate. As Minos remained silent, Qing Xiaoyu took the initiative to greet him. Qing Xiaoyu, observing the quiet Minos, teasingly remarked, "Oh, what's the matter, my original? Do you feel that your doppelganger is more handsome than you?" Minos cast a silent glance at Qing Xiaoyu, feeling quite exasperated by the futility of conversing in such a manner. Minos gazed at the handsome Qing Xiaoyu and inquired, "How do you feel now?" Qing Xiaoyu, shedding his playful demeanor, replied in a calm tone, "At present, I feel my body is stronger, and I possess the three-color haki." As he spoke, his hand was instantly enveloped in a dark hue of armament haki. Minos watched with great delight as Qing Xiaoyu employed the power of armament haki. It was evident now that he had truly succeeded. Minos spoke in a low voice. Now is the time to utilize it. With that, he retrieved a piece of black crystal from the system. Minos gazed at Qing Xiaoyu and spoke in a low voice. "This is the legacy of the Shadow King. By harnessing it now, you shall acquire formidable shadow powers." Qing Xiaoyu took the black crystal from Minos's hand and replied, "Rest assured, my essence. I shall ensure the Shadow King's abilities wreak havoc across the entire ocean." With that, Qing Xiaoyu crushed the black crystal in his grasp. In an instant, a surge of potent black energy erupted from the crystal and coursed into his body. The dark energy flowed throughout Qing Xiaoyu's being, enhancing his inner strength. Minos gazed silently at Qing Xiaoyu, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, pondering in his heart, hoping that this fellow would soon achieve success. As time passed, he sensed a profound transformation occurring within Qing Xiaoyu. A surge of formidable black energy erupted from his being, sending surrounding debris soaring into the air. Meanwhile, Qing Xiaoyu's eyes transformed into brilliant white light, and his long black coat billowed gracefully in the wind. Minos remained indifferent to the turbulent waves of energy. Gazing at Qing Xiaoyu as he spoke, "How do you feel now?" Upon hearing Minos's words, Qing Xiaoyu retracted his own aura and dark energy, his eyes returning to their normal state. He cast a calm glance at Minos and replied, "I suppose this can be considered a success. Moreover, I have also acquired something akin to a system panel." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Minos was somewhat taken aback. However, after a moment of contemplation, he realized that the original text indeed featured a system panel, making its presence here quite reasonable. Minos gazed calmly at Qing Xiaoyu and spoke in a measured tone, "Please investigate the utility of the system panel." Qing Xiaoyu nodded and directed his consciousness toward the system panel. Shadow King Assistant System Host, Qing Xiaoyu, age, 19 years, skills, King S domain, summoning formidable shadow soldiers. Intermediate armament haki, intermediate observation haki, intermediate conqueror S haki. Special talent, stand up. By uttering stand up to a deceased individual, one may extract their shadow. Resting place, abode of the shadow soldier's realm. High 4 emperor's items. None magical power. 120,000. Qing Xiaoyu inquired while observing the system panel. System. What does this magical power signify? Ding. Esteemed king, magical power refers to the duration that shadow soldiers can be summoned. How courteous this system is. If Minos were aware, it would surely sadden him. Qing Xiaoyu, perplexed, asked, "How then can one acquire magical power?" Ding. Esteemed king, magical power is obtained simply by summoning shadow soldiers. Qing Xiaoyu nodded at the system's response. Indeed, I recall that one must not exceed 4 hours post-mortem to extract shadow soldiers, correct? Ding. Indeed, that is accurate, esteemed king. Qing Xiaoyu felt a slight headache at this revelation. There were numerous zombies on this ghost island available for extraction, and failing to do so would be a significant loss. Contemplating this, Qing Xiaoyu posed the question, "Is it possible to extract all the shadows on this island now?" Ding. Principally, it is not permissible. However, as it is the King's first use, a modification can be made, and thus it shall be at the King's discretion. Qing Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you. System. Ding. There is no need for excessive formality, for the Shadow King Assistance System is inherently part of the King, designed merely to facilitate the King's adaptation. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded and exited the system panel. Minos observed that Cheng Xiaoyu had awakened and inquired, "How do you fare? Does this system serve any purpose?" Cheng Xiaoyu replied, "It is quite similar to the system of the original body, I suppose." Minos expressed his astonishment, "Can one also acquire value from slaying?" Cheng Xiaoyu shook his head in response, "It is not the value from killing, but rather the value of magical energy." Minos inquired with confusion, "What exactly is this thing called magic power?" Cheng Xiaoyu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "It is the act of extracting shadows from corpses to obtain magic power." Minos, still perplexed, asked, "What is its actual purpose?" Cheng Xiaoyu explained, "To be precise, magic power represents one's endurance. Possessing it allows for the infinite summoning of shadow soldiers." Minos inquired, "Can the zombies on this island extract shadows now?" Cheng Xiaoyu initially shook his head, but then nodded. Minos gazed at Cheng Xiaoyu with disappointment and remarked, "Is it truly impossible?" Cheng Xiaoyu glanced at Minos and replied calmly, "Initially, it is not feasible, but later the system indicated that a rupture is permissible once." Minos exclaimed with surprise, "Is that really possible?" Cheng Xiaoyu nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed." Minos laughed heartily, saying, "Now, let us witness your performance." With that, he stepped aside, gesturing for Cheng Xiaoyu to begin. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiaoyu approached the dragon horse zombie. Soon, Minos observed Cheng Xiaoyu extending his right hand, pointing at the body of the dragon horse zombie. At that moment, a surge of dark magic enveloped the dragon horse zombie. Suddenly, Minos heard Cheng Xiaoyu command the zombie, "Rise." The dragon horse zombie, shrouded in the dark power, stirred slightly, yet it did not rise. Minos observed the scene and whispered, "This appears to be a failure. Does it not?" Shortly thereafter, he witnessed the dark magic of Cheng Xiaoyu surging once more into the body of the dragon horse zombie. With a grave tone, he declared, "Rather than languishing here in slumber, it would be far better to join me in vanquishing the world." Minos witnessed Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly cry out, "Stand up." Soon, he observed a transformation in the body of the dragon horse zombie, enveloped in a shroud of black energy. A shadowy general composed of white and black energy emerged from the dragon horse zombie's form. In his grasp lay a blade, the infamous black blade Xiao Shui. Upon witnessing the summoning of the dragon horse shadow, Cheng Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, it was accomplished. Cheng Xiaoyu spoke with an air of calm. "From now on, you shall be known as General Filong. Henceforth, you will serve as the commander of the Shadow Legion's inaugural battalion." The General Filong knelt on the ground, solemnly declaring, "General Filong stands ready to serve the king." Cheng Xiaoyu replied evenly, "Return to your resting place for now. Await my summons." Upon hearing Cheng Xiaoyu's words, General Filong transformed into black energy and entered Cheng Xiaoyu's body. Simultaneously, Cheng Xiaoyu felt a surge of power, propelling him to the pinnacle of the fourth yellow. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This sensation is utterly delightful." Minos, of course, witnessed this spectacle and recognized the formidable power that Cheng Xiaoyu had acquired as the Shadow King. After a considerable pause, Minos approached Cheng Xiaoyu and remarked with indifference, "Have you grown stronger once again?" Cheng Xiaoyu, upon hearing Minos speak, replied calmly, "I owe this progress to General Filong, who summoned forth a direct influx of magic power to me, enabling me to ascend to the pinnacle of the four emperors." Upon hearing Cheng Xiaoyu's words, Minos rejoiced, exclaiming, "It seems that General Filong is at least a formidable four sovereigns powerhouse." Cheng Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. He is a four sovereigns powerhouse, but it remains uncertain whether he is of the advanced or pinnacle level." Minos replied nonchalantly, "In due time. The great battle will reveal all." Minos continued, "Now, it is your turn to perform." Cheng Xiaoyu, with a solemn nod, approached Moria and his companions. Since Moria had been forcefully stripped of his shadow fruit by the system, he was already deceased. With a casual wave of his hand, Cheng Xiaoyu unleashed a formidable surge of magic towards Perona and the others. In an instant, all three of them met their demise. Cheng Xiaoyu extended his right hand, enveloping the four in a shroud of black energy. He spoke in a deep voice, "Rise." Soon, aside from Moria's lifeless body, the others began to transform. Before Cheng Xiaoyu appeared three shadow soldiers, formed from white and black energy. He gazed at the three shadow soldiers before him with delight. Yet his eyes fell upon the still figure of Moria. Once more, he directed his magical power towards Moria, stating solemnly, "Rather than lying here in eternal slumber, why not rise to guard me? I can assist you in avenging Kaido, so stand up." Indeed, upon the utterance of these words, Moria's body began to change. Under the cloak of black energy, a towering figure emerged, a shadow general composed of black and white energy, wielding a large blade. Cheng Xiaoyu regarded the 4 distinct shadow soldiers before him, then addressed the blade-wielding general. From now on, you shall be known as Moya. Turning his attention to the other 3 shadow soldiers, one resembled a humanoid tiger, another bore the appearance of a shadow draped in skin, and the last brandished a pair of enormous scissors. Cheng Xiaoyu spoke calmly, "You shall be called Tiger Star, the second shall be Phantom Lady, and the last shall be Scissor Doctor. Henceforth, you will eliminate all foes for me. Do you understand?" The 4 shadow figures knelt, responding, "We shall obey your command, and we will eradicate all enemies for you." Cheng Xiaoyu replied coolly, "Return to your resting place. Your commander, General Filong, awaits you." Upon receiving the royal decree, the 4 shadows transformed into black energy and entered Cheng Xiaoyu's body. Minos approached Cheng Xiaoyu and spoke in a calm manner. "Next, we must deal with these soldiers. I wonder if you possess confidence." Cheng Xiaoyu gazed at Minos and replied with equal composure, "Do not worry, my friend. I am certain of my success." He continued, "However, once we have completed our tasks here, where shall we go next? Additionally, shall we proceed together?" Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Minos couldn't help but ponder in his heart. As for where to go first, he had already formed an idea. However, whether the 2 should act together remained a question. Minos pondered for a moment before speaking. "Once we have resolved matters here, let us first journey to the Shambadi archipelago." Cheng Xiaoyu inquired, "What purpose do we have in going there?" Minos gazed at the perplexed Cheng Xiaoyu and spoke calmly, "To reach the New World, we must pass through Shambo Island. You might as well achieve something significant there. Subsequently, we shall divide our forces to assault the New World." Cheng Xiaoyu replied with keen interest, "Indeed, your strategy is quite commendable. However, if we separate, you will be left without anyone by your side." Minos replied softly, "There is no need for concern. Even if we are unable to prevail, I can always make my escape." Cheng Xiaoyu smiled gently, "Then it is settled. As it happens, I too wish to test the strength of the Shadow Legion." Minos gazed at Cheng Xiaoyu and proposed, "How about this? Upon entering the New World, you directly launch an assault on one of the 4 Emperor's factions." Cheng Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on Minos and gently smiled, "Very well, it shall be the moment when I, the Shadow King, make a formidable entrance into the New World." Minos gazed at Cheng Xiaoyu with a grave demeanor and stated, "Very well, let's not linger on words. You shall first proceed to subjugate the Shadow Legion." Cheng Xiaoyu nodded in affirmation and turned to stride toward the nearby forest. Upon reaching a suitably advantageous position, a surge of dark energy erupted from Cheng Xiaoyu's being. In a low voice, he declared, "Realm of the Shadow King." Instantly, the black energy emanated from his form, radiating outward until it enveloped the entire island, ceasing only when the area was fully saturated. Cheng Xiaoyu commanded, "Arise." Immediately, from the corpses ensconced in his dark energy, appeared soldiers of shadow, their forms a striking contrast of black and white. He proclaimed, "You are all my Shadow Legion. Together, we shall traverse the world and conquer it. Return to your positions at once." At his command, the shadow soldiers transformed into black energy and surged into Cheng Xiaoyu's body. Simultaneously, he sensed a burgeoning strength within himself, though he found himself unable to transcend the level of a king, which filled him with a hint of disappointment. How he longed to break through that barrier. At that moment, Minos approached and inquired with a calm expression, "Approximately how many shadow soldiers have you summoned?" Cheng Xiaoyu, still tinged with disappointment, replied, "There are 1,000 shadow soldiers." Minos gazed at Cheng Xiaoyu, whose expression was one of disappointment, and said calmly, "That is still quite commendable. In the future, we shall extract more shadows." Cheng Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, let us seize another opportunity when we visit the Shambadi archipelago." Minos turned his gaze towards Cheng Xiaoyu and inquired, "Would you care to accompany me to the archipelago of Shangwodi?" Minos gazed silently at Cheng Xiaoyu, eager to observe his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Xiaoyu spoke, "I shall venture to the Shambard Islands by myself. Along the way, should I encounter any pirates, I may also acquire a contingent of shadow soldiers." As Minos observed that Cheng Xiaoyu had made his choice, he ceased his attempts to retain him. For a prolonged moment, neither spoke. Bidding farewell to oneself is an extraordinary experience. Both remained silent. Eventually, Minos turned to the nonchalant Cheng Xiaoyu and said, "I shall take my leave now. Let us meet again in the archipelago of Chambo." With that, Minos proceeded towards the yacht, for he was not fond of farewells. Cheng Xiaoyu glanced at the departing Minos and softly remarked, The original self is indeed a fascinating individual. He continued, however, it is time for me to depart as well. With that, Cheng Xiaoyu walked towards the forest. Minos arrived at the forest and encountered those who had been imprisoned by Moria. They were astonished to see Minos emerge from within, as there had seemingly been a tremendous commotion moments ago. Minos gazed at their curious expressions and stated calmly, Moria has perished. You may leave at your discretion. What? Moria is truly dead? This is inconceivable. Moria is incredibly powerful. Minos listened to the various doubts expressed by the people around him, feeling no inclination to engage further in conversation. The journey, which was already short, continued as Minos traversed through the forest. Just as he was about to exit the woodland, he sensed a disturbance within. Instantly, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes as he activated his observation hotkey. Before him stood a skeleton adorned with an explosive hairstyle. Minos retrieved his observation hotkey, gazing calmly at the forest, and spoke, Come forth, skeleton. As soon as Minos uttered these words, a skeleton with an explosive hairstyle emerged from the woods. Minos gazed upon the skeleton, fully aware of its identity. Yet, he found no inclination to inquire further. Minos sought neither subordinates nor companions. Indeed, the Shadow King was, in essence, a manifestation of himself, thus not considered a subordinate. Minos and the skeleton gazed silently at one another, words unspoken between them. Minos, disinterested in prolonging the conversation with Brooke, inquired, Skeleton, what brings you to me? The skeleton, taken aback, responded, My lord, are you truly unafraid of me? Minos listened to the skeleton's words with disdain, remarking, A mere skeleton is of no consequence. The skeleton replied with a hint of bitterness. Do you not wish to know who I am? Do you not seek to understand the reason behind my current state? Minos listened to the skeleton's words with a sense of incredulity. He was well aware of the skeleton's identity and the reasons behind its current state. However, Minos had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with the skeleton. Advancing into the new world was the most prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, Minos regarded the skeleton before him and coldly declared, I have no interest in what you are saying. If you continue to disturb me, I shall ensure you meet your demise once more. The skeleton, upon hearing Minos's words, was taken aback, exclaiming, You, how could you possibly know that I have died before? Minos gazed at the frantic demeanor of the skeleton before him and remarked indifferently, Isn't it merely a devil fruit? What significance does it hold? The skeleton, with a bitter expression, replied, Indeed, you are truly someone capable of defeating Moria and that zombie. Just a single glance reveals that I have been transformed into this state due to the devil fruit. Minos gazed at the skeleton and coldly remarked, While I am in a pleasant mood, it would be wise for you to depart at once. Otherwise, he paused momentarily. Yet his frigid gaze remained fixed upon the skeleton. The skeleton, feeling the weight of Minos's icy stare, experienced an involuntary shiver, despite the fact that he possessed no heart. Hastily, the skeleton replied, I am Brooke, and I wish to join your ship. Minos felt a tinge of surprise. He never anticipated that Brooke would express a desire to join his ship. However, Minos was not as naive as Monkey D. Luffy. Thus, he deemed the proposition unnecessary. Minos retracted his icy gaze and replied in a subdued tone, I require no crew whatsoever. Minos gazed at Brooke, who, upon hearing his previous words, exhibited a countenance of disappointment. Nevertheless, he continued, however, there exists a pirate crew you may join. The initially disheartened Brooke's demeanor transformed into one of joy as he inquired, What is the name of this pirate crew? Observing Brooke's enthusiasm, a faint smile graced Minos's lips as he replied, Simply await the arrival of a fellow adorned with a straw hat. With that, Minos departed, leaving behind a bewildered Brooke. After some time, Minos could still hear Brooke's voice echoing, When will he arrive? Minos did not respond to Brooke and walked directly towards the yacht, leaving Brooke with a visage of despair. Soon, Minos arrived at the fog-laden waters. Gazing at the yacht before him, he gracefully leapt aboard. Welcome back, master, the gentle voice of the intelligent steward resonated. Minos nodded, then approached the chair and reclined, falling silent thereafter. Minos gazed at the dense fog and inquired, Intelligent butler, how long will it take to reach the Shabu Islands from here? Master, please hold on for a moment, replied the intelligent butler. I am currently conducting a search. Minos reclined comfortably in his chair, savoring the delightful ease of his position. At last, he was en route to the enchanting Shambodi Islands. Beyond the Shambodi Islands lay the New World, where adventures promised to be even more thrilling. What strategies would the other emperors employ against him? As he pondered this, a subtle smile graced Minos's lips. With the formidable might of the Shadow King and the Shadow Legion at his disposal, Navigating the new world would surely be as effortless as a fish in water. As Minos was still deep in thought, the gentle voice of the intelligent steward resounded, "Master, I have already gathered the information." Minos reclined in his chair and stated with an air of indifference, "How much time is required?" The intelligent butler replied in a soothing voice, "Master, it will likely take approximately 10 days. Minos said blandly, "Smart butler, set a course directly for the archipelago of Scombridi." "Very well, master. Please take your seat," responded the smart butler as it commenced the activation of the yacht. Minos remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the sea shrouded in thick mist. Soon, he sensed that the yacht had begun its journey. Minos reclined quietly in his chair, his heart devoid of sorrow or joy, simply yearning for the day he would arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Xiaoyu meandered through the forest. Observing the dense foliage before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of futility. Had he known, he would have preferred to accompany his original self. At that moment, he caught wind of a cacophony of voices ahead, whereupon he ventured closer, driven by curiosity. To his surprise, he discovered that the individuals in dispute were former captives of Moria, who, upon his demise, had regained their shadows. They speculated whether Moria had indeed been vanquished. Igniting their quarrel, Cheng Xiaoyu, bemused by their incessant bickering, questioned the necessity of their discord. With this thought in mind, he stepped forth from the forest and declared, "Indeed, Moria has perished. Is there truly a need for this argument?" The sudden appearance of Cheng Xiaoyu startled the gathered individuals. Upon recognizing him as a young man, their wariness dissipated, and one of them inquired, "Are you also a captive of that Moria fellow?" Cheng Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words. Should he divulge that Moria had been forcefully absorbed by the system of his original self, only to have his shadow extracted to create shadow soldiers? Cheng Xiaoyu remained silent, pondering the unfortunate fate of Moria. Initially, he had been inexplicably beaten, subsequently had his powers forcibly extracted, and ultimately was transformed into mere shadow soldiers by his own hand. The onlookers, interpreting his silence as a sign of sorrow, refrained from further conversation. Cheng Xiaoyu, maintaining his composure, asked, "So, are you all planning to leave this island?" A swordsman among them replied, "Indeed. We all wish to depart, but we lack a vessel to do so." Cheng Xiaoyu contemplated, suggesting, "Perhaps we could construct one ourselves or search for any abandoned ships from before." The swordsman expressed trepidation, stating, "We would like to search, but we fear that Moria may not be truly dead, which is why we hesitate." After considering the swordsman's words, Cheng Xiaoyu slowly proposed, "Why don't I accompany you in your search?" The swordsman, elated, exclaimed, "Wonderful. The more hands, the greater our strength." Cheng Xiaoyu smiled faintly, but hold on a moment. "Let me assess the situation first." With that, a glimmer of red light flickered in his eyes as he activated his observation haki. Under the scrutiny of his heightened senses, he swiftly detected a dilapidated ship in the nearby waters, which, with some repairs, could potentially be seaworthy. Cheng Xiaoyu retracted his haki and informed them, "It appears there is a broken ship not far from here. With some fixing, it should suffice." The others rejoiced, exclaiming, "You're incredible, young man in black." Cheng Xiaoyu smiled silently as he walked towards the sea. The others followed him, for this vessel represented their hope. Under Cheng Xiaoyu's guidance, they soon arrived at the seafront and beheld the dilapidated ship. The sight of the broken vessel filled the others with joy, as they believed a simple repair would suffice. Before long, with the efforts of Cheng Xiaoyu and his companions, the ship was restored. Thus, they embarked upon their journey, leaving behind the ghost island. Brooke, standing on the shore, watched the departing figures of Cheng Xiaoyu and his companions, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. Now, he was truly alone. Yet, he pondered, when would the one in the straw hat arrive? At the naval base of Sabaody archipelago, Kizuru and Garp were in disarray. The chaos unleashed by Minos had also struck the Sabaody archipelago. However, under their control, all matters were finally resolved today. Leaning back in his chair, Kizuru remarked bitterly, "Vice Admiral Garp, I should never have come to Sabaody archipelago with you. I am utterly exhausted." Garp, devoid of his usual mirth, replied with a weary expression, "You young ones complain of fatigue too easily. Look at my age. I still have to deal with these troublesome affairs." Kizaru, equally fatigued, lamented, "If it weren't for that Minos fellow, the seas wouldn't be in turmoil, and we wouldn't be facing such a multitude of issues." Upon hearing Kizaru's reference to Minos, Garp's expression darkened. "Indeed, that rascal Minos is the root of our troubles. We should have been able to relax here at Sabaody archipelago, but now we are worn out." Kizaru, observing Garp's grim demeanor, remarked, "I wonder where that Minos fellow has gone. There has been no word of him lately. I wonder if he will come to Sabaody Archipelago. Garp fell into deep thought at Kizaru's words. He was right. It had indeed been a long time since Minos had made an appearance. After a moment's contemplation, Garp suggested, let us wait here for a while. If Minos has ventured to the New World, then with his penchant for trouble, the New World must be in uproar by now. Kizaru, reclining in his chair, responded with a bitter tone, then let us continue to wait here. Garp shouted in anger, when that Minos rascal arrives at Sabaody Archipelago, I shall teach him a lesson. Kizaru, looking at the furious Garp, replied resignedly, then, Vice Admiral Garp, the responsibility will rest upon you. I shall merely assist. Cass, observing the languid Kizaru, snorted softly but chose to remain silent. At Marine headquarters in Marine Ford, in the office of the Admiral, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru engaged in conversation. Little Tsuru, you cannot fathom how exhausted I am, Sengoku said, his tone heavy with fatigue. Tsuru sighed, the troubles caused by that Minos fellow are indeed extraordinary. Your exhaustion is only to be expected. In the turbulent seas, Admiral Sengoku remarked, the chaos instigated by Minos has inflicted severe losses upon our Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Tsuru, casting a glance at Sengoku, solemnly replied, indeed, the losses are substantial, yet we have firmly established our dominion over the four seas, with Shanks reigning in the New World. Our burdens have lightened considerably. Sengoku, contemplating, responded slowly, it seems the world government has struck a deal with Shanks. Tsuru nodded in agreement, calmly stating, an agreement has indeed been reached, but it may serve our interests well. Sengoku let out a rueful smile, expressing a hope that it would truly benefit the Navy. Tsuru remained silent, deep in thought, while Sengoku chose not to interrupt his contemplation. In the New World, at Onigashima, Kaido reveled in his stronghold, indulging in drink and laughter. The right-hand man, King, observed Kaido's exuberance and remarked, it appears the Admiral is in high spirits. Kaido, still laughing, responded, I told you. That little brat Minos is as mad as I am. The recent turmoil in the seas, which seemed a testament to the Navy's incompetence, was in fact incited by that rascal Minos. King, observing Kaido's unrestrained mirth, sighed, it is precisely because of the Yonko Minos that we have clashed with the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, the pirates of the New World are beginning to question the authority of the Yonko. Kaido's laughter faded, replaced by a cold demeanor as he retorted, the Whitebeard crew has indeed grown excessively arrogant. Were it not for Shanks intervening in the chaos, I would have relished the opportunity to engage Whitebeard in battle. He paused before adding, as for the other pirates in the New World, they are merely a band of jesters. Should they overstep their bounds, I will personally show them what true strength entails. King, addressing Kaido, remarked, Shanks is quite insidious, his loyalties ambiguous. It seems he may have allied with the Navy. At the mention of cooperation, Kaido's expression hardened. After a prolonged silence, he declared, Shanks has always been ambiguous. Yet it appears he has indeed forged an alliance with the world government. King, astonished, replied, it seems we must tread carefully around Shanks, otherwise we may find ourselves ensnared by his machinations. Kaido scoffed, Shanks must be taught a lesson, otherwise he will continue to meddle in our affairs. King remained silent, trusting in Kaido's capability to become the next Joy Boy. After a while, Kaido solemnly stated, if any intelligence regarding Minos surfaces in the New World, inform me immediately. King, noting Kaido's serious demeanor, responded, understood, Admiral. In the New World, within the waters of the red-haired pirates, Shanks and Beckman stood upon an island, gazing solemnly at the vast ocean before them, enveloped in a profound silence. After a prolonged pause, Beckman broke the stillness with a grave remark. The impact of this recent turmoil has been exceedingly great. Shanks, maintaining his serious demeanor, continued to stare at the sea until Beckman's words prompted him to respond in a low voice, indeed, the repercussions are immense. Had we not intervened in time, both the New World and the Four Seas would have faced severe upheaval. Beckman produced a cigar, igniting it and inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke, which swirled around them. He spoke again, his tone somber. One can only say that the actions of that little brat, Minos, have far-reaching consequences. Shanks replied, still serious. Minos is a man even more unhinged than Kaido. Should he reach the New World, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. Beckman nodded in agreement. Once he arrives in the New World, disorder will escalate. Before Shanks could interject, Beckman continued, the Minos is powerful now, he lacks followers. This presents a strategic opportunity. Shanks took up Beckman's thread, stating gravely, if Minos comes to the New World to openly recruit subordinates, countless pirates will undoubtedly rally to his cause. His title as one of the 5 emperors will then be well earned. Beckman affirmed seriously, Minos is an uncontrollable variable. If not managed properly, the new world will plunge into even greater turmoil. Shanks, staring at the ocean in contemplative silence, finally uttered coldly, then let the new world become Minos's final battleground. Beckman, observing Shanks' resolute decision, remained silent. Shanks's choice was his own, and they were the best of companions. In the new world, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and Marco, along with others, bore expressions of concern. The recent turmoil had seen both the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates simultaneously opposing them. After a lengthy silence, Marco spoke gravely, Father, this is dire news. Have the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates formed an alliance? Whitebeard responded with a serious tone, previously. They were indeed of the same ilk. Their collaboration now is hardly surprising. Marco expressed his worries. What should we do? If the 2 emperors unite, we shall be at a disadvantage. Whitebeard erupted in hearty laughter. I am Whitebeard. Even if Kaido and Big Mom join forces, I fear them not. Indeed, Father is the strongest man in the world. What fear do we have of mere Kaido and Big Mom? Shouted the crew. With you by our side. The Whitebeard pirates are the mightiest force. Taking down the Beast Pirates will be a mere trifle. Whitebeard gazed at the cheering crew below, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, a flicker of anxiety passed through his eyes. In the new world, on Cake Island, Katakuri and Smoothie, along with several others, stood below in silence. At that moment, Big Mom gazed at the newspaper in her hand, her expression dark and foreboding. This instilled fear in her children, who lowered their heads, hesitant to respond. After a prolonged silence, Big Mom suddenly clenched the newspaper tightly and roared, that little brat Minos is utterly detestable. He has the entire ocean spinning in chaos. She continued. Furthermore, can you explain why we engaged in battle with the Whitebeard pirates? Upon hearing her words, her children remained silent, heads bowed. Katakuri, casting a serious glance at Big Mom, remarked that Minos certainly has thrown the entire sea into turmoil. Moreover, our confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates is indeed related to him. Katakuri pressed on. If it weren't for the chaos instigated by Minos, we would not have clashed with the Whitebeard pirates. Should we dismiss the facts? Does Minos bear no blame at all? Big Mom fell silent upon hearing Katakuri's words. After a long pause, she spoke with indignation. If that Minos arrives in the new world, notify me immediately. She added, I need to teach that little brat a lesson and remind him not to be so arrogant. Katakuri, observing Big Mom's fury, solemnly replied, Understood. In Mariewa, the bald-headed sword-wielding Elder Stars spoke angrily. This Minos is indeed the root of the problem. Look at the turmoil he has caused in the new world. The Elder Stars with a mustache lamented. Who would have thought that a momentary lapse would allow Minos to become such a significant threat? The Elder Stars with a long beard expressed helplessness. The current situation is not what anyone wished to see. The crucial point is that Shanks has taken the initiative to deal with Minos. The Elder Star with short yellow hair said solemnly, Shanks should be serious about cooperating. The Elder Star with a cane remarked helplessly. It's mainly due to the unique nature of Shanks' identity that we chose to collaborate with him. The office fell silent once more, as though the earlier discussion had never occurred. After a while, the mustached Elder Star stated resignedly, Let Shanks handle Minos. We shall observe the developments. Others among the Elder Stars agreed with his sentiment. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon sat silently in his office chair, clearly troubled by the recent upheaval, which had posed significant challenges for the Revolutionary Army. Sabo spoke up. Mr. Dragon, are you troubled by something? Dragon replied bitterly, the chaos caused by Minos has caught us off guard, resulting in substantial losses of resources. Sabo, upon hearing Dragon's words, wore a similarly distressed expression. Indeed, we have lost a considerable amount of supplies, and many individuals are no longer cooperating with us. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Long fell into a contemplative silence, unprepared for the magnitude of the turmoil that had ensued. After a prolonged pause, Long spoke in a grave tone. When the opportunity arises, I must meet Minos to discern his thoughts regarding our Revolutionary Army. Sabo, troubled, remarked, From what I gather in the newspapers, Minos is quite elusive. Long replied resolutely, Regardless of the circumstances, I must have an audience with him. This pertains to the future of our revolutionary forces. Sabo, observing Long's serious demeanor, responded earnestly, Very well, Mr. Long. I shall inform you at the earliest possible moment once I receive news of him. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 warlords were engaged in discussions concerning Minos. The likes of Mihawk, Doflamingo, Hancock, Jinbei, and Kuma remained silent, as the chaos instigated by Minos had affected even them. While Mihawk and Kuma's territories remained relatively unscathed, the others fared worse. For instance, Jinbei's Fishman Island suffered greatly, with mermaids being captured en masse. During the upheaval, even the reputation of Whitebeard seemed powerless. Fortunately, Jinbei's formidable strength, alongside the intervention of a captain-level member from the Whitebeard pirates, was sufficient to repel the attacking pirates. Doflamingo, Hancock, and their respective factions also faced invasions, but managed to fend off the assaults due to their considerable prowess. In East Blue, at Windmill Village, Ace and Luffy had just concluded their earlier skirmish, and now lay on a cliff, panting heavily. Luffy, in frustration, exclaimed, "Ace, how can you be so strong? Why can't I defeat you?" Ace glanced at his disheartened brother and chuckled. "Is there a younger brother who surpasses his elder?" Hearing this, Luffy's dejection deepened. With a serious expression, he stated, "Ace, recently, a number of pirates have been appearing in our village. However, they were all driven away by Dayton. Did you know about this?" Ace, upon hearing Luffy's words, responded earnestly, "I am aware. I even joined Dayton and the others in dealing with the pirates." Luffy, astonished, replied, "How come I didn't know you were fighting pirates with them?" Then, with a hint of dismay, he added, "Why didn't you invite me?" Ace smiled softly at Luffy's words. "At that time, I thought the pirates were quite formidable, so I didn't plan to bring you along." He paused, observing Luffy's inquisitive gaze, and continued, "It was only after clashing with Dayton that I realized those pirates were weak, akin to commoners just venturing out to sea." Luffy, surprised by Ace's revelation, asked, "Why do these pirates always seek to invade our village?" Ace, looking at Luffy, who still lacked understanding, replied seriously, "It is said that not only our village has been targeted by pirates, other nearby villages have also fallen victim to their invasions." As Luffy listened to Ace's words, a deeper sense of distress enveloped his expression. After a prolonged silence, Luffy lamented, "Why did this happen? These pirates are not what I imagined." Ace, observing Luffy's sorrowful demeanor, offered words of solace. "Luffy, as long as we do not become such pirates in the future, everything will be fine." Upon hearing Ace's comforting words, a smile gradually reappeared on Luffy's face. "Indeed, we shall become free pirates, not wicked ones." Ace, witnessing the smile return to Luffy's face, couldn't help but chuckle as well. At that moment, Ace suddenly recalled something and, looking at Luffy with a serious expression, stated, "Luffy, I have heard that the recent pirate invasion in the East Blue is significantly connected to Minos." Luffy, puzzled, inquired, "Who is Minos?" Ace, bemused by Luffy's confusion, thought to himself that the boy seemed to be a bit forgetful. He shook his head helplessly. "He is the person from the newspaper I showed you last time." Luffy scratched his head, realization dawning upon him. "Oh, it's him? But what does he have to do with this?" Ace, maintaining a serious tone, replied, "It is said that he slaughtered a high-ranking naval officer, which led to the chaos at sea." Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Navy? Isn't that where my grandfather is?" Ace nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is the faction your grandfather belongs to. The death of one of their high-ranking officers at his hands has caused the upheaval at sea." Luffy's expression turned grave. "Then he is a villain. It is he who caused the turmoil at sea and led to the invasion of our village by pirates." Ace, amused by Luffy's earnestness, chuckled, "Yes, it is because of him that the sea is in turmoil and our village has been invaded. Once I set sail, I shall give him a proper lesson." Luffy, inspired by Ace's words, responded with a grin, "When I set out to sea, I will also teach him a lesson." Ace laughed lightly. "Luffy, by the time you set sail, I will have already defeated him." Luffy pouted. "Perhaps you won't be able to defeat him. In that case, it will be up to me to rescue you." Ace exclaimed, "No way. I would never want you to save me." As the two engaged in playful banter, time passed swiftly. Suddenly, Luffy, feeling dejected, remarked, "Ace, you must be about to set sail soon." Noticing Luffy's downcast expression, Ace smiled gently. "Luffy, we are both destined to set sail. I am merely going ahead of you." He continued, "We will surely meet again, and by then, I might already stand at the pinnacle of the sea. You must strive for that." Upon hearing Ace's words, Luffy's excitement reignited. "I will be the first to become the Pirate King." Ace, amused by Luffy's enthusiasm, replied with a smirk, "It will certainly be me who becomes the Pirate King first." Before long, time flew by, and Minos arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Minos wandered through the archipelago of Shambordi, having previously instructed the system to secure a yacht and venture to the islands alone. However, upon his arrival, He quickly discerned the presence of numerous observers lurking in the shadows. Indifferent to their scrutiny, Minos continued his stride towards the heart of Shambordi. Meanwhile, the spies concealed in the darkness were taken aback, their expressions one of sheer astonishment. "If I did not misjudge, that individual resembles the infamous Fifth Emperor, Minos," whispered one of the covert agents, his brow glistening with cold sweat. The turmoil Minos had instigated upon the seas was indeed both alarming and fearsome. Many other spies had also witnessed Minos's arrival at Shambordi, their faces betraying a similar shock. Had the Fifth Emperor Minos truly set foot on Shambordi? Did this signify that he was poised to embark upon the New World? Among them, the naval spies were particularly struck with dread and trepidation. Minos had inflicted significant damage upon their navy. The naval scouts whispered that the Fifth Emperor Minos had arrived at the Shambordi archipelago. Thus, I must hasten to inform the others, urging them to remain vigilant regarding the presence of the Fifth Emperor Minos. Consequently, numerous scouts departed, preparing to report to their respective factions about the arrival of the Fifth Emperor at the Shambordi archipelago. At this moment, Minos wandered freely through the Shambordi archipelago, and he found it peculiar that wherever he went, the people would part before him. Minos observed closely, realizing that fear was already evident on their faces. Minos gazed at the frightened crowd, expressing his bewilderment. Could it be that the esteemed Lord Minos instilled such trepidation? Minos, upon strolling, discovered that the entire street was shunned by the people. Minos found himself at a loss for words and resolved to visit the checkpoint, the bar owned by Shadowy. It is said that every traveler makes it a point to stop by. With this thought in mind, a faint smile graced Minos's lips as he pondered what impressions he might leave on those he encountered. Embracing this sentiment, he made his way towards Shaki's bar. The common folk of the Shambordi archipelago observed Minos's departure with a myriad of emotions, fear, concern, and impatience etched across their faces. One citizen, trembling with trepidation, remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that individual must be the infamous Minos of the Five Emperors." Indeed, it was Minos, that wretched figure. Just look at his long, dark purple hair, complemented by a black suit and a flowing black cloak. There could be no doubt it was the Five Emperor Minos. His gaze was so fearsome that it was nearly impossible to meet his eyes. All they could do was hope that Minos's arrival in the Shambordi archipelago would not stir any trouble. Otherwise, their fragile home could scarcely withstand the devastation he might unleash. The citizens of the Shambordi archipelago were consumed by anxiety at the prospect of calamity brought upon them by Minos, yet such concerns were of no consequence to him. For at that moment, he had already arrived at the entrance of a tavern. Minos gazed up at the tavern, observing the crooked and haphazardly affixed signs. Minos was rendered speechless by this. Truly, it was a den of iniquity. The thought of such a place brought a smile to Minos's lips. As he wondered whether Shachi would attempt to extort him later, Minos slowly pushed open the grand door of the bar, and in an instant, he felt the weight of every gaze upon him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he strode confidently into the establishment. However, the once lively ambience of the bar fell into an immediate hush, disrupted by his entrance. At the bar counter, a woman with short hair, clad in a fitted outfit and leisurely smoking, observed the scene with an air of calm indifference, as if Minos's arrival held no surprise for her. Minos strode directly to the bar counter, gazing at the composed Shachi before him, a sly smile gracing his lips. "It seems my arrival here has not surprised you in the slightest, Shachi." The Shachi at the bar slowly inhaled from the cigarette held between his fingers, exhaling gently. After a brief silence, Shachi spoke in a low voice, "I never anticipated that the esteemed Fifth Prince Minos would grace my humble bar. It is indeed a rare honor." Minos gazed at Shachi and coldly remarked, "Yet I failed to perceive just how elated you truly are." Moreover, Minwa paused momentarily, locking his gaze on his Shachi, and coldly remarked, "I find it rather surprising that you seem utterly unfazed by my arrival." Shachi, undeterred by Minwa's aggressive demeanor, replied in a subdued tone, "As an intelligence operative, I am, of course, well informed about the movements of the Fifth Prince, Minwa." Minos inquired with great interest, "Since you are an intelligence agent, may I seek information regarding an individual from you?" At this moment, Shachi fell silent, uncertain of how to respond to this fellow named Minos. After a prolonged pause, Shachi spoke in a low voice, "I wonder, esteemed Fifth Prince Minos, whom do you wish to inquire about? I shall do my utmost to assist you." However, Shachi's tone shifted, her gaze fixed intently upon Minos. "Please be advised that my services come at a considerable cost." Upon hearing Shachi's words, Minos was momentarily taken aback, followed by a hearty burst of laughter. The raucous laughter of Minos echoed through the bar. its sharpness piercing the air and causing the pirates still lingering over their drinks to break into a cold sweat, their faces betraying their fear. They yearned to vacate the establishment, for they had merely come to enjoy a drink. How could they have encountered the ruthless Emperor Minos? At that moment, the expression on Shaki's face was far from pleasant, as Minos' laughter seemed to mock her audacity. With this thought in mind, Shaki spoke coldly, "Lord Minos, may I inquire what you find so amusing? If you wish to discuss intelligence, let us proceed with that. Otherwise, please feel free to do as you please." Minos listened to Shaki's impolite remarks and instantly grasped the underlying meaning of her words. Essentially, she conveyed that if one wished to engage in discussion, it should be done earnestly, otherwise, they should take their leave. With this thought in mind, Minos gently smiled and reassured her, "Rest assured. The person I seek is undoubtedly known to you, Shaki." At that moment, Shaki furrowed her brows, perplexed by the enigmatic riddles of Minos. Observing her discontented expression, he jested, "You are quite familiar with this individual. You must certainly know where to find him." Shaki, upon hearing Minos's words, tightened her brows even further. After a protracted silence, she spoke in a low voice, "Minos, please just tell me who it is. No more riddles." Minos gazed at the seemingly unaware Shaki and spoke in a calm, unadorned manner. "He is the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, known as Silver's Rayleigh." At this moment, Minos's words rendered Shaki's face a canvas of astonishment. Her mind raced with questions, pondering how this newcomer, a mere fledgling in the world of piracy, could possibly know about Rayleigh, let alone the connection between them. The other pirates in the tavern mirrored her shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Had they indeed just heard the name of the Roger Pirates? And the mention of the first mate, the Dark King, Rayleigh? It was a day rife with astonishment, encountering the formidable Minos, the fifth emperor, and learning of the vice-captain of the legendary Roger Pirates. In that moment, the weight of pressure bore down heavily on Shaki as she felt Minos's intense gaze fixated upon her. An inexplicable shiver coursed through her, as if she were standing before a beast poised to devour her. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Shaki coldly replied, "My lord Minos, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I do not have any acquaintance with the Dark King, Rayleigh." Minos gazed at Shaki in silence, his eyes fixed intently upon her. As Shaki felt his unwavering stare, a growing sense of oppression weighed heavily upon her heart. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the tavern grew increasingly tense. Both the patrons and the pirates were nearing their breaking point under the suffocating ambience. Minos paid no heed to the atmosphere within the tavern. Instead, he scrutinized Shachi with an intense gaze. His eyes were as frigid as a serpent's, coldly fixated upon her. Just as Shachi felt she could no longer bear the weight of such pressure, the door swung open once more. Minos raised his gaze and beheld an elderly man with silvery hair entering the room. Upon his entrance, the old man surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Minos and chuckling lightly. "To think that the illustrious fifth emperor, Minos, has graced the Champity Islands with his presence. How astonishing!" After a brief pause, Rayleigh continued, his tone icy, "Yet it is truly unbecoming for the esteemed fifth emperor, Minos, to bully a woman in such a humble tavern." Minos gazed at Rayleigh, who mocked him with a sly smile, and remarked, "I have not bullied her. I merely sought her assistance in locating someone." Rayleigh, however, wore no smile, merely casting a frosty glare at Minos. Minos gazed at the unfriendly Rayleigh, seemingly unperturbed, and offered a calm smile. "However, I believe the person I seek has already arrived. Wouldn't you agree, King of the Underworld Rayleigh?" At this moment, Rayleigh's expression grew even more serious. He did not anticipate that this young lad had come specifically to find him. "Yet, I have had no prior interaction with him. Most importantly, if trouble were to arise, it should have been me seeking him out. Why, then, would Minos come to me?" With this perplexity in mind, Rayleigh coldly inquired, "Minos, logically, it should be I who seeks you. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your visit?" Minos gazed at the indifferent Rayleigh and jested, "In truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to share an amusing incident that transpired in the East Sea." Rayleigh remained silent. Yet his gaze towards Minos grew ever more frigid. Minos naturally discerned this and provocatively declared, "In the East Sea, I have encountered a band of pirates known as the Evil Dragon Pirate Crew. They have committed countless atrocities in the East Sea, and I could no longer bear witness to their misdeeds, so I took it upon myself to eradicate them." Minos regarded the increasingly cold gaze of Rayleigh and continued in an unperturbed tone, "They are indeed exceedingly fragile. With but a gentle strike from me, they shatter. You may not comprehend, but the sound of their destruction is remarkably soothing." Observing Rayleigh, who was on the verge of losing control over his emotions, Minos continued indifferently, "I still recall a certain fishman named Octopus Xiaoba. He implored me for mercy, yet as a virtuous individual, I could not allow myself to spare such villains. Thus, I resolved the matter swiftly. Can you guess what Octopus Xiaoba uttered in his final moments? Minos addressed Rayleigh with a calm demeanor. Rayleigh, fixated on Minos, replied in a low voice. What did he say in the end? Minos gazed at the finally speaking Rayleigh, letting out a soft chuckle. He claimed that he knew Rayleigh, and if I were to take his life, Rayleigh would not spare me. Minos continued. At that moment, my fury was unparalleled. With a single punch, followed by a few kicks, he was reduced to a mere pile of debris. Tell me, did he not deserve such a fate? The king of the underworld, Rayleigh, regarded Minos with a faint smile. However, upon hearing Minos's words, Rayleigh could no longer contain his rage and exclaimed, Minos, you insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. You are truly overstepping your bounds. In that instant, a flash of crimson light ignited in Rayleigh's eyes, and a terrifying wave of red and black conqueror's haki surged forth, hurtling towards Minos. Minos cast a disdainful smile at Rayleigh, who confronted him with his conqueror's haki. A crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes as his dark purple conqueror's haki clashed fiercely against Rayleigh's. The two powers collided violently within the confines of the narrow tavern, causing the very ground to tremble. Countless bottles toppled to the floor, and tables began to splinter under the immense pressure. The remaining pirates, caught in this cramped space, suffered an unforeseen calamity, collapsing to the ground in disarray, their eyes glazed over as if their minds had been struck. Both Minos and Rayleigh were engaged in a fierce clash of conqueror's haki, seemingly indifferent to everything surrounding them. Just as Minos prepared to unleash his Dragon Slayer magic for another confrontation with Rayleigh, the latter retracted his own conqueror's haki. Minos was quite perplexed by this, yet he still retracted his conqueror's haki. Minos observed as Rayleigh made his way outside. Upon reaching the door, he heard Rayleigh's icy voice remark, "It is rather cramped here. I assume you would not wish to engage in battle within such a confined space." With that, Rayleigh stepped outside, as if he were certain that Minos would follow him into the open air. Minos watched as Raleigh departed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of Raleigh's true intentions. It was merely a fade to disguise his apprehension of damaging his wife's shop, all delivered in such a grandiloquent manner. Minos curled his lips in disdain, truly unimpressed. Minos cast a glance at the disheveled tavern and at Shaki, whose face had regained its composure. A faint smile graced his lips as he stepped outside. Upon exiting the tavern, Minos discovered that Rayleigh had already ascended a small hill. Minos leapt gracefully, arriving not far from Rayleigh. Observing Rayleigh's serious expression, Minos jested, "Could it be that even the first mate of the Pirate King feels the weight of the world?" Minos found that after uttering these words, Riley's expression grew increasingly solemn. After a considerable pause, Minos heard Riley speak in a low voice. "When I first encountered you in the newspaper, I presumed you were merely a fortunate young lad. Yet, to my astonishment, you have now risen to the status of one of the 5 emperors. Such a transformation in identity occurs with remarkable swiftness." Minos smiled faintly and remarked, "You pirates of the old era tend to view others through a narrow lens, as if nothing can be deemed correct without your consent or approval." Rayleigh fixed his gaze intently upon Minos and retorted coldly, "Minos, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Minos laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Rayleigh, you remnants of the old era should refrain from embarrassing yourselves." Upon hearing Minos's words, Rayleigh replied solemnly, "Minos, you little brat, do you underestimate others so greatly? It is important to recognize that many formidable figures from the old era still remain. It is far too soon for you to contemplate usurping power." Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Minos erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Let me witness the prowess of the so-called old era today. I hope you remnants of the past can inflict some measure of harm upon me." With that, Minos vanished from his spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Rayleigh, lifting his foot, enveloped in the aura of his advanced haki, and aimed a kick at Rayleigh. However, Rayleigh, being a master of his craft, had already activated his observation haki the moment Minos disappeared. As Minos attempted to strike, Rayleigh swiftly turned, extending his right hand, which was shrouded in the flowing aura of his armament haki, to counter Minos's kick. In the violent clash, a powerful gust of wind surged around them, and the ground beneath Rayleigh's feet was forced into a deep crater. Minos gazed at Rayleigh, who was using his haki to withstand Minos's powerful kick, and sneered. "The old relic of a bygone era isn't too shabby after all." Rayleigh let out a cold snort. "You, Minos, are still unaware of the vastness of your ignorance." With that, Rayleigh intensified his grip, effortlessly sending Minos flying away. Minos gracefully leaped to the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked. Merely offering you a few compliments has inflated your ego, hasn't it? Truly, one cannot expect much from a relic of the old era. Without hesitation, Minos swiftly positioned himself before Rayleigh, and the two commenced their battle of physical prowess. Minos launched a series of relentless punches. However, Rayleigh adeptly countered each strike with his own fists. Notably, the most critical factor was that Minos' observation haki and armament haki paled in comparison to Rayleigh's, leading him to endure several blows in the process. Minos felt a slight ache in his body, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. If only his armament haki and observation haki could reach an advanced level. Although Rayleigh's attack could not inflict serious harm upon him, it was undeniably humiliating. Just as Minos was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Rayleigh's calm laughter. Is this what the five emperors are like? It seems they are not so formidable after all. Minos gazed at Rayleigh's smile, which seemed to mock him. Contemplating this, Minos spoke in a low tone. What just transpired was merely a warm-up. Now the true battle commences. With that, Minos raised his hands, channeling white energy as his fists, enveloped in haki, gathered formidable power. Minos swiftly approached Rayleigh, his voice low as he declared, armed flowing shattered rock fist. In an instant, countless shadows of black and white fists surged towards Rayleigh. With a flicker of his gaze, Rayleigh activated his observation haki and promptly evaded the onslaught. Minos naturally observed this scene, yet he continued to swing his fists. Smoke and no harm seemed quite reasonable at this moment. Previously, his unstoppable flowing rock-shattering fist could not reach anyone now. Minos was immersed in the scene before him, lost in contemplation. In the past, his opponents were either feeble or lacked advanced observation haki. During those times, he found combat to be rather effortless, however. Now faced with an adversary possessing advanced observation haki, he found himself in a challenging predicament. Minos pondered continuously, in a direct confrontation. There was no doubt that Rayleigh would be unable to triumph over him. However, if the opponent refrained from engaging actively and instead persistently evaded his attacks, then his efforts would render themselves utterly futile. Minos recalled the fierce battle he had waged against the yellow ape in the kingdom of Alabasta. In that moment, he found himself utterly powerless against the elusive adversary, who evaded his every attempt with remarkable agility. Ultimately, it was only due to the yellow ape's inherent flaw, his compulsion to protect others, which rendered him incapable of evasion, that Minos managed to land a hit. Now, facing Rayleigh, he pondered whether he would resort to the same tactics to intimidate him. At that moment, a booming laughter shattered the silence of the battlefield. Minos, you little rascal. So this is where you are. Minos turned his gaze towards the source of the laughter, spotting an elderly man with white hair. He was clad in a pristine white suit, draped in a navy justice cloak. Minos whispered, so it is that fellow Carp. Moreover, it seems he is accompanied by another individual. Indeed, the one who approached was none other than the yellow ape, who had recently engaged in a brief confrontation with Minos. At this moment, the yellow ape lamented, General Carp, wait for me. Minos gazed solemnly at the present situation. Directly ahead, Rayleigh lurked with keen intent, while to the side, Carp and the yellow ape fixed their scrutinizing eyes upon him. Minos cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and said in a low voice, could it be that the Navy and the pirates have formed an alliance? After Minos uttered these words, he heard Carp laughing heartily. Not at all. I'm merely here to apprehend you, but I did not expect that old fellow Rayleigh to be here as well. The yellow ape gazed at Carp, who had carelessly divulged information, with a sense of exasperation. Vice Admiral Carp, how could you let such intelligence slip? Carp scratched his head. What's the big deal? After all, Minos cannot escape. Minos gazed at the spectacle that was Carp, feeling utterly speechless. If he desired to leave, no one could hinder him. Then, he heard Carp's boisterous laughter. There were whispers of the Dark King, Rayleigh, being in the Sabaody archipelago. At that time, I was incredulous. Yet now, it appears to be true. Minos cast his gaze upon Rayleigh, noticing his smile. Kapu, he remarked, it has indeed been many years since we last met. However, Minos observed Rayleigh pause momentarily, and then heard Rayleigh coldly declare, I am here primarily to deal with this little brat Minos. Your naval affairs are of no concern to me. Minos was utterly speechless. Even at this moment, Rayleigh still wished to deal with him. How insufferable must he be? Just then, he overheard troubling news from Carp. Carp laughed heartily and said, so that's how it is. Why don't we join forces to deal with Minos? Minos, taken aback, could only respond with resignation, fine. He found it rather amusing that they all sought to confront him, and even more so, 3 formidable opponents. With a cold smirk, Minos remarked, Isn't this a bit shameless? Collaborating like this. The yellow ape, seizing on Minos's words, retorted with a sneer. This is merely a case of employing deceit in warfare. You certainly deceived me quite thoroughly back in Alabasta. Now, it is simply a matter of returning the favor. Minos was rendered speechless by the words of Kizaru, pondering internally the absurdity of the situation. After all, wasn't it him who had initially ensnared Kizaru in a predicament? At that moment, Minos heard Karp's hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Young Minos, fortune smiles upon you. The original plan was solely for Kizaru and me to apprehend you." Karp continued, "Who would have thought you would clash with that old scoundrel Rayleigh? Do not blame us for taking advantage of your misfortune." Minos cast a calm glance at Karp and said, "If you wish to capture me, then come forth." With that, he enveloped his fists in armament hockey and charged directly at Karp. Upon witnessing Minos' audacity to launch an attack against him, Karp exclaimed in intrigue. In an instant, their hands were enveloped in armament hockey as they engaged in a fierce confrontation. Minos and Cap engaged in an intense physical confrontation, delivering blows that struck with resounding force. Minos gazed at Karp before whispering, "Truly, you are a hero of the Navy. Your fists are undeniably formidable and painful." Karp, with a hearty laugh, replied, "Young Minos, you are indeed strong, yet your mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey has yet to reach its full potential." With that, Karp swiftly approached Minos and delivered a powerful punch to his side. The moment Minos witnessed Karp's sudden disappearance, an ominous premonition engulfed him. However, he did not anticipate that it would be too late, as he was sent flying by Karp's punch before he could even harness the power of observation hockey. Minos could only feel a slight stinging sensation coursing through his body as he lifted his gaze to the imposing flow of Sakura's formidable aura in Karp's hand, rendered speechless. While the flow of Sakura lacked the intensity of entanglement, it was still capable of inflicting pain. Minos, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "It seems I have no choice but to employ the dragon-slaying magic." Upon uttering these words, a dark violet energy began to emanate from his body. This sudden transformation in Minos heightened the vigilance of the three individuals nearby. The yellow ape spoke gravely. "What on earth is this? Why do I feel an unsettling sense of dread?" Karp's expression mirrored that seriousness. This entity is truly formidable. A mere brush against it could result in severe harm. Meanwhile, Rayleigh stood ready, contemplating. "I never anticipated that this young rascal Minos would harbor such depths. If one is not careful, they could easily fall victim to his cunning." Minos observed the solemn expressions of Karp and the others and smiled, saying, "This is merely a unique form of energy. Now, indulge yourselves." With that, Minos vanished from his position, reappearing beside Rayleigh, his dark violet fist poised to strike at Rayleigh's back. In Minos' perspective, Rayleigh seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. As he turned around, his flowing hockey manifesting upon his fist, colliding with Minos' own. Minos observed this scene with a faint smile. For Rayleigh was utterly oblivious to the effects of the Dragon Slayer magic. With a resounding crash, amidst the incredulous gazes of Karp and the yellow ape, Rayleigh was sent flying by a single punch. In an instant, the smoke dissipated, revealing Rayleigh's figure before the onlookers. However, the area struck by the dark purple energy appeared as if it had drained his vitality, becoming gaunt and withered. Furthermore, Rayleigh's body had sustained severe injuries from the forceful blow. Minos laughed heartily at the suffering Rayleigh, proclaiming, "I knew it. My dragon-slaying magic is not merely capable of absorbing physical attacks. It seems it possesses even greater powers." Rayleigh lay on the ground, racked with pain, acutely aware that his flowing Sakura haki had been significantly absorbed the moment it came into contact with the dark energy. Most notably, a considerable portion of his vitality had also been drained. Slowly rising to his feet, his expression grave, Rayleigh remarked, "Minos, the energy you wield is exceedingly malevolent. It is only a matter of time before it turns against you." Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Minos erupted into laughter. "This dark energy I find quite formidable in my hands. It is indeed a splendid treasure." Meanwhile, Karp, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Minos, you little rascal, you are undeniably wicked. Today, I shall certainly apprehend you and take you to the advanced city." Minos shifted his gaze towards Karp and smiled gently. "Do you know what I despise most about your navy?" Rayleigh, clutching his wound, along with Karp and Kizaru, regarded Minos with grave expressions, eager to hear his forthcoming words. Minos gazed silently at Karp and coldly remarked, "It is precisely the hypocrisy and arrogance of your navy that is so evident." Before Karp and the yellow ape could retort, Minos continued, "You claim that everyone possesses their own sense of justice. Yet in truth, it merely serves as an excuse for oneself. Minos's words deepened the tension on the battlefield, leaving a profound silence as no one dared to speak for a considerable time. Milos gazed at the displeasing expressions on the faces of Carp and the yellow ape. Just as he was about to utter another remark, Carp interjected. Minos gazed at Carp, who exclaimed in a voice filled with indignation, "You little brat, what do you know? If it weren't for our navy, the people of the pirate world would suffer unimaginable calamities." Carp continued, "You little brat, you truly understand nothing. You are unworthy to speak of our navy." At that moment, Kizaru quietly observed Minos. Indeed, there were numerous corrupt officials within the navy, yet this did not justify Minos's disparaging remarks about them. Minos coldly regarded Carp and remarked, "If the navy is as commendable as you claim, then why do so many civilians venture out to sea? Furthermore, how is it that naval commanders collaborate with pirates to embezzle and oppress other innocents?" After Minos's words, the expressions on Carp and the yellow ape's faces grew even more grim. What Minos articulates at this moment is undeniably the truth. They find themselves utterly unable to refute it. Setting aside the facts, is it truly accurate to assert that Minos bears no culpability? The slaughter of so many of our naval soldiers, the obliteration of islands, the devastation of towns, the extermination of the ghostly spiders, and the injuries inflicted upon Chaban and Akiji, can any of this be dissociated from Minos? Minos gazed at the grim-faced Carp and the yellow ape, proclaiming loudly, "Since everyone holds differing opinions, let us resolve this through strength." As his words echoed, Minos vanished from his position, reappearing beside Carp. With a fist of dark violet hue, he struck forcefully towards Carp. In that fleeting moment of Minos's disappearance, a crimson glimmer flashed in Carp's eyes. Utilizing his observation haki, he sensed Minos's sudden approach from behind. Carp clenched his fist, enveloping it in a flow of haki, and met Minos's strike with a powerful collision of their fists. Minos observed this scene with a hidden delight. So that old rascal Carp still wishes to confront me head-on? Indeed, Minos sensed Carp's energy flowing into his own body, transforming into dark magic under the metamorphosis of the dragon-slaying spell. Minos could sense the situation, and naturally, Carp was aware of his own haki waning. Just as Minos was reveling in his moment, he suddenly noticed Carp avoiding direct confrontation, deftly evading him instead of clashing head-on. Minos's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly creating a deep crater as layers of earth were upheaved. Dust swirled in the air, and amidst the haze, Minos gazed quietly at Cap. Minos sighed inwardly, reflecting on the astuteness of that old rascal Carp. Upon realizing my ability to absorb the flowing cherry blossoms, he decisively opted for a more strategic approach rather than confronting me head-on. At this moment, Carp had retreated to the side of Kizaru, his expression grave as he scrutinized Minos amidst the dust. Kizaru, noticing Carp's somber demeanor, inquired, "Vice Admiral Carp, what precisely is that black-purple energy emanating from Minos?" Carp's gaze remained fixed on the dust, his tone serious as he replied, "The black-purple energy wielded by that young scoundrel is indeed malevolent. It has the capacity to absorb my haki. No wonder that old fellow Rayleigh fell victim to Minos's treachery." Upon hearing Carp's words, Kizaru's expression also turned serious as he glanced at Rayleigh, who was nearby, clutching his emaciated form. He spoke in a low voice. "This could spell trouble. We cannot allow Minos to lay a hand on him." Carp nodded in agreement, yet his focus remained intently on Minos concealed within the dust. Minos emerged from the dust, gazing at Carp, whose countenance was grave. Carp, with a cold voice, remarked, "What is this? Is it possible that Vice Admiral Carp is refraining from a direct confrontation with me? Such a response certainly tarnishes the esteemed reputation of your iron fist, Carp." Minos gazed coldly at Carp, having deliberately provoked the old fellow with his words to incite a confrontation. This way, he intended to discreetly unleash his dragon-slaying magic upon him. However, the battle-hardened Carp would not fall for his ruse. Minos perceived Cap's disdainful snort directed at him. "Little Minos, you are far from provoking me." Minos felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Carp's words. Indeed, it seemed rather challenging to provoke that old rascal Carp. Just as Minos was about to utter something, a voice emanated from Carp's direction. Minos gazed at the formerly serious Carp, who suddenly erupted into laughter. "Minos, my young friend, I have discerned your weakness." This remark from Carp left Minos somewhat perplexed. Apart from a slight deficiency in his 3 types of haki, what other vulnerabilities could he possibly possess? Soon enough, he heard Carp continue, "Minos, your armament haki and observation haki are lacking. I presume your conqueror's haki is similarly inadequate." Well, that was indeed a point Carp made that was difficult to refute. Minos thought with a sense of resignation, observing Minos's silence. Carp laughed heartily. Then brace yourself for my next move. As Carp's words fell, Minos watched as Carp took a few steps closer, and a dark crimson lightning enveloped his fist. Under the influence of Carp's conqueror's haki, not only did the ground shatter beneath the electric force, but the skies also grew ominous with thick clouds and a howling wind, as if a tempest were about to unleash its fury. Minos gazed upon this peculiar scene and whispered, "Is it the embrace of dominance? Yet, I too possess my own strengths." Minos clenched his fist, and a swirl of black and purple lightning enveloped him, the dark energy coiling around his hand. Instantly, the ground around Minos fractured, ominous clouds gathered overhead, and a fierce wind howled through the air. Carp, witnessing Minos's transformation, felt a twinge of confusion. Such a phenomenon was typically a manifestation of haki. So how could this young boy wield it? Carp struggled to comprehend this anomaly amidst the chaos of battle and chose to dismiss it for the moment. He gazed at Minos with a grin and declared, "Fist of impact." In an instant, Minos saw Carp's enormous red and black fist barreling towards him with formidable force. Minos felt the earth around him begin to fracture under the terrible pressure of Kapu. He whispered to himself, "It is time to strike, or I shall suffer grave injuries." Minos raised his poised black and purple fist and declared in a booming voice, "Dragon Slayer magic ordinary punch." In an instant, a colossal black and purple fist materialized before Minos, hurtling towards Carp's own fist for a fierce collision. As the tremendous forces of the two adversaries met, a series of thunderous booms echoed through the air. Though their fists never made direct contact, the sheer power of their confrontation resonated in the space between them, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath. Minos gazed at Carp with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Carp, you old rascal, have you finally reached your limit?" In response, the stoic Carp remarked, "I never anticipated that you, young Minos, would have mastered such a technique." Upon hearing Carp's words, Minos erupted into laughter. "You old coot. You remnants of a bygone era, revel in scrutinizing others. In my eyes, you are far too arrogant. It is time for you to be cast aside." With that, Minos intensified his power and advanced towards Carp. Naturally, Carp sensed the surge in Minos's strength and replied with a gravely tone, "Minos, you little brat, you underestimate us old-timers." Following his words, Carp suddenly augmented his own strength, colliding fiercely with Minos once more. At that moment, black-red and black-purple lightning intertwined, clashing against each other. Neither lightning conceded.